definitely do it. The sanctuary engineers frowned and trembled cautiously. The temperature is dropping. Once the battle armor freezes, it will be difficult to move. But the enemy is unaffected. Phoenix continuously sprayed flames, burning the monsters. In front of the gigantic Baylor, Shioro seemed incredibly tiny. Ha ha ha, a few more small fries have arrived. Now I'll burn my life force to acquire this body. Demon God. Seeing Shioro so desperate was terrifying. Sisters, well, support you. Water clones, charge. Lin Feng was incredibly surprised. He looked at the thing in front of him. They had arrived. What appeared before him looked like a robot. He seemed speechless. The Xia sisters introduced it. This is the culmination of the shelter and sanctuary's technology. Daybreak, they began to explain its origin. We've always wanted to develop weapons to fight evil spirits. We never thought that ancient demon hunters had already mastered the method of integrating the power of holy light with their weapons and combat styles. These are all high-tech products. This time, with their help, combined with the shelter's tech suit, we finally developed Daybreak. Theoretically, Daybreak can use holy light or demonic energy to inflict damage on evil spirits. You can think of it as powerful artificial demonic energy. That's all. Just the name itself stunned Lin Feng. Artificial demonic energy. Xia Chanshan's expression turned serious. However, operating Daybreak requires immense psychic power and demonic energy as support. We've tried many times, but even sanctuaries commander just couldn't activate it. They let him up. This is the cockpit. Once you enter, you can connect your consciousness to Daybreak for combat. Using consciousness technology, it will directly inject into the pilot's brain. Lin Feng sat inside. He made up his mind, leave it to me. The cockpit immediately closed. He was still in a state of surprise, but simultaneously receiving information. Consciousness link establishing. Daybreak activating. Holy light energy module loaded. Operational data importing. Pilot verification in progress. On the other side, Zhang Wei continued to attack Baylor, but his demonic energy was too strong. All direct attacks seemed ineffective. Although Ling Luo's attacks hit him, white smoke kept rising. But I heard Baylor's laughter. Ha ha ha, is this supposed to tickle me? Despite her fear, Shioro continued to attack. Watch me, water clone, grand water arrow technique. Baylor couldn't help but was surprised to find her demonic energy slicing through the sky. Oh, the demonic energy shot down, but suddenly evaporated after hitting him. Shioro was furious. It can do that. Evaporated smoke continued to rise from the ground. Daybreak has activated. Its energy core on its chest lit up. Daybreak slowly moved outward. Lin Feng sat inside the cockpit. Daybreak launch. The colossal Daybreak was easily controlled by him. Lin Feng shouted, Daybreak attack. It had already moved to face Baylor. He smiled with interest. Oh, a bigger toy. He seemed to have merged with the colossal robot. You'll find out when I try it. What incredible technology. He instantly mastered how to use the machine, as if it were his own body. Tong Tong looked at Daybreak with admiration. Brother is so cool. The other little girls were not to be outdone. Wow, a mecha. Is this a sci-fi movie? I want to pilot it too. This is science. Even Monica and Justice were amazed. As expected of my man. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Lord Lin Feng can actually control Dawnbreaker. No one can activate it. Almond's magic ring spun continuously. She smiled with great interest. Fly over there, destroy it, and bring it back for my research. Yes. Lin Feng piloted Dawnbreaker. Its fist seemed to be absorbing energy from the air. Zhang Wei, Queen Ling Luo, and you, let's take care of it together. All the specters were united. Okay. The tremor fist met Bale's attack directly. Both sides continuously unleashed their strongest power. The specter energy seemed to converge entirely on this battle. The specters watching were all stunned. They can actually create this kind of weapon. Whoa, so strong. Because they were evenly matched. Lin Feng and Bale were both thrown back. Zhang Wei ran to Lin Feng, asking Lin Feng, are you alright? You're very confident. It's nothing. Dawnbreaker hasn't even used its full power yet now. Bale swung his scythe towards the ground. The specter energy continuously spread along the ground, ambushing Dawnbreaker. Watch me destroy you. Immense power was gathered by Dawnbreaker into a fist. As soon as Bale attacked, Lin Feng immediately blocked. The nearby mountaintop was split in half. Blade of retribution. Ling Luo and Xiaoro watched in admiration. Oh my. More weapons. They seemed to be evenly matched. Two streams of specter energy collided, erupting into dazzling sparks in the night sky. Xiaoro wolfed down a bag of cookies. Go, brother Lin Feng. Ling Luo helplessly. Are you here to watch a movie? Find the right moment and well, join in too. East side of the sanctuary. A white horse trotted lightly on the ground. Legion Vice Captain. The Angel Bryce seemed indifferent to everything. If we don't hurry, that woman named Amon will bother me again. He led an entire angel army. Bloodhawk Knights attack. They wanted to continue advancing, but were stopped at this moment. Charlie and Eric were blocking the army. I just promised someone that I wouldn't let you pass. He sized up Bryce. You must be the vice commander of the Angel Legion Lord. I presume your abilities are formidable too. Bryce slowly drew his sword. He acted humbly, just average. Just average, I merely know a little about swordsmanship. The two exchanged glances. Both used swordsmanship. In the night sky, two streams of specter energy collided, forming a beautiful glow. Their weapons clashed. Your blade is fast, you flatter me. Their moves were so fast that no one could see them clearly. Below, Charlie was toying with the Bloodhawk Knights. He used specter energy to create the Lionheart Knights. You're all mine. Taking advantage of Bale's carelessness, Ling Luo seized the opportunity and trapped him with iron chains. What an opportunity! He seemed surprised to see the chains appear and bind him. What? The phoenix robe burned Bale with fire. Bound by the chains, he couldn't move. Ugh. Damn it, let me go. Lin Feng seized this chance. Jiang Wei. Xingju maintained the specter energy wore him down. The specters combined their power, making him unable to struggle again. Ugh. If I can't live, neither will you. Bale resisted with all his might, but his attack was once again blocked by Dawnbreaker. Was blocked. Dawnbreaker's swords in both hands formed a cross, completely controlling him. Bale was pinned there, unable to move anymore. Lin Feng raised his sword. He still tried to struggle with his specter energy. Damn it. Unable to move. Lin Feng fired from his sword an energy attack at Bale, distracting him. Right now, the halo on Dawn's chest lit up. Countless spectral energies gathered. Dawn's energy converged. The second light cannon was fired. It was aimed directly at Baylor. Lin Feng raised his hand and made a gesture. It's time to take out the enemy's general. The system immediately displayed. Annihilate Baylor, achieve victory. Experience 200 points. All other specters have leveled up. This time Jiang Wei and the Queen also reached Nightmare Level 2. Spectre UAK. Queen promoted to Nightmare Level 2. Potential 5 stars. Experience 02. Ghost Art. Fire Phoenix consumes the plane's 7 shadow projection. Ghost Domain Replication. Phoenix soars through 9 heavens. Second form Fire Phoenix Incarnation. Abyssal Domain Ability. Queen Nightmare Planning Ability. Talent Gold Coin Immunity. Sunlight Immunity. Ghost Domain UAK. Royal City bound for 82 years. New skill. Phoenix soars through 9 heavens. Second form Fire Phoenix Incarnation. Queen and Fire Phoenix share consciousness, jointly pursuing enemies. Spectre Jiang Wei promoted to Nightmare Level 2. Potential experience 08. Ghost Art. Disintegration Rebirth. Ghost Tattoo Illusionary Eye Control. Tracking Concealment. White Tiger Exorcism Tattoo. Abyssal Ability Fatal Strike in Painting. Nightmare Planning Ability. Talent Devour. Ghost Domain Fusion Multiple. Ghost Domain World within Painting bound for 1 year and 28 days. New ability White Tiger Exorcism Tattoo. A special ghost tattoo drawn with spectral energy. Can heal wounds and remove negative effects. Tong Tong and Isola walked towards Amon's sister Isuna. It's our turn. Let's go take care of that legion. She scoffed. Going to be dealt with, are we? Oh, I'm so scared. Dawn raised its hand and spoke. It's time to take out the enemy's general. Monica, sitting on the horned demon's back, shouted. The angel vanguard was killed by Lin Feng. Everyone pull yourselves together. She stood up and looked down. Annihilate the rest. Charge. The crowd shouted loudly. I didn't expect Lin Feng's psionic power to be strong enough to fully unleash Dawn's abilities. We also need to work hard to support everyone. The young doctor stood by, grumbling. Boo-hoo, I thought our weapons would just gather dust, because no one could operate them. Sharo, holding potato chips, said excitedly. And a laser cannon, it's so cool. I definitely recorded that just now. Ling Luo angrily lightly hit her head and scolded, you little rascal, you're slacking off, aren't you? Slacking off, aren't you? Sharo cried out, but it was just too amazing. Amon spoke up with concern at this moment. Ah, damn it. I've lost a useful pawn. Tong Tong raised her weapon in front of her, gathering spiritual power. Amon looked at the little girl, frowning, trying to directly seize the general. She really doesn't know how to be gentle. As soon as she finished speaking, Tong Tong had already rushed over quickly. Amon used magic to block the little girl, then sneered. Little girl, you're quite fierce. Tong Tong immediately retorted, do I need someone to tell me what to do? Isuna looked at Tong Tong and shouted, old god weapon. Amon gently looked at the people in front of her, smiling. Blue Eyes Shield. Instantly, 2 huge shields appeared around her. Amon watched them with interest. What 2 violent little girls? Tong Tong angrily said loudly. No, we can't break through her, her firepower is too strong. Brother Lin Feng quickly responded, he'll be right there. He solemnly gave the order, next dawn. Holy Light Jet Engine activate. The robot immediately used its engines to fly up. Lin Feng continuously encouraged fly Dawn. Xiaoro, holding a camera, said happily, wow. I'm going to record this and go back home and show it off. Ling Luo looked at her and gently reminded. Catch up. Han 30, let's go support Tong Tong and the others. Amon sensed the arrival of reinforcements. She smiled very calmly. Are they all ganging up on me? I'm just a mage who likes to research. I'm not good at fighting. Amon used his magic power to create countless azure dragons. Soaring through the sky. Dragon's judgment. They roared ferociously. Then charged directly towards Monica and her group. She immediately signaled for everyone to quickly get out of the way. Lin Feng controlled Daybreak, charging forward with all his might. Mr. Durst. Leave this to us. You go support Monica. They spoke in unison, blocking them. The phoenix-robed ghostess shot out a phoenix image with her bow. 9 Heavens Fire Phoenix Manifestation. After the Queen's skill upgrade, she can control the Fire Phoenix arrow with her mind. It feels more flexible than before. Blaze attacked Eric with his magic power at this moment. You're distracted, worried about them over there. Shenhua looked at Lin Feng, then shared her vision with her power. My husband Eric is injured. He guided her with telepathy. Use Flash Escape to take him back. She walked towards Eric. Shenhua whispered, Eric, let's go. They'll take you back. He looked at her and replied, no. I'm fine. Eric explained, I said I'd handle this. A demon hunter's word is his bond. Eric Blaze looked down from above. You are a powerful warrior, surrender. I guarantee on my honor as a knight. We will leave as soon as we get what we want. Eric gritted his teeth. Old man, I also swear on your honor, as a demon hunter, that I will never let you pass. Eric responded coldly. Then I'll bury you. Van Helsing warned, adding mockingly. Old man, you already don't have many days left to live. And you're still forcefully destroying yourself. He immediately retorted, shut up. Van Helsing, let me use your power. Eric began to gather energy. Van Helsing meanwhile kept saying, how can this be, your body can't handle it. Eric struggled to think, you really want me dead. Soon after, he charged forward, enveloped in energy. Seeing this, Shenhua and Lin Feng immediately shouted. Eric, he's. Before Blaze was a huge fiery vortex. He felt a special power. And was incredibly excited. Such a powerful aura. Is this your true strength? A handsome face emerged from the fiery vortex. Long time no see. He smiled, raising his sword forward. Feeling young again. Lin Feng saw the scene before him, and was immediately very surprised. Eric, I think I've seen him before. Now Blaze enthusiastically pointed his sword at Eric. This is the aura of a heroic spirit. You borrowed the power of a heroic spirit. It seems I must go all out too. He immediately cast the sword domain technique. Thousands upon thousands of sword lights thus surged towards Eric. He quickly used his fiery sword to counter, but it wasn't fast enough. Eric's face was calm. He blocked all of Blaze's attacks. Eric quickly drew a Van Helsing demon-slaying lance. Using both sword and lance, he charged forward. Here I come, Blaze prepared to counter. Blaze calmly looked at the man before him. Then summoned ice magic. This is a domain I created. By converging 30 million sword intents. Every sword intent is my clone. It's suitable to be your grave. He immediately unleashed his move, rest in peace. Amon was happily teasing Tong Tong over here. Oh, little sister, stop chasing me. I don't like savage little girls like you. Suddenly she was bound by a skyfire array. Amon looked bewildered when Tong Tong shouted from behind, gotcha. The little girl thrust her spear into her back. Tong Tong looked at Amon in surprise. What? She stuck out her tongue, taunting the little girl, dream bubble. Amon appeared in another direction. She waved a dong dong. Be a lady, little sister. The little girl shouted, Sister Isuna. Dream time. Amon glanced at Isuna, then spoke. As expected, laws related to time are extremely rare. She whispered softly. Enchanting. Like an ageless immortal witch in the river. My time has stopped. He, I've perfectly countered, big sister. Isuna said angrily. It didn't work. Pull her into dreamtime. Lin Feng controlled the robot and advanced towards Amon. In here, Dawn. Prepare for bombardment. She whispered excitedly, this isn't looking good. Amon swiftly used the elemental art wind control. Shoro was terrified by the sight before her. "Oh my god," Lin Feng quickly said to reassure her. "It's okay. I'll block it," he said, sternly signaling. Xingju continued to suppress and neutralize. Dong Dong and the others seized the opportunity. The little girl immediately replied, "Okay, big brother." Neutralization progress 30. Aman observed the surrounding situation and made a judgment. Bryce is being held back. My power is being constantly suppressed by that law spirit. It feels like that law spirit has an even stronger law that it hasn't used yet. If it completely suppresses my power. Her heart was filled with unease. At this rate, we're probably doomed. It seems I can only use those two. Aman opened the book to check. Voices immediately rang out from the book this time. "We're making an exception to let you out to fight, so perform well. Don't cause trouble, we wouldn't dare. Well, be good and obedient." She carefully reminded them. "Once you're out, you're only allowed to use Gu Zin's abilities." "Yes, Lord Aman." With that, Aman put down the book. Lin Feng saw this and shouted, "Dong Dong. Be careful, she might use some powerful magic again." Sachi Level 1 Nightmare Angel Legion. Gu Xian Level 1 Nightmare Angel Legion. Lin Feng looked at them puzzled. Strange, she summoned 2 Level 1 nightmares. Their strength doesn't look like much. Dong Dong also spoke. "They feel so weak, we can easily defeat them." Ling Luo said skeptically, "Still be careful." Gu Xian looked at them with a smile. "Don't be nervous, everyone. My sister and I don't have any offensive power." Aman spoke to remind her, "All right, Gu Xian." She thought. "My magic shield can, to a certain extent, withstand their abilities. I hope they don't lose control." Gu Zin's eyes became terrifying. He. "So everyone." Gu Xian immediately changed her tone and said cheerfully, "Listen to Gu Xian. Stop fighting. Okay, everyone should enjoy life." Lin Feng observed the situation and then concluded. "This is a law. The law is too strong, it has already covered the entire battlefield. There's an energy that has already made him lower his guard. It feels too comfortable. I don't want to fight anymore. Sharo, let's go back and play games." Sharo also fell victim to that strange magic. MHM. This kind of weather is perfect for playing games. Dong Dong and the crowd behind them also. "Big brother, we want to play too. We want to play too." Monica exclaimed with delight, "This is so comfortable. It's been so long since I've had a proper rest." The people nearby also agreed. Yeah. But Bryce thought tiredly. "I can't hold on much longer." Aman actually released those 2 lunatics. He shouted, "Sachi, if you use your own abilities, I will definitely kill both of you." Eric also retreated exhausted. "The law is too strong." Van Helsing spoke. "It's too far. My power can't stop it either. How much longer can I help you?" Aman glanced at the 2 sisters below, then said, "All right, I'll deal with them. Once I've dealt with them, immediately disable their abilities." They immediately responded, "Understood, elder sister." Aman thought to herself. Although these 2 sisters have absolutely no combat ability, they wield incredibly terrifying rules. They can only use it once a day. As long as Sachi's ability isn't activated, we're fine. Gushi looked at her elder sister and said, "Sister, we've been trapped in that wretched book for a long time." Her elder sister replied with a sly smile, "Indeed. I can't wait for everyone to fall into that river of love." And so a large group of people collectively fell prey to the spell, their will to fight rapidly diminishing. "This game is so much fun. It's absolutely hilarious, yeah. Let's play for 8,100 years. Monica dawdling also ran over from behind, calling out affectionately, "Lin Feng." She put her hand on Lin Feng's shoulder and said coquettishly, "I want to play too." Wu Ling lay on Zuanhua's lap softly, calling out, "Mama," filled with peace. In this smoke-filled battlefield, there was no longer the culprit who caused all of this. With a joyful expression, happy like a child, as soon as the move called Eliminate Fighting Spirit was unleashed, everyone relaxed. This move didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Even Aman became dazed and began to have thoughts of corruption. "I really want to play games with them. No, I'm about to fall for it. I must deal with them quickly." She flipped through a few pages of the book in her hand and quickly chanted a spell. "Turn to ash and vanish under my magic." However, the younger sister hadn't had enough fun yet, and the older sister Sage also wanted to join the fun. A smile curled at the corner of her mouth as if foreshadowing a good opportunity. The 2 mischievous sisters hugged each other, both mouths revealing cunning smiles. Practically identical. Now it's Big Sister's turn to make a move, so everyone, these 2 rascals leaped into the air, and the entire background turned pink. Blazing heart burned with passion. A pillar of light flew into the night sky like fireworks, blossoming into a pink heart. It's truly not terrifying to face a godlike opponent. But it's terrifying to have a pig-like teammate. As the demon pillar god, even she couldn't control these two rascals anymore. Are you insane? Didn't we agree not to use your abilities? Amon was practically going crazy inside. Anyone within Sage's ability range would fall in love. The two rascals remained unrepentant, still giggling. We just wanted everyone to fall deeply in love. That's all. Yeah, big sister, and I didn't mean any harm. So from a giant heart in the sky, thousands of arrows shot out like Cupid's arrows passionately. Like flames, Sage shouted burn. Every arrow flew straight to its target. From Lin Feng Gue Huatong, Monica to the female ghost Feng Bao. Everyone got a share. Everyone was hit by an arrow, making their faces flush and hearts pound. And their eyes were filled with desire. Even Just and Lady were affected, experiencing the same situation as everyone else. The arrows shot wildly everywhere, sparing no one, male or female, young or old. And Amon was no exception. Unable to dodge in time, she could only scream, "Don't come any closer. It'll seal you away for 10,000 years. Then an arrow struck Gue Huatong. Gue Huatong, struck by desire, followed her instincts, glancing at the only man beside her. Who else could that man be but Lin Feng? His face looked like it had several filters applied, sparkling so brightly it could blind someone. He asked him, "What's wrong with you all?" Miss Demon Pillar God also descended, searching for her love. Looking at him, her eyes were utterly infatuated. What is this feeling so in less than a minute? Our male protagonist was already surrounded by several beauties. Not only that, every one of them was exceptionally beautiful, scrambling to shout Lin Feng's name. Amon approached him. She, who had been clamoring for a fight just minutes ago, now transformed into a maiden in love, expressing true feelings. Lin Feng, just now I suddenly realized you're incredibly handsome, said to him alone. Xiao Rou meanwhile hugged several virtual character models, completely immersed in her own world. When I play dress-up parties, I love Little Blue Blue the most. On the other side we have a sweet Yuri romance. Wu Ling gently lifted Lattice's chin with her finger, affectionately calling out matriarch Lattice. Just call me Ailing, she obediently called out Ailing. Tong Tong meanwhile held the tiny Wang Long Long in her arms, doting on the cutest little kitty. She made it cry and struggle, "Mommy, save me." As if having drunk several liters of confession wine, everyone confessed in unison. Actually, I've long since been with me too. Eastern Battlefield. Bryce, also struck by many arrows, continued to hack and slash vigorously, shouting, "I'm going to tear those two madmen to shreds." Eric was no exception. He grumbled, "What a troublesome ability. Fortunately my sword is fast enough." Yes, fast enough. They tried hard, but it was insignificant. The two were still stuck among a pile of pig monster creatures' bodies. They shouted, "Let's continue." Bryce responded, "All right." So we gained another pair of BLCPs, completing the team. They fought as if they were on a date. Both complimented their opponents. "Your skill and your swordsmanship is very steady." Returning to the male protagonist's harem, he was still enjoying himself in the embrace of many beauties. Slowed down one at a time. Looking at his lewd and depraved face, Kingzu's true form was deeply affected inside. The abbess couldn't take it anymore. "I am an elder nun, yet I have to witness such rated scenes. This mind must be sobered up." Lin Feng, she knocked on the purple glowing mouth. After just a few knocks he immediately sobered up. Lin Feng thought, "This is Kingzu's true form. Help me suppress that rule for now." Surrounded by a group of girls, he held a token in his hand and summoned another Miss Yishang. "Help me, I'm about to collapse." Soon, another beauty dressed in purplish blue appeared. Has Grand Minister met with danger? She walked towards him, asking what happened. "Are you all right?" Lin Feng, surrounded by a group of girls, extended his hand to Yishang for help. "You're here." She ran towards him in extreme anxiety. "But you called me here just to show off your affections. Look, isn't that infuriating, Grand Minister? You." She slapped her palm towards everyone. "All of you drop dead." Another world thunder flash struck towards the heart. Someone was still shooting arrows wildly in the sky. The two reporter sisters discovered a strong enemy and immediately hugged each other and made a run for it. "Not good. There's a level 3 malevolent spirit. Our ability can only be used once a day. Let's run." Guxian responded, "MHM." After the technique was broken, everyone also sobered up. Only Lin Feng's face was still buried between Aming's twin peaks. Seeing this, Yishang was displeased. She immediately slapped her, separating the two. But she quickly turned into foam again. Looking at Yishang's strength, she thought, "I didn't expect him to also have a level 3 nightmare ghost spirit. All of us here were only raised to level 3 by the Angel Lord. were no match for a true level 3. Lin Feng, just you wait. Since I can't beat them, I'll switch targets. I must catch those two madmen and torture them thoroughly. Yi Shang watched the departing figures and let out a cold snort. They run quite fast. Bryce. Seeing his teammates retreat, he no longer entangled himself further. He stammered, "I'll go kill those two madmen and then I'll come back and fight you." Worsted clad in golden armor shouted loudly, "The Legion commander has fled. Seize this opportunity to clear out the remaining ghost army." On Lin Feng's side, Monica ran elsewhere. "Let me go and chase down the remaining troops with them." Ghost Painting and Phoenix Robe Ghostess went together. "Well, go deal with the remaining forces in the east." Even Xian Hua left uninterested. "My husband'll go prepare some food." The other mischievous fellows also quickly dodged me and Tong Tong. Just messing around with games. This strange atmosphere. Lin Feng was sitting on the ground, facing a menacing Grand Commander Yegue. "You summoned me here just to see this." The situation was like a scumbag being questioned by his girlfriend. Lin Feng quickly defended himself. "Yegue, I can explain. You need to calm down." Lin Feng with a swollen face pouted aggrievely. "That's how it happened. To prevent them from returning. I hope you can stay in the West for a while longer." After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, Yegue seemed to understand everything. She cracked her knuckles. "I see. Then why didn't you say so earlier?" But the next second her expression turned serious. "Although this place is dilapidated, the demonic energy cultivated here is quite interesting." Tong Tong, standing nearby, exclaimed with sparkling eyes. "Sister Yegue, you're amazing. As soon as you arrived, they all ran away." "Sister Yegue. Sister, please stay, please." Tong Tong pleaded with Yegue, who reluctantly let out a soft hum. "All right, I'll stay a bit longer then." At this moment Lin Feng recalled the evil spirits from earlier. He mused to himself. Those evil spirits were probably forcibly boosted to nightmare rank 3 by the angels. That's why they didn't have the corresponding strength at all. With Yegue here, they definitely wouldn't dare to come back. Just then, two people, Monica and Juster, also walked over to report to Lin Feng. "We finished dealing with the remaining demon army. Thank you, Lord Lin Feng, for the assistance of your ghost realm. We're very good at eliminating demon armies." Meanwhile, Lattice looked at Lin Feng with concern. "But everyone is also seriously injured. My power isn't enough to heal everyone." "It's all right. You've done an excellent job, leave the rest to me." With that, Lin Feng instructed Jiang Wei opposite him. "Jiang Wei, use your new ability to help everyone." Jiang Wei didn't hesitate. She immediately used the skill White Tiger Exorcism mark to heal those injured people lying on the ground. Unexpectedly, after only a brief moment, the injured people recovered. Their bodies were as good as new. They couldn't help but happily exclaim. "Im healed a new ability. White Tiger Exorcism mark uses demonic energy to create ghost marks. Special. Heals wounds and removes negative effects." Seeing this miraculous scene, Lattice and Juster were also amazed, their eyes wide. That's incredible to be able to heal everyone instantly. It's a blessing to have someone like Lord Lin Feng. The sanctuary can be rebuilt even faster now. Meanwhile, Eric also flew in from somewhere and announced, "Our side is also handled." Seeing Eric, Yegue curiously asked Lin Feng, "Who is this person? His power is so strong." "He's the sanctuary guardian, a demon hunter. I heard. He's lived for hundreds of years in a human body." "Human? How is that possible?" Lattice and Juster showed worried expressions. "Lord Eric, you're over-consuming your life force. To use Van Helsing's power, Lord Eric, the sanctuary cannot do without you." At this moment Lin Feng also began to ponder. That's right. This is exactly how he looked in Tong Tong's memory fragments. Suddenly Eric's expression turned serious. "During the battle just now, everyone saw something they shouldn't have, didn't they?" Hearing this, Lin Feng and his group were all startled. They quickly denied. No, absolutely not." Vista's lips and cheeks turned red, his gaze drifting elsewhere. "Everyone was in a fierce melee just now, that's right. It was too intense." Suddenly Eric's hair gradually changed, turning from black to white. Immediately after, Eric reverted to his elderly appearance. With white hair and a white beard, he couldn't help but sigh. "Van Helsing, can't you let me be handsome for a little while longer? A little longer and you'll be dead." Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel surprised, exclaiming, "I've returned to my youth. This power is simply miraculous. This is the power of a heroic spirit, and also a direction, known as the advancement of a spirit ghost." After the nightmare third stage, Eric looked at Lin Feng and made an enticing offer. "Boy, become my disciple. I will teach you how to advance spirit ghosts into heroic spirits." and how to wield the power of heroic spirits. At this moment Yi Shuang, who was by the side, also spoke up for her master, saying, "Agree to it. And I shall spare you." Hearing this, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and loudly exclaimed with excitement, "I agree." Upon receiving Lin Feng's agreement, Eric beamed with joy, clapping his hands and praising a wise choice. "Quick, call me master." "Yes, Master Eric." Immediately after, Eric turned and left, leaving Lin Feng looking bewildered, standing behind and watching his retreating figure. "Rest for today, I will come teach you tomorrow." After Eric left, Lin Feng took out his phone to inform Ning Dai, saying, "Ning Dai, perhaps you'll be staying in the west for a while longer." "Alright, I'll keep an eye on the east." The scene shifts to the holy hall where Lettuce was. At this moment she was leading Lin Feng and Monica into the interior of the holy hall, informing them, "Ms. Jiangwei and Ms. Yi Shuang have already gone to the holy hall's library. Mr. Lin Feng, I'll take you to the room prepared for you." On the way, Monica excitedly pointed at the stairs, saying, "Lin Feng, these stairs will take people to the rooms they want to go to." I was so surprised when I first saw them. Suddenly, a little sprite flew over, gently brushing Lin Feng's cheek, making him chuckle a bit ticklish. Lettuce also made sure to inform them, "These are benevolent spirits in the holy hall, which we usually call sprites. They are responsible for guarding the interior of the holy hall." Lin Feng asked Lettuce with some curiosity, "I see that you're exorcists. Powers aren't all the same. How are you classified?" Lettuce smiled as she answered him, "After studying, exorcists are divided into two categories: priests and knights. Since ancient times, exorcist families have been stationed in various parts of the West to combat evil. After studying in the holy hall, when you master the power of holy light, you will become a legendary exorcist, as powerful as Mr. Eric. Legend says that in the ancient East, there is an even stronger guardian, but I've never seen them. Before this, the holy hall did not intervene with the evil spirits in the West, because in the early stages of the strange phenomena's resurgence in the West, a large number of exorcist families sacrificed their lives while combating the first wave of strange phenomena. Life. This gave the ghost keepers time to develop. And with the outbreak of strange phenomena, the remains of the evil god that we exorcists guarded through generations also began to stir. The evil god Lucifer. According to records, if Lucifer were to be reborn from his remains, he could easily destroy the world. The holy hall could only summon exorcists from various regions to suppress the evil god's remains. Under the leadership of Lord Eric, after thousands of powerful exorcists sacrificed themselves, the evil god's remains were barely suppressed deep beneath the holy hall. After that, aside from the exorcists guarding the holy hall, we couldn't dispatch more forces to intervene in the West. It wasn't until humanity was on the verge of extinction that we were forced to act. Hearing this, Lin Feng stroked his chin, recalling, "I also eliminated something called an evil god before." Before he could finish, Lettuce exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Lin Feng, you actually eliminated an evil god?" Seeing her expression, Lin Feng awkwardly scratched his head. "Nothing. I'm not sure if it's the kind you mentioned." Upon reaching a room, Lady Tiz announced, "We've arrived. This is the room prepared for Lord Lin Feng. The pixies have already cleaned it for you, my lord." After making the arrangements, Lady Tiz waved goodbye to the two. "Then Lord Lin Feng, please rest well." "All right, thank you." Before leaving, Lady Tiz saw Monica was still in the room, and she seemed to understand something. "Sister Monica, this is." Seeing Lady Tiz's expression, Monica immediately smiled and winked, signaling her to be quiet. After Lady Tiz left, Lin Feng tiredly stretched. Traveling is too exhausting. However, Monica was already lying on the bed. She said, blushing shyly, "That's right, so hurry and rest." Realizing something was off, Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, You, why are you here?" Monica sat up, 2 lines of tears streaming down her face, and complained, "Lately, every time I close my eyes, I keep seeing people dying around me. I can't even sleep. Can you sleep with me?" Lin Feng was still. Lady Tiz stood alone in the corridor looking into the distance. Sigh, everyone has someone who cares about them except me. But the next second Lady Tiz turned around, and her gaze met Wu Ling's. Both exclaimed simultaneously. As sister, the next morning, outside the sanctuary, people diligently transported items into it. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was still fast asleep in his comfortable bed. Eric appeared at some point, looking at him with a dark expression. He called out softly, "Lin Feng." After calling once, still seeing no reaction from him, he roared furiously, "I, an old man, have never seen such a lazy disciple." Still in his dream, upon hearing the loud noise, Lin Feng couldn't react for a moment and cried out in panic. The enemy's here again. A moment later, Lin Feng sat at the dining table complaining to Monica. Monica, why didn't you wake me up? You couldn't be woken up. I swear brother is very hard to wake when he's dreaming. My brother's dreams are hard to wake from. And at the same time, Eric also noticed the steaming baskets on the table. So he sat down, eating and praising continuously. Absolutely delicious. Get me a few more baskets. The food from Dongfang is truly good. Yes, Lord Eric. After a hearty meal, Eric looked at the stunned Lin Feng and said, it's been a long time since I, an old man, had anything this delicious. As my disciple, there are some things you should know. Go to the summit of the sanctuary with Tajer. At the summit of the sanctuary, Lady Tiz was already waiting at the entrance. She looked at the two and greeted Lord Eric. Lin Feng, you've arrived. Behind this door is the summit of the sanctuary, where fragments of holy relics, holy light and the ancient holy spear are kept. And the ancient holy spear. That's right, the holy spear Longinus. Upon entering, looking at the item emitting a yellow light before them, immediately, Sir Eric told them that this was indeed a fragment of the holy light. He then picked up another item. This is the holy spear Longinus. As you would say, this is a powerful magical artifact. This spear once slayed an evil god in its prime. I, an old man, heard you once encountered a dying evil god. So you must have experienced the terror of an evil god, haven't you? Lin Feng did not deny it. That's right, Master Eric. Can you tell me more about the evil gods? Before he finished speaking, he secretly thought to himself, indeed, in this world, there are still too many things I don't know. Placing the holy spear Longinus back, Eric calmly recounted the tales of the evil gods. Those fellows have been causing trouble since ancient times. Legend has it that in ancient times, powerful beings existed mastering the laws of the world. They maintained the world's stability and were revered by humans as deities. Later, the evil gods attempting to devour the world descended. These evil gods wielded laws similar to those of deities. They maintained the world's stability. Gods battled evil gods. Although they defeated the evil gods, many were gravely wounded or died in the battle. And the laws they governed were also shattered. Sealed beneath our temple was one of the most powerful evil gods of that time. That evil god wielded the laws of corruption and betrayal. That was Lucifer. It is said she was once one of the gods, a being who protected the world. But to gain greater power, she betrayed the other gods. In the end, those gods combined their strength, pierced her chest with the spear of Longinus, destroyed her head and sealed her body beneath the evil mountain range. As she was being sealed, she tried to tempt them. Help me revive, and I will bestow upon you the power to rule the world. Eric stroked his beard and added, our exorcist's power is precisely to protect Lucifer's body and prevent it from mutating. But with the bizarre resurgence, Lucifer's remains have also gradually become active. Next is today's main topic, the nightmare level. How can one reach the heroic spirit level? The so-called heroic spirit level is a crucial step towards becoming that powerful being. Hearing this, Nightbone had appeared at some point and blurted out curiously, how do we upgrade? Eric explained without hesitation. Van Helsing. This is the biggest difference between the heroic spirit level and the previous levels. A heroic spirit can lend their power to their contractor and can also fuse with the contractor to use even greater power. After reaching nightmare level 3, ghost spirits need to condense their spectral energy, transforming it from quantity to quality, to form the heart of a heroic spirit and become heroic spirits. The heart of a heroic spirit can absorb spectral energy and convert it into pure heroic spirit power. But spectral energy itself carries pollution. If one cannot maintain a firm resolve, they will become a rampaging chaotic evil god. Previously, nightmare level beings could at most only use laws. After becoming a heroic spirit, one can attempt to control laws. Controlling laws is something only a very few heroic spirits can achieve. When humans worship or fear a specific type of spectral energy, it can accelerate the process of condensing the heart of a heroic spirit. My heroic spirit Van Helsing is an exorcist. He saved many people throughout his life and was praised by people, thus becoming a heroic spirit. After becoming a heroic spirit, the ghost spirit's domain will also undergo a qualitative change, transforming into a domain independent of the world. Hearing this, Lin Feng fell into deep thought, pondering. Ning Dai, an angel. One is in the east, worshipped for saving humanity, while the other is feared for slaughtering humanity. It seems that even if they haven't reached the heroic spirit level, they have already grasped the direction for condensing the heart of a heroic spirit. Xianhua was unable to dodge at that time, encountering Shin Dufeng in Ipu. It seemed previously that Shin Dufeng's ghost domain was also shifting towards the direction of a heroic spirit domain, and Ipu possesses heroic spirit level strength. If it hadn't been on the verge of death, we wouldn't have been a match for it. Nightbone blurted out joyfully. We finally found the direction for advancement. Lin Feng, however, remained deep in thought. How can I make them quickly condense the heart of a heroic spirit? Should I establish a cult for them? Just then a system panel notification popped up. Learning task completed. Ghost Spirit Advancement Direction unlocked. After Ghost Spirit EXP reaches max level, Nightmare level 3, one can condense the heart of a heroic spirit and advance to heroic spirit level without side effects. This made Lin Feng sigh to himself. No need for such trouble this time. As expected of the system. After imparting all the knowledge to Lin Feng, Eric smiled, looked at him and asked, how is it, little one? Do you want to cultivate quickly and become a demon hunter with this old man to learn how to wield power? Lin Feng clenched his fists without hesitation. With a determined look in his eyes he uttered yes. Hearing this, Eric and Lattice couldn't help but laugh heartily. Good child, you are teachable. Unexpectedly Lin Feng suddenly cried out in a panic. This made everyone present very curious. What exactly happened? No, Boom Boom let go. When Eric and Lattice noticed and looked up, everyone's faces turned grim and their mouths hung open. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Meanwhile Lin Feng was desperately hugging Boom Boom. Quick, stop it, Boom Boom. You can't eat that, Boom Boom. Boom Boom ignored Lin Feng's attempts to stop it. It continued to gnaw diligently on the fragment. The holy light fragment was emitting a dazzling golden glow. It ate it ravenously without any regard. Seeing this scene, Eric yelled, his face turning green. The holy light fragment, it's shattered. Lin Feng watched Boom Boom eat to its heart's content, its belly round. He complained worriedly. Oh no, Boom Boom still doesn't know it caused trouble. It still burped contentedly and carelessly. So delicious looking at Boom Boom's body. A golden light began to emanate. Eric quickly urged, make it, spit it out. If it's not someone with a pure heart, they will be purified by the holy light. But Boom Boom's body swelled more and more, becoming larger. This made Lin Feng worried. He immediately ordered Shenhua Chendu take Boom Boom out first. Looking at Boom Boom's condition, Tong Tong, her heart was also burning with anxiety. What should we do, brother? Boom Boom won't die, will he? Boom Boom quickly spit out the holy light fragment. Oh no, Boom Boom is going to be purified. But what was unexpected was Boom Boom's entire body rapidly grew larger. It could almost encircle the holy temple. The knights, seeing this phenomenon, they became vigilant. They shouted in unison, dragon attack. Knights, prepare, the dragon's color looks so familiar. Lin Feng also quickly explained. To stop everyone. Don't panic everyone, that's Boom Boom. Monica, delighted, was on the side. She said Boom Boom grew so fast. The reinforced giant Boom Boom looked down at Tong Tong and Lin Feng. Mommy and Daddy are so small. Acquired holy light fragment, Boom Boom reinforced. Crimson River Rhinoceros Dragon juvenile stage. Talent cloud walking amphibious ability. Bubble blowing. Fire breath electric discharge. Temporarily transformed into a giant dragon. Lin Feng exclaimed. It ate the holy light fragment and wasn't purified. Instead it even got stronger. At the same time he couldn't help but worry. Oh no, the fragment is probably completely digested. Can I still control it? Meanwhile Tong Tong angrily shouted, scolding Boom Boom. How many times have I told you? Don't eat random things, Boom Boom. You leveled up, you're too big. Boom Boom got slapped. That smack just now was really loud. Seeing this phenomenon, Eric below couldn't help but feel surprised. This has never happened in history. Such powerful energy contained within the holy light fragment. It was actually digested. This is a big deal. It can be recorded in the holy temple's annals. Only those with pure hearts can wield the power of holy light. How pure must this heart be to be able to digest these holy light fragments? Hearing Eric's words, Lin Feng was speechless and felt helpless. Pure heart gluttony. As long as teacher Eric and the others don't pursue it, it'll be fine. Next, Lin Feng, majestic, raised his sword and stood on Boom Boom, making everyone feel envious. Boom Boom turned into a giant dragon. This way brother Lin Feng can become a dragon knight. So cool, Boom Boom giggled excitedly. Everyone come up, fly a little slower. Boom Boom wants to take everyone flying. The ladies watched the joyful scene before them and couldn't help but want to join Lin Feng and the others. Eric, who was nearby, cleared his throat a few times. Kids, you go play. After everyone had held on tight to its back, Boom Boom! Xiaoro excitedly shouted, charge Boom Boom. Amazing, Boom Boom is so strong. Boom Boom is actually a bit useful. It wasn't a waste for Sis to feed Boom Boom all the time. You're the one who made Boom Boom fatter and fatter. Feeding it junk food every day. But, unexpectedly, at this moment, Lin Feng and his group were helplessly falling downwards. Because Boom Boom's transformation time was up. Soon, it was the second day in the sanctuary's lab. Although Lin Feng looked very tired, Xiaoro and Xiaxian were very interested in the things here. This is the sanctuary's lab. Brother Lin Feng, hurry up. You promised to visit the lab today. But you're late again. Yi Shuang stood before the Dawnbreaker, explaining that the last great battle had severely damaged the Dawnbreaker's parts, making it temporarily immobile. It's being repaired with ghost runes, right? Xiaxian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Luckily we have Sister Jiangwei and Sister Yishuang. Their powerful ghost rune technique is precisely why we were able to repair it so smoothly. Demon hunters' weapons and armor are inscribed with special patterns to channel the power of holy light, allowing them to use various abilities to attack demons. They call them rune patterns according to research. Holy light and demonic chi are essentially the same. That's why I prefer to call it ghost rune engraving technique. This means that demon hunters started using demonic chi hundreds of years ago. According to sanctuary records, there's a similar technique in the East. Ancient Easterners used this technique to combat evil. I used the shelter's computer technology to summarize different structures and different functions, and calculated methods for combining different structures. After that, using ghost runes, they are engraved onto special metals to create various different demonic chi components, which then form various weapons. The current engraving technique is somewhat similar to the previous era's circuit boards and game control panels. The deeper they went, the more excited Xiaxian became. These are the devices currently under development, and the ghost spirits responsible for engraving ghost runes. Lab. The sanctuary is currently trying to miniaturize the Dawnbreaker's technology to create a machine of human size. But unfortunately no breakthroughs have been made yet. Once it's done, remember to give one to Xiaoro, okay? I want to put it in a museum. Yi Shuang smiled, stroking Xiaxian's face, and praised. Human imagination is truly amazing. Come to my ghost city and be the Minister of Works. Hearing this, Xiaxian's eyes welled up with tears and she began to get scared. Minister of Ghost City. She then quickly waved her hands in refusal. I'll synchronize all the technology with everyone and send it to the east, so there's no need to go to Ghost City. But without giving her a chance to resist, Yi Shuang directly pushed Xiaxian forward. Won't you reconsider? Meanwhile, Lin Feng behind them started sweating and said, Teacher Eric still needs to start training me as a demon hunter. I'll be going now. Xiaxian, take care. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at where Eric was waiting and shouted, Teacher Eric, but as soon as he saw Lin Feng, Eric began to scold, you kid. Why are you late every day? Kid, even though you haven't contracted a heroic spirit yet, your ghost spirit's potential will reach the heroic spirit level. Sooner or later, I will teach you how to use heroic spirit power. First, we need to calm down and establish a spiritual bridge with your ghost spirit. Be in sync with your ghost spirit and understand its feelings. This way, both sides can control the flow of power. Historically, those who could communicate with ghosts were all unique geniuses, and to be truly unparalleled is an even rarer form of genius in the history of demon hunters. This old man and Van Helsing have long been in perfect sync. Back then, Van Helsing and I spurred each other on during battles, spurring each other on and then becoming perfectly in sync. Your relationship is really great. Hearing this, Lin Feng seemed to realize something. Perfectly in sync, it's like. Thinking of this, he suddenly spoke, Teacher Eric. Is this what being perfectly in sync means? Why can I talk to all ghosts? Eric couldn't help but admit inwardly, yes, that's right. This is being perfectly in sync. This kid barely meets the standard. He can be this old man's disciple now. Heroic spirit power and holy light power are in essence the same as spectral energy. Using heroic spirit power, holy light is using spectral energy. Everyone knows that spectral energy can cause harm to humans. Those who have coexisted with spectral energy for a long time, the ghost masters, gradually become able to resist some of its erosion. If a ghost master wants to use heroic spirit power, they must adapt to spectral energy. They must let the spectral energy circulate within their body. After the body initially adapts to spectral energy, they can use heroic spirit power. After fully adapting, they can use their strongest move, Heroic spirit fusion. Adapting to spectral energy is a very dangerous thing. Fortunately, in ancient times, the Eastern demon hunter ancestors had already learned how to gradually allow the human body to adapt to the circulation of spectral energy. First, you need to test your tolerance for spectral energy. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng began to have a bad feeling. Beads of sweat started to appear. Why do I feel like something's not right about this? Without further ado, Eric with a grim expression pointed at Tong Tong and gave an order. Xiao inject spectral energy into his body. Tong Tong and Xiao happily obeyed immediately. Yes, Grandpa Eric. You'd better watch closely, don't make me miss my game. Don't be scared, big bro. I'm doing this to help you train big bro Lin Feng. I'll be gentle. Immediately after, Lin Feng's screams echoed all around. Help, the evil spirits are killing me. Xiao enveloped Lin Feng in spectral energy, suspending him in the air. Mischievous grin. How is it, do you need me to increase the spectral energy? Lin Feng covered his mouth, uncomfortably perplexed. Why is Zyra's spectral energy all water? And Zyra's eyes lit up and she blurted out. What do you need more? However, Eric stopped her with a serious expression. Alright, no need to increase it anymore. A moment later, Lin Feng lay awkwardly on the ground and asked Eric. Teacher Eric, how's my tolerance for spectral energy? Is it very weak? It's barely acceptable? That's what Eric said aloud. But inwardly he was very puzzled. He can actually withstand demon-level spectral energy for so long and seem fine. That's unreasonable. Next, Eric called Lin Feng over. Come here and observe my movements within the spectral energy. This old man will teach you how the human body circulates spectral energy. 1. Feel the surrounding spectral energy. Draw the spectral energy into your body. Control the flow of spectral energy to mimic this old man's movements. Let the spectral energy gradually circulate within your body. Be careful, if you don't control it well, you will. Eric said as he circulated a surge of spectral energy, enveloping Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng cry out in surprise for a moment. Immediately after, Lin Feng was completely entwined by the spectral energy as if in a dizzy spell. Gradually Lin Feng was lifted into the air. This made him quickly shout. Tong Tong, quickly dispel the spectral energy. Hearing the command, Tong Tong immediately dispelled the spectral energy, letting Lin Feng freefall onto the water surface. Eric didn't forget to comfort him from the side. Doing this much for your first time is already very good. Continue following this old man's movements. Teacher Eric, I am starting to get a feel for it. The flow of evil aura has been brought under control. Immediately after, Lin Feng trained diligently. Agonized cries echoed one after another. He fell into the water more and more frequently. A moment later, Tong Tong excitedly reported to him. That's your 12th time falling into the water. Who told you to count? After Lin Feng fell into the water multiple times, Eric finally announced. That's enough for today. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately collapsed onto his back on the ground. Relax, time to rest and eat. Seeing his reaction, Eric angrily raised his staff and yelled. All you know is eating, eating, eating. Now combat training begins. I will teach you the combat technique Demon Breaker. The legacy of the Temple Guardians. As an excellent demon hunter, you must inherently master formidable combat prowess. With that, Eric then demonstrated a move from the combat technique Demon Breaker. Stormblade sent Lin Feng flying into the air. Little fellow, the combat technique Demon Breaker is a fighting skill. It was developed by the Guardians over generations. Even a simple move can combat ordinary evil creatures. And if you acquire the power of heroic spirits, you can even slay powerful evil spirits. Next, he used a move from the combat technique Demon Breaker. Sword Dance made Lin Feng scream repeatedly. Seeing Lin Feng in such a sorry state on the ground, Eric's expression darkened. Fortunately, I was using a blunt blade. If this were on the battlefield, you'd have been dead long ago. You'd have been dead already. Get up, continue training. By this time, the sky had already darkened. Only then did Eric let Lin Feng go. Today's combat training is over. I'll go find ingredients, we're having barbecue tonight. After Eric left to search for ingredients, Lin Feng sighed, his face swollen. It's finally over. Time to eat. I don't know what's been going on lately. Ever since I came to the West, I've been even unluckier. A moment later, Eric walked out of the forest carrying a cow on his shoulder. The beef is here. Let me teach you Northeastern barbecue techniques. I learned this from an Eastern friend. In just a moment, fragrant skewers of grilled meat were ready. Everyone praised them endlessly. Eric put a skewer into his mouth and said proudly, although several hundred years have passed, my skill hasn't declined at all. I'll eat this. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he opened his mouth wide, ready to take a bite. But before he could even take a bite, Eric snatched it away. Youngster, your reaction is too slow. Eating is also a form of training. As a qualified demon hunter, you can never relax your guard. If you can't snatch it, I'll eat it all. I won't leave a single bite for you. The food was right at his mouth, yet it was snatched away. Lin Feng's eyes turned red with anger and he shouted, "That's too much." After everyone had eaten their fill, only Lin Feng was left still hungry. Miao sat on the tree branch complaining, "I'm so hungry," but in the very next second, a skewer of grilled meat appeared before Lin Feng's eyes, making his eyes immediately light up. Tong Tong. Tong Tong held the skewer with both hands, watching Lin Feng wolf down his food. She couldn't help but laugh. "Brother, eat slowly, I've hidden a lot more. Tong Tong is the best." Meanwhile, on Eric's side, Xiao reported with a smile, "The barbecue has been delivered. There's plenty if he doesn't eat enough. He won't be able to train tomorrow." For the next few days, Lin Feng trained daily with teacher Eric. Of course, with Lin Feng's aptitude, he was bound to make swift progress. However, when it came to snatching food, on the other hand, everyone was also actively repairing the temple. Thanks to the installation of the arms invented by Xia Qian, the repair speed was much faster than everyone had anticipated. Zhang Wei and Yi Chuang were very interested in the technology within the temple, so they spent every day with Xia Qian. Everyone was leading a rich and busy life, except for someone. After a month of training, Eric didn't forget to praise Lin Feng at this point. Only 1 month, and he has fully adapted to the demonic energy, mastering the flow control of demonic energy. Next up is combat training. Do your best, let this old man see. Yes, Master Eric. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng used the combat skill Demon Slaying Sword Dance, leaping up to attack Eric. Immediately after, he continued to use another combat skill, Demon Slaying Vacuum Fold, proficiently. After a round of combat, Eric finally delivered his verdict. "Kid, you've mastered all the moves of the demon slaying combat skills. You can be considered a full-fledged demon hunter now. From now on, when your ghost spirit reaches a certain level, as a heroic spirit, you'll receive assistance from the power of heroic spirits. Even against an evil god, you'll have fighting power." Hearing this, Lin Feng joyfully exclaimed, "Finally, the training is complete." Eric, drenched in sweat, couldn't stop sighing in admiration. Not just complete, but far beyond the standard. To be able to withstand the power of a single heroic spirit is already very rare. With your endurance and demonic energy control, you can withstand at least several heroic spirits. And to master the demon-slaying combat skills so quickly, you're practically a monster. This old man has nothing left to teach. Receiving the praise, Lin Feng let out a dry chuckle and whispered flatteringly, "Oh no, it's all thanks to Master Eric's excellent teaching." After a period of rigorous training, Lin Feng could finally let loose and feast to his heart's content, filling him with delight. However, as everyone laughed and chatted, Eric was lost in thought. As if pondering something, Tong Tong, who was nearby, quickly noticed and asked Mr. Eric concernedly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. It's just that Lin Feng reminds me of a former disciple." Eric's words sparked Tong Tong's interest, and she asked curiously, "Who was your former disciple?" "That was hundreds of years ago. It just so happens that you know him too." Under the dark sky bathed in the firelight, Eric mused, recalling the past. That child's name was Edward. It was an era when human civilization flourished brilliantly. At the same time, it was also an era when various dark creatures and evil alchemists ran rampant. Edward, the heir to a demon hunter family. Back then, Edward declared with determined eyes, "This is the sanctuary. Is this the place where all demon hunter families must pledge their loyalty? I must defeat Eric, the legendary guardian of the sanctuary, and become the new guardian." Eric recounted, "Back then I was still relatively young. I was often invited to train new demon hunters. When Edward first arrived, a girl was already waiting at the entrance waving a greeting. 'Hello, you must be Edward.' The girl enthusiastically stepped forward and introduced herself. 'Hello, my name is Stina. I'm an intern demon hunter from the same batch as you. Instructor Eric sent me to pick you up. This is the sacred ground for noble demon hunters. How could a commoner like you be qualified to enter?' Back then, Edward was still a noble brat. He was quite a jerk. Stina wasn't angered by Edward's words. Instead, she happily told him, 'Evil spirits and various vile creatures are becoming more numerous. The sanctuary has also recruited many commoners like me from various places to be apprentices. How absurd! Commoners should just obediently farm the land and let us nobles nobly protect them.' At this moment, those in the sanctuary who saw Edward couldn't help but discuss him amongst themselves. That's Edward, the heir of the Jackson family. I heard he's the most outstanding among this generation of young nobles. Yes, I heard he has already single-handedly dealt with the lairs of many evil creatures before coming to the sanctuary. Hearing the words of those around him made Edward even more arrogant. It seems my deeds have spread throughout the sanctuary. Indeed, only a high noble like myself can become the leader of the demon hunters. At that time, I will clear out all the commoners from the church. Hearing Edward say this, Stina angrily glared at him, then scoffed. Once, she clenched her fists, gasping as she loudly rebuked. So what if you're a noble? The power of the holy light only requires those with pure hearts to wield it. We don't need any damned nobles. You've only cultivated a tiny bit from many fragments. That's all. One day you'll cultivate even more fragments. After being scolded, Edward seemed unable to believe his ears. He gritted his teeth. Damned nobles, you rude country bumpkin. I don't farm. Stina immediately retorted. If you don't farm, what does your family eat? Are you going to be like old Charlie from our village, wandering around with a broken bowl at mealtime? This made Edward's face turn ashen as he helplessly patted his face and urged. That's a beggar. I can't explain the noble life to a country girl like you. For country girls like her, just lead the way properly. On the church training grounds, Eric stood at a height looking down at everyone. All apprentices are here. The official training for demon hunters begins today. Anyone who can't keep up, please go home. After speaking, he thought to himself, if the bishop hadn't gone to such lengths to beg me, who would want to teach these little brats? Edward was also present at this time, and suddenly stepped forward, speaking. Instructor Eric, I want to know how far my strength is from that of a church guardian. Lower your voice, Instructor Eric is very strict. Hearing the challenge, Eric immediately sneered. Oh, you're that genius, Edward. With that, he used a move to send Edward flying backward, causing him to cry out loudly before he could react. After being hit, Edward lay on the bed, slowly opening his eyes with a puzzled expression on his face. Instructor Eric is very strict. I can't believe it's your first day here, and you dare to speak loudly to him. Then Stina directly shoved a piece of bread into Edward's mouth. Eat first. I specifically saved this for you. You'll only have the strength to train tomorrow if you eat enough. Soon the second day arrived. Eric looked at Edward, who was collapsed on the ground, and smiled faintly. Young man, you're not yet qualified to challenge me right now. I will definitely defeat you and become the strongest. Instructor Eric, if you stomp on him again, this damned noble will die. By the third day, the situation had still not improved. Edward was still mercilessly sent flying out of the church by Eric. Edward lay on the bed, Stina bandaging him, his whole body wrapped in bandages, as he continuously cried out. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Who told you to challenge Instructor Eric every day? Although beaten to a pulp, Edward still firmly declared that he would defeat him, become the leader of all demon hunters, and make everyone worship him. But Stina smiled, thinking that aren't we becoming demon hunters? For justice. Even if we don't become leaders, protecting everyone is fine too. Hearing these words, Edward's gaze became complex. He just looked at her silently, seemingly deep in thought. Afterwards he shyly turned his face away, deliberately avoiding Stina's gaze. A year quickly passed. Stina sat next to Edward and asked in surprise, hunting down the evil alchemist Frankenstein. Exactly, a very simple mission. This alchemist actually takes bodies from graveyards for experiments. I want to go too. Afterwards Stina and Edward pursued Frankenstein into the night. Keep chasing. I've severely wounded him. So Edward and his party relentlessly tried to close in on him. Then Edward suddenly swung his sword at the fleeing person. After defeating his opponent, Edward angrily discovered that it wasn't Frankenstein, but merely an experimental subject. Meanwhile, Frankenstein himself had already appeared and spoken. Those monster hunters are like flies buzzing around a corpse. He then ordered his subordinates. You experimental subjects, drive these flies away. I must continue my experiments before other flies smell it and come swarming. There will come a day when I put you monster hunters on the operating table. Seeing the experimental subjects charging, Edward bravely charged forward with his sword, shouting, Everyone charge out together. But unfortunately Stina was defeated by two gigantic experimental subjects. Falling backward onto the ground, she was no longer able to resist. Seizing this opportunity, an experimental subject swung a chain, preparing to strike her. When Edward saw the scene, he couldn't help but turn pale with shock. He shouted and rushed towards her. But it was all too late. At this moment Stina had no breath left in her body. She lay completely still in Edward's arms, causing him to let out a desperate pained wail. A month later at the Monster Hunters Cemetery, Eric watched Edward sadly place the bouquet on the ground. He could only sigh and say, "Dying in battle is a monster hunter's glory." Hearing this sudden call, Edward prostrated himself on the ground. "Instructor Eric, please accept me as your disciple." Eric coldly asked only a brief question. "Why?" Edward's face was grim. His eyes filled with determination. "I want to protect everyone worth protecting." Hearing this, Eric turned and left, leaving a single remark. "Then you won't need to rest tomorrow. Remember what you just said." After that, Edward trained with me. As time passed, the two of us gradually became good friends, sharing everything. One day, because Edward was half drunk, he poured out his heart. "I really envy Eric. It's as if hell never grow old. Long life isn't always a good thing. Sometimes it's more like a curse. Also drink less wine, be careful, or you'll get a beer belly when you're old." We also resolved some crises together. Edward also successfully became the head of his family. He even divided the family's territory among those who had migrated due to famine. Although his family members tried every way to dissuade him, Edward merely offered a perfunctory smile, trying to change the subject. In the end, Edward also put an end to Frankenstein. The past finally came to a close. Watching Edward cry sadly by himself, Eric stood behind him and said, "It's time to let go." A moment later, Edward stood up. Without looking back, he left a single sentence: "I'm going to hunt witches." After that, Edward and I rarely met. I learned through letters that Edward had adopted a beautiful granddaughter. I never expected that I wouldn't be able to see him one last time. After listening to Tonton and Zyrus accounts, everyone couldn't help but shed tears. I never imagined that Instructor Eric and Tonton's grandfather had such a past. The next morning, Lin Feng stood alone in front of the waterfall. A moment later, he decided, "I'll practice my combat skills later." Suddenly something appeared from the direction of the sanctum. Catching Lin Feng's attention, he asked Eric, who was beside him, "Has the Angelic Legion returned?" "No, it's Lucifer's remains." "Something's wrong." Along with voices urging Eric to return quickly. "Lucifer is about to be resurrected." Eric quickly channeled his inner energy, flying towards the sanctum. A few seconds later, Van Helsing sent another shocking message: "This is bad. It has the power to open the demonic realm." Before he could finish speaking, he seemed to have completely lost contact with Eric. Eric was so frightened that he cried out in panic, "Damn, Van Helsing, answer me." Ahead, a surge of demonic energy enveloped the church. It was growing stronger and stronger. This made Lin Feng point there in surprise. "Eric, that's where Lucifer is sealed. It looks like her skeleton has absorbed a large amount of demonic energy and restored her demon realm." Meanwhile, at the church, violent tremors were occurring. Everyone was so frightened that they cried out in panic, "It's an earthquake! Something's wrong with the seal beneath the church. The church is about to collapse. All knights, come with me to support the church. We must not let the church collapse." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lin Feng also began to summon Ling Luo and Boom Boom. The next second, Boom Boom did not disappoint him. Its body gradually grew massive, and Ling Luo also used the Skylock formation. The chains of Ling Luo's Skylock formation rapidly shot out, coiling around the collapsing church. Fortunately, thanks to the perfect coordination between Ling Luo and Boom Boom, the church was able to stand upright again and return to its original state. Everyone cheered happily. We succeeded. Thankfully, the church suffered no damage. Then, Eric picked up the Holy Lance Longinus, ready to charge forward. Before entering the demon realm, he cautiously instructed Lin Feng, "Kid, I must enter Lucifer's demon realm to stop her resurrection. The church will be in your hands from now on. Charlie will guard outside the church." But Lin Feng did not hesitate, also wanting to go in with Eric. "I want to go too after studying with Master. I'm considered a qualified demon hunter. I can't let Master go adventuring alone." Hearing this, Eric pointed the Holy Lance Longinus at Lin Feng, confirming again, "Kid, you need to think this through carefully. Lucifer isn't like the evil gods you've encountered before. I'm not even sure I can handle her. My demon spirits and I are all ready." Hearing the affirmative reply, Eric couldn't help but laugh admiringly. "As expected of my disciple. Come with me, let's teach Lucifer a lesson." Then Eric spoke towards the demon realm. "This is it." With that said, Lin Feng and his party gradually disappeared into the gate of the demon realm. The next second, Xiao Rou was taken to an unfamiliar place and fell flat on her face. When she recovered her senses, she looked around. She couldn't help but be terrified by the chilling space. Aren't we supposed to fight Lucifer? Where is this? Where are the others? Don't scare Xiao Rou. Looking at the cages, hanging from the ceiling, with skeletons inside them, emitting eerie smoke, she was so scared that tears streamed down her face. Where on earth is this? It's too terrifying. Suddenly before Xiao Rou's eyes, the figures of two strange creatures appeared. They had crimson eyes. She was so frightened that she involuntarily fell to the ground. What are those? Don't come any closer. Then Xiao Rou trembled, hastily using aqua arrows to attack them. But unfortunately, at that moment, all her powers had mysteriously vanished. Xiao Rou, having lost her powers, cried even more fearfully. Don't eat me, Xiao Rou doesn't taste good. It'll take you to find a human. His name is Lin Feng. Just as she was in a panic, a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Rou, it's brother in Tong Tong's telepathy. Tong Tong, say something. Big sister Xiao Rou, it's me and brother, it's really us. In front of Xiao Rou. At that moment, Lin Feng and Tong Tong had transformed into two bodies that were completely unfamiliar. Tong Tong continued to comfort her. Big sister Xiao Rou, it's us really. It's probably the rules of this demon realm that made us like this. At this moment Xiao Rou came to her senses and quickly asked, what about the others? Have they also turned into something strange? Hearing her, Lin Feng's expression turned serious. They haven't turned into anything strange. What strange things? It's the cute chrysanthemum rabbit from the ghost spirit home. And Xianhua and the others. They heard with their telepathy Lin Feng and Xiao Rou's conversation outside. The others are all inside the ghost spirit home. They can't get out. Only the three of us are outside. Hearing this, Xianhua's expression grew even more worried. My dear husband, even with flash escape, I can't reach your location. Then Lin Feng speculated. This ghost domain has transformed us like this. We've lost our powers. Teacher Eric must be the same. We must explore this ghost domain and find him quickly. Just then, a strange sword appeared in front of everyone, accompanied by a voice. Indeed, we must find Eric. That troublesome brat. You are Lin Feng, your analysis just now was pretty good. Then the sword introduced itself. I am the heroic spirit Van Helsing. You must be Eric's disciple. Seeing a talking sword, Xiao Rou couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A talking sword. It's become a spirit, so this is what Van Helsing looks like. After lecturing Lin Feng and the others, Van Helsing put his hands on his hips and roared. Show some respect for your elders. I've also been transformed like this by the rules of this ghost domain. This familiar power, it's so much like Teacher Eric's, as expected of teacher's heroic spirit. At this moment Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, Senior Van Helsing, can't even you resist the power of this ghost domain? After all, I'm one of the strongest evil gods. Only after I fuse with Eric will I be in my strongest state? This form is a bit abstract. Let me explain the current situation to you. Then Van Helsing explained. This is the shallow layer of Lucifer's ghost domain. We must find the core of the shallow layer and destroy it. Only then can we enter the deep part of the ghost domain and reach the place where Lucifer is resurrecting. Then Van Helsing pointed at Xiao Rou and stated confidently. According to my perception, the rules of this ghost domain only randomly selected one ordinary person in this world. That's this little girl. Hearing him say that, Lin Feng seemed to understand something as well. Others will randomly transform. And the number of outsiders who can enter at one time is also limited, it seems. That's why Xianhua and the others can't get out. Van Helsing gave a strange smile. This ghost domain feeds on fear. The more afraid you are, the stronger the ghost domain's power becomes. And the weaker your own power becomes. No wonder I couldn't summon water arrows just now. Hearing this, only Xiao Rou could help everyone. So everyone looked at her and encouraged her. Come on, Xiao Rou, overcome your fear and use your power. In our current state, we have no power at all. We're relying on you, sister Xiao Rou. You can do it. Hearing everyone's encouragement, Xiao Rou trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. Aren't your expectations of me too high? Right after some discussion, Lin Feng looked straight ahead and urged, let's keep going forward. First find the shallow layer's core and Teacher Eric. Everyone walked slowly, because she was too scared. Xiao Rou's face was covered in sweat. She could only tightly hug Tong Tong beside her. After walking for a while, Van Helsing pointed at the stone tablet in front of them and explained that the tablet recorded that this town was called Saint Angel Town. The people in the town were harmonious and friendly, and the scenery was beautiful. It was simply a rare utopia peach blossom spring on Earth. But Xiao Rou didn't think so. Her eyes wide, she blurted out. What kind of peach blossom spring is this? It's clearly a ghostly peach blossom spring. Seeing Xiao Rou so terrified, Van Helsing couldn't help himself. He whispered, wanting to scold her. You little girl, you're a nightmare ghost spirit. A level 2 malevolent spirit, how can you be so scared? You must overcome your fear to regain your strength. Just like before. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of them, making everyone raise their guard. It looks like someone's digging a hole. Is that Mr. Eric? I have a bad feeling about this. As they approached, Lin Feng and the others vaguely heard the figure speak. This is. Its eerie face became clearer and it laughed loudly. This grave is dug for you. Having witnessed the scene just now, Xiao Rou turned pale with fear and let out a piercing scream. Before she could recover, she saw the ghost with her own eyes again. After it finished digging the hole, it jumped in itself, lay down and smiled eerily. Enjoy the fear. A series of continuous shocks struck, causing Xiao Rou to collapse fainting. Seeing this, Van Helsing's expression turned serious. These are just illusions born from your fear. The more afraid you are, the stronger the ghost domain will become. And the illusions will emerge endlessly. Hearing him say that, Xiao Rou became even more frightened and wanted to run away. But Lin Feng and Tong were quicker and caught her. Xiao Rou, don't run from reality, only by defeating the core can we get out. Sister Xiao Rou, you're a terrifying level 2 nightmare ghost spirit, you can do it. Everyone continued walking forward. When they saw a sign, Van Helsing stated that the sign pointed to the Jin residence. Let's go see if there are any clues. Soon the Jin residence appeared before their eyes. Upon seeing it, Xiao Rou seemed to have a bad premonition. I feel like something's not right inside. It's just like how a horror movie unfolds. It'll be fine. Lin Feng was the first to charge ahead. He looked inside, probing. Is anyone there? The moment Van Helsing stepped into the house, his whole body immediately felt an intense feeling of revulsion due to the eerie atmosphere. Suddenly Xiao Rou's foot stepped on something. Xiao Rou was scared out of her wits, quickly pulled back her foot and let out a piercing scream. It turned out that under her foot was a toy doll. It looked very frightening. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward and kicked it aside, then comforted her. It's okay, Xiao Rou, that's just a doll. After encountering one terrifying thing after another, Xiao Rou seemed to have collapsed, curling up in a corner, crying bitterly and miserably. Why me of all people? It's okay, Sister Xiao Rou. Then Van Helsing continued, leading everyone up the stairs. We must find clues as soon as possible. I feel like the ghost domain's power has increased a lot. But suddenly, the doll Xiao Rou had stepped on earlier made a strange sound. It revealed a sinister smile and spoke. Good friends are here. After searching through some rooms upstairs, they still couldn't find any clues. Xiao Rou made up her mind and spoke. I must break through this terrifying ghost domain. Just then, Xiao Rou's mouth dropped open as if she had discovered something. Wait, break through terrifying clues. If I just treat this place as a game and go all out, I won't be scared anymore. Lin Feng noticed Xiao Rou's unusual behavior, so he asked her with concern, what did you find? NPCs don't disturb, Detective Xiao Rou's thinking. After observing the wall in front of her for a while, Xiao Rou came to a conclusion. The dust there seems off. There seems to be something under the dust. The very next second a scream echoed from inside the Jin residence, a hidden mural. After observing this painting, Van Helsing also discovered that the meaning of this oil painting was, the holy street winds bring eternal peace to the entire town. It seems this is the clue. These street winds are somewhere in the town. There must be more clues within. The holy street winds bring eternal peace to the entire town. Something about this sentence feels off. Suddenly a Chinese voice came from the box, followed by an eerie sound. Everyone get out. Inside the room, Van Helsing sensed that this ghost domain was absorbing Xiao Rou's fear, which was growing stronger. The fear intends to completely eliminate intruders like us. Brother, I think I heard a strange sound under those dolls. Meanwhile, the doll from earlier was still ceaselessly searching. Xiao Rou with an eerie smile said, where is my good friend? Your good friend is coming to find you now. Sensing something happening under the bed, Lin Feng and his group quickly used items in the room to barricade the door just in case. Just then Tong Tong spotted a figure outside, staring at the room. It turned out to be a large rat. It was cautiously scouting around. Its big eyes were fixed on the glass door, searching for Lin Feng and his group. Xiao Rou, terrified, hugged Tong Tong tightly. Inside she kept screaming. There's no one here. No one, only ghosts, hurry and leave. After searching for a while, the rat found nothing suspicious and turned to leave. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. But before they could fully recover, suddenly, Xiaoru heard an even more terrifying voice. Searching for friends, searching for friends. At this moment the doll suddenly became incredibly terrifying. It kept muttering searching for friends from its mouth. Inside the room, Lin Feng and his group also realized something was approaching from outside, but didn't know what to do. Soon the doll found a room and searched around it. You're not here. The very next second, it noticed movement behind it and immediately turned, asserting, you're there. It quickly crawled towards its target in front. Friend, come out and play. It violently pushed the door open, shouting, found you, come out and play. But after observing for a while, it found that there was no one inside at all. This made it very confused. Where's my friend? Unable to find its target, it cried out in horror. My friend is gone. At this moment Lin Feng was struggling to use his power to drag Xiaoru into the air, constantly complaining. Too heavy. Hearing Xiaoru call him battle chicken, Lin Feng angrily corrected her. I'm not a chicken. I'm a bird that's almost out of breath. Xiaoru tried to comfort Lin Feng. Just a little more effort. We're losing strength, we'll die if we fall. Then the group flew further and further away, their voices and complaints still echoing in the air. I can't go on. In this space the ghostly aura was growing thicker, and the skeletons were increasing in number. Van Helsing hid in a corner, observing the situation outside and reporting. They're coming closer. Xiaoru grew increasingly scared, huddling in a corner and weeping ceaselessly. Suddenly Tong Tong pointed ahead, noticing something appear on the opposite rooftop. Following Tong Tong's direction, Xiaoru looked up and involuntarily cried out, we've been spotted. But as the thing drew closer, Xiaoru's mouth dropped open in surprise. Hey, why does this monster look so familiar? The situation was growing more critical. The group kept encouraging each other. Xiaoru, the little girl, thought of something happy to fight off her fear and regain her strength. Xiaoru recalled the feeling of drinking cola. Give it a try, Xiaoru, you can do it. Xiaoru suddenly mustered up her courage. She shouted the feeling of drinking cola. Remember quickly, Xiaoru, you can do it. The moment she spoke, the image of Xiaoru picking up a bottle of cola and bringing it to her lips, guzzling it down, immediately appeared in her mind. She smiled contentedly. Cola is the best. Following that, Xiaoru's power gradually recovered, enveloping her hands. Just then the monster jumped down from a high place. It wanted to call out to Lin Feng, but before it could speak, it stopped upon seeing the scene before its eyes. After regaining her strength, Xiaoru immediately used Azure Fire, launching an attack forward. The surrounding crowd continuously cheered Xiaoru on, urging her to continue. He doesn't seem to be dead yet. Struck by Xiaoru's power, the strange monster became dizzy, struggling to make a sound. Lin Feng, Xiaoru, stop. Hearing that voice, people vaguely recognized the monster's voice. It sounds so familiar. Yeah, I feel like I hear it often. Seeing that Xiaoru had no intention of stopping, Eric shouted angrily, stop at once. It's me, you imbecile. Don't you recognize this old man? Seeing Eric appear before him, Lin Feng excitedly rushed towards teacher Eric. I finally found you. Seeing Eric so angry, Xiaoru tried to explain. It's all a misunderstanding. Lin Feng was still smiling, teasing Eric. Old pal, the ghost realm really did a number on you, didn't it? You're not looking so hot yourself. Then Eric immediately got to the point. I've seen the church you're talking about. It'll take everyone there besides the people behind us. Were you also transformed from our people? As soon as he spoke, Lin Feng and Tong Tong looked back together. They found the doll, which had appeared at some unknown time. Found you, so many friends, let's play together. After recovering, everyone shouted in unison. It's the monster from the school. Xiaoru, try the ability you just used. Quick, think of something happy. Immediately after, Xiaoru used Azure Water Arrows, attacking the doll. But it was all in vain. The doll grew larger and larger. Everyone hastily urged, quick, think of something else. Xiaoru, think of the happy scenes from playing games recently. Prompted by Lin Feng, Xiaoru finally remembered something. She recalled the time she had defeated Tong Tong, which made her immensely happy. Consequently, Xiaoru laughed heartily. I've been totally owning Tong Tong in games lately, it's awesome. The moment she spoke, Xiaoru used Azure Water Arrows, fiercely attacking the doll. It let out a miserable shriek. After defeating her opponent, Xiaoru happily declared, I think I've already found The secret to completing this game. Xiao Rou bravely online. Afterwards, when eliminating the demons, Xiao Rou used memories of cola, memories of fried chicken, and memories of fries to restore her power. Looking at the monsters she had defeated, Xiao Rou laughed happily. That's me for you. These small fries are no match for me at all. Earlier the group had stopped together at the church. In front. Looking inside, Xiao Rou felt another wave of fear. Walking inside. Soon, they found the only statue in the church. Looking at the statue, Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. Why are there 3 and a stone tablet next to it? It feels like there's a clue. Next, Xiao Rou. Advance. Read the inscription on that stone tablet. The Holy Mother guides us away from the rat fiends, who brought the Black Plague, burn the witches who turned into calamity, and with her endless love, forgive our sins. In the candlelight of the Holy Mother's hope, we shall proceed to the land of peace. After reading, Xiao Rou immediately analyzed. The first sentence must refer to those terrifying rat fiends, and the witches in the second sentence should be referring to those charred corpses wandering around. This reminds me of a long time ago. Records I read while browsing through my collection of books. A long time ago. In the West, many innocent people were burned to death, simply because they were believed to bring calamity as witches. In the candlelight of the Holy Mother's hope, we shall proceed to the land of peace. This means that, if one of the 3 stone statues is lit up, then clues about the core location of the demonic domain will appear in the shallow layer. Please forgive our sins with her endless love. Must describe the correct statue. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. What if we light the wrong candle? Xiao Rou immediately broke out in a cold sweat and said, according to the game settings, the statue might turn into a terrifying monster that we can't possibly fight. Then, Xiao Rou took out her glasses to observe, and came to a conclusion. No statue directly indicates the correct one. I already have a clue as expected of Detective Xiao Rou. Which statue is it? Xiao Rou immediately pointed to the middle statue and affirmed, this one, infinite love. This statue has its hands on its chest symbolizing love. With that, Xiao Rou excitedly pulled out a match and lit the candle. Seeing Xiao Rou's actions, Lin Feng hastily stopped her, saying, not this one. You think if those witches burned alive were innocent, then our actions would be criminal. The key point of that sentence is forgive our sins, and only the innocent are worthy of being called pure. It must be that statue, which symbolizes tolerance and forgiveness. Hearing this, Xiao Rou immediately retracted her sword and exclaimed, we almost messed up, thank goodness for you. Then, the flame was also lit, illuminating the candle in front of the statue. After a moment there was no reaction. Xiao Rou panicked, thinking they had chosen incorrectly. But the next second, the statue gradually disappeared, making everyone overjoyed. Exactly, the statue and the ground around it vanished. There's a passage below. Staring at the dark, lightless, bottomless corridor, Van Helsing seemed to sense that the core of the demonic domain was right below. The bells rang again. Noticing this situation, Lin Feng urgently urged Xiao Rou, the demonic domain is changing again. Let's quickly go down and destroy the core. Suddenly Xiao Rou's gaze became dull and she murmured, 3. This made Lin Feng worried. Xiao Rou, what's wrong? At this moment Xiao Rou seemed to be drawn into a certain space. She asked herself blankly, who am I? Where is this Xiao Rou? Who is Xiao Rou? In that space, a nun stepped forward and spoke. Lost lamb, your sins have been forgiven. What a truly sinful person. Then Xiao Rou began to ramble on, confessing the sins she had committed. I accidentally dropped Lin Feng's toothbrush in the toilet and then put it back. Peeking while everyone was bathing. Taking ugly photos of everyone while they were asleep. Broke Tauntaun's controller while playing games. Stealing snacks everywhere. Seeing her actions, Van Helsing immediately realized that the power of this demonic domain had already trapped this child in an illusion. If this child isn't woken up soon, she might completely disappear. I can use a mental shock. Put some effort into waking this child up, but it requires close contact. Within the illusion, the nun continuously tempted Xiao Rou. All has been forgiven. Come with us to the land of peace. You are one with a pure heart. However, unexpectedly, the nun's face became incredibly terrifying, and a voice invited them. Let us walk together in the candlelight, hoping our purity will lead us to the land of peace. Meanwhile, outside, Eric was struggling to wake Xiao Rou. The next second, Xiao Rou screamed in agony, clutching her head. It hurts so much. Xiao Rou, you seem to have gone through something terrible just now. We all heard what happened. Once Xiao Rou regained her senses, Everyone immediately urged, let's go down quick. Destroy the core. With that, the group quickly ran downwards. The demons pursued them closely. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Lin Feng urgently prompted. Xiao Rou, quickly recall when you used to read comics and play games. As she recalled those happy times, Xiao Rou regained her powers. She shot azure water arrows at the demons behind her. She kept shouting, eating snakes and drinking cola, playing games and reading comics. After eliminating the demons, soon they arrived at the place where the demon core was stored, Lucifer's shallow domain. Xiao Rou immediately used azure arrows to try and destroy it. However, it was all in vain, because her power hadn't fully recovered yet. Eric held the blade that was once Van Helsing. The situation wasn't optimistic for him either. The female demons behind them were rapidly closing in, making Xiao Rou incredibly anxious. She quickly recalled memories of playing games and teasing Tongtong. Drawing on that memory, Xiao Rou suddenly manifested a water clone to block their path. The water clone swiftly charged forward, knocking back the female demons one by one. Suddenly, the demon realm's core began to change, causing Lin Feng and his companions to gasp in alarm. The very next second, from that heart, thousands of arms wriggled out, appearing utterly horrifying. Then a demonic head gradually emerged, bearing a sinister grin. It stared at the group and spoke. Found you, my dear friend. Seeing this, Xiao Rou shrieked in terror. It's too horrible, I'm going to die. Because of her fear, Xiao Rou's clone gradually began to fade. This meant the female demons were no longer hindered, and charged forward more easily. Eric quickly shouted, child, recall the most unexpected thing you've ever experienced. Fight against your fear. So Xiao Rou tried hard, searching her mind for things that had once made her feel the most surprised. Immediately after, a scene from long ago appeared within Xiao Rou's demon realm. It was a scene of her happily opening a gift box to see what was inside. What goodie had her clone brought her this time? Xiao Rou casually picked up a comic book. The title was The Lost Lamb. The Lost Lamb, making her exclaim in surprise. It's a new manga. The name's so weird, quick open it and see. As soon as she opened the manga, Xiao Rou blushed at its explicit content, and from that day on, Xiao Rou opened the door to a whole new world. Meanwhile, the demons were getting closer and closer. Just as everyone was in critical danger, Xiao Rou excitedly shouted, I remember. That was truly unexpected. With that utterance, Xiao Rou unleashed her power upon the demons. The doll, struck by Xiao Rou's attack in painful agony, let out a miserable scream. My companions will come for you. With that, the female demons gradually vanished into thin air. After destroying the core, Eric said, with the core damaged, no more terrible demons will appear. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. For now there won't be any more incidents. But as soon as the words fell, the spatial barrier gradually cracked open. Everyone was panicked, not understanding what was happening. In the very next second, that space completely collapsed, accompanied by the desperate screams of Lin Feng and the others. Suddenly, Lin Feng had now returned to his original state, which surprised him. Looking at the person in front of him, he was even more surprised. Are you all Van Helsing too? I didn't expect, young man. You have some of my handsomeness from when I was young. At this moment, Eric also suddenly appeared beside him. This is the deepest part of the demon realm, the place of Lucifer's resurrection. At the same time, Xianhua and the others had also arrived. Husband, we can get out too. Even if this evil god is dead, its residual power is stronger than ours. Meanwhile, Xiao Rou was trying to escape, but was still caught by Tongtong and questioned. Looking up, Eric continued to explain that it was Lucifer's skeleton. Van Helsing reminded everyone, next we'll deal with this deceased evil god. Everyone be careful. Lucifer is an evil god. Even if only his skeleton remains, he still possesses heroic spirit-level power. Bone Lady then stepped forward and said, I'll try to trap it. You all look for an opportunity to strike. Flower of the Underworld. Her move was already able to somewhat prevent the skeleton's attacks. Eric looked at the vibrating seal and loudly said, the seal on Lucifer is about to fail. Lin Feng saw the seal just now, which was sealed by Bone Lady with magic, and said, it's trapped. But Bone Lady suddenly sensed something and shouted, wait. The power of the Flower of the Underworld has been by a much stronger power devoured. Eric loudly shouted, Van Helsing, act. Van Helsing stepped forward, gun ready, and said with a smile, you don't need to tell me, old man, I've hated the sight of it for a long time. Xiao Rou excitedly cheered. Is Elder Van Helsing's greatsword finally coming out? Van Helsing then drew his gun, feeling underestimated by these juniors. Today I'll show you the power of a heroic spirit. Come forth demon-slaying gunload. Van Helsing was currently in his first stage Tong Tong. Xiao Rou Ling Luo. We're all incredibly excited seeing this scene. So cool, Bone Lady said to Lin Feng worriedly. Is this the power of a heroic spirit? It feels like all his demonic energy could instantly annihilate abyssal-level beings, and even easily deal with nightmare-level ones. He also sincerely exclaimed in admiration. Heroic spirits are indeed stronger than imagined. Over there, Van Helsing was continuously aiming and shooting with extreme precision. He fired and said excitedly, "Enjoy the baptism of bullets, infinite stay." Van Helsing then fired thousands of bullets in succession. Bone Lady sighed. This kind of power, even I can't resist for long. Xiao Rou said fearfully. Van Helsing, Elder is a generous person, right? Tong Tong also timidly retorted. Are you only scared now? Who told you not to rein yourself in usually? Eric then said to Lin Feng, if this continues, we still won't be able to stop Lucifer. He then explained. Lucifer is long dead. We can only prevent his resurrection by destroying him. In the process, as he gathers his residual power, a new body will form. So this battle has a time limit. Once his new body successfully condenses, his power will surpass the heroic spirit level, and we might be annihilated. At this moment, Van Helsing shouted while shooting. No. Can't interrupt it. He sensed something bad. A beam of light suddenly shot out, forcing Bone Lady to squint her eyes and shield them with her hand. Zhang Wei walked over to Lin Feng and said to him, the light just now has suppressed our power. Xing Zhu's analysis was also interrupted. Lin Feng suddenly realized something at this moment. Is this Lucifer's newly formed body? Eric pointed at Lucifer and said, no, that's the one. The black egg. That body is just for hatching it. The new Lucifer will be reborn inside its body. Let's go up together and destroy that egg. Stop its resurrection. Tong Tong, try this. Then Tong Tong charged upwards. Her current ability is Ghost Chi, equipped with the Lunge's demonic spear. When fighting Lucifer, combat power will increase by an additional 300. It can suppress Lucifer's power and restrain Lucifer to a certain extent. Lin Feng watched from below with admiration, thinking, this is indeed something specifically made to deal with Lucifer. Meanwhile, Van Helsing, not to be outdone, continuously shot at Lucifer. Don't underestimate my firepower. By now Tong Tong had also approached it. What a chance! She and Van Helsing teamed up to attack it. As the two stood on opposite sides preparing to finish it off, a sound suddenly echoed, startling everyone. Those below as well as Tong Tong and Van Helsing were all surprised. It was the sound of a baby crying. Then, something was forming inside Lucifer's body. It was many small limbs growing out. What is that? That's disgusting. At this point, Lucifer's body had split into 3 parts. Guardian Angel Lucifer Cerebrant Nightmare Tier 3. Guardian Angel Lucifer the Lost Nightmare Tier 3. Guardian Angel Lucifer Manja's Nightmare Tier 3. Lin Feng explained to everyone. These are guardian angels, born to welcome Lucifer. We don't have much time. Yi Shuang said worriedly, are they servants? Do they all have Nightmare Tier 3 power? Tong Tong said, trembling. This is disgusting. Everyone, let's go split up and deal with these guys. Following that, everyone charged forward together. At this moment, combat power had increased to 3,000 lanterns. Eric, appearing after being possessed by Van Helsing, said again, you might explode and die next second. No time left. This old man has guarded for centuries and absolutely cannot let it revive. Van Helsing sighed. Since you've made up your mind, I'll see it through to the end. Eric then conjured a ring of fire. Little one, watch closely. Then he and Van Helsing charged up together. Van Helsing heroic spirit fusion. Yi Shuang saw this scene and kept exclaiming about old man Eric's immense power. Lin Feng saw this sight and exclaimed, Teacher Eric. Xiao Rou observed from below with binoculars, saying, is this a fusion technique? Contrary to Xiao Rou's excitement, Ling Luo merely reminded her. We've already talked about heroic spirit fusion before. You just weren't paying attention. By now Eric had been completely possessed by Van Helsing. A perfect body. Eric, the heroic spirit fusion, time for some satisfying slaughter, yes. Eliminating these guardian angels will weaken Lucifer's power and slow down Lucifer's hatching speed. He'll take care of the one with the horn, you few. Hold off the other two. Lin Feng obeyed him, responding yes. At this moment a celebratory voice suddenly echoed, Morningstar, son of the dawn, why have you fallen from the heavens? Why have you? You conquered nations yet were defeated. The voice from the guardian angel Lucifer repelled everyone. Xianhua was hit and fainted. Xiao Rou was also hit. I can't take it anymore. Zhang Wei also charged forward. Our Ghost Chi is going berserk. Ghost Spirit Isuna reminded everyone. Even the gigant is out of control. Lin Feng shouted. Jiang Wei. First take Xianhua back to the Ghost Spirit homeland. Over there Eric, after being possessed by Van Helsing, still calmly stepped forward and said. Is this a performance to welcome Lucifer's birth? You're playing it terribly. Then with his demon-slaying sword, he slowly approached the source of the sound. As Eric drew closer he already sensed the problem. So that's it. An ability that makes people lose control of their power. He slashed down with one sword break. A sound emanated from within the guardian angel Lucifer. You once said in your heart, I will ascend to heaven. I will raise my throne above the stars of God. Lin Feng asked worriedly Tong Tong, how are you? Tong Tong replied calmly. I can still control my ghost chi. Lin Feng reminded her, Tong Tong, your wings. Only then did Tong Tong mention she had accidentally been grazed. These black orbs can nullify my power. Just then, Guardian Angel Lucifer prepared to launch the next attack. Lin Feng shouted. Tong Tong, look out. Due to a momentary lapse, Tong Tong was ambushed from behind. Luckily she reacted quickly, blocking it with her spear. Brother, I'm fine. This spear can suppress its power. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Suddenly Tong Tong said worriedly. Brother, I suddenly can't feel Sister Yi Shuang's power anymore. And Yi Gus. Lin Feng also said. The mental link is also broken. The world. Guardian Lucifer saw that everyone's power was being depleted. An interesting power challenge. One makes power spiral out of control. One nullifies power. Your ability merely traps me in this space. How could that possibly trap me? Fall. Endless falling always brings Lucifer to mind. Falling from heaven for 9 days and 9 nights. Yi Xuan was surprised to find herself in another dimension. Her limbs were stiff. What's going on? I can't move. Several angels rushed over trying to drag her down. Fall, be like us. Fall, you shall enjoy endless pleasure. Yi Xuan was shocked to find that this was eroding her consciousness. On the other side, Guardian Angel Lucifer continuously emitted sounds, causing everyone to lose their consciousness. When Eric was possessed by Van Heo, he also actively resisted firing out attacks that struck some of the musical notes, neutralizing them. Afterwards he conjured a giant cannon. He said excitedly, let's give it a big one. Load fire. The powerful attack directly hit Guardian Angel Lucifer. Eric said gleefully, your playing is too boring. How about a different tune? The high notes are off key. Xiao Rou was observing with great interest from the ground using a telescope. Wow, what powerful firepower. Is this Big Brother Eric's power? Lin Feng said in surprise. Weren't you unconscious? Above, Tong Tong approached it and said to Eric. Let's finish it off together, then go find Sister Yi Xuang. Okay, then the two charged forward together. On Yi Xuang's side she was gradually being consumed by the mental attack. Fall, how happy you'll be with us. Yi Xuang said weakly. No. Who am I? I am Yi Xuang. Who is Yi Xuang? Lang Shuang seemed to appear at this moment and said to her. Don't forget you are the master of the ghost domain. Yi Xuang seemed to be powerfully awakened at this moment. She said, that's right, I am. I am the master of the ghost city. After that she struggled with all her might. As long as I resist the erosion of consciousness, your power isn't so terrifying. Flower of the underworld, Tong Tong and Eric also unleashed their final blow, a finishing strike. Victory EXP 300,000. Everyone praised Mr. Eric is amazing. He knocked its head off in just a few hits. Tong Tong said happily. Sister Yi Xuang succeeded too. Yi Xuang emerged from the space where the angel was defeated. She said modestly. It was a bit tough. Lin Feng helped her down, asking worriedly. Are you alright? Yi Xuang said a little awkwardly, didn't you see? I'll deal with you once we get back. Just then, Tong Tong looked at Lucifer and said, without the guardian angel, its power has also been significantly weakened. It's trying to escape, we should. Upon hearing this, Mr. Eric charged forward and struck with his sword, unleashing the demonic cleansing blade. Tong Tong also combined with the holy spear Longinus. Yi Xuang also combined her attack, unleashing the pure underworld ghost claws. At this moment Lucifer was preparing some kind of move again. Long Feng reminded everyone to be careful. It might be about to use another powerful skill. Lucifer furiously cursed at those despicable scoundrels. Everyone simultaneously reminded each other to get ready. Lucifer trembled and said, stop fighting. Let me join you. What's going on? Everyone was stunned at this moment. At this moment a question popped up for Lin Feng from the system. Lucifer is voluntarily requesting to sign a contract and become the host's heroic spirit. Bind. Lin Feng was also dumbfounded at this moment. Heavens! It seems I can contract and bind Lucifer. Lucifer thought to himself. If we keep fighting desperately, it won't be good for either side. Therefore, Lucifer is graciously giving you this mere chance. Eric saw this and said, puzzled. Unbelievable, Lucifer. How could Lucifer willingly sign a contract? There must be a trap. Dong Dong immediately exposed it. You just couldn't beat them, that's all. Lucifer immediately retorted, I swear on my gods. I am completely willing and I will never betray. Deep inside it was secretly plotting. I'm willing now. But once I'm born, you'll all. Lin Feng said to Eric. Teacher Eric, I have a way to control it. After that he pressed the yes button. System notification: contracted heroic spirit evil god Lucifer. Status unborn. Lucifer said, Ant. Congratulations on signing a contract with me. First heroic spirit contract. Reward experience 150,000. Bond 100 Gue Ling. Experience full auto level up. Dong Dong happily told Lin Feng. Brother, I've reached Nightmare Tier 2 Gue Ling Dong level Nightmare Tier 2 potential. 6 stars experience. 02 abilities: Rip Ghost Eye, Ice Ghost Hand. Abyssal abilities: Abyssal Right Hand. Abyssal Defense, Ghost Arts. Evil Spirit Mutation Mode Tier 3 Valkyrie. Twin Valkyrie. Talent: Devour and Heal Wounds. Enhanced Defense Demonic Domain. Multi-Demonic Domain. New skill: Twin Valkyrie. Evil Spirit Mode and Valkyrie Mode appear simultaneously. Can instantly switch positions. Combat power doubles and lasts for 3 minutes. Lin Feng praised Dong Dong, saying she was truly amazing. Yi Xiao looked at Lucifer and said, is this evil god Lucifer? It angrily said, I haven't been born yet. Xiao Rou picked up a camera, observed and said, how about letting Lin Feng hatch it? Don't break the egg. Yi Xiao said to Lin Feng, why don't you hatch it? How could Lucifer possibly be contracted? Lucifer thought angrily to itself. I want to kill you all right now. Lin Feng said to it, Lucifer, release this demonic domain. And let's get out of here first, alright Ant? Lucifer thought to itself. It's actually started ordering me around. It'll definitely turn you into a roasted chicken. Monica said from above. Lucifer's demonic domain has disappeared under the Sanctuary Sisters. Also happily reported the news. I can sense Mr. Eric's aura. Their fine Eric walked up to Lucifer and asked it. Did you really obediently release the demonic domain? Lucifer appeared very scared on the surface, but secretly thought who was obedient. I merely agreed to my servant's request. Xiao Rou stepped forward and said, let me tell you all. The reason we were able to defeat Lucifer this time is because I, Xiao Rou, bravely destroyed the demonic domain. What can it even do to me, Xiao Rou? Monica looked at Lucifer at this moment and said, the aura it's emitting has scared Bobo so much it won't come out. Dong Dong also chimed in. It was clearly everyone who defeated it together. Lucifer thought to itself, tremble you ants. Xiao Rou announced, quick, it's coming out. After that, Lucifer's eggshell gradually cracked. It thought to itself, I don't have the power to keep growing. So I can only be born early. Even if I'm in my nascent state, I can easily deal with you all. Mr. Eric reminded everyone that Lucifer would be appearing soon. Everyone prepare for battle. Everyone assumed a battle-ready stance. Lucifer declared, I, Lucifer the evil god, am about to descend. Welcome the arrival of a deity, you mortals. Lin Feng stepped forward and said, everyone don't worry. There won't be any problems with the contract with Lucifer. He thought to himself. Ghost spirits contracted by the system will never have problems. Finally a new Lucifer was born. Everyone watched it intently. Xiao Rou exclaimed in surprise. Is this the birth of an evil god? Suddenly Lucifer lunged and struck Lin Feng. It said proudly. Was it you, this mere nobody, who contracted me? This was the evil god Lucifer. Heroic spirit level 1 potential 6 stars. Experience 02. Abilities: coins of reversal, orbs of annihilation. Eye of fear. Talent: fear devourer. Law: betrayal, rebellious aura. Heroic spirit ability: poison of the fallen river, sword and snow. Summon blood corpses. Ghost domain: sky shattering realm, bind 100. Dong Dong angrily yelled, let go of my brother. Lucifer provocatively declared, humph, I am Lucifer. Why should I listen to mere nobodies like you? There are many of you, or there come forth my retainers. At this moment it had already summoned blood corpses. Summons blood corpses from Lucifer's river of ruin. Lucifer said triumphantly. Fear me and become my power. The eye of fear holds 10 points of darkness within Lucifer's eyes. Awakens the deepest fears within. Fear devourer: by devouring, the enemy's fear strength is increased. Everyone was stunned by that move. They couldn't help but cover their ears and close their eyes. Lin Feng shouted loudly. Lucifer, abide by the contract. You are not allowed to harm us. It didn't listen, saying smugly. My contract with a mere nobody like you ends here. I'll make it quick for you, law of betrayal. Lucifer does not need to fully obey the contractor's commands. Can be forcibly dispelled. The signed contract. Lin Feng only then realized, oh no. Lucifer struggled desperately to break free from the chains on its wrists. Release the contract now. Release it, you nobody, why can't I break free? It walked up and grabbed Lin Feng by the neck. He explained, my contract cannot be broken. You cannot harm us. He secretly marveled to himself, the system is truly amazing. Lucifer sat there helplessly crying out. Can't I escape after all, you nobody? Are you truly cursed? Lin Feng coaxed it. You must behave yourself and obey. Listen to you. Dong Dong stepped forward and gave it a hard whack on the head. Whom'll teach you a lesson? The weapon in her hand had at this moment been upgraded to Ghost Chi Dragon Ascendant. After equipping, combat efficiency increases by 300. When fighting, Lucifer can suppress Lucifer's power and, to a certain extent, restrict its rules. Lucifer clutched its head and cried out loudly. Ouch, that hurts, can't I even kill you? Dong Dong said with a triumphant smile. This is specifically designed to counteract you. Mr. Eric was also very pleased with her and gave a thumbs up. Well done, Dong Dong. The dragon halberd is yours now. Use it to discipline Lucifer from now on. Not only can it deal with Lucifer, it can also sense the power of other evil gods to some extent. Dong Dong happily thanked Mr. Eric. Lin Feng asked Lucifer. Lucifer is one of the most powerful evil gods of the past. One of the most powerful evil gods. Do you know any information about other evil gods? It sobbed while crying. How should I know? I was interrupted by you guys right after I started developing. Lucifer's previous memories had not yet been passed down. Right now I'm just a child, and my power has only developed to heroic spirit level. And am still contracted by a nobody like you. After that it tried to lunge at Lin Feng again. Argue, damn nobody. Im defiled. I'll tear the person behind you to shreds. Dong Dong also prepared to continue disciplining it. Lin Feng urged it, calm down. The education of the dragon halberd. Lucifer, with its head swollen from the beating, sat there crying. You all just wait. Xiaorou ate her cake while looking at it curiously. Rebirth takes skill. Lin Feng walked up to Mr. Eric and said, Teacher Eric, can I try using the power of the heroic spirit now? Right. Mr. Eric said he could try first sensing the demonic energy. Control the fluctuations of the demonic energy. Let the demonic energy circulate within your body. Teacher Eric, I think I can use the power of the heroic spirit. Lucifer still refused to give up at this moment. It glared at him furiously and said, how dare you use my power? Seeing this, Tong Tong shouted loudly, oh no, brother. Lin Feng cried out in pain. Tong Tong cursed angrily. Lucifer, stop or you'll kill him. Lucifer feigned innocence. I didn't do anything, it's the rebellious aura. Lucifer's own rebellious aura. Disturbing the surrounding space. If invaded by Lucifer's power, they will lose their sanity and gradually fall into darkness. Lucifer smiled smugly. He just couldn't handle my power. If you kill me, who knows what will happen to him? This is indeed just a minion. Minion. Then Tong Tong said to everyone, well, also unleash demonic energy to save Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with difficulty from inside, I think I got it under control. Xiaorou and Tong Tong cried out at the same time. Brother Lin Feng. Lucifer became worried. How is my power this minion impossible? Lin Feng drew the sword. Sword of weeping blood. Lucifer's weapon can corrupt the enemy's power. Lucifer shouted loudly. Minion, you actually seized my power. Lin Feng crushed the sword and demonic energy burst from his body. Eric reminded him, kid, quickly disperse the demonic energy. Tong Tong saw Lin Feng fall. She went forward to support him and asked, brother, are you okay? He weakly said, I'm fine. This kind of power is too difficult to control. Using it for too long might corrode your consciousness. He thought Lucifer still won't listen to me. It seems I can only use her power in times of crisis. Eric walked over to the siblings and said, kid, for you to be able to use Lucifer's power in such a short time is already impressive. Although she is currently only at the heroic spirit level, she was once one of the strongest among the evil gods. Her growth potential should not be underestimated. Lucifer was sulking because he was controlled by him. It went and sat in a corner. While cursing him, it drew circles on the ground. That minion can actually use my power, that minion. Minion Xiaorou then loudly reminded everyone, is the sanctuary going to collapse again? It might be caused by Lucifer's demonic realm. It created a large hole in the middle of Erzin Mountain. It can no longer withstand the weight of the mountaintop. Lin Feng pointed at Lucifer and said to it, Lucifer, The middle of Urzin Mountain has been hollowed out by your demonic realm. Go fix it. Lucifer stubbornly refused. No way. How dare you order Lord Lucifer? Pfft. Seeing this, he threatened Tong Tong make a move. Tong Tong cracked her knuckles. All right. Seeing this, Lucifer said fearfully, I'll wait. Then it huffed angrily. Servant ill reluctantly agreed to your request. Then it walked to the empty spot. Seeing this, Tong Tong just smiled, still talking tough. Lucifer walked up and lashed with a whip. Damn it, whip of rebellion. Die. 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 Alright, it's blocked. Lucifer slashed the pile of stones into Lin Feng's face. Seeing this, he got angry. Tong Tong, lend me your whip for a moment. Tong Tong advised. Brother, calm down. Yi Shuang stood aside and sighed, quite like Grand Steward. Xiao Rou teased. In a few more centuries, maybe, hell become a famous historical site. Lucifer walked up to Lin Feng and said, Minion, I'm tired. Have you prepared my divine meal? You can be angry, but you still have to comply. Xiao Rou, take her to the ghost spirit estate to build a residence. Xiao Rou said dejectedly, all right, come with me. Xiao Rou is truly capable. There will always be many things to do. Yes, Eric, go call everyone first. The potential danger within the sanctuary has finally been lifted. Let's go, we'll take you all for more barbecue. Lin Feng and Tong Tong followed closely. Yes. Wuling stroked Lady's head and asked her, are you all right, Mem? As Eric was walking, he suddenly vomited blood. Lin Feng and Tong Tong ran forward anxiously, shouting, Teacher Eric. Afterwards, the two brought him into the sanctuary. Lin Feng asked Jiang Wei how is he. She sighed and said, my white tiger exorcism tattoo is completely ineffective. Eric's physical condition was such that he should have died long ago. That he's still holding on now is nothing short of a miracle. This battle accelerated the decay of his body. Charlie added. Eric is still relying on his obsession to protect his sanctuary and keep himself alive. His decaying body has already surpassed human limits. Even without this battle, he wouldn't have lived for more than a few years. Van Helsing told him that rather than dying quietly of old age, he wanted to recover his peak strength one last time and fight a satisfying battle. Just then Eric opened his eyes and called out to Lin Feng. Everyone was surprised. Mr. Eric, you're awake. Lin Feng anxiously said, Teacher Eric, I'm here. He'll definitely find a way to help you recover. Tong Tong also cried out anxiously, Mr. Eric. Eric smiled and said, no need. I've long been ready to die at any moment. Lucifer's crisis has been resolved. And I have no more regrets. Lin Feng choked out, Teacher Eric. Eric held his hand and said, there's no need for more words. I haven't left the sanctuary for hundreds of years. In my final moments, let's go see the West together. All right, then he took Eric, Lin Feng, Tong Tong and Xiao Rou out of the sanctuary. Xiao Rou thought for a moment and said to everyone, let me check this old magazine to see what fun places there are in the West. Afterwards the group went out to play. Tong Tong happily said, we want to bring this into the museum and then take a picture together. Xiao Rou said to everyone, everyone prepare yourselves mentally, we're heading to the Eiffel Tower. Lin Feng asked doubtfully, I wonder what people at that time built such a massive iron tower for. Afterwards they arrived at the Arc de Triomphe. Eric looked at it with some nostalgia. I can't believe this old gate is still standing. Xiao Rou reminded everyone, dear tourists, stick to the route and don't fall behind. The next stop is the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Tong Tong asked Xiao Rou, Sister Xiao Rou, where is Pisa? Xiao Rou looked around with her binoculars and said, I don't know either. Wuling and Ladice took photos together next to those famous historical sites. Eric reminded everyone, don't be so dejected everyone. After their sightseeing they arrived at a certain place. He said, my journey ends here. From now on it's up to you young people. Lin Feng looked at him and said sadly, Teacher Eric. Eric pulled out his flame sword and said, crying like this, you don't look like a demon hunter at all. Kid, watch closely. This is the last ultimate technique he'll teach you. Demon breaking combat technique. Blade of pure flame. The sword light pierced through the black cloud. Lin Feng watched in surprise as he tore through the black cloud. Eric continued, Eric, when I was a child I didn't know who my parents were. And grew up underground in darkness, becoming a slave to dark creatures. He recalled his childhood when he was discovered there. We found a fortunate slave. Called the sanctuary Dr. Over. Afterwards he was looked down upon by everyone. That's a slave rescued by the sanctuary knights, kindly allowed to work in the sanctuary. Yet he's so ignorant of his place and wants to become a sanctuary knight. A commoner is a commoner. How could he possibly become a knight indeed? Only nobles like us can become knights. It wasn't until I saw the vastness of this world that I wanted to become stronger. Until Eric was highly revered. How could you possibly? without any power supporting you, managed to slay thousands of demons. Is he even human? Reporting Archbishop. He must join the sanctuary. His affinity for the sanctuary is simply unprecedented. Not even the Archbishop can compare. He went on to say that after joining the sanctuary, he eradicated the Dark Invasion. Time and time again. He made friends and protected the sanctuary to this day. Then he gradually faded away. Before completely vanishing, he still struggled to say, Eric, I lived up to the name of a demon hunter. Everyone watched him with admiration and regret. Master Eric. Lord Eric, the sanctuary will forever remember your kindness. Charlie looked at the mountains regretfully and said, farewell, old comrade. Van Heusen also said proudly, we can finally rest. Your sword is still there. Kid. My sword and the sanctuary are both entrusted to you. Lin Feng replied loudly, yes, Master Eric. After that, Eric passed away. Lin Feng and Tongtong came to the tombstone to offer flowers. Mr. Lattice reminded Lin Feng that according to Lord Eric's last will, as Lord Eric's disciple, you will become the new guardian of the sanctuary. All demon hunters will obey your command. Subsequently, all knights were led forth. The Knight Commander. The Sanctuary Knight Commander stepped forward to salute him. Commander Lin Feng. Commander Lin Feng. Commander Lin Feng. At ghostly manner. Lin Feng tiredly asked Tongtong, how's Lucifer doing? Is everything alright? She pointed at the palace and said, look. Lin Feng was surprised and Tongtong said, both angry and helpless. Lucifer made Sister Xiao Rou build a demon lord's temple on the manor, which is ghostly manor. It's awful. Xiao Rou also complained to him. Lucifer took my snacks and game console and forced me to create a weak tier 2 demon for her. What can someone like me do? Lucifer, sitting inside at this moment, said. Lord Lucifer's command was issued. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. Tongtong stood outside and said, isn't that a bit overkill? In your host. Xiao Rou said aggrievedly, my game console. Didn't you say you'd give it back after it was built? Lucifer sat inside playing games and eating snacks, and said triumphantly, I already crushed those things to dust. You want to have an audience with me? Don't you even look at what rank you are? Come back when you've reached heroic spirit level. A week later, Lin Feng bid farewell to everyone. The sanctuary is stable now, so I should return to the east. He thought the angels still haven't appeared, and 2 strong individuals from the Legion escaped. I really can't leave Ninger alone to guard the east. Van Heusen told him to leave things to them. Das stepped forward, took his hand and said, Commander Lin, we will definitely protect the sanctuary well. Monica stepped forward and reluctantly bid farewell to Lin Feng. Come visit whenever you have time, Lin Feng. The children are all waiting for you. Xia Qian also reluctantly bid him farewell. Big brother Lin Feng, goodbye. Lin Feng said goodbye to everyone, goodbye. He then departed with a noisy flash. Monica walked over to Lattice, gently placing her hand on her shoulder, and told her young one, you must learn to say goodbye. Come on, let's go play with your big sister. Scene change near Longchang, a gathering place for Western refugees. At this moment someone shouted, oh no. An evil spirit has emerged from the rocks. Mia was fighting something. Xiaolan, quickly, don't let the mountain collapse. The crowd below was scattering and fleeing. Everyone run. The evil spirit threw a huge rock. No. Thought it was defeated. Who knew? Someone would defeat it in a single strike. Mia was very surprised. Lin Feng with Tongtong and Jiang Wei arrived riding a roaring beast. You said this evil spirit was dug out from underground. It wants to devour the refugees in Jiang Wei's refugee camp. That stone mountain is up to you then. Jiang Wei rushed forward and said okay. Then Lin Feng ordered, and with a rumble it was blown away. This is a level 2 abyssal burrowing centipede evil spirit. It spewed out a bolt of lightning with a roar. The lightning bolt directly struck the evil spirit, giving it no time to resist. Mia stood below watching the battle's victory. She said, that's Commander Lin Feng. Ally was also happy, it's Big Brother Lin Feng. Big Brother Lin Feng rode back. Afterwards Lin Feng and Tongtong walked over to them. Mia took Ally and ran to Big Brother Lin Feng and Big Sister Tongtong. Mia happily hugged Lin Feng tightly. Lin Feng was confused. Mia was hugging too tightly. The scene shifts to Mia's home evening. A sumptuous dinner was laid out before them. Lin Feng was surprised. These are Eastern dishes. Mia brought out the food and said to him, I specifically went to learn these over the past few months. I just wanted you to try them. Lin Feng tasted a bit and happily said it's delicious. Then Mia shyly stammered, Lin Feng, tonight. Lin Feng wondered, what about tonight? She said, can you stay by my side? Seeing his surprise, Mia immediately explained, no, it's not what you're imagining. I don't mean what you're thinking, I just want to chat with you, that's all. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. Lin Feng was both shy and pondering. It feels like this conversation is getting darker and darker. Then the two went to the rooftop to sit and admire the moon. Mia confided, it's been so long since anyone watched the stars with me. Lin Feng, recently my heartbeat has started to slow down. I can't wake up properly. Sometimes I suddenly can't remember what just happened. I thought I had been through enough hardships and dangers, and had already seen through the ways of the world, so nothing could scare me anymore. But now, thinking that I might lose myself, I still can't help but tremble with fear. Only when you are by my side can I feel a bit more at ease. Seeing her so sad, Lin Feng patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, I will protect you. Mia shyly made a request. Can you hug me? Afterwards Lin Feng hugged her. Mia just gently said, Lin Feng, thank you. But at this very moment, her eyes were plotting something. Mia was surprised. What happened to me just now? The scene shifts to Mia's home the next morning. Lin Feng saw Mia still asleep. He thought, she's sleeping soundly, let her rest a little longer. Suddenly she murmured in her sleep with fear, don't invade my consciousness. Seeing this, Lin Feng called out to her, Mia. He thought, it's that dream again. It seems the angel's influence is affecting her. Jiang Wei said to him. Lin Feng, wait, waking her up now might cause her harm. Perhaps we could try to let Yasuna take us to explore Mia's dream. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Can Yasuna do that? Yasuna told him to give it a try. Afterwards the two used a time dream or dream of time to share their vision and enter Mia's dream. Jiang Wei told him it's just ahead. At this moment Mia's body was in pain. Jiang Wei stepped forward to examine it carefully. That's Mia's self-consciousness, let's go take a look. Yasuna reminded Jiang Wei, be careful. Don't leave my protective aura. At this moment Jiang Wei saw a light in the center of Mia's chest. That's the angel. Jiang Wei and Yasuna were both surprised. The angel is actually hidden in her heart. Lin Feng, who was outside, also learned this news. He thought the angel is actually hidden inside her body, recuperating while eroding Mia's consciousness. Jiang Wei told him, according to our observations, in 7 more days Mia will be completely taken over by the angel. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then said, what should we do now? Jiang Wei explained to him, currently the abnormal symptoms. If the angel forcibly possesses Mia's body, she will die. Well, pretend not to know for now. Once the angel emerges, it will attempt full fusion. During its weakened state after fusion, well, seize the opportunity to interrupt it. Well, strip it from Mia's body and purge it from Mia's consciousness. Then, well, completely annihilate the angel. They found this suggestion very reasonable. Lin Feng told her he understood. He'll stay by Mia's side during this time and monitor her. All right. After Mia woke up, she and Lin Feng came to the shelter together. She said, this place doesn't have a name yet. We can't just keep calling it the shelter, right? Lin Feng told her. It's built on the west side of the Valley City. Let's call it West Valley City. Then the two went together to pick fruit. These northern mountains are perfect for growing fruit trees. I've already planted many. Yin and Tong Tong also followed, eating fruit to their heart's content. So sweet. Lin Feng picked a flower and put it in Mia's hair. This flower suits you well, Mia shyly replied. Thank you. After that the two went home. Mia was preparing food. Wait for me, I'll go cook. Jiang Wei told Lin Feng. There's nothing unusual yet. But at this moment Mia's eyes had already changed to the color of the angel's eyes. At night Mia in her pajamas shyly walked up to Lin Feng. He was surprised. Mia. What are you? Mia seized the opportunity to confess, I've always liked you. You're so good to me. Then she moved closer to him. I don't know how to repay you. Lin Feng was momentarily startled. Wait. At this moment she seemed to regain consciousness. Mia froze. She shyly avoided Lin Feng's gaze. He thought something's not right. This reaction is completely different from last time. It's the angel. At this moment Mia was about to leave. Lin Feng grabbed her hand. What's wrong? Then an idea struck him. This is a perfect chance to confirm my deduction. Lin Feng lifted her chin, leaned in and said, didn't you say you liked me? Regretting it so soon? Mia was shy. I am not. Then he flipped her over, pinning her onto the chair. Is there something wrong with your body? Even today's meal doesn't taste as good as before. Mia struggled. No. It's nothing, I'm just a little nervous. At this moment Jiang Wei reminded Lin Feng again. Don't expose it prematurely. Right now the angel has only temporarily suppressed the host body. As long as the fusion ritual isn't performed 5 days from now, it won't harm the host body. Lin Feng released her and said, I understand. He thought to himself. She's quite good at pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up. A few days later the two were sitting on the rooftop again admiring the moon. Mia said to Lin Feng, tomorrow I plan to go west. I feel like the angel is coming soon. No need to involve you, Lin Feng said loudly. Don't worry, you'll take care of it. But he thought to himself. Tomorrow is the 7th day, I can't let her go. Mia said to him, then tomorrow we'll go to the golden house so that it won't be able to enter. Lin Feng listened and thought, what a performance. You want to take advantage of a time when no one will disturb you, and fully fuse right. He also pretended to cooperate. He put his hand on her face and said, okay. Tomorrow we'll prepare the golden house in the suburbs. I'll protect you. Tong Tong listened and exclaimed. Brother is also quite good at acting. The next day Lin Feng instructed Mia. Just hide inside. Leave the rest to us. She walked in thanking Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately put Jiang Wei's plan into action. How are the miniature surveillance devices inside? Jiang Wei told him. They're working well. The new ghost mark technology definitely won't be discovered by her. Xianhua also said. Rest assured, husband. The adjacent room can be slipped into at any time. After Lin Feng bid farewell to Mia, he walked in. The angel thought triumphantly, I tricked you. Lin Feng also saw through her trick. Got you, angel. You tell Jiang Wei and Xianhua to wait for the critical moment before we make our move. At this moment a ball of flames burst out from Mia's body. An angel walked out from within her, surprising Mia. What's happening? The angel stepped forward, lifted Mia's chin and said. Become a part of me, Mia. Mia cried out in fear, no, don't. Then the angel transferred a bead into her. Mia silently called for help in her heart, Lin Feng, save me. Jiang Wei reminded, it's time, Lin Feng. Then everyone charged forward together. Xianhua instant shift. At this moment the angel was still trying to tell Mia. Give everything to me, Mia. Tong Tong rushed over, let go of sister Mia. Seeing intruders the angel angrily charged forward. How dare you directly break into the golden chamber. The angel was stronger. So she controlled Tong Tong's attack, making it miss her. Gui stepped forward and struck her face with a move. I will return the humiliation I suffered in the last battle to you twofold. Abyssal Bone Claw. The angel also counterattacked using Pure Spirit Flame. Both unleashed moves, pushing each other back. The angel thought to herself. How is this possible? Is this Nightmare level 3 power? In such a short time she actually reached Nightmare level 3. On the other side Gui also showed no weakness. But she felt a slight pain during the fight, damn it. My injuries haven't fully healed yet. My level 3 power can't be fully unleashed. Lin Feng helped Mia up and asked her, Mia, are you okay? While the angel is weakened during fusion. Mia cried out in fear, Lin Feng. After that everyone surrounded the angel. Lin Feng told everyone to attack together and defeat her. Tong Tong and Gui combined their strength. Sister Gui, let's go together. The angel protected herself with her wings, then bounced back energy. She created a blinding light, dazzling everyone, then flew out of the golden chamber. Tong Tong stepped forward and cast a move to protect everyone. Abyssal Defense. Unexpectedly the angel actually created demonic energy to escape. Let's chase her. 2 hours later everyone was still pursuing her. Tong Tong spoke up. Brother, we've been chasing for so long. The angel is still running. We are now in the North Atlantic and ahead is the Bermuda region. Lin Feng immediately calculated after hearing this, then said. Her power should be nearly depleted. Xianhua charged towards the angel. Instant shift, Tong Tong rushed up die. At this moment she was in the Valkyrie twin spirit state. In this state Tong Tong, the evil spirit and the Valkyrie Tong Tong appear simultaneously. Combat power doubles lasting for 3 minutes. At this moment the angel was still trying to defend. Gui said to Lin Feng, it's no use. It's still hard to break her defense. Lucifer said to Lin Feng, you little Mino, beg me. I'll help you deal with her. Lin Feng asked it. Lucifer, what are you scheming now? Lucifer sat inside observing and saying. I'm extremely annoyed right now. To make me watch a livestream for so long. Just because her wings are bigger than mine, and she has a better figure. If I hadn't hatched early, my wings would be 100,000 times prettier than hers. Damn it, fine, I'll lend you a little power. Hit her hard for me. Lin Feng uttered a questioning Thanks. Then he stood amidst the loud noise using the whip of reversal. Its effect is to make the whipped target lose self-control. He wielded the whip of reversal. The angel looked back. What? She didn't expect to be struck by the whip. She screamed in pain. Lin Feng happily exclaimed, success. Lucifer's power is truly amazing. The angel cried out in agony. My head feels like it's about to explode. Lin Feng took the opportunity to say to Tong Tong and Gui. Let's attack the angel. At this moment she cried weakly, damn it. I've already admitted defeat and run away. And you still want to chase. And you've been chasing for so long. You're too much sniffle. Everyone. Lucifer sat inside bursting into laughter. Little Mino, that's what you get for imitating my appearance. Playing tricks are we? At this moment the angel sensed something was wrong. Something's wrong, something's wrong. My demonic energy is completely in disarray. The consciousness that merged with Mia earlier is now entangled with my original consciousness. Dong Dong charged forward, aiming to finish her in one blow. Playing pitiful won't help. Just then magic suddenly protected her. Dong Dong exclaimed in surprise, it's that person. Amon appeared supporting the angel and saying, Angel-sama, I've come to save you. Dong Dong angrily said, it's you again. Amon observed the angel for a moment, then furiously said, Angel-sama. To be tormented like this by you all. I'll blast you all to smithereens. Immediately her magic appeared all around. Lin Feng reminded everyone. She started using magic again. Everyone be careful. Dong Dong pointed downwards and said, Brother, is that down there also magic? Lin Feng was surprised. What is this? The entire sea area was covered by a forest. Lin Feng fell down, a bump appearing on his head. You're awake, what happened? Seeing the large bird ahead, Lin Feng was startled. What kind of strange bird is this, Dong Dong? Dong Dong walked over and said to him, Brother, you're finally awake. Xianhua asked worriedly, My dear husband. I'm just glad you're alright. Lin Feng rubbed his head confused. My head hurts so much. Where is this place? What happened and where's the angel? Dong Dong recounted. Brother, at that time we were chasing the angel. And a strange phenomenon occurred beneath the ocean. We were pulled by an immense force. Sucked into a giant whirlpool on the surface of the sea. Xianhua, run. Xianhua also interjected. My escape was also restricted. Lin Feng suddenly remembered at this point. I remember now, I saw those angels. They were also sucked in. Dong Dong just nodded upon hearing that. Lin Feng continued. Then I seemed to hit something. And lost consciousness. What you hit at that time was the head of a shark. Dong Dong continued. That sinkhole brought us here. Lin Feng thought to himself. Could it be the Bermuda Triangle? The place that truly twists time and space. A legend that actually exists. Dong Dong pointed into the forest and said, Brother, come with me here. There are many strange specters here. Brother, look. Lin Feng looked cautiously, then exclaimed in surprise. These creatures. I've seen them in books in my previous life. These are dinosaurs. They had already gone extinct tens of millions of years ago. How could they appear here as specters? Xiao Rou excitedly took out her camera to take photos. Wow, specters simulating the Jurassic period. Lin Feng pondered, what exactly is this place? Zhang Wei said to him, Lin Feng. It's not just these dinosaurs. Look at our levels. Lin Feng panicked. How can this be? How did your levels drop so much? 5 levels dropped in an instant. At this moment Jian Wei, Dong Dong, Xiao Rou, and Yi Shuang's levels had all dropped to level 5. Dong Dong sighed. Brother, it's not just our levels that dropped. Our demonic energy is also constantly decreasing. And our levels dropped along with it. Lin Feng only then realized the problem. He urgently said. Xianhua, use your skill. And take us to investigate this place. Xianhua said to him, My dear husband. The spatial laws here are too strong. My blink skill can't be used at all. Lin Feng considered for a moment, then said to everyone, Let me try. Demon slaying combat skill, Storm Blade. He swung his sword and still managed to cut down 2 trees. Seeing this, he said to everyone. It seems that because I'm human, my strength hasn't changed. Just then a system prompt appeared. Host has joined the Divine Realms 7 Heavens Amusement Park. The power of specters has been suppressed by the 7 Heavens Amusement Park. Quest explore the Divine Realms 7 Heavens Amusement Park. Within 1 month. Find the secret of the 7 Heavens Amusement Park. And leave this place. Do you accept? Lin Feng thought, a divine realm. Could it be an evil god? Accept? You tell everyone. This is likely a ghost domain. Just like places with powerful laws such as Lucifer's. We must explore here. To see if there are any clues to get out. Tong Tong said excitedly, All right. Brother, Lin Feng asked in confusion. I heard you've been chewing on fruits earlier. Don't ghost spirits only eat ghost chi? Hulong Long and Xiao were eating fruits over there. Xiao waved her hand while eating a banana. And refuted Xianhua. Sister found that it's edible. Xianhua said to her husband, Try this. The flora and fauna here aren't just edible for humans. Ghosts can also replenish energy and lost ghost chi with them. Zhang Wei said while eating. This must be the rule here, right? We can only rely on food to replenish our ghost chi. To protect our levels. Lin Feng picked up a fruit. The things we've encountered today are truly strange. Things are getting a bit out of hand. Next everyone saw a vast grassland ahead. Lin Feng told everyone. Anyway, let's explore this strange place first. Tong Tong excitedly said to everyone. Brother, can we find dinosaurs to play with? Angel and Aman fell down from that side, getting stuck on a branch. Aman said awkwardly. Lady Angel, today has been absolutely dreadful. It seems we've arrived at some strange place. Our power has been suppressed by this place. We've dropped 5 levels. No sooner had he finished speaking, the branch broke and Angel and Aman fell. Aman quickly apologized. Lady Angel, I didn't mean to. Aman's hand was still on Angel's chest at this moment. She angrily said, Aman, you dare, you actually dare. Aman awkwardly thought him finished. Lady Angel is furious. Will she punish me? Angel weakly cried and said. Aman, you actually dare to bully me, boo-hoo. Aman thought. Lin Feng, it must be you who turned our Lady Angel into this. I will never let you off. Afterwards Aman gently cooed to her Lady Angel. Aman will protect you. Aman thought Lady Angel is so cute right now. At this moment Angel seemed to suddenly sober up. She looked at Aman with icy eyes. Aman felt something was wrong. What's going on? Afterwards Angel unleashed a bolt of lightning, making Aman scream in pain. Have mercy on me, Lady Angel. On Lin Feng's side, Tong Tong Xiao and Ling Luo were playing on a brontosaurus. Brother, come join us, it's really fun. It's a dinosaur slide. Lin Feng called out to everyone. Alright, it's time to set off. He sighed. They're really a bunch of kids. Everyone arrived at a place with 2 dinosaur skeletons. The bones are so big. Brother, the museum needs to be expanded. Afterwards Lin Feng and his group went to the riverside to fish. Tong Tong asked everyone, is everyone ready? Lin Feng said, we can eat all the food here. In the ghost spirit's house, there were also many barbecue tools. We can finally use them. Tong Tong happily caught a fish. Brother, I caught a fish. The phoenix robe ghostess and Ling Luo also happily brought back a strange animal. Ling Luo and I found a strange chicken. After eating the food, Lin Feng said to Xianhua, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Xianhua said happily, thank you, husband. Afterwards she suddenly felt something behind her and said to Lin Feng, husband, I feel something approaching from the forest. At this moment everyone re-entered combat mode. Everyone be careful, it's a group of evil spirits. It turned out to be a pack of level 5 spirit-devouring dragons. Invading 7 Joy Park. Those spirit devourers surrounded everyone. Lin Feng reminded them we're surrounded by dinosaurs. And there are so many of them. Tong Tong still believed her level was higher. She said proudly, humph, they're just shrank evil spirits. Jiang Wei reminded her, you idiot. We've also been reduced to shrank. And our new skills are still here. Lin Feng then said to everyone, let's go everyone, this is a good chance to see how strong the evil spirits here are. 3 lanterns of the underworld battle power boost. Tong Tong received a lantern buff. Tong Tong said while fighting with Sister Xuanhua's boost, these dinosaurs are nothing to fear. Battle 1. Lin Feng was also fighting 2 evil spirits. Combat skill Demon Breaker. He then slew those 2 soul eaters with sword dance. Battle 1. Battle 1. He immediately charged at the next wave of enemies to continue fighting. Lin Feng said with a smile, do you think you can defeat me with numbers alone? Lin Feng received a lantern buff. Combat skill Demon Breaker Vacuum Slash. Continuously slaying those soul eaters. Battle 1. Battle 1. Battle 1. Battle 1. Battle 1. Seeing this, Tong Tong happily exclaimed, you guys are amazing. Lan Lan was also fighting, binding them with chains, trapped together so Sister Xianhua could burn them. Xianhua then burned them with soul fire. Battle 1. Tong Tong observed the situation and said loudly, they're scared. The remaining evil spirits were devouring each other. These soul eaters had now merged, transforming into a raptor lord. Abyss Tier 1. Merging, devouring each other. This was their ability. Tong Tong stepped forward. She cast the ice golem. It blocked the soul eater's flame breath. She resisted for a while, then said worriedly, its flame temperature is too high. The ice golem is starting to melt. Yi Shuang stepped forward, cut it down with a sword, and then said, hey, did you forget him still here? Tong Tong and Lan Lan said admiringly. As expected of Sister Yi Shuang. Yi Shuang said happily, it's nothing, this evil spirit just forced an evolution. If you weren't suppressed, you could easily handle it too. Over on the angel's side, she said weakly, Aman comforted her. Lady Angel, please hold on a little longer. Lady Angel, just a few more times, and I can dispel the ghastly aura. And your power will surge. At this moment Aman was transferring magic to the angel. Aman secretly thought happily, hee, Lady Angel is just too cute. The angel said shyly, Aman, hurry up, Aman. Our powers are suppressed. And the ghastly aura is constantly draining. We can't even fly for long periods. I suspect a powerful entity created this ghost domain. Aman also finished the magic transfer, came out and said, I also saw Lin Feng and the others being drawn here earlier. They were drawn here. However, they didn't cause any threat before they left. Let's eat something first, it can replenish our lost soul energy. She then pulled out a burnt squid and said happily, Lady Angel, try the food I made. Though this is my first time cooking. The angel picked up the squid. Seeing this, Aman was full of anticipation. The angel took a bite and felt her stomach churn. Seeing this, Aman asked worriedly, Is it that bad, Lady Angel? The angel forced herself to swallow the piece of squid. She pretended to praise it. It's alright, quite delicious. Aman said in surprise. Lady Angel. She thought to herself, Lady Angel used to be so aloof, but now she's become so gentle. She then stepped forward and playfully clung to the angel. Hee, Lady Angel is so kind. I'll definitely take good care of Lady Angel. Lin Feng and the others must be having a terrible time. If I run into them, I'll definitely teach him a good lesson for Lady Angel. Hearing this, the angel felt a little touched and shy. Meanwhile, with Lin Feng, after defeating the devouring dragon, they dismembered and ate it. So full, so full. Dinosaur meat is really tasty. Sister Manhua's cooking is excellent. The next day, Tong Tong called Lin Feng over. Brother, this is the fifth one. Lin Feng sighed. There are so many evil spirits here. I wonder when Xiao Rou will finish her search. Xiao Rou flew to a high spot to observe, then reported downward. Spirit detected. Xiao Rou found something. There's smoke deep in the jungle, maybe there's a clue. Seeing this, Lin Feng gave his consent. Let's go in that direction. Tong Tong sighed. It's too far. Our demonic energy is depleting so fast. I can't fly anymore. She asked Hun Blunglung if it could still transform. Hun Blunglung only let out a weak whimper. Suddenly a gust of wind swept by. What was that just now? It's a 5th-tier leopard dragon. Lin Feng had a sudden flash of inspiration. I've got it. He defeated the leopard dragon. Then he used it as a mount. Tong Tong excitedly ran forward. Go leopard dragon. Xiao Rou also said happily. Finally, no more walking. Tong Tong commanded it. Leopard dragon, catch up to those wolves ahead. They'll be our dinner. The several 8th-tier great-tailed wolves just cried and ran away. Unable to resist, Tong Tong stepped forward and speared one with her long spear. Hee, we've got roasted meat. Then she threw some to the leopard dragon. Alright, let's head back to camp. After chasing a few leopards, the leopard dragon was now tired. Xiao Rou walked up, patted its head and said, Leopard dragon, you have to work hard. Otherwise you'll become dried dinosaur. Then you'll turn into roasted meat. Lin Feng exclaimed. Xiao Rou, why aren't you working? Xiao Rou explained, I'm already very weak. And I'm even weaker now. You can't force me. Lin Feng observed the remaining campfire on the ground. He said, this campfire, perhaps it's the one we saw earlier. The one we encountered before. This fire is still warm. They definitely left not long ago. Let's follow their tracks together. Tong Tong was full of enthusiasm. Alright, let's go. Angel and Aman were being chased by a huge creature. The two luckily hid behind a tree. Angel was furious, having reached her limit. It's just a mere tier 2 abyssal creature. Aman advised Lady Angel, please calm down, calm down. Our current level is low. Our demonic energy is still constantly draining. Angel said helplessly, what a disgrace, I already dropped 5 levels. And I haven't eaten in ages. I'm almost dropping to shrank. Aman sighed. Lady Angel, I still have some roasted lizard here. The two ate the charred roasted lizard. Angel asked again, Aman, have we been going in circles in the forest? Aman vaguely replied, certainly not, my lady. Suddenly a fragrant scent wafted over. Angel suddenly came to her senses, it smells so good. Aman also looked around, drooling. Could that smell be roasted meat? Then she wiped her drool and said to Lady Angel, let's go take a look. Over on Lin Feng's side, everyone was having a party by the river. After defeating many wolves, Manhua was in charge of cooking. She handed a plate of food to Tong Tong and said, it's roasted, take it to everyone. Seeing this, Tong Tong praised everything Sister Manhua makes is delicious. Then everyone fed the leopard dragon together. Here, leopard dragon. This is your reward. Reward. At this moment Angel and Aman saw the scene. They stood on the opposite bank of the river and shouted loudly, Lin Feng. Lin Feng and his group were very surprised. Angel, Aman. At this moment Angel was very angry. Aman quickly tried to dissuade her. Lady Angel, they have more people and we are currently outmatched. Let's retreat for now. Lin Feng thought to himself. We really ran into them, should we fight? Angel wouldn't run away again, would she? Suddenly Angel's stomach growled, damn it. My stomach just had to. Xiao Rou and Tong Tong had a sudden idea. We have a plan, we'll do this and then that. Ling Luo thought the idea was reasonable and echoed them. So everyone smirked sinisterly together. Seeing this, Lin Feng asked, what strange thing are you all planning? Ling Luo held a pile of meat skewers. She walked out and said to Angel and Aman, "Hey ladies." Angel and Aman didn't understand what was happening and were angry. Xiao said, "Look at you two, you must be starving, aren't you? Want to try some?" Ling Luo, while putting food in her mouth, exclaimed, "Barbecue. Sister Zuanhua's grilled meat is truly exceptional. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, flavorful but not greasy." Xiao said with a smile. "Looking at your pitiful state, you can't possibly be eating only bugs and lizards all the time, can you? We're very generous, just tell us if you want some. Don't be shy, ha ha ha." At this moment Angel was very angry and was gathering her strength. Aman advised her, "Lady Angel, they're doing it on purpose, don't fall for it." Then Aman, not to be outdone, turned around and said, "Who says we only eat bugs and lizards? Look at these delicious fruits we just found." Angel was a bit embarrassed because the plate of fruit Aman was holding had gone bad. Aman and Tongtong also brought out fragrant fruit platters and food, saying, "This is Sister Zuanhua's braised shrimp and fruit platter." Xiao and Ling Luo continued to provoke the two of them while eating. "You two sisters are truly pathetic." At this point Angel was extremely angry. Aman was still trying hard to persuade Lady Angel to stay calm. At this moment a group of lizards was flying in the sky. The Phoenix Robe Ghostess vigilantly reminded everyone, "Something's coming from underground." Angel's side also sensed it. "This is the aura of an Abyss Tier 2 creature." No sooner had she spoken than a Tier 2 abyssal burrowing dragon burst out from underground. It really is a giant Tier 2 evil spirit. Tongtong saw something and told Lin Feng there's more underground. It's also bringing a Tier 3 juvenile burrowing dragon. They charged towards Lin Feng. "They're coming for us. Call everyone. Everyone quickly get on Dragon Leopard's back and urge it to run fast." Dragon Leopard, run, they're catching up. At this moment Dragon Leopard was already very tired from long periods of running and carrying heavy loads. But it still ran with all its might. Aman said to Angel, "Lady Angel, if this demonic energy keeps falling like this, we won't last much longer." The giant dragon rushed closer, and Lin Feng and the others attacked with rock cannons. Lin Feng reacted quickly, making Dragon Leopard turn around. "Rocks are coming." Dragon Leopard reacted quickly, turning around just in time. "Well done." The giant dragon continued its assault. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng said to Angel, "Angel, Aman, let's call a temporary truce. Let's deal with this guy together." Angel said angrily, "Isn't this all your fault for getting us into this situation? You just had to chase me all the way here." Lin Feng said to her, "We're both suppressed now. If we team up, our chances of winning are higher. Maybe we can even find a way out and leave Bermuda together. Then we can fight again." Aman also persuaded Angel, "Lady Angel, perhaps we should accept his proposal for now. As long as there are green mountains, there will be wood to burn." Angel listened, found it reasonable, and temporarily agreed. "All right. I'll listen to Aman." Lin Feng will have a temporary truce. Aman, upon hearing this, was both shy and delighted. "Ah, Lady Angel." From the sky meteors came hurtling down. Lin Feng, seeing this from the observation deck, also panicked. "Meteors again." Seeing the urgent situation, Aman used her spiritual power. "Watch me." A shield then appeared protecting them. "Magic shield. My shield won't last long. Quickly get out of the meteor shower's range." But as expected, she only managed to hold on for a short while, then collapsed, falling into Angel's arms. "I can't go on, I've used up too much demonic energy. Finally I can lie in Lady Angel's arms. I'm so happy." Seeing Aman unable to hold on and collapsing into her arms, Angel turned around. "Lin Feng, quick, give us some food to replenish our demonic energy." Lin Feng immediately patted the canopy. "Tongtong, give them the fruit." The little girl acknowledged the command and immediately flew over to the two. "Okay." Angel picked up a banana and started eating it. "My power is starting to recover." Aman also picked up a piece of watermelon and started eating it, and joyfully revived. Behind them several young burrowing WIRMS appeared, charging towards them. Then a system notification sound rang out, "Enemies incoming from the rear." Everyone unleashed their techniques from inside the wooden house, striking those burrowing WIRMS. Dragon's Judgment Spirit Purge Demon. Lin Feng turned around again to remind everyone, "Our power is limited. We can't keep expending it like this. We must approach from a distance to deal with it." Soon after, a large group of young burrowing WIRMS and a burrowing dragon appeared. He commanded, "It's time to counterattack Dragon Leopard charge." Upon receiving the order, Dragon Leopard let out a low growl of agreement and charged towards that group of drill-headed dinosaurs of various sizes. Seeing the two sides about to collide, Lin Feng immediately instructed Angel and Amon, "Those small dinosaurs are up to you." Then a stream of spiritual energy appeared in the air. Amon retorted, "We're not your subordinates." A whirlwind descended upon those small dinosaurs, making them dizzy. Elemental gale. Seeing its comrades under attack, the large dinosaur finally raised its head and looked towards the sky. It condensed its energy into a sphere. Then, it fired dense projectiles towards the group. Amon panicked at the sight of this. "My shield can't hold." Leiling also frantically raised a barrier. Lin Feng also had no choice but to call out to Yatona. Seeing this, Yatona summoned a god mech, and Xianhua also came to help. 3,000 floral lanterns. Lin Feng did not sit idly by either, but instead enhanced his combat power. Just as they were fighting with all their might, a person was observing everything from a distance. "Combat squad, follow me." The god mech blocked an attack from the burrowing dragon. Its drill shattered. The dragon that was accumulating energy was already very close to them. Lin Feng sensed the critical situation and began issuing orders. "It's almost upon us. Dragon Leopard, charge." "Tong Tong, prepare." The little girl obediently replied, "Yes, big brother." The dragon unleashed a mud cannon, firing directly at them. Lin Feng quickly called upon the Empress. The phoenix-robed sorceress raised her bow. Understood. The angel beside her also raised her hand in a gun shape, aiming together at one direction. Too slow. Then one person unleashed a purifying wave, and the other unleashed a phoenix aspect. 9 heavens firing at the dragon's mud cannon. The two techniques combined, blowing away the monster's previous attack, inflicting considerable damage upon it. Lin Feng seized the opportunity. "This is a good time. Tong Tong, go, don't let it escape." The little girl quickly obeyed the command and charged forward. "Yes, big brother." Tong Tong unleashed an Arctic colossus, freezing the giant dragon, causing it to shriek in agony. But this dragon was no pushover. It immediately recovered its strength and charged forward. Lin Feng also seized the moment. "Zhang Wei, entangle its drill." She immediately replied, "Okay." Subsequently, the dragon was entangled by Jiang Wei's talismans. It howled in pain. "Tong Tong." While the dragon is controlled, immediately unleash an ice blade attack on it. With a shout, the battle ended. Flower of the underworld bloom. System notification sound. Victory announcement EXP 3000. Angel, looking at the scene of the recent battle with the dragon, exclaimed, "These women are truly fierce." Upon hearing this, Amon also shrugged. "Indeed, Lord Angel is fierce as yourself." Seeing that the dragon had been defeated, those young dragons also quickly burrowed away and fled. Seeing that they had all run off, Xiaorou then shouted, "The little drillheads are all scared away." As soon as 11 achieved victory, the system rewarded him with a map, and a prompt appeared. 25 exploration progress. Reward map fragment. 11 maps, marking their current location and human settlements. Lin Feng secretly rejoiced after seeing this. There's actually a human settlement here. After getting what he wanted, Lin Feng turned to thank the angel. It startled her. "Thanks for your help just now. Otherwise the big guy would have been really hard to deal with." The angel blushed. System prompt: Angel bond value 1. But she still stubbornly hummed in response. "Don't think too much into it. I'm just temporarily teaming up with you." Amon, standing by, echoed, Exactly. Lady Angel is mine. Don't get any ideas about Lady Angel." You watched the angel bond value increase, feeling perplexed. "I can actually gain angel bond value. Why not try?" The angel here was shyly blushing, while Amon looked at her with disdain and confusion. The angel quickly changed the subject. "Here they come again. We consumed too much just now." "It's all your fault," Xiaorou excitedly suggested. "The crisis has been resolved. Everyone, let's continue with the barbecue." "Angel, you all come over too." Tong Tong immediately echoed, "Okay." Lin Feng held a few skewers, secretly delighted as he saw the angel bond value increase by 1. "Good, it increased again." The angel pretended to reluctantly agree. "This is what we deserve." And Amon was overjoyed. "We have barbecue to eat." But then, as if they sensed something, they all looked towards the forest. Jiang Wei became alert. "Lin Feng, I feel more ghost spirits coming." He also loudly warned everyone, "Something's happening. Everyone prepare." Then from the forest, 2 orang demon bears and 1 orang giant demon bear walked out. It left him utterly shocked. There are other ghostly creatures on this island. Xiaorou was also surprised. "Why does it feel familiar?" Jiang Wei couldn't explain. A group of fully armed people walked out. Seeing this, Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, Humans isn't that the village marked on the map. They look like an army from a bygone era. Jiang Wei looked at the group, her brows furrowed. Lin Feng, be careful. The combat suits and firearms these people are wearing are similar to demon hunter equipment and can harm both humans and ghosts. Then from behind that group, Diana, riding a tier 1 abyssal thunderwolf, walked out from behind and introduced herself. Greetings outsiders, I am Diana, the chief of the aircraft carrier tribe. Seeing her actively introduce herself, he also spoke. Hello everyone. I am Lin Feng. But in his heart he thought, willing to communicate. It seems these people aren't very hostile. Saki was also in the crowd. It's you guys. Wu Xin also excitedly pointed at them. Lin Feng, it's you guys, and there's Lady Angel and Lord Amon. Amon was also surprised to see them. Saki, Wu Xin. Lin Feng began to recall, it's actually these two guys. Then the two of them rushed forward and hugged the angel, grinning from ear to ear. We thought we'd never see Lady Angel again after getting here. It was truly awful without Lady Angel along the way. But her face was icy cold. Why are you two here? Amon behind her was furious but helpless. The two cried tearfully, it's all because Bryce kept hunting us. And we were accidentally pulled in here while escaping. After coming in our powers. The angel looked at the two crying figures and asked. You two must have done something foolish again. Which is why you're being hunted, right? Then Saki looked at Lin Feng and asked. How is Lady Angel with Lin Feng? The angel shrugged. For some reason, we've temporarily ceased hostilities and are working together to find a way out. We'll fight again once we're out. The two heard this and immediately became overjoyed. Then I can be with them. Chief Diana, of the aircraft carrier tribe, seeing them chatting so happily, also removed her mask and asked. Do you know them? Are these people your friends? Wu Xin excitedly pointed at Lin Feng and the others. Yes. This is Lady Angel and Lord Amon. Are these people your friends? Gusen excitedly pointed at his team. Yes. This is Lady Angel and Lord Amon. Our dear ones. CD added at the same time. And our temporary friends. Lin Feng and the ghost spirit behind him, everyone. Those accompanying Diana only got excited upon hearing this. Are they friends of Gusen? Then it's fine. Are they from the outside like Duan? That boy named Lin Feng is so handsome. What's it like outside? People from the outside all seem different. But Amon's face darkened again. How annoying. I really want to teach these two a good lesson. Lin Feng's face also darkened. Calm down first. Now is not the time to act. Well, teach them a lesson once we're out. Dong. Seeing the two of them like this, he was also reminded. Keep your expression a bit kinder. Diana quickly invited them to be her guests. If you are friends of Gusen and CD, then you are honored guests of our sample village. We will treat everyone well. Lin Feng's heart stirred. Sample village. What a strange name, using the word sample from the previous era. It's a human settlement. Is it marked on the map? Let's go see if there are any clues. Dong and Xiao Rou climbed onto the dragon leopard's head and ordered. Dragon leopard, follow us, while give you something delicious later. Ghost spirit record. Jula appeared in the human sample village. This combination is too mysterious. The dragon leopard also let out a cooperative howl. The villagers' eyes lit up and they exclaimed in surprise. Wow, that's so cool, they actually trained a dragon leopard as a mount. How did they do that? This is what people from the outside are like. In our village, no one has ever successfully contracted with a dinosaur before. Gusen excitedly recounted. Lord Angel, once we get out you must help us teach Blythe a lesson. She beat my sister up really badly. CD also nodded. We were just joking with her. The villagers sighed. Gusen is so cute. And Master CD too. Lin Feng only asked after seeing that scene. Gusen and CD seem to be very popular among you. Diana confirmed. Yes, they are both cute and kind. Especially their abilities, they are very popular. Lin Feng recalled that incident, feeling indescribable. Their abilities. Amon covered his mouth, secretly chuckling from behind. Are the customs here relatively open? Lin Feng turned his head, covering his mouth, and said, even though our powers are weakened, we should still keep our distance from those two. Amon immediately agreed upon hearing this. Exactly. Diana, walking ahead, announced, that's our village. Dong cried out in admiration. And Xiao Rou also couldn't help but exclaim. It really is sample village. Before them was a village surrounded by walls and a river looking incredibly magnificent. Diana's face showed unconcealed pride. How about it? Our village is quite grand, isn't it? Our ancestors built this little by little. The city's power comes from those reactors. The intact reactors of Sample Village. Come in with me. The gatekeeper reported upwards that the village chief had returned. Open the gate. Then the iron gate also opened. Diana announced and walked inside. This is the inside of our village. To welcome the arrival of our friends from the outside world, I will hold a grand banquet. They stood in front of an airplane exclaiming continuously. Can this even be called a village? It can already be considered a city. Wow, the airplane is so big. I'm seeing one for the first time. Xiaorou and Dong Dong approached the airplane. This is a bomber, a real airplane. Diana began to explain. This is something our ancestors left behind. It's been here for hundreds of years. How cool. But it seems to be broken and trying to figure out how to repair it. As he was walking down, he heard a system notification. Exploration progress 50. Reward 1 map fragment. He sighed inwardly. He had obtained another map fragment. And that map fragment was marked with Cat God. Lin Feng began to deduce based on the system notification. Looks like this is the next place we need to go. Is that the Cat God? I feel like the mysteries here are growing. Perhaps this place holds clues to how the 7 paradises were formed. Come out. He looked at the wild beasts nearby, wanting to reach out and touch them. This village entirely populated by spirit beasts is truly odd. Diana explained. These are our companions. Companions who live and fight alongside us. They seem to like you very much. Diana took off her mask. Let's go. I'll show everyone around. She led them to the cultivation area. This is our cultivation area. We transplant and cultivate edible plants found outside. The spirit beasts work with us. Tong Tong pointed at a spirit beast lying in the middle of the cultivation area. Bro, look, there's a lazy bum over there. Angel turned his head and asked. Those are the demon army. Aman offered his opinion. To think they train spirit beasts into a demon army. They are the sheep army and the rabbit army. Angel watched the spirit beasts carrying things. The spirit beasts here seem to be very intelligent. Lin Feng also blurted out in surprise. So does that mean Longbao is also very smart? They passed by the weapon manufacturing area. Diana introduced these spirit beasts with special patterns. They can transform their own equipment into weapons to eliminate demon spirits. Lin Feng turned to Zhang Wei and asked, could it be? Zhang Wei affirmed, that's right. It's the demonic rune engraving technology. Although not as advanced as the sanctuary, it can still produce artificial demonic artifacts. When night fell, everyone gathered for a party. Everyone get hyped. Everyone grilled meat together. Cheers rose one after another while Longbao jumped so well. I didn't expect Longbao to have such a skill. Longbao, Longbao. Xiaorou also started the storytelling session. Her singing and acting convinced everyone, centered around 3 main storylines. She narrated the strange revival of a bygone era. Everyone present was very excited. Finally, they could learn about the history of the outside world over the past few hundred years. Someone handed Angel a skewer of meat. Husband, my treat for everyone. Angel ate with relish. The bond value also increased. Angel's bond value increased again. Lin Feng walked out again. He went to where Diana was drinking. Diana, your ancestors. How did you all come here? Is there a way to get out? She answered while drinking. It's a long story, let me tell it slowly. Diana began to tell the story. That was hundreds of years ago. When the Great War broke out, our ancestors came from 2 warring nations. Their main fleets launched a decisive battle in the Bermuda Triangle. After that, the scene changed. An unexpected anomaly occurred in Bermuda, sucking both fleets into this place. She recalled the situation at the time. At first, the surviving armies on both sides remained hostile. But the dangers encountered in this place far exceeded imagination. The scene shifted to both sides shaking hands and forming an alliance. Later, both sides came to believe that humanity must abandon all prejudices and unite to survive in the wilderness. So they jointly formed the prototype of the village. The blueprint. Those were our ancestors. But as she narrated, the scene shifted to them taming spirit beasts. During the village's construction, our ancestors encountered those spirit beasts. Rare animal spirit beasts were being preyed upon by dinosaurs, so they formed a pact with them. From then on, they became part of the village. Over at the party, Xiaorou was still enthusiastically narrating the ending. From that time onwards, Lin Feng took charge of everything with my help. Xiaorou pacified the east and west, defeating Lucifer, ending the conflicts and reaching a reconciliation. Someone raised a hand to ask, Commander, is Lin Feng the strongest person in the outside world? Xiaorou excitedly replied, that's right. Diana picked up a meat skewer. Later, occasionally, again, new people have entered from the outside world. But the entrance location is random every time. Our ancestors also couldn't find an exit. So we can only live here peacefully. Lin Feng handed her a map. I have a map here. Take a look, it has a temple marked on it. Do you have any information about it? Diana looked at the map he handed over. I've never heard of this temple. But I know this forest. If you want to go I can take you there. Lin Feng immediately agreed him, then I'll trouble you. Then he heard someone call him commander. When Lin Feng turned around he gaped, looking at the three people who had just called him. Commander Lin Feng, we heard you're the strongest person from the outside world. We want to know just how strong you are. Please accept our challenge. Diana saw them and shouted, it's those three muscle-brained idiots again. Lin Feng quickly sent them away. But Lin Feng calmly accepted the challenge. It's fine, I accept your challenge. He also thought to himself. This is a good chance to see how much stronger I am than ordinary people. With the system's enhancement. They came to an open area. People gathered around cheering loudly. Commander Lin Feng. Commander Lin Feng. Dong Dong held a microphone and began to show off his hosting skills. Both contestants have entered the arena. On the left we have Lin Feng from Great Ghost Anomaly. On the right we have the three challengers from Model Village. Ling Luo also chimed in. Lin Feng, a seemingly frail person against three strong warriors. What will the final result be? Let's wait and see. The people outside also cheered excitedly. Go Commander Lin Feng. Lucifer on the other side was noisy with a skewer of meat in his hand. Hurry up and fight, you idiots. Aman was still chewing on a skewer of meat. Lord Angel said Lin Feng is human. Can he really fight those muscle-bound guys? The angel, however, only cared about the skewer in their hand. I'm not interested in this. This sentence hurt Amon's heart. Lord Angel had reverted to their indifferent personality. Then the three people took out their weapons. Commander Lin Feng. We are ready. Commander Lin Feng, please enlighten us. May we begin? Commander Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his hand again. Wait. His action puzzled the others. Dong Dong also asked him, what is this? Lin Feng put away his weapon. My weapon is too strong. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you. Then Lin Feng eyed the angel's skewer. Angel, let me borrow your skewer for a moment. Then he, before the angel could react to what was happening, snatched it away. I'll give it back to you later. Aman, standing nearby, also angrily told Lin Feng. I'm going to tear you apart. I haven't even had a bite of Lord Angel's skewer yet. Lin Feng walked in front of the three people, holding the skewer, waving it like a sword. I'm ready. Diana raised her gun. If everyone is ready, then the gunshot will be the signal for the match to begin. Challenge begins. A masked person wielding a large saber charged forward. I'll go first. He swiftly swung his saber at him, but he was able to jump to dodge it. Then another slash came down, creating a powerful shockwave on the ground. Lin Feng also dodged sideways. Too dangerous, too dangerous. He also took advantage of his opponent's mistake to deliver a blow. His blow made the opponent fall. The other two also worried about him and rushed forward. Big brother. After the fight, Lin Feng immediately took a bite of the skewer. Your strength isn't enough, come at me all at once. Seeing this, Aman angrily yelled at Lin Feng, how dare you eat that? That's where Lord Angel bit it. I'll bite you to death. The remaining two people charged forward simultaneously. In that case, well, gladly oblige. Then Commander Lin Feng's sharp blade unsheathed and the storm raged anew. But Lin Feng merely pointed at that person. Then a beam of light struck down the person holding the pig spear. Combat skill, demon-shattering stormer. The last person seized the opportunity to get behind him. You have an opening iron fist storm. But before he could even touch Lin Feng, he seemed to sense something. What? Lin Feng had already blocked his attack with one hand. The power is too strong. That person was flung away by Lin Feng with a single hand, causing him to cry out involuntarily. Two commentators flew in the air reporting on the battle. The outcome was undeniable. Winner Lin Feng. Even though they lost, the three struggled to crawl towards him. Commander Lin Feng, please accept us as your disciples. Please take us on, but Lin Feng refused. You can't learn my techniques. The surrounding people also cheered Commander Lin Feng. Commander Lin Feng. CD asked with a smile, what should we do in this situation now? Guxian said excitedly. Of course, make everyone even happier, big sister. Lin Feng and Aman panicked when they saw the two of them smiling like that. This isn't good, that smile, those two guys. Aman quickly shouted, stop that. Lin Feng also ran towards them. Everyone quickly stopped them. The two of them, one throwing and one catching, used their abilities. Hey everyone, let's get hyped, big sister is so gentle. Lin Feng and the others were utterly panicked. Aman also gnashed his teeth and said, I'll bite you all to death. After that there were bursts of cheers. I'm treating everyone to good food outside. Let's get hyped. Lin Feng was also having too much fun to think of leaving. One arm around Angel, the other arm around Manhua. So happy. The two people next to him also echoed, yeah. My dear CD felt regret again. What a pity. Our abilities are severely suppressed. Now I can only make everyone excited. Guxian also circulated her spiritual energy. Now it's my turn. Everyone please rest well. As soon as her ability was activated, everyone felt sleepy. My ability can also make everyone sleep soundly. After that, everyone fell asleep regardless of the setting. The next day, everyone began their journey. Tong Tong excitedly set off for the temple with Long Bao. Amon, on the other hand, comforted Angel. Lord Angel, were you alright last night? CD waved goodbye to Lin Feng and his party. Have a safe journey, everyone. Wait for everyone to return, Guxian also said. I also want to adventure in the forest. So my big sister and I will stay behind. Lin Feng looked at the map. According to the map, the temple is deep within the forest. Diana looked at him. Many powerful evil spirits dwell in the forest. We've only explored part of the area. Be careful once you enter. A dinosaur beast was shot. Diana looked at the creature that had been shot. The dinosaurs we've encountered along the way have been getting stranger and stranger. Ahead was a map marking the temple's location. They saw a small floating island. He looked up. It was a floating island with a temple on it. Perhaps that's the temple we're looking for. Lin Feng looked at the island, his mind racing with thoughts. What a complete structure. This isn't an alien object that was absorbed. Instead, it's something that has existed in Seven Joys Park from the very beginning. Could it be that the person enshrined in this temple is the true deity who built this divine realm? After that, they echoed together, let's go. Let's go up and see. Lin Feng and his party also flew up at the same time. This temple might be related to the formation of this space. But they were blocked by a barrier. This is bad. They were flung far away by that energy. Tong Tong quickly recognized it. Brother, that barrier just now seems to be a ghost domain. It has already surrounded this forest area. Lin Feng said in a panic. Are there ghosts in this temple? Everyone be careful. Xianhua, however, looked excited. My dear, I feel my power has recovered. Tong Tong also upgraded to Nightmare Stage 2. Brother, all our powers are back. Amon, on the other hand, ascended to Nightmare Stage 3. This time I can teach them a lesson. Lin Feng. Angel ascended to Nightmare Stage 3. Xianhua ascended to Nightmare Stage 1. He was truly surprised. Diana watched the scene from below, full of emotion. Wow. Is this everyone's initial strength? That's incredible. It was overwhelmingly powerful, but their joy didn't last long. Before Xianhua sensed danger. My husband, this isn't good. Immediately after, an attack landed on them. Fortunately, Xianhua's flash evasion blocked it. Angel frowned in gratitude. Xianhua also warned that a demon from this ghost domain had attacked. Then the shadow of the Tier 2 demon Gaia appeared. Fellow travelers, I am a remnant shadow of Gaia. Within my territory, your suppression is temporarily lifted. He looked at the newly appeared demon and asked, is this the spirit in the temple? Why is it just a shadow of a god? Angel made a judgment. It seems she can influence the rules here. Meanwhile, Temple Gaia, accumulating energy in her hand, replied, you yearn to challenge me, don't you? Amon, hearing this, taunted. Just a Tier 2 demon. We have 3 Tier 3 demons here. Little Shadow Lin Feng also summoned his armor. Xiao Ro, take Diana and Dragon Leopard to a safe place first. Protect them well. Xiao Ro immediately agreed. Okay. No need to fight. Diana also cooperated. Okay. Just as they dispersed, those few people began to fight. Dragon's judgment. Then on Gaia's dragon horn hairpin, energy began to accumulate. Gaia summoned a dragon. Come forth, my subordinate Night Dragon. Tear them to shreds. Night Frost Demon also joined the battle. Netherbone Claw. But then she was startled. Teleportation. By the time Night Frost realized it, the dragon was directly above her, mouth open. Lin Feng panicked. Night Frost. But then he was knocked flying by a move called Hua from the underworld. Angel began to act. Amon, can you seal her? But Amon's answer was not what he wanted. No, I can't lock onto her position. She teleports too fast. Then Gaia began accumulating energy, preparing her move Earth Ritual in the name of Mother Earth. Bury them. After that, the forest began to mutate. Lin Feng's group also started to panic. The forest gradually turned into a vortex. Everyone felt like they were being sucked in. The demonic aura was also constantly disappearing. This is her rule. Once sucked underground, they might be sealed forever. On Xiao Rao's side, Thunder Wolf was trying hard to pull Dragon Leopard up. Thunder Wolf anxiously said a little higher, I'm a demon. I don't want to be buried alive. Night Frost watched this scene, growing anxious. We must deal with that shadow before that earth current vortex forms. But Amon pointed out the problem they faced. She moves too fast. We can't get close to her. Xianhua turned her head and told Lin Feng what she had discovered. My husband. I've made a discovery, it might be her weakness. He asked back in surprise. What? Xianhua began to explain. Every time she uses an ability, the dragon horn on her head flashes. This might be her weakness. And even though her speed is faster than my flash evasion, the distance she moves each time isn't too far. My flash evasion can barely keep up with her movements. As long as everyone can stall her, I can teleport you, my husband, and Tonton close to her and then attack the dragon horn. Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly after hearing this. Good. Xianhua, be careful. Everyone acted according to Xianhua's plan. She also happily said, thank you, my husband, you flatter me. He began to direct the Operation Night Frost Angel. Later you two find a way to corner that shadow into a fixed area, limiting its range of movement. The two agreed after hearing this. After that, the two began to use their abilities. Then the three members of Lin Feng's group rushed towards Gaia. But they were still a step too late, just barely. Lin Feng immediately warned the angel. Attack more fiercely. Let's quickly teleport after her. However, just as they were about to act, Gaia already appeared behind them, holding an energy sphere in her hand. Fortunately, Tonton reacted quickly and blocked one of Gaia's attacks. The arena gradually grew chaotic. Help, we're almost done for. Here, underworld flower, soul cleansing flame. The two angels, after a struggle, were nearing their limit. Lin Feng, my ghost chi is being sucked away by the vortex. Grand Minister, quickly go. Yes, sir. Lin Feng gave his order while Gaia was evading. Now, Ling Luo, Xianhua, Jiang Wei, move out. They immediately obeyed the command. Yes. Immediately after, Gaia was bound by their combined efforts. Sabalaba Ghost Flower, 3,000 lanterns of stasis. Then Lin Feng also. Xianhua and Tonton seized the chance and rushed forward. Got you. Immediately after, the system voice announced victory. Experience points 200,000. Ghost Spirit Xianhua auto-leveled up. After leveling up, Xianhua was overjoyed. Husband, I've leveled up. Xianhua has also reached Nightmare Tier 2. The system continued. New Ghost Art, Ghost Hydrangea Toss. The Ghost Hydrangea inflicts random negative statuses, such as Daze, Fear, and Armor Break to attack enemies. The ground returned to normal. They also showed expressions of joy. Wait a minute. The ghost realm from before has vanished. We're back to being suppressed. Then Lin Feng and the two others descended from the air. Fortunately, Xiao Rou caught them. Fortunately, I'm quick on my feet and landed safely. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Rou. Is this the forest from before? Didn't it turn into a tornado just now? Xiao Rou shrugged. After that, shadow vanished. It changed back, as if nothing had happened here. Yi Shuang said, surprised. This was just a shadow, its true form must be even stronger. Then stairs began to appear. Greetings, visitors. Congratulations, you've successfully completed the challenge. You've gained the qualification to enter Gaia's temple. The group pushed the doors open and entered. The group was surprised. Thighs is a temple. I've never seen a temple like this. Bro, I feel like this place resembles a ghost realm. The oppressive feeling is too strong. Even Aman and the angel were surprised. It seems to be an independent space, created out of thin air. I can only use a tiny bit of my power here. This place, could it be a divine domain? No. It's just the tip of an iceberg that surpasses even heroic spirits. They had arrived at a golden temple, with golden stairs leading the way. And above there was a statue with Gaia's face, which made Lin Feng exclaim in awe. How beautiful the face of this statue. It's exactly like the shadow of Gaia we saw before. This is Gaia, the goddess of earth. Tonton happily joined in. Bro, it looks like she's holding a globe in her hand. Lin Feng led the way. Let's walk to the Gaia statue. As they walked, everyone marveled. Wow, bro. It's like we're walking in the air. The stars in the universe are shooting stars. Can wishes made upon shooting stars here come true? Everyone's power was suppressed severely. Xiao Rou, be careful not to fall. Lin Feng looked up. It seems like there's nothing here but Gaia's statue. Aman replied as well. The starry sky above seems to be depicting some magic runes. A sky full of stars. Jiang Wei looked at what appeared and began to analyze. These ghost runes are very special. Even though the appearance of these ghost runes, compared to the ones I've seen before, is a little different, I still think they're essentially the same. Xianhua also replied, it seems the clues to leaving are all in these magic runes. The angel also had the same feeling as them. I feel like these ghost runes are just ordinary ghost runes, and contain no information. Ling Luo, however, had a different idea. Why do I have a feeling? These magic patterns are very familiar. Xiao Rou added, it's like I see them often. So Xiao Rou opened her notebook. Isn't that ghost pattern Capricorn? I study this every day. Tong Tong also had an epiphany right. These are all constellations. That's Leo. Ling Luo also eagerly joined in, that's Taurus. It seems the clues here are related to constellations. Lin Feng. Hearing this, he borrowed the book from Shiro to look at. Only when he held the book in his hand did his mouth twitch. This is all about love tips for each zodiac sign. Nothing else. Aman also leaned over thinking to himself. What zodiac sign is Lord Angel? Diana also joined in. Wow, so male Scorpios are like this. Zhang Wei concluded. I get it now. The ghost patterns in the sky are not only related to constellations, but also to the 12 zodiacs. Everyone exclaimed in unison, the 12 zodiacs. The rest. Afterwards, Zhang Wei gave them another lesson about the 12 zodiacs. The 12 zodiacs are those constellations, visible from Earth, at different times, along its orbit. It can be understood as each month corresponding to a constellation. Zhang Wei connected the sphere in the statue's hand, the globe in the statue's hand, displayed a unique view opposite to us, corresponding to Cancer. Based on my analysis, we need to take the ghost patterns scattered in the starry sky, which symbolize the 12 zodiac signs, and place them around the Gaia statue, in the positions corresponding to the 12 zodiac signs. This way the information contained within the ghost patterns will reveal itself. Everyone marveled as expected of the brilliant sister Zhang Wei. Afterwards everyone started to act. My strength isn't enough. Everyone can give me all the ghost chi you can muster. I will use ghost chi to pull the ghost patterns from the starry sky back to their correct positions. Everyone exclaimed in unison, okay. A little while later Zhang Wei was nearly exhausted. The last point. Tong Tong cheered from the side, go sister Zhang Wei. The last point was connected. A beam of light also shone down with it. We succeeded. Immediately after, the place where the 12 zodiac signs were anchored began to gather energy. Everyone was stunned by the energy, unable to open their eyes, even needing to shield them with their hands. The few of them were then pulled to another place. Lin Feng raised his hand. This is Night Corpse, these are our consciousness forms. After the ghost patterns were completed, our consciousness was pulled here by a powerful force. Lin Feng raised his hand to feel. This feeling is very similar to when everyone was revived before. This might be Gaia's memory world. Tong Tong pointed to a spot. Bro, look ahead. It's so huge the entire sky is covered. A voice suddenly rang out. Gaia, your last castle in Western Olympus, its rules have been breached. The rules you control are too weak. Only we are worthy of calling ourselves gods. You are only fit to be our food, Lin Feng. This feeling is the evil god Night Corpse, Lin Feng. I feel like these evil gods are heroic spirit level. Then the evil gods appeared. Gaia, you've finally come out. You've already been eroded by our power. And the rules you control have already been broken. Let this world become our food. Lin Feng, that's Gaia, the earth goddess. Then Gaia knelt on the ground. O earth, purify them. Immediately after, several monsters were purified. Sharo saw the monsters disappear and exclaimed in surprise. Is this Gaia's power? These evil gods who possess powerful rules actually dissipated just like that. But the strongest evil god began to attack. I am not those weak evil gods, Gaia. You have been defiled by our power for too long. Why not devour the whole world and join us? Either enjoy it or become our food. Then the evil god and Gaia charged at each other, delivering fatal blows. If you remain deluded, then become my food. As the fierce battle raged, a beam of light, one sword to slay evil, descended, infuriating the evil god. It's you Easterners again. You can barely take care of yourselves. Yet you come all the way to the west to obstruct us. Lin Feng. He looks like he's wearing ancient Eastern attire. Could it be an Eastern deity? As soon as that person arrived, they joined the duel. This time I will definitely slay you. The intense battle also affected the surrounding creatures. Lin Feng thought, could it be that the extinction of dinosaurs and prehistoric creatures was due to battles between ancient deities and the evil god? Dong Dong couldn't imagine how many eras their battle had lasted. Then Gaia unleashed her power, entering my divine realm, and I shall grant you new life. Lin Feng was surprised to discover that this was how the 7 paradises were formed. The 7 paradises were originally Gaia's divine realm, which transformed into its current state. Tiona asked in surprise. The place where we live now, is it really a divine realm of a god? Lin Feng watched everything unfolding before him. Gaia absorbed the remaining power of the evil god into her divine realm, and restored vitality to the earth. A shout echoed through the skies. She had suppressed the evil god's residual power here. watching Gaia gradually disappear. Yi Shang asked, "Can gods also die?" Gaia, shedding tears, bade her final farewell. "Farewell, Earth." Lin Feng understood everything. This is why this place was formed. Afterwards, everyone regained consciousness. Our consciousness is back. The power of the gods is too terrifying. Then a voice spoke, "Travelers. My previous tests have proven that you possess great potential. You now know the reason for this place's formation and the power of the evil god. This place was established to choose my successor, to inherit my legacy and fight the evil god. The second test begins. Retrieve the heart I left behind and revive it. Please note, only those with a pure heart can revive my heart. If you gain the approval of my heart, you can leave the 7 paradises and open the path to ascension to godhood." The deity Lin Feng pondered. It seems this divine realm was placed here by Gaia to choose a successor. Could Gaia's heart exist within a sacred light? Where could it be? Angel and Yi Shang had the same thought again. I must get Gaia's heart and activate it. Advance towards godhood. System prompt. Discover the secret of the 7 paradises formation. Exploration progress 75. Receive an item reward. Lin Feng was overjoyed to hear this. The reward is here. Perhaps there's a clue about Gaia's heart. At the top of the tower, everyone gathered to discuss their action plan. This map marks the location of Gaia's heart. The paper shows the latest and most comprehensive map. According to the map, the heart of Gaia is located at the summit of a volcano deep within the island. We are currently at the edge of the island. To reach there, we'll have to cross almost the entire island. Lin Feng looked ahead thoughtfully. According to the scenes we witnessed in the memories earlier, that volcano possessed the power of the evil god. It could be very dangerous. Perhaps the evil god's power on the volcano is Gaia's intention, and also part of the test. Dong Dong sighed, resting his chin in his hand. These gods never stop with their tests. It's practically like an exam. Lin Feng paced back and forth, deciphering part of the problem. It might be related to the evil god's current revival. With the emergence of the strange era, it seems the evil god who was defeated before has also begun to stir. Ancient deities, were already prepared to deal with the current situation. After saying that, Lin Feng turned to ask Diana. "Diana, how long will it take us to reach the depths of the island where the volcano is located?" "Counting from here," Diana said to him with a grave expression. "The deeper we go, the more dangerous the forest becomes. If we cross the forest, it will take at least 3 months. Lin Feng frowned. 3 months is too long. The system only gave us 1 month for the mission. Nearly half of that time has already passed. This reward, it must be related to the gods. I must obtain it." Lin Feng quickly asked Diana again. "Is there a faster way?" Diana motioned for him to calm down. "Let me think about it carefully." Diana revealed a cunning smile. "I have a brilliant idea." After Lin Feng saw that, he increasingly felt her plan was unreliable. "This doesn't look good." Diana pointed her gun forward. "I will initiate an exploration." Drifting at sea, the warships followed closely. We now have an aircraft carrier and a functioning warship. Both are acceptable. The noble spirits have been improved with magic patterns and equipped with weapons and ammunition. They can deal with monsters. The evil spirits in the sea are weaker than those on land, and combining with your strength. Diana laid out her plan. We can deal with the evil spirits along the way and land directly in the depths of the island from the sea. How long will it take us to get there? Diana quickly held up 2 fingers and said softly, "With our powerful firepower, we can get there in just 20 days. Lin Feng said helplessly, "Can't we go any faster?" Diana, displeased, leaned close to his face. "This is already very fast, okay? The carrier-based aircraft on the aircraft carrier are all damaged. Otherwise we could just have the carrier airport transport a plane to the nearby sea and then let you fly over. That way we could get there in 10 days. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. "Wait, maybe we'll have a carrier-based aircraft tomorrow. We can try it out and see the effect." Hohat and Yegu floated above and said to Lin Feng, "Your idea is feasible. According to my and Yiga's inspection, this bomber, I and Disu inspected the bomber, is mostly intact. We can do it. According to my and Yiga's inspection, this bomber is mostly intact. We can use the techniques we learned previously in the sanctuary, read the previous cathedral, and modify a part of this bomber to become a magical artifact, allowing it to fly again. Use. The aircraft carrier can transport the bomber within its flying range. Fly. Then we can use it to fly directly to the volcano summit." Lin Feng, Diana and Tonton's eyes both lit up. As expected of Jiang Wei and Yegu, I knew you guys would have a way I can pilot the plane now. I can finally ride in a real plane. Jiang Wei stroked her chin and thought the modification isn't difficult. But during flight, someone needs to continuously provide demonic energy to the plane. Otherwise the plane will disintegrate in midair. Under the current circumstances, it requires both replenishing demonic energy and piloting the plane. Lin Feng took over the conversation. In other words, we need demonic energy as the power source. Tong Tong looked around. Who will be this power source? Well, the imps lined up listening to Xiao Rao's instructions. Let me see who else is slacking off. You brats must work hard. Especially you Long Bao. With such a large build, you should do more work. The other three looked as if they had found a lifesaver, revealing sly smiles. Got it. Jiang Wei understood, implicitly giving a wry smile. He's definitely going to hate you two. Without further ado, well, fix the bomber immediately. Diana, riding her spirit beast, bid farewell to the people who were discussing. I will go and gather everyone. The fleet is ready to set sail. Everyone began to recheck their equipment to facilitate combat. In the next 2 days, Jiang Wei and Yi Xuan modified and repaired the bomber. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. The people from Aircraft Model Village were also ready to set sail and armed themselves with weapons to deal with evil spirits. Diana rode her spirit beast towards Lin Feng. The bomber is already repaired. Tong Tong, put this on. Get a feel for the rocket. Lin Feng, seeing the rocket once again, felt a great sense of awe. What a big rocket! Diana explained to the two of them. Do you see the ghost patterns on it? This is a super weapon we developed to deal with evil spirits. Is this it? Put it on quickly, Lin Feng said seriously. The preparations for the angels and Aman are complete. We are ready to depart. He had just turned around when he suddenly panicked. How did you all get so fat? Several angels said, chewing on their food. We're just replenishing our ghost energy for battle. Sister Xianhua. I wanted to. Let's get Xianhua back. Even if it's just a temporary effect, it's super cute. Xianhua gave a helpless smile. Come over here. Diana began to imagine the battle scene. The fleet set sail on the battleship. Faint sounds, both loud and soft, could be heard. No matter what demons or monsters, they will turn to dust under our firepower. Tong Tong, Lin Feng and Diana walked towards the aircraft. We're almost at the designated takeoff location. Get on the plane. Begin piloting the bomber. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The angels discussed among themselves. That's the ghost energy absorption device I made. It's used to control the bomber. Xiao Rou timidly, listening to everyone encourage her and assign her tasks. Is everyone sure it's safe? I always feel uneasy. Go Xiao Rou. We're all counting on you, Sister Xiao Rou. Don't worry. We've prepared many kinds of special fruits to replenish your ghost energy, sister. The little girl obediently sat down and ate. Eat. Give all the tasty stuff to me. The plane began to taxi on the runway. The bomber has been activated. After Diana completed her checks, she reported to everyone. All values are normal. Ready for takeoff at any moment. Lin Feng saw something on the screen. Wait, something seems to be coming our way from ahead. On the sea surface are soaring fish dragons Class C. These fish dragons are approaching us. If we take off like this, we'll collide directly with those fish dragons. Several young guards and demon beasts are ready in position to face them. Clear the path for Master Lin Feng. Master Lin Feng, just fly. The cannons continuously fired at the sky dragons. The plane can safely take off. There are no more obstacles ahead. You can fly now. Diana briskly controlled the roaring aircraft as it took off. The plane sped through the sky. The plane might be a bit bumpy at high altitudes, so everyone hold on tight and be careful. Tong Tong looked outside with a sigh of wonder. Is this what flying feels like? Why are the angels having the same excited reaction? This is the first time we haven't had to fly this high ourselves. Lord Angel, my broom can also fly that high. We'll be landing at our destination soon. We can see the destination ahead. It flies so fast. In front of everyone something was surging. Perhaps it has reached its limit. Lin Feng detected something unusual. There's an anomaly ahead. A new attacking object has appeared. Ghost Howling Medicine Dragon Abyss Class 2. All units be on alert. Everyone prepare for battle. Everyone panicked. Before there was also the evil god and its powerful strength. This is a medicine dragon. Dodge quickly. It has the aura of the evil god on it. Aman, deploy the world array to block those fire rain. The world array established the Aman matrix to block the fire rain. Magic shield. Diana is usually very calm, but even she's a bit flustered now. Coming after us. Everyone observe what's ahead and report back to her. Attack from behind, Diana, dodge it quickly, Diana said loudly. So everyone could adjust in time to her aerial maneuvers. Her aerial maneuvers. Hold on tight, everyone. We're about to dodge it, watch me spin. That was truly godlike skill. We perfectly cleared the obstacle. Although they were warned beforehand, the people on the plane still couldn't keep their footing and all fell down. Ah, Shiaro. Even though she was completely upside down, she still had to chew her banana. Beep 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 beep. I'm going to turn into a malevolent spirit and kill you all. Diana paid no mind to everyone's pale faces. She was very satisfied with her piloting skills. Ha ha ha, this is it. Although this is my first time flying a plane, I didn't expect to have some talent for it. Having said that, Diana still turned to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, I can't aim right now. Everyone stop worrying about those spirit energies. Come out and draw its attention. I'll find a chance to shoot it. 10 fire cannonballs glowed with dazzling red light as they shot towards the evil god. Cannonballs aren't cannonballs once they reach me. We must continue to ascend. Add more fuel to gain more power. Zyra's face turned pale, because she had to keep eating a pile of fruit. Ah, I'll eat, can I have something else? Jiang Wei encouraged her. You can do it, Xiao. Diana urgently said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you guys need to find a way to make it open its mouth wide for a bit. Having run out of options, Xianhua reluctantly suggested. My lord, you can try my new ghost technique. Lin Feng focused and hummed in acknowledgement. Ha ha ha, let me teach you how this pterodactyl fights in the air. The angels helplessly cried out, Ah Papa. The evil god finally opened its mouth as well. Time for a counterattack, cannonballs ready. Everyone stood in their designated positions. Launched the 3 pure spirit clones. As expected, all the cannonballs hit the evil god's weak point. Roar! Roar! Well done. The evil god sucked all the fire cannonballs into its mouth, then spat them back out. Ling Luo reported on the observations ahead, reminding Diana. Sister Diana, be careful ahead. Lava breath. Diana turned the steering wheel, successfully clearing the obstacle. A piece of cake. The evil god's continuous attacks threw everyone into chaos. Lin Feng, that lava ball has tracking capabilities. Lin Feng, quick, think of something. My shield can't hold up anymore. Yasuna. Understood. The old divine soldiers appeared just in time to block. The evil god was not to be outdone, reacting even more violently. Lin Feng, here it comes again. Everyone was caught up in the intense battle. Yasuna was drenched in sweat. Her face pale. I can't hold on anymore, humph. Lin Feng, my spirit energy is getting a bit out of control. I feel like the spirits in the pyramid are being suppressed even more severely. Lin Feng racked his brain deep in thought. Yasuna first. Eliminate the old divine soldiers and withdraw from combat. The situation was not optimistic after Yasuna left. The potential danger from the pyramid must be dealt with as quickly as possible. The sooner the better. The angel sisters cooperated very well. Sister Diana, let's take it down together. Diana laughed with satisfaction. That's the spirit charge. Without further ado, the angels promptly ate the power-up fruit. Quickly replenish your spirit energy. What kind of fruit is this? It's so sour. And so both sides continuously counterattacked each other, creating chaos in the fiery red sky. Coordinated attack. The Valkyrie and the evil spirit advanced simultaneously. A combined strike. The evil god could now only spew out smoke roar. Lin Feng knew this was the moment. Xianhua. Now, Xianhua used her final trump card, the red embroidered ball. A strange object fell from the plane and struck the evil god's head. It made it dizzy and disoriented. Diana's earlier anger is only now subsiding a bit. Haha. Little pterodactyl, it's finally my turn. From beneath the plane, the ultimate weapon finally deployed. The bomb bay doors are open. Missile ready. A powerful missile shot towards the monster. Activate Ghost Mark. Launch Type 1 missile against the evil spirit. The pterodactyl stuck out its tongue, unconsciously rolling its eyes. Hey, raise a big gift for you. This can shut it up and then well seize the opportunity. Everyone run now. Those outside quickly come in. Diana anxiously maneuvered the plane faster. Faster. Lin Feng asked her in confusion, why isn't there any movement at all? Did that alien missile break down? No problem, let's get out of this area quickly. The pterodactyl's mouth was sealed, it couldn't do anything. It ultimately self-destructed in an explosion. Diana laughed proudly. Art is an explosion. Haha, the guys in the cockpit exclaimed. It was like seeing fireworks explode. Wow. Victory. Experience increased by 30,000. Pursue the victory. Everyone drew closer to the volcano. After flying for a while, they had already landed. Target volcano, successful landing. After the matter was over, Xiao Rou seemed to have all her strength drained. Oh my goodness, we're finally here, I'm exhausted. I'm going back to rest. You worked hard, Xiaoro. Sister will help you back and he'll cook for you when we return to the village. Lin Feng pointed to the mountain and explained to everyone. According to the information marked on the map, the heart of Gaia is located at the top of the volcano. It's not clear from up high. Everyone prepare food to replenish your demonic energy. Let's go up and take a look. Angel suddenly lost strength and Lin Feng quickly caught her. Angel, what's wrong? Lin Feng asked. Quickly let go of Lord Angel, let me. Angel looked at him imploringly. Woo woo, Lin Feng. The evil god's aura here is too strong. My power is a bit unstable. Lin Feng, can you take me with you? Lin Feng quickly agreed him. The bond value has already increased to 15 points. Angel's personality has changed again. It seems Lucifer's influence still remains. Numbers kept popping up from the system bond with Angel. +1 +1 +1 +1. Dong Dong also spoke up. We must quickly find the heart of Gaia. And leave here. This terrifying aura is eroding our demonic energy. The longer we stay, the worse it will get. Lin Feng continued to lead the way for the team. The fog here is too thick. Everyone be careful, don't get separated. There are countless monster skeletons here. One of them suddenly moved. Then it looked around as if it had discovered something. Hiss. Roar. Everyone moved while hiding. They kept close to the other monster skeletons. It seems we've been discovered by it. Everyone get ready. Angel cowered behind Lin Feng. Wu Wu Oman pouted and mumbled softly. Lord Angel. I'm right here. The dinosaur suddenly let out a loud roar. Lin Feng was ready for battle. Raising his sword and gun, suddenly a massive dinosaur appeared out of nowhere. It was 100 times larger than the previous one. Its body hadn't fully rotted yet, looking incredibly terrifying. It swallowed the previous dinosaur in one gulp. Everyone was so scared they hid in a corner chanting Buddhist prayers. Then another one began to gnaw on that gigantic dinosaur. And an even bigger one, a hawk in the rear, waited. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, then breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng warned everyone. The volcano is filled with zombie dinosaurs. They've been corrupted by the evil god's power. There are too many of them. Well, use these dinosaur skeletons, these giant dinosaur skeletons, as cover. Then slowly advance to the top of the volcano. The three nodded him. Lin Feng led the way for the team. Everyone be careful. The magma here might hurt us. This volcano is indeed very dangerous. Everyone finally reached the crater. We finally made it to the crater. Fortunately, there weren't too many zombie dinosaurs there. Below the lava layer was a suspended heart. That's Gale's heart, right? Seeing its strange shape, Amon immediately burst out laughing. It looks like a lump of charcoal. Lin Feng cut her off. Be careful what you say. What if there's still a remnant of Gale inside? Diana finally spoke up. This place is filled with dark aura. And the gushing magma will harm spirits. It seems we have to step on those stones floating above to avoid the erupting magma. Lin Feng agreed. It looks very dangerous. Lin Feng supported two people with his hands, Tong Tong and Angel. Diana, on the other hand, flew away on her own spirit beast, clutching tightly. Luckily, I've had monster hunter training. Amon and Nightbone rode the giant wolf with Diana. Thunderwolf, show some spirit, stop complaining. Thunderwolf could only close its eyes and endure emitting a low growl. You're not the one getting burned. After a while, everyone successfully gathered at the last rune spot. We're finally here. Oh, Lin Feng, it's all your fault. You ruined Angel-sama's clothes. Angel-sama, I'll conjure you new clothes. Lin Feng happily raised Gale's heart. This is Gale's heart. Activating it will complete Gale's trial. And we'll be able to leave. Nightbone glanced at Gale's heart and said, Big sis. Let me try. Can activating it raise my level even higher? She happily rotated Gale's heart. My ghostly energy is being absorbed, it's so useful, wow. Suddenly Gale's heart stopped responding. Nightbone, it seems to have stopped. Sister Nightbone, maybe wait a little longer. Angel quickly snatched it, give it to me. Only I am worthy of Gale's heart. Amon was very proud of his master. Angel-sama is so cool. Lin Feng helplessly watched them quarrel. It's back to normal. Nightbone's expression darkened. You think you can become a god? Without another word, Angel began to manipulate it. Submit Gale's heart. Amon kept cheering her on from the side. Angel-sama can definitely do it. Nightbone couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Amon, angrily. Don't you dare mock Angel-sama. Gale's heart showed no reaction and Angel's face turned beet red with shame. Amon, don't say anything more. Lin Feng encouraged, why don't we all give it a try? Tong Tong also tried like everyone else. Gale transform. But the result was still the same, no reaction at all. Xiaoro rushed out from Waknoshire and grabbed Gale's heart. Lin Feng asked in surprise, when did you get out? Still no reaction. Diana asked puzzled, is it out of power? Try charging it. Lin Feng put his hand close to sense it. It shouldn't need charging. Let others try again. Even Thunderwolf tried, but there was still no reaction. As it turned out, no one got a reaction from it. Lin Feng had no choice but to make a temporary decision. We can't activate it now. Let's keep it for now and think of another way later. In the sky, a dinosaur was glaring down intently. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on the ground. Everyone exclaimed in unison, we've been spotted, this is bad. Below the volcano it became chaotic again, this is bad. The roars of the fire dragons. The zombies have already alerted all the dinosaurs. The zombie dinosaurs of the entire volcano. Lin Feng looked at the problem gravely. This situation is a bit bad. Diana put on her gas mask. I don't want to die here. Aman covered her mouth in panic. Wu Xin and CD should have been brought here as cannon fodder. A horde of zombies approached. The zombie dragon army is here. System prompt quest. Hold the volcano for 3 minutes. And activate Gale's heart. Quest reward. Obtain the aid of Gale's remnant spirit. Lin Feng thought. These evil spirits are just numerous. But individually not particularly strong. We should be able to hold out for 3 minutes. Lin Feng turned and asked Cheng Zhu. Check if there's any explanation for Gale's heart. Everyone stood in a serious line. Everyone get into formation. First defend the area around the volcano. If the thorny heart cannot be activated within 3 minutes, we'll have to find a way to evacuate. Countdown 2 minutes 59 seconds. Combat power increased by 300 lanterns. Everyone's morale is high. Yes, my lord husband, that suits me perfectly. Loading ammunition. Angel pouted but complied. As temporary allies we should follow your command first. MHM. Xiaoro quickly acknowledged the order. Replenish a large amount of demon fruit, just charge me with demonic energy. Wuling stood at the observation post. The barrier unleashed its next move. Net 03 has some difficult to eliminate enemies. A typical example is the Abyssal Tier 1 Bone Dragon. The barrier was broken. This zombie dinosaur is stronger than before. If I can't use fire, then I'll freeze it. Ice sculpture art. Everything instantly stiffens. Aman stroked his cheek with satisfaction. I'm feeling it now. You dinosaurs are really hot. Let me cool you down. Aman was confident that he could handle a portion of it with his own power. Leave this side to Aman, he'll cast Icebound Hell. A few more aberrations were drawn in. Another group is charging up here. Abyssal Tier 1 Dragon Leopard Zombie. Tong Tong and Diana stepped forward simultaneously. Leave it to us. In here too. Diana used her wolf frequency lightning sniper rifle. She also unleashed the lightning ball torch. This zombie dinosaur is smart enough to use the bones of its own kind as armor and weapons to block bullets. Tong Tong attacked decisively, ending the fight. Experience points 20,000. Lin Feng anxiously watched the countdown. It's almost 3 minutes. Countdown 32 seconds. Qingzhu was still focused on activating the Thorny Heart. It seems Qingzhu also can't obtain the Thorny Heart. This time is even more tense than last time. Great Thundering Dragon Abyssal Tier 1. Those are the previous Thunder Dragons, so many have come. The entire ground is shaking. Suddenly they stopped. Lin Feng was even more confused. What's going on? These Thunder Dragons suddenly stopped. They lifted their heads, inhaling black smoke greedily. Brother, they're devouring the remnant power of the volcano's shattered deity. Each of them became even more ferocious. The evil god's power was completely absorbed. They are fusing into a more powerful evil spirit. These zombie dinosaurs condensed into a giant black mass. The people below looked up. What is this? What in the world is that thing? The village chief and Lin Feng's master. Nothing bad will happen, right? Don't jinx it, flower of the underworld. Everyone focus your attacks on it. But it showed no reaction. Lin Feng's brows furrowed tightly. It relies on the evil god's power for continuous healing. Aman, freeze it, delay its formation. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Aman had already set up his array. It's not your place to command me, ice sculpture art. Aman, still confidently licking a banana in his mouth, said, what a petty trick. Angel noticed something and immediately shouted. Aman, be careful. The array was instantly disintegrated. Aman. Things are gradually getting out of control. This is the evil spirit. A fusion of the evil god's power and the zombie dinosaurs. The evil god's eyes glowed. Its body was exuding a terrifying aura. The three-headed evil god roared furiously, spewing flames. Roar, roar, roar. Corrupted Wings Abyssal Tier 3. Lin Feng and Diana watched the evil god nervously. Their hearts trembling uncontrollably. If they can't defeat this evil spirit, the entire island and village might be destroyed by it. That's right, but they are suppressed at level 5. Can they do it? Lord Angel furiously shot straight up into the sky. Ill avenge Amon. Lord Angel, don't be reckless. Suddenly Amon pulled Angel back from behind. Amon, you're not dead. Although he was fine, Amon's face looked a bit haggard. Lord Angel, am still alive. In just too hungry ephemeral dream, the evil god began to use its first skill. It unleashed corrupt poison claws. Tong Tong had already observed it and immediately reported to Lin Feng. Brother, it's coming. Tong Tong used giant ice to stop it first. Tong Tong immediately sprang into action. The greatest level disparity. Lin Feng reminded Nightbone to activate Blood Sacrifice Nightbone. Nightbone immediately understood his intention. Underworld Blood Sacrifice Flower continuously attacked the evil god's weak points. But the evil god was completely unharmed. Instead, it absorbed all the attacker's ghost energy. Nightbone felt things were not good. Lin Feng. Its power can corrode our ghost energy. I can't hold on any longer either. Corrupting venom breath. Realizing they couldn't resist, the team had no choice but to flee to safety. Let's escape first, the situation is not good at all. How do we activate the Heart of Gaia? Lin Feng gnashed his teeth in tension. I remember before in the Temple of Gaia. He recalled that moment. Find the heart I left behind and revive it. Please note, only those with a pure heart and kind soul can revive my heart. If my heart acknowledges you, you will be able to leave the 7 paradises and open the path to divinity. Oh, he suddenly remembered. Someone with a pure heart, a pure soul. I remember now. Lin Feng, as if grasping a lifesaver, grabbed Boom Boom by the neck, leaving it bewildered, not understanding why. Boom Boom. Activate your power. The holy light fragments within you. Our lives depend on you. Boom Boom understood his meaning and immediately tried its best to activate its power. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Everyone was cheering it on. Go Boom Boom. You can do it, come on Boom Boom. You're the best. Hi, is it messing with us? Wolfchin Lei was trapped by the hateful demonic energy and collapsed. The divine realm's suppression is too strong. Boom Boom. It can no longer use its power. Boom Boom, don't give up. Shenhua knew Boom Boom best and immediately encouraged it. Boom Boom. Try again. If you succeed, Big Sister will make you a feast. That's right, Big Sister. Shenhua will make you steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roast duck and roast chicken to eat. Its eyes lit up. The feast worked. The evil god is getting closer. Corrupt mire. Diana shouted loudly to him. Lin Feng, watch out and dodge. Boom Boom had already taken control of the Heart of Gaia. Amidst the expectations of everyone below. Boom Boom. The Heart of Gaia was affected, illuminating half the sky. Finally, it also returned to its original form. The Great Gaia Tree, Gaia's remnant spirit, appeared amidst the team's anxious waiting. Congratulations, travelers, you have passed my trial. Gaia's remnant spirit has appeared. This is Gaia's remnant spirit. Everyone was astonished by the remnant spirit's ethereal beauty. The remnant spirit. This is Gaia's remnant spirit, so sacred, so beautiful. Angel and Nightbone were no exception. Is this what it feels like to face a god? Even just a bit of remnant power makes one unable to resist but submit. I can't imagine how powerful it used to be. The remnant spirit got to the point. Travelers, it seems you have encountered trouble. The remnant spirit looked towards Lin Feng and Tong Tong. It distributed the power within the Heart of Gaia to the two of them. I shall grant you a chance to borrow my power of the earth. Hold the volcano for 3 minutes and activate the Heart of Gaia. Mission accomplished. Reward received. Aid from Gaia's remnant spirit. Lin Feng, Tong Tong and Boom Boom all felt significant changes occurring within their bodies. A powerful force is transforming their bodies. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Lin Feng's appearance and spiritual aura were completely renewed. His appearance and weapon both became dazzling gold, just like the color of the Heart of Gaia. With the help of Gaia's divine power, Tong Tong was extremely excited by this new appearance. Lin Feng, Gaia's divine authority form. This outfit looks so cool, big brother. Tong Tong, Gaia's godless form. The people standing below had their eyes dazzled by the brilliant light. Wow, transformation. And Boom Boom too. I want a goddess too. The evil god outside wouldn't just give up, it started attacking again. Perhaps the most powerful transformation was Hong Hang's, who transformed from its cute little body into a mighty dragon. In Gaia's earth quintessence form, Hong Hong faced the 3-headed evil god alone. Lin Feng and Tong Tong were on Hong Hong's head. Hong Hong, let's do this. Charging forward under Lin Feng's command. Would transformation ability? Hong Hong was large enough to coil around and constrict the evil god. With Lin Feng and Tong Tong's assistance, the evil god had no time to retaliate. Tong Tong waved her staff. One of the evil god's heads instantly turned to ash. Gaia's power. Hong Hong didn't forget to bite it again, venting its hatred, making the evil god writhe in agony, unable to resist. Lin Feng watched from afar, feeling much relieved. Success. He sensed signs of the evil god's self-destruction and immediately warned Hong Hong to come back. Hong Hong, quick, get away. It's going to self-destruct. Finally, the remaining two delivered the finishing blow. Purifying Flame Sword Goddess Gun. The sky was adorned with chaotic blues, reds, and yellows. In this battle, the system displayed victory. EXP increased by 150,000. The evil god died, its body turning into wisps of smoke, dissipating in the fiery red sky. The evil god's power has been purified. A moment later, the sky became clear and azure again. Gaia's lingering spirit looked down. Revive Earth. She spread her hands and unleashed divine power, and all things immediately regained vitality. Tong Tong looked dejected, a hint of regret on her face. It ended before I had enough fun. It's good that you're safe, don't be greedy. Tiana and Xiao Rou ran towards Lin Feng. You guys were so cool just now. Xiao Rou also timely picked up her camera and took a picture. I've already captured it. Lin Feng immediately looked at the lingering spirit, asking urgently, Gaia, may I ask you a few things? The lingering spirit calmly replied, you may. The three tourist girls listened intently, ears perked. His expression was stern, and he asked seriously, how do we leave Seven Paradise? The lingering spirit replied calmly and clearly, you have successfully activated the Heart of Gaia. It is the key to Seven Paradise. As long as you use it, you can open a passage to the outside world at any time. At the same time, the Heart of Gaia can allow spirits to enter the next stage, resist evil gods, and protect the world. Lin Feng looked up carefully, observing the Heart of Gaia. Gaia looked somewhat regretful, shedding tears as she bid farewell to the tourists. By the way, your name is Lin Feng, right? I hope that when the worst happens in the future, you can help the new Gaia. Lin Feng held the Heart of Gaia in one hand, wanting to grab her with the other hand to ask more questions. Wait, what is the new Gaia? And what exactly is going on with these evil gods? Accompanying this was everyone's disappointment, because she quickly vanished. She completely disappeared. Evil gods. This world is getting more and more complicated. What should we do? On the battleship at sea, a joyful announcement rang out. The village chief and Master Lin Feng have returned. 7 Paradise Exploration Progress 100. Full map unlocked. The brothers on board were all very excited to hear the news. Oh really, you found a way out? As expected of Master Lin Feng, the plane landed. On the battleship, Lin Feng and the rest of the people walked out. Yes, but everyone is tired, so we need to rest for a night before we can open the passage to leave. The angel's subordinate was dizzy and kept vomiting. Ugh. The team on the ship set off fireworks, celebrating their perfect and successful return. Congratulations on Model Village's first victory. Tiana, with light makeup on her face, shyly asked Lin Feng, are you leaving tomorrow? I rarely wear makeup, so I should be gentler. Lin Feng didn't notice anything unusual and directly answered the main point. I followed the angel here before, and didn't expect to stay here for so long. I wonder how Sea City is doing. Tiana cried out in her heart. I even put on makeup. Are you even paying attention? The soldiers on the ship heard this and all felt extremely regretful. Master Lin Feng, please don't leave us. I never took you in as disciples. They formed a circle, hugging him tightly and crying, why, Master Lin Feng, let us come with you. Lin Feng reluctantly agreed. Let go of me and I'll take you with me. Diana's face darkened and she aimed her gun at the three. You ruined my plans. Diana caught up to the young men and shot them dead. I've put up with you for too long. Lin Feng, now unhindered, immediately sighed in relief. Finally, they're finally gone. Dong Dong squinted and chuckled. You're truly heartless. Lin Feng stood at the entrance greeting everyone. Those who wish to experience life outside, queued here to enter the ghost domain and follow us to Ocean City. Angel hugged Diana, weeping. Why? Diana, I really don't want to let you go. Lord Angel is acting up again. Lin Feng fiddled with the thorny heart. Use the thorny heart. Everyone get ready. I'm opening the exit. From that small thorny heart a triangular space opened. This was the passage to the outside. Lin Feng and Angel were the last two to enter. Lin Feng waved at Diana. Goodbye. Saki and Gucci turned back smiling. Goodbye everyone. Diana's team happily bid everyone farewell, although everyone felt a little reluctant to part. Remember to come back and visit. The group reassembled within the triangular frame. We're finally back in the original world, bro. Our powers have all returned. Lin Feng and Manhua discovered something and immediately warned everyone. Everyone attack, don't let those two use their abilities. No sooner had he spoken than everyone surrounded them. Angel and her people merely smiled. Their lips curving upwards, Phoenix ascent. 9 heavens. Saki held the ancient god bottle and the two figures gradually disappeared. Damn it, they've already escaped. Angel's subordinate even taunted him. You foolish Lin Feng. This old lady has crossed more bridges than you've walked roads. By the time you read this, you'll have already taken Lord Angel far away. You'll never find us, ha 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 ha. Lin Feng stared angrily at their lingering images, but could do nothing. They got away again, Xianhua standing nearby. Xianhua stood by and comforted him, husband. After this they definitely won't dare to come to the east again. Lin Feng thought to himself, feeling a flicker of satisfaction. Mission reward received. This trip wasn't in vain. Task completed, escape from 7 paradises. Reward gained, Gale's baptism. Dongdong's body floated in the air, continuously absorbing spiritual energy automatically. Brother, I feel like I'm reaching nightmare level 3. This is Gale's baptism, which allows ghost spirits to grow rapidly. Ghost spirit Dongdong nightmare level 2 is upgrading. Yishuan's spatial gate had already opened. She instructed Lin Feng, Great Priest. If there's nothing else, he'll return to Ghost City first. Tell me if there's danger. Having said that, she then spoke to Xianhua. Let's continue our unfinished work. Xianhua, should we return to Ocean City, my lord? All right, my lord. A few days later, Ocean City President Yan lay in bed, still sleepily saying, Lin Feng, why are you up so early today? Lin Feng replied while tidying his clothes. I still have some matters to attend to. Isuna's spiritual energy was unstable last time. Zhang Wei has been researching the pyramid these past few days, and shall likely have results soon. Lin Feng stared nervously at his phone. This is what happened to me when I was chasing Angel. Ning Dai, how are things on your end? On the screen, the person you were talking to was Ning Dai Shanling. During the time you were away, everything in the east has been relatively calm. Wamia has also returned to normal. Occasionally some minor imps appear, but they are all dealt with by the Yin family's ghost masters. Yen, he and the people of Ocean City. Lin Feng's expression immediately relaxed. That's good. It's just that recently, Isuna's pyramid seal is about to give way. The 12 nightmare level evil spirits imprisoned inside could appear at any moment, so we must deal with them as soon as possible. Ningdi Xianling frowned slightly and said, if even one of them escapes, it will affect the east. It'll help. Lin Feng replied, okay, thank you. Ningdi's affection value increased by 1. Lin Feng thought, Ningdi can also generate affection value. Afterward, Lin Feng met Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was holding a notebook. Zhang Wei, have you found anything these past few days? While researching these pyramids, Lin Feng had consulted some research materials, including those left over from the previous era. Ancient Egyptian civilization was destroyed multiple times. It wasn't until this pyramid appeared that Egyptian civilization began a long period of stability and prosperity. Isuna, who was standing by, nodded in agreement. This pyramid has existed in Egypt for a very long time. I merely provide ghost energy to the pyramid to activate its abilities. Zhang Wei took out an Egyptian stone tablet and explained it to him in detail. This is an ancient Egyptian stone tablet I found outside the pyramid. It records information about the pyramid and also contains godlike power. Lin Feng observed it for a while and asked doubtfully, are the runes on it ghost script? Yes, but most of them have already become ineffective due to the erosion of time and the power within the pyramid. However, this incomplete ghost script records that this pyramid is an ancient artifact created by the high priests of ancient Egypt in conjunction with ancient Egyptian evil forces. The evil of ancient Egypt. Observing the patterns on the stone tablet, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the 2 figures depicted on it. These 2 figures looked somewhat familiar. The longer he looked, the more suspicious details he noticed. However, after thousands of years of erosion by evil power within, internal evil erosion, the pyramid has almost lost its ability to suppress, and evil power is leaking out. It's like the power of an evil god. Right. Isuna suddenly blushed like a tomato and cried out, oh dear. Isuna was suspended from 2 horizontal bars. With Lin Feng below, Isuna said, ugh, the pyramid is absorbing my ghost energy faster and faster. At this rate, my ghost energy will probably be completely exhausted within a few days. Lin Feng vaguely saw a connection. Isuna, if your connection with the pyramid is severed, how long can the pyramid's suppression ability last? Isuna was drenched in sweat, apparently at her limit. Probably 2 days. Lin Feng made his final decision. Ningdi will arrive soon. Once she's here, well, sever your connection with the pyramid. And then go inside to resolve the hidden danger. In the blink of an eye, Ning Dai arrived at Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng, I'm here to open the tower with you. Ning Dai blinked, praising, it's been a while. You seem to have become much more handsome. Lin Feng thought to himself, haven't we been video calling often? His gaze was a little helpless. And he said, Ning Dai, I'm troubling you this time. Isuna placed the pyramid a certain distance away from Haichang. I'll take you there. Ning Dai sighed inwardly. This young man truly has no romantic sense. He pointed at the distant pyramid and said, for now. Well, first sever the connection between Isuna and the pyramid, and then together. Go inside and eliminate the hidden dangers. Inside the pyramid. Then go in together and eliminate the hidden dangers. Ning Dai glanced at the pyramid. It's been so long. Lin Feng's ghost spirit has actually reached the same level as mine. Tong Tong. Feels like she's recently reached nightmare level 3. This speed is truly terrifying. Ning Dai stood for a moment, then looked at Isuna. The ghostly energy is binding me. Will big sister let me down? Big sister, don't look at me like that. After saying that, Ning Dai and Tong Tong flew to Isuna's level. Silent extinction, butterfly, pearl, dragon, GIS. Immediately after Isuna was freed, Isuna plummeted like a free-falling object. Luckily Lin Feng caught her in time. Are you alright, Isuna? Isuna, blushing, replied, I'm fine. Isuna gently touched Lin Feng's face. After waiting for 1,000 years, I can finally touch you, Mr. Ghostum. When you don't mind. Others do, it's them who mind. Ning Dai and Tong Tong felt awkward for them. Only then did Isuna realize she had spoken out of turn. I'm sorry, Mr. Ghost. I got too excited just now. After the pyramid disconnected from Isuna, it immediately displayed purple and green lights. Lin Feng put one arm around Isuna, embracing her as he flew upwards. We must hurry and deal with the evil spirits inside him. Mr. Ghost. Lin Feng looked at Isuna with a hint of helplessness. Just call me Lin Feng. I can't control myself. Mr. Ghost. Before long everyone arrived at the pyramid's entrance. This is the entrance to the pyramid. There's an extremely strong oppressive feeling. Even though most of the ghost patterns on it have lost their effect, they can still suppress me. Inside, there must be some powerful law. Lin Feng pushed open the door. Tong Tong playfully patted the door. This door doesn't feel heavy. Clearly your strength is immense. I'm ready to explore the pyramid. I'm ready too. Finally the door slowly opened. The first floor of the pyramid was nothing extraordinary. It was like a desert. A dry, hot and vast expanse of ordinary sand. Isuna is the one who knows this place best, because she used to be connected to this pyramid. Is this inside the pyramid? It's like a small world within a divine realm. Why does my vision feel a bit low? Suddenly Lin Feng's body shrunk. Lin Feng, why did you shrink? You're not taller than me anymore. Lin Feng still hadn't noticed the change. Until everyone reminded him. You've turned into a child. Big brother has turned into little brother. He'll definitely grow up again. He turned his head, looking around for Jiang Wei and the others. Where are they? Ning Dai explained this strange phenomenon herself. You've shrunk. It must be because of the pyramid's laws. Our strength is suppressed by the pyramid. If one's strength doesn't reach nightmare level 3, they will be transformed like this by the laws. He looked back and found the people he was looking for had all turned to stone, each still bearing an expression of surprise. They've all turned into stone slabs. It's come to this. Lin Feng could only make a quick decision. First, put them into the ghost spirit space for protection. Pyramid souvenirs. Seeing Isuna remain silent, Lin Feng asked, Isuna, are you alright? You've been spacing out ever since we came in. Isuna's complexion was more vibrant than before, and she calmly replied, I'm fine, Lin Feng. I was just recalling some past events. Lin Feng, in his childlike form, placed a hand on his chin, pondering him. Then let's keep going. New quest: find the Egyptian high priest's stone tablet. Reward memories of ancient Egypt. This high priest must be that high priest recorded on the stele. That's what Jiang Wei had explained. His memories must contain secrets about the pyramid. Ning Dai picked up Jiang Wei. He blushed repeatedly, yelling to be put down. I can walk by myself. Tong Tong teased him again. Your short legs are too slow. Isuna stood aside, suppressing a chuckle. Little Lin Feng is so cute. The system numbers jumped again. Bond value Ning Dai 1. Bond value Ning Dai 1. Bond value Ning Dai 1. A Cleopatra. Cleopatra V nightmare level 3. She sat regally on a large chair, playing with an orb of light in her hand, then spoke to her people. Ramses, a few little mice have already entered. Ramses of third order nightmare level being stood behind Cleopatra and responded, oh. We still cannot cross this damn pyramid's limits to go deeper underground. Let Moses, that fellow imprisoned on the first floor, go catch them first. Ramses stroked Cleopatra's belly and said to her with gentle eyes, let them be our child's first delicious meal. Our child is about to be born. By then, this pyramid will no longer be able to trap us. Cleopatra put her index finger to Ramses' lips. This is not our child. It was created by 12 people. Under the power of that lord. You'd best get that straight. Ramses, her eyes wild and manic, said, ha ha, I will be that lord's birth mother. Just thinking about it makes me lose control. I am about to become the mother of a god. She pointed to where the illusion was displayed. On the screen another interesting person was Izuna. Her crystal ball shifted to the mummy's room. Her voice echoed, do you hear me? Moses, wake up quickly. Prepare gifts for the Lord's birth. The mummy's stone coffin suddenly sprang open, because a hand inside struck it violently. The mummy opened its mouth, and thick black smoke spewed from it. It inhaled all the evil aura here into its mouth. Thanks to the power of my God. Now this mummy was officially resurrected. It was none other than Moses the Scorpion Emperor, a second-order nightmare-level being. My God is about to be born. The pyramid's suppression on us is getting weaker and weaker. He was elated by this resurrection. He roared, all you undead, come out and serve me. Lin Feng, in Ning Dai's arms, looked into the distance. Something was wrong with the desert ahead. Seeing the black smoke, Ning Dai immediately recognized it. Is that evil aura up ahead? Clusters of dark figures appeared. Tong Tong's eyes widened as she looked at Li. Something is coming out. As they approached, their figures became clearer. So many mummies. All sorts of mummies from across the world appeared. So many disgusting things are coming this way. Lin Feng pulled out his weapon. Tear these bones to shreds. The object in his hand emitted a beautiful blue-violet aura. Compared to his current childlike strength, it was simply too difficult. Lin Feng stumbled and fell onto the sand. Ouch! Tong Tong actively charged forward to attack. Leave it to us, all right. After all, Lin Feng is so small. Indeed, ever since unlocking Thorn Heart, Tong Tong has become much stronger. Holding her spear, every time she struck, the system would prompt that her score increased. Combat power increased by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Victory, victory. Victory. Next was Ning Dai's attack. Oblivion Butterfly Charm. Ning Dai's power was no joke. Winning streak, victory. Victory, victory. Next, several monsters launched an attack. They were neither human nor ghost, neither demon nor beast. They were called Poison Sand Arrow Rain, and were rapidly rushing towards Tong Tong and Ning Dai. To facilitate the attack, Ning Dai assigned tasks. Tong Tong, you clear the arrow rain, I'll deal with them. Tong Tong split into 2 twin Valkyries. Okay, sister Ning Dai. Tong Tong calmly faced the challenge, her combat power increasing 8-fold. The clones were not inferior, their combat power increasing 9-fold. The 2 clones cooperated seamlessly, attacking together. Combat power increased by 10, 35, 25, 36 times. The astonishing speed formed a tornado sweeping away the mummies. Those slow-moving mummies didn't even realize they had been torn to pieces. Combat power increased by 45, 10, 70 times. Ning Dai was very surprised by Tong Tong's new ability. That's terrifying. What kind of heaven-defying strength does Tong Tong have? I haven't seen her for a while and she's almost caught up to me. Izuna exclaimed, so strong, so incredibly strong. And Lin Feng, who once traveled with this little girl. And time. I don't feel any changes though. Dong Dong is still the same, isn't he? Izuna chuckled in agreement. Yes, brother Lin Feng, you're right. A moment later, Dong Dong calmly turned around. All done. Lin Feng reached out, probing the black smoke. This aura is the same as the zombies we encountered in the Divine Realm. Gay-o. Dong Dong. Pointing forward, a colossal sand wave was approaching. Brother, look ahead, what a huge sandstorm. Everyone quickly cover your eyes with your hands. Lin Feng didn't forget to remind everyone to be careful. There might be evil spirits hidden in the sandstorm. Ning Dai was equally worried about this. This sandstorm might deplete our spirit energy. If this continues, our spirit energy will soon be exhausted. The shadow of an evil spirit suddenly appeared behind Ning Dai, just as Lin Feng expected. Ning Dai, watch out behind you. The Scorpion Emperor has finally shown himself. Lin Feng greeted him. This sandstorm and the mummy army. They're all you're doing, aren't they? Aren't they? The Scorpion Emperor didn't answer but instead issued a threat. Despair in my black sandstorm. Scorpion Emperor Moses, a level 2 nightmare. He opened his mouth, sucking in spirit energy, preparing for his next attack. Black storm erosion. Dong Dong and Ning Dai stood in front, ready to endure the Scorpion Emperor's attack. Ning Dai reminded Dong Dong of the next step. Dong Dong activate Longinus to suppress the evil god's power. Ning Dai thought about the plan while fighting. It seems we can only go all out. Lin Feng couldn't hold back. So he urged Izuna, who was beside him, to go support the two of them. Izuna can help them. Cleopatra and Ramesses stood in the distance watching through a crystal ball. A sneer curled at her lips. What a lively fellow. My child will surely find him quite delicious. The Scorpion Emperor is quite powerful too. He can actually block Izuna's divine golem. Lin Feng, my power is severely suppressed. Ning Dai remained in an active state to coordinate with Dong Dong. Dong Dong, I'll use my remaining power to restrict its movements. You take the opportunity to finish it off, soul-devouring butterfly MHM. Dong Dong nimbly executed her move. The Scorpion Emperor was still laughing disdainfully, thinking he had victory in his grasp, but was hit by Dong Dong's palm. Roar, it worked. In the blink of an eye, his two massive pincers had been severed. The pain was so intense he could only roar and shriek. What kind of power is this? It can actually wound my body, which is blessed by the gods. A body blessed by the gods. Lin Feng kindly explained to him. Longinus is a divine artifact. Even Lucifer couldn't withstand it, let alone you. Dong Dong agilely performed several consecutive movements. The Scorpion Emperor couldn't react at all. Unable to keep up with Dong Dong's speed, he kept howling Gao Gao Gao. So painful, Dong Dong stopped sparring with him. Instead, she decided to make him disappear directly. I'll finish you. Lin Feng stopped her. Because he still had questions for him. Dong Dong, wait, brother has something to ask it. Dong Dong expressionlessly pressed the sharp spear blade against his neck. Did you hear me make the sandstorm disappear? Brother has something to ask you. The Scorpion Emperor laughed heartily. As if he were the victor. Haha, you actually think you can make me submit? What wishful thinking. I am the most stubborn monarch in Egypt. Dong Dong found his words unbearable and scared him again. Just this much of Longinus power. And he's already scared witless. I was wrong. Immediately after, the desert returned to its original state. The sandstorm began to disappear. Its bones aren't that hard after all. Cleopatra was both shocked and enraged, clutching her face. Her eyes burned with fury. They actually have a divine artifact, worthless Moses. Lin Feng stopped wasting words with him. He got straight to the point. Stop playing dead. I have something to ask you. The weakened Scorpion Emperor immediately opened his eyes, shouting for the adult to speak. Lin Feng frowned and asked sternly. I want to know why the pyramid can suppress ghosts. Why have you always been so strong? The other 11 evil spirits in the pyramid, where are they? The Scorpion Emperor answered, cold sweat pouring down his face. The 12 of us. We were all kings from different eras of Egypt. After our god destroyed our kingdoms, we became his servants. Our god was defeated by the priest who created this pyramid. We were suppressed here. Lin Feng thought to himself. It seems that the one suppressing them is indeed that great priest, who was mentioned in the stone tablets and the mission. He then raised another question. The god you speak of is an evil god. To actually submit to an evil god and destroy countries, are you even worthy of being called kings? He tried his best to justify his words. That's because you haven't experienced the terror of our god. Tong Tong impatiently poked his stomach. Another poke made Lin Feng's face turn pale too. Behave, stop talking nonsense, roar roar roar. Tong Tong's temper was a bit strange now, making everyone puzzled. What's wrong with Tong Tong today? That mummy's ability disgusts Tong Tong Ahu. Before he could catch his breath, the little girl started interrogating him again, leaving his body half dead. Keep talking, all right. In the end, he had to tell the truth in detail. The pyramid is a divine temple, divided into 9 independent subworlds. From top to bottom, the 12 kings. We were suppressed in sequence, in different subworlds, unable to leave. At the end of each level there's a linen rope extending upwards. The higher you go, the higher it is and the stronger the suppressed monarch. Next he explained about the 2 figures carved on the tower. Their positions on the tower were very conspicuous. The 2 strongest ones are at the very top. Cleopatra and Ramses can communicate with all floors. Next was their account of how they, the mummies, became trapped here. After we were suppressed, we could only exist as mummies. Our power continuously drained by the pyramid. When we were about to vanish, Cleopatra had a bold idea. The 12 great emperors were brought together, along with a mixture of ghost energy. Using her ability, the power of the 12 kings, we combined with our god. That was the process of creating the godchild. Cleopatra, being cunning, successfully conceived. Our god will be reborn through her. Therefore, when she mentioned the child in her womb, her face was filled with joy. As the embryo of our God grew, our power also grew stronger day by day. Breaking through the pyramid is also just around the corner, the Scorpion Emperor said, breathing heavily. The priest who created this pyramid left behind a stone tablet. Do you know where it is, Tutankhamun? You were suppressed on the floor above, and it seems there's a stone tablet on your back. A stone tablet. Lin Feng thought it seems the stone tablet needed for the mission is on the floor above. The Scorpion Emperor's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and veins bulged around them. He roared frantically. Our God will be reborn in a new form. By then, all of you will become food for our God. His poisonous tail from who knows where emerged from the sand, reaching towards Ning Dai and Lin Feng, but Ning Dai was already on guard, so his tail couldn't touch even a single strand of Ning Dai's hair before it was neutralized. Tong Tong already disliked this guy, so she hit him without mercy. Still not behaving. Victory experience 200,000. After hearing the Scorpion Emperor's account, Ning Dai was very surprised. I never thought a ghost could get pregnant, and with an evil god at that. We must go to the top floor as soon as possible to prevent the birth of the evil god. After Lin Feng and his group successfully passed this level, Cleopatra had no choice but to reveal herself to them and say, "Welcome, esteemed guests." It seemed this was indeed a powerful evil spirit suppressed at the apex of the pyramid, and capable of communicating with every level. She just put on an innocent look. My sincerest apologies. Distinguished guests of Moses. That person who doesn't understand hospitality has caused you trouble. I am Cleopatra. Lin Feng and his 3 companions, level 37 nightmares, were dumbfounded, staring at her so big. Cleopatra, in a seductive pose, spoke sweetly to Lin Feng and the others. My dear guests, would you first care to appreciate this humble one's beauty? Lin Feng couldn't control his mouth, answering faster than his brain could process. Okay, sis. As a result, Tong Tong picked up a broom and hit him hard on the head, making him yell in pain. Brother, be careful. That's that woman's demonic art, don't be seduced. Only then did Lin Feng snap out of it, retorting, well, reach the summit soon to stop you from birthing an evil god. What a terrifying ability. It can actually affect me, even across several small worlds. Cleopatra's body was indeed captivating. Her bodice curves had reached the pinnacle of feminine perfection. This humble one's beauty can topple nations and cities. If my dear guests do not wish to leave, then succumb to this humble one's beauty. Her lithe figure unsettled their minds. Lin Feng, Yu Dai, Tong Tong, and Isuna had all lost their senses. Cleopatra seemed to have seized everyone's weakness, able to bewitch these poor children, keeping them here. This humble one will protect you all. She then consoled Yu Dai, saying, you are truly beautiful. I shall cherish you. Lin Feng's entire team had fallen victim to Cleopatra's enchantment, motionless as if their souls had been lost. This humble one cannot even display my full range of skills here, so I can only inconvenience my dear guests. She smacked her lips, praising her own technique. Gentleness is indeed the most suitable tomb for heroes. The Impo Parka in her belly excitedly shouted. Wow, aren't these small fry completely finished this time? My contract is almost up too. I'll go out and eat those brats and lesser evil gods first. I'll eat the big-breasted one first. Cleopatra stroked Lin Feng's head. His eyes had become empty and lifeless, and he kept muttering meaningless words. What is this? Who am I? So soft, I want to stay here forever. No, I don't. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard his master's voice in his mind. Lin Feng, you foolish boy. Deep in his subconscious, he returned to the day he was still with his master. He was being lectured, hit on the head with a stick. You brat, you fell asleep in class again. Where was I just now? Lin Feng rubbed the 2 bumps on his head, repeating the question. What is most important for an exorcist? His master urged him to answer. What is it? Lin Feng stood up decisively and replied. Strength, of course. As long as one possesses great power, then no evil spirit is a problem. After hearing this, his master hit him again. Wrong. He earnestly admonished Lin Feng, my boy. Listen to me carefully. What is most important for an exorcist is conviction and willpower. On the battlefield or during combat. From a fighter's actions to their inner self. He knows better than anyone else. This world never lacks powerful individuals. If one only possesses great power, but lacks steadfast conviction and willpower, then. He paused, then continued. They will ultimately get lost in power and desire, heading down the path of destruction. His master's words seemed to materialize before his eyes. To become the strongest exorcist, you must not only face powerful enemies, but also confront your own desires. You must possess unwavering conviction and willpower, and guard your true self. He admonished him word by word, his voice carrying a hint of a lecture. You remember this clearly. Otherwise this old man will cripple you. Returning to the present situation, Lin Feng's eyes had regained their brilliance. The red threads entwined around him, which had just been a venomous snake spewing flames. He decisively reached out and clutched its neck. Cleopatra's mouth gaped open in surprise. She had not anticipated this situation at all. This person actually isn't obsessed with me. What did Lin Feng loudly announce as he raised his spear? Just some evil beings, that's all. Lin Feng am the strongest monster hunter. Cleopatra was so surprised she couldn't believe her eyes. This person isn't obsessed with me. Just some evil beings, that's all. Lin Feng am the strongest monster hunter. Lin Feng declared loudly to her. You quickly run back to Tong Tong. Then he snatched the spear from Tong Tong's hand. Bro, let me borrow the dragon spear. He then combined the two spears and hurled them at Cleopatra. Who would feel anything for this millennia-old hag? Still narcissistic after being dead for a millennium. The spear struck a vital point. She clutched her face wildly. He actually said that about me. The mirror reflecting her image shattered. Lin Feng clapped his hands. Myself. Am not some millennia-old narcissistic hag. When Cleopatra returned, she cried out loud, hugging her face. Woo-woo. Ramses questioned her, what's wrong, Pasha? Her face was stained with a little blood and she turned her chin towards Ramses. Everyone will be obsessed with me. Right, Ramses? The mirror shattered. And at this moment everything returned to normal. Back to how it was before we disappeared. Tong Tong smiled and patted Lin Feng's head. That narcissistic woman's ability is too terrifying. Good thing little brother was here just now. Lin Feng awkwardly accepted the praise. Don't actually treat me like a child. Ning Dai embraced him. Lin Feng, thank you. If it weren't for you just now, I would have been trapped in that illusion. Ning Dai's bond value 1. Ning Dai pressed his face tightly against her chest. Lin Feng was practically breathless. Beautiful sight, please be obscured for now. Ning Dai was breathless. Ning Dai's bond value. Ning Dai's bond value. Ning Dai's bond value, I told you. Ning Dai reminded everyone to continue their journey. Ning Dai, let's go find the way up. I can walk by myself. When is it my turn to be carried? Tong Tong held a straight rope, extending upwards. There's also a small space above. Bro, this is the rope to the upper level. Our power will disappear as soon as we touch this rope. Ning Dai frowned deeply. I tried flying up just now, but I still couldn't get close to the passage. It seems this was made by ancient Egyptians. Of supernatural energy. With unique rules. We can only climb up like ordinary people. Everyone started climbing upwards. Climb, climb, climb. Ning Dai led the way, sweating profusely. Huff, huff. So tired, the suppression from this rope is too strong. But Ning Dai was wearing a poofy skirt. So as she climbed, Lin Feng had a full view of everything he was supposed to see. Huff, huff, yeah, it's really exhausting, Ning Dai. That. Ning Dai kept climbing, her face red from exertion. She looked down and asked Lin Feng. What's wrong? No, nothing. After climbing for a long time, finally, everyone also reached the second level of the pyramid. Everyone was panting, huffing and puffing. Finally made it up. That was exhausting. The pyramid suddenly shook violently. Ning Dai tightly hugged Lin Feng. Be careful. The entire pyramid was shaking. The shaking stopped. Ning Dai stood and observed for a long time. Her hands still hadn't let go of Lin Feng. As if the pyramid was still holding itself together. I feel like my strength has recovered a lot. The rate of supernatural energy consumption has also slowed down. That Ning Dai. I think. Ning Dai's hand unconsciously pressed Lin Feng's face towards. Her twin peaches were about to get bigger. Ning Dai was startled, quickly letting go. Oops. Fortunately Xian Hua caught him in time. My husband, the suppression inside the pyramid has weakened. We've all returned to normal. Ning Dai stood far away, saying awkwardly, so sorry. Tong Tong was quick-witted and had already picked up her camera. She took a few pictures. Xiao Rou. Ling Luo will take a commemorative photo of you too. Sister Ling Luo, I want to see. Some chaotic fluctuations within the pyramid began to emerge, followed by two currents of air colliding. That damned pyramid is finally falling. I can use the power granted by the gods. And from the Tutankhamun Sphinx, fly right in front of Lin Feng and the others. If it weren't for that stone tablet, I would be the strongest of the 12 monarchs. A tier 2 nightmare level Tutankhamun Sphinx. Lin Feng immediately recognized it. This is the evil spirit suppressed on this floor. Let's go, Lin Feng. He timely observed the stone tablet, which was placed right on the Sphinx's head. That must be what the quest is looking for. The Egyptian sacrificial tablet. It seems to be suppressing Tutankhamun's a portion of its power. Tong Tong still took the lead, launching the first attack. Strangely, every single blow could actually cause the Sphinx to twist slightly. Is it that easy? Something's not right? You all come back first. The Sphinx flew even higher, grasping a giant hourglass in its claws. You tiny little imps are truly too impatient. And you all look like fools. The rules I control are full of wisdom. Only when I begin my riddle game can we attack each other? It squinted its eyes happily, looking at everyone. Look at your foolish expressions. I in my great mercy will tell you the rules of the game. My game will begin when the hourglass starts to flow. The sand begins to flow. And as the hourglass gradually empties, my attack power will become stronger. During the game time I will pose 3 riddles consecutively, continuously throughout the game time. And you fools must, while battling me, answer my riddles. It bared its white teeth from its dark lips and laughed. Only before the hourglass runs out. By correctly answering all riddles and forcing me into a weakened state, can you defeat me? However, you fools, I doubt you'll even answer a single riddle, will you? Having said that, it announced the start. And so, fools, let the game begin. Lin Feng pondered for a long time, then made a decision. Its rules have activated. We can hit it. You all fight it. While solving its riddles, it began to ask fools. First riddle: what devours all things beasts? Plants and flowers. It gnaws on steel, grinds and consumes hard stones. It slays kings, demolishes walls and makes high mountains crumble. Its 3,000 flower lamps were placed around, just in case. Xuanhua is helpless against this cunning Sphinx, my dear. Its abilities suppress my ghost arts. Tong Tong, not to be outdone, continued to attack. My goodness, I didn't expect the Sphinx to be so strong. A single swing from it was enough to send Tong Tong flying. Ah, well, block it. Tong Tong was flung far away. Lin Feng caught her in time. Its blood zen spreads onto the body, turning people into sand and stone statues. Cannot fight it. The entire team had no choice but to accept the reality of having to answer its questions. What do you think of that riddle? Still looking, still looking. What devours all things beasts, plants and flowers? It gnaws on steel, grinds and consumes hard stones. It slays kings, demolishes walls and makes high mountains crumble. Yasuna boldly guessed it's a storm. A powerful storm possesses the strength that makes sense. Lin Feng decisively gave the answer. The answer to this riddle is a storm. The Sphinx gloated, replying wrong. Blood Sand Shield. Having said that, it vanished, leaving behind only the nearly empty hourglass. You fools, my power is constantly growing stronger. Your time is almost up. Never before has every passing second been as precious as it is now. Riddle 1: what devours all things beasts? Plants and flowers. It gnaws on steel, grinds and consumes hard stones. It slays kings, demolishes walls and makes high mountains crumble. The hourglass was flowing faster and faster, rapidly emptying. The answer, as soon as it was given, was dismissed. Wrong, your time is up. Yasuna felt embarrassed by her incorrect answer. It was wrong. Lin Feng, wait, let me think again. The Sphinx, delighted by the wrong answer, roared, you fools. My power has grown even stronger. When players answer incorrectly, they automatically fall victim to the attack. Ah, bloodline pierce. Jiang Wei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It's time. The answer is time. Time wears away everything. The hourglass trembled slightly. The Sphinx scoffed mockingly. Oh, a little bit clever, aren't we? Still fools though. Listen closely, this is the second riddle. It continued to pose the second question. What can bring the dead back to life? Make one weep, make one laugh. Grant rejuvenation, instant rebirth. And sustain one throughout their life. Tong Tong and Ling Wei clutched themselves in pain. Lin Feng, the spreading speed of the blood sand has greatly increased on us. Xing Zhu tried to suppress the blood sand on them. Lin Feng said to the other two, Isun and Ning Dai, stop it first. Well, continue to ponder the answer to the second riddle. Ning Dai activated her gigantic soldier, unleashing magic first. Butterfly curse of annihilation. Enhance combat power. Lin Feng, I can hold it off for now. The Sphinx used blood sand claws to block Isuna's gigantic soldier. In an instant, the Sphinx had disintegrated the gigantic soldier. Isuna realized this wouldn't work. Lin Feng, its power has increased again. My gigantic soldier won't last much longer. Isuna anxiously turned to Guihua and Xianhua and asked, have you thought of the answer yet? At this moment, Guihua and Xianhua were still racking their brains. No, it's not this nor that. Xiao Rou was getting flustered from being rushed. The books she was consulting fell scattered on the ground. Oh, big sister, please stop rushing me. My thoughts were interrupted, sorry. Xianhua suddenly thought of the answer and immediately said to her husband, the answer is memory. The dead exist in memories. Memories bring both joy and sorrow, and can accompany a person throughout their life. The Sphinx roared in fury. How dare you answer 2 riddles correctly in a row? You fools! It's impossible for you to possess such wisdom. This must just be luck. It refused to accept the fact that Lin Feng's team was so agile and intelligent. No. You fools have run out of luck. The third riddle, it enunciated the next question. Some try to hide. Some try to deceive. But time reveals all. And we shall meet in the end. Because Lin Feng's team answered correctly. Its power diminished somewhat. Power dissipated. Disperse. Guess my name when I truly possess a person. You will surely know my name. With that, it transformed into a massive tornado. The body granted to me by the gods has finally recovered. It has actually strengthened to this extent. Tutankhamun, the descendant of a Tier 3 evil god nightmare, it declared powerfully. Feel my true power. As the strongest pharaoh, Ningdai's butterfly curse of annihilation could no longer withstand the blood sand, or its blood sand claws. The blood sand claws have surrounded everyone's feet. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Lin Feng, we are being surrounded by blood sand. Husband Xing Zhu can no longer suppress its power either. Xiao Rou has already been turned to sand up to her shoulders. Xiao Rou was spinning in panic. She was about to cry. This is bad. She's turning into a sand statue being turned to sand. Lin Feng held Tong Tong, who was also rapidly turning to stone. Does anyone have a clue for this riddle? The Sphinx grinned triumphantly. Ha ha ha, fools, time's up. The sand in the hourglass was running out. Everything was slowly grinding to a halt. Lin Feng comforted her worriedly. Little seashell Tong Tong, just hold on a little longer. The countdown sand was about to fall completely, leaving no room for error. Was it all going to end so quickly? Lin Feng's body had already turned to stone with only his face not yet fully transformed. Seeing his sister completely petrified, he burst into tears. Suddenly Tong Tong found new life in despair. Lin Feng realized. His tears stopped flowing. He looked up at the Sphinx. I know it, the answer is death. The hourglass exploded the moment the answer was spoken. A smile returned to his face. You guessed correctly. It lost its power. It fell into a weakened state. The Sphinx also vanished along with the hourglass. My power. No one has been able to do this for 1,000 years. How could Tutankhamun fall into a weakened state? Downgrading Nightmare Tier 2, Nightmare Tier 1. Abyss Tier 3, Abyss Tier 2. Wuling shouted furiously. We are very displeased. The consequences will be severe. Everyone bind it with golden chains. How dare you do this to the pharaoh? Tutankhamun shrank. The sisterhood awakened just to kill it. Everyone immediately charged forward. Let's go. We can't let it off easy. Tong Tong. Tong Tong slapped its mouth. Pretty stupid, aren't you? You're so smart, huh? The sisterhood mercilessly beat it. You're a moron, aren't you? Immortal trapping rope azure water immortal. Tutankhamun suffered continuous attacks and was also bound. So it was powerless. Luo Adi condensed and unleashed a decisive blow. While still cursing, it pierced through. Strongest pharaoh, go to hell. Lin Feng stood in a corner. He watched his teammates' torture methods with wide eyes. This was the most miserably dead evil spirit under their hands. Finally, the self-proclaimed strongest pharaoh was also annihilated. Sacrifice victory EXP 20,000. Cleopatra held her head. After witnessing another one under her control. Was gone again. Trash, she screamed, clutching her stomach. Ramesses saw something was wrong and asked her, Bazana, what's wrong? Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She was furious at the current reality. I feel danger. We can't let them go any further. Ramesses, prepare yourself. Brother and the team stood before the stele to examine it. This was precisely the stele the mission required them to find. Brother, the person on top looks like you. System display. Quest: find the stele of the ancient Egyptian high priest. Completion reward: memories of ancient Egypt. Suddenly the stele lit up and there appeared on it vivid colors. Brother, this stele changed. It seems to be the reward issued by the system. Activating memories of ancient Egypt. A figure emerged from the stele and spoke to everyone. Long time no see, Lin Feng. After a millennium. The destiny on the timeline will in your spacetime end. Lin Feng was greatly surprised and confirmed again. Who are you? How do you know my name? The figure pointed to his face and said, my power will bring your consciousness back. Thousands of years ago. You will witness the beginning of everything. As soon as it finished speaking, a golden temporal aura appeared. It coiled around Tong Tong and Lin Feng, causing them to fall. Perhaps they had returned to ancient times. Ancient Egypt, thousands of years ago. Urging voices clamored around them. You slaves, hurry up. Faster, wasn't it only 3 days ago that you wretched slaves were given food? What's wrong? Modern Lin Feng was pulled into this place, playing the role of a slave. The old man next to him reminded him, young man. Wretched slave, put more effort into it. Huffing and puffing, he encouraged himself, even though his shoulders were bleeding from pulling heavy objects. Noah hasn't grown up yet. I can't fall. Tong Tong, where are you? It seems my consciousness has entered this little boy's body. Luckily, Tong Tong and Lin Feng had a telepathic connection, even though they weren't together. Brother, my consciousness has entered a little girl's body. Luckily, we can still use our mental connection. It seems like I'm in an ancient workshop here. We shouldn't be far from each other. The slave master finally allowed them to stop after a long time. All right. You wretched slaves have been hauling for 3 straight days. We can rest for half a day. A moment later, a little girl came running over. This was the body Tong Tong currently inhabited. Lin Feng and she met again, embracing tightly. Tong Tong, big brother is here, big brother is here. The other slaves watched them utterly baffled. They just awkwardly scratched their heads. These 2 children are slaves just like us. How can they be so happy all day long? Are they sick? Perhaps it won't be long before they end up like their parents, crushed to death by rocks, then casually buried somewhere. Lin Feng gently carried his sister as they walked. Big brother will go get food for you. The 2 communicated mentally. I always feel like this body our consciousness entered has a familiar feeling. Yeah, and it seems this little boy pulled our consciousness into this era, into this illusion. Those in power had the authority to scatter food on the ground for the entire areas. Thousands of slaves waiting below the slope. This is your reward. The next meal is in 3 days. Lin Feng with his frail body fought for food. Everyone here looked like starving ghosts. This was all because they had been starved for too long and overly exploited. Their labor force. How dare you steal my food? Lin Feng handed the food to Tong Tong. The amount of food he got. The rice had more and more sand in it. Is anyone bullying you while you work in the fields? Tong Tong said happily while eating. If so, we'll go beat them up. No, big brother is the strongest. He carried the little girl on his shoulders. Only then did he notice the scratches on her legs. The wheat in the fields pricked your legs again, didn't it? I'll get you a pair of shoes. The little girl forced a smile, wanting to tell her brother not to worry so much. Mom and Dad only left 1 pair of shoes. Big brother needs to pull rocks, he can't do it without shoes. Tong Tong sobbed, crying, big brother, I wish we could help them. These children are indeed still at their own age. Carefree. Just find a rock and rest for a bit. Tomorrow we still have to keep pulling rocks. Slaves. The lives of slaves, oh slaves, those people are all high and mighty. Yes, the slave masters patrolled with their swords, scolding the lowly slaves. Lord Priest is coming soon. Kneel down now. Lin Feng squinted, looking at their shoes. Their shoes were bright yellow and of very good quality. Those are golden shoes, right? As he looked at them, he couldn't help but guess. Those people probably don't have to eat rice balls mixed with sand. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. What, you want to be a priest too? Lin Feng asked the old man in return. Grandpa, can I be like them? Of course, as long as you're old enough. Anyone can participate in the divine selection ceremony. After passing, you can become an apprentice and study at the priest academy. After hearing these words, Lin Feng immediately imagined a happy future. Becoming a priest's apprentice could not only help himself and his family escape their slave status, but also lead a more prosperous life. Becoming a full-fledged priest would mean being on equal footing with nobles. This year's ceremony is about to begin. I guess those priests are here to see if anyone is signing up. Your age should be suitable. The little boy excitedly agreed. I want to participate. The old man revealed a cunning smile. You can participate, yes. If others don't pass, it's nothing. But for us slaves, if we don't pass, we will be punished. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. What kind of punishment? He recounted his son's day of fate. The punishment of being gnawed by insects. Thousands of beetles will devour your flesh and blood alive. They'll bore into your brain and internal organs until they gnaw you down to nothing but scraps. Dad, my son was devoured alive by insects. The man scratched his head, a bit confused. He had just pointed out the path to him. Yet he then turned around and advised him not to do it. Born a slave, forever a slave. Being crushed to death by a rock is better than being bitten to death by insects. Lin Feng thought. How does this so-called divine selection ritual feel? A bit like a ghost awakening. Could it be a trial from ancient ghost tamers? Dong Dong said indignantly. Slaves who participate and don't pass will die a horrible death. This ritual is truly too unfair. A few slaves overheard him and mocked from behind. Mo Dang. Haha, Mo Dang, this kid isn't properly moving stones. And he's still thinking about some divine selection ritual. That kind of thing isn't for us slaves to think about. Exactly, there's nothing wrong with moving stones. Who told us to be born slaves anyway? Mo Dang couldn't help but turn around and curse, shut up. All you guys do is mock others and move stones. So what if we're born slaves? Lin Feng sighed softly. Indeed, are kings, nobles, generals and prime ministers born that way? The slave master habitually whipped them a few times for being noisy. What are you arguing about? If you don't move properly, he'll whip you to death. At night, Mo Dang's body was covered in whip marks. That guy whipped me really hard. Are we really doomed to be slaves forever? Dong Dong said to her brother discontentedly. Brother, this ancient Egypt is truly infuriating. Yes, but it is a period of slavery after all. His sister, asleep, was still murmuring in her dreams, brother, I'm so hungry. They hadn't eaten for 2 days. All the nearby rats had been caught and eaten. If this continued, he looked up the darkness, mirroring his own fate as a slave. He had already made up his mind. It seems this is the only way. The next morning at the altar, the divine selection ritual. 100 priests from all over ancient Egypt had arrived. The divine selection ritual is about to begin. A little boy led Noah over. Look. I heard that if a slave doesn't pass this ritual, they'll be eaten by bugs. We secretly ran out of the fields. We hope to see some excitement. Dong Dong stared blankly, searching for her brother. Where did brother go? I haven't seen him since morning. Around the pyramid. Were those colorful auras? Divine selection ritual begin. First, Commoneric. Several children behind them discussed curiously. Esteemed priest, can you let us see the divine selection ritual inside the pyramid? From that aura, brother, it seems to be the power of ghost spirits. These priests seem to be ghost tamers. The ritual host announced the verdict. Disqualified, step down. Next, slave Lai. This child was still young. At this moment, he regretted it immensely. Woo woo. I only signed up on impulse. Sirs, I want to go back to moving stones. As expected, the stone steel had no reaction. His whole body trembled. Because death had been pronounced. Disqualified, take him away for the worm devourment punishment. A cloud of purple smoke enveloped the child. He let out desperate screams. Ah! Something's crawling inside my body. Ah, they're eating me from the inside. Dense worms crawled out from under his skin. Then quickly devoured his flesh and blood. Finally, only white bones remained next. Slave Mo Dang. Only then did Noah realize that her brother had actually signed up for such a terrifying ritual. Brother, how could you participate in such a ritual? No. Her little companion next to her stopped her. Noah, stop. If you cause trouble, you'll be made into a living mummy for disrupting the ritual sequence. That worm crawled from the previous corpse onto the ground. Mo Dang stomped on it, killing it. He strode forward to the stone steel slave. Mo Dang, here. The ritual host said to the slave. Please step forward and touch the obelisk. The god's grace will illuminate everyone. If you possess the power bestowed by the gods within you, it will be activated by the obelisk. How does this feel? Like they're selecting spiritual mediums? Dong Dong also agreed. Yes, brother. Mo Dang stood before the white bones of the child from earlier performing the ritual. Failure results in punishment. If the obelisk shows no reaction, a slave like you who steps onto the stage is committing blasphemy against the gods. You've seen the result. The little boy reached out and touched his head. You are ready to accept all possible outcomes. If you fail, you'll end up like that slave. Noah cried as if her brother would leave immediately. Brother, don't be like that. His friend next to him felt sorry for him and comforted him well. Don't worry, he'll go with you to pick up your brother later. Modin placed his hand on the tower for a moment. It doesn't matter if I die. Only Noah. Modin placed his hand on the cold stone slab, caressing it. The densely carved inscriptions. So quiet. The surrounding clamor and curses felt out of place. Let him suffer the punishment by devouring insects. Punishment by devouring insects. Those slaves below, truly the backbone of lowly slaves. They're clamoring for your death. Punishment by devouring insects. Punishment by devouring insects. Punishment by devouring insects. Below was the old man, the one who previously mentioned this ritual to Modin. He smiled brightly. Did you incite Modin to go? Punishment by devouring insects. The old man burst into laughter. I just said it casually, but that fool actually went. Punishment by devouring insects. They clamored as if watching a game. Punishment by devouring insects. Noah desperately ran onto the altar. Brother Modin closed his eyes, ready to greet the appearance of the purple smoke. As expected, he leaped with all his might. Will I just turn into ash, Noah? I've done my best. Please take good care of yourself. Inside the god-chosen pyramid, soft golden light illuminated the tombstone. The stone tower shone mixed with green light beams, coiling around Modin. instead of being gnawed by insects like everyone else. Noah smiled, and the host was also perceptive. He announced to everyone present, "This is the stone slab from the Divine Authority Pyramid. It has responded. It seems this little slave can become a priest." It took so long to respond. It seems the one it contracted with is also a weakling. Those undead priests have toyed with too many corpses. It's about time we add another priest. The divine authority of the spiritual authority slab is ours. Afterwards, countless voices of doubt rose. Ever since Modin was acknowledged by the gods, why has the entire sky darkened? Even my warriors' spiritual abilities cannot dispel it. My spiritual authority cannot dispel it either. The divine stone appears and disappears intermittently, then vanishes within space. It's moving towards Modin. What's going on? Did I succeed? What is this stone slab? The people in the circle. The colors around the divine tower also caused confusion. Could that stone slab be one of the two supreme stone slabs? No one has ever contracted with it. They are trembling. We must quickly dispel this ghostly aura. The sky was split in two by a blue light. That is the blue god. Dongdong, surprised, confirmed again with his brother. Brother, is it like? Yes, exactly. This feeling, it's a deity. The crowded masses knelt on the ground. Whether you are male or female, whether now or in the future, you are the source of all life. Many priests flew towards the ritual site. Modin was perplexed by their strange actions. Priests, you've descended from the heavens. What on earth are you doing here? What was strange was that these priests were now lowering themselves before him. One day light appeared in the chaotic universe, and Ra acquired his name. His birth was without any omen, as if he had always been there, never leaving, and as if he had never appeared at this moment. Ra created himself. Modin looked up at the blue light. This is the Egyptian sun god whose rank is unknown. Long Feng and Dongdong were completely dumbfounded. He actually contracted with an Egyptian chief god. Moreover, the rank of this god cannot even be displayed by the system. Do you still remember the high priest's phantom? Modin mentioned before that he had already used gas power to bring our consciousness to this time-space. The sun god slowly descended onto the pyramid. An immense power suddenly emerged. Modin shielded his eyes with his hand as the energy was too wild. A map had already appeared on the stone tablet. Tong Tong was like a narrator. She continued to comment. The stone tablet had transformed into spiritual energy and was absorbed by him. Modin stared intently as the light entered his chest. This power is. The master of ceremonies happily said to him, "Young man, don't worry. You have become a respected contractor of GA. As you grow, you will gradually master this power." Modin's mind was full of questions. I became a contractor of GA. He placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. Later you will be arranged to study at the Priest Academy. Better yet, would you like to be my disciple? Modin asked back in surprise. Study to learn the knowledge of priests and how to use your own power. The other priests gathered around and greeted him. Don't listen to this old geezer. That old geezer just now released the devourer bugs. Come be my disciple. Don't listen to that corpse manipulator. Only one girl was different. She seemed very friendly. She put her arm around the young man's shoulder. Come and learn with me. The future of Egypt depends on you. Depends on me. She covered her mouth and chuckled. That's right, you used to be a slave, with no chance to learn any knowledge. Facing these casually spoken words from these people who were originally high above, Modin naturally remained vigilant. The attitude changes of these adults are truly significant. That girl began to explain his mission to him. For him to hear, the appearance of gas contractor guardian of Egypt meant that the great evil god Apophis' day of resurrection was not far off. Apophis was once buried in Egypt during many previous civilizations. Your mission is to defeat him and protect Egypt. Modin was stunned, pointing at himself. Me, a slave fighting a great evil god, protecting Egypt. At the priest apprentice's residence, Modin and Noah stood outside. Their eyes filled with envy. Noah said, "They say you're a distinguished priest apprentice. We are no longer slaves. Brother, is this house really ours?" He stroked his sister's head and smiled at her mum. "This time we don't have to sleep on rocks or eat rat carcasses. Brother has something to show you." He poured out a few pairs of golden slippers from a bottle, sparkling. Before I saw their shoes were quite nice. Brother said he wanted them and they all took them off for him. We're not afraid of not having shoes anymore. Brother, you're amazing. Lin Feng gave a helpless smile. They're golden slippers. I've always been so envious of them, brother. Then a group of servants approached him carrying food. Lord Modin, Lady Noah, please partake. It was the first time the siblings had seen so much food. Their eyes sparkled like stars. Oh my, the two happily ate the delicious food. This was the first food they had ever tasted during their time as slaves. The first time they ate meat other than rat meat. So delicious, so delicious. Modin watched his sister eat happily, his face also beaming with joy. I'm not interested in fighting any great evil god. He always thought of his sister. But if it could allow Noah to live such a life, then he would fight. Tong Tong saw the scene and was so moved she wanted to cry. Wah. They've finally got a good life. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was thinking about what they were about to face. It seems that he will defeat that great evil god later. The pyramid of Ra was built. But why hadn't the evil god been completely eliminated yet? What happened next? At the Priest Academy by the Nile River, people were discussing animatedly. I heard a very important person is enrolling today. I heard about it too. Apparently it's someone who signed a contract with GA. What, just a lucky slave, that's all. The coachman who brought him to the academy announced. Modin, the priesthood academy is just ahead. Mo Deng cheerfully looked down from the sky while flying in midair. These are all spirit folk. Who built these floating pyramids? They seem to be made with noble runic magic technology. Just as Jiang Wei said. Egyptian. Seems very powerful in developing strength. Ghost spirits. Yes, thankfully shared vision is still useful. To see what's happening on your end. The man who brought him reminded. By the way, some apprentices in the academy have bad temperaments. Don't hold back when the time comes. It was Qiu Zhang who got the chance to teach Modin. Modin happily said goodbye. I understand. I'm very good at dealing with people. On the stairs leading to the academy. The bustling chatter of apprentices. Did you bring the materials for today's class? Yes, a slave just happened to die at home. So I brought them to practice making mummies. He's arrived. Let's quickly make some room. The crowd cheered at the appearance of a certain person. Ha ha, Lord Titanen, the future high priest, has arrived. This is Lord Titanen. This is for you. Hurry and bow to Lord Titanen. I'm so handsome. Those female priest apprentices will surely be stunned. Others felt disgusted by this guy. This too. Tannan is clearly just an apprentice, yet he's so arrogant. What can you do? His family is a great noble house with a long heritage. Every generation has powerful priests. Look at those people following him. They are all powerful undead warriors. Their family has deep roots, no one dares to provoke them. Every time he comes he scatters gold coins to show off his power. And even made people call him the Riddler. With ears like a dog, Titanen turned back and threatened them. How dare you talk badly about me? The two who had been talking animatedly suddenly froze. They broke out in a cold sweat and quickly explained themselves. No, not at all. We were simply astounded by your power and handsomeness, O Riddler. That guy is so petty, he's definitely going to get revenge. Better not let him notice you. The girl who recruited him earlier ran out and happily greeted him. You're finally here. I've already saved you a spot. She swayed slightly. She gently called to Mo Deng, come. Let me take you to the classroom. Unexpectedly, the idiot Titanen presumptuously interjected, Oh teacher. Even though I, Titanen, usually display talents far beyond ordinary people, and have already been designated as the future candidate for Grand Priest, I still prefer to keep a low profile. The teacher shoved Titanen aside. Get out of the way, you're so noisy. With that, she turned her attention back to Mo Deng. Mo Deng, quickly come with me. This left everyone stunned. Several female students exclaimed in admiration. Is that the legendary person who made a pact with deity Jia? He's so handsome, yeah. But the boys didn't have a good impression of him at all. So he's the one who made a pact with deity Jia. I heard he's a slave. Keep your voice down, he's not a slave anymore. Don't mention that in front of a former slave. He just became an apprentice and already made an enemy of Titanen. Now this is going to be good. He felt uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. Why is everyone looking at me? I purposely washed my face several times today. Still not clean. You don't need to pay attention to these apprentices. As for Titanen, after being pushed aside, he had to be helped up by his subordinates. He was still very displeased. So what if he made a pact with deity Jia? I, Titanen, have never suffered such humiliation. A little later, the apprentices were all lined up neatly, sitting down. Apprentices, holding your stone tablets. What follows is the main focus of this lesson. Write it all down. Today's lesson was likely about the geography of the Nile River. As everyone knows, civilization was born on this land thousands of years ago. Legend has it that the deities who protect Egypt all reside along the Nile River. Since ancient times in the distant past, under the gods' rule, the people of Egypt lived prosperous lives until, of course, there's a strange history here. The appearance of the evil god Apophis. The evil god Apophis destroyed ancient Egyptian civilization. One could witness the evil god and the sun god in a dramatic confrontation. Under the leadership of the sun god Ra and the war god Batet, the Egyptian gods and Apophis initiated a divine war. Ultimately, Apophis was vanquished on Egyptian soil. Under the gods' guidance, Egyptian civilization was rebuilt. However, the rules Apophis wielded caused it to constantly pollute the land of Egypt and be reborn. The Egyptian gods killed it again and again, yet it returned repeatedly, attempting to destroy civilization. Egyptian civilization sometimes lasted thousands of years, sometimes hundreds of years. Now is the era of Egypt's eighth civilization. Most pharaohs from previous eras of civilization were turned into its thralls. Lin Feng discussed this with Dong Dong again. It seems this evil god is much harder to deal with than the other evil gods I've faced before. I wonder how it would compare to a complete Lucifer and those evil spirits. The evil spirits in the pyramids have become pharaohs, its thralls. The outcome was quite dire. In this war that lasted for thousands of years, all of the gods, the Egyptian gods in their battle with Apophis, either died or vanished. Those stone tablets resembling tombstones emitted golden light. This is how the god Ra came to be. Only those stone tablets that allowed contracting with their inherent power remained, as well as those sealing various divine powers to protect Egypt. This also explained the appearance of evil spirits. Under Apophis' influence, they frequently emerged throughout Egypt. Based on the knowledge bestowed by the gods, we transform a powerful warrior into a mummy, then summon his soul into it, turning him into a powerful undead warrior. To combat evil spirits, contract priests, who contract with undead warriors. Such individuals are called undead priests. They are transforming human bodies into spirit constructs, then merging them with departed souls, turning them into artificial spirits. That is a cruel technique. It feels like the success rate isn't very high. There were also some special shapes on the stone tablets. There's also a method where one can form a contract with multiple stone tablets, sealing various divine powers within the pyramids, chosen by the gods to wield the power within these authorities. These are known as God-favored priests. It's almost like a spirit relic, huh? Stone tablets chosen by the gods can contract with deities. Stone tablets chosen by the divine powers, they can contract with spirits. Finally, the lesson was complete. The teacher announced, "This is also your path forward." She said, "Did you all understand? This class is dismissed." A mummy in the back suddenly raised a hand and loudly said, "Attention junior apprentices. Watch closely. Although I Tutnanen am an apprentice, I've already contracted with so many undead warriors. The Tutnan family. My Tutnan family is a family of undead priests with a 1,000-year legacy." He immediately introduced himself. "This is my great-grandfather, this is my great-grandmother. This is my great-great-grandfather, this is my uncle, this is." Before he could finish speaking, several sycophants gathered around him, praising him profusely. "As expected of our boss. This truly is a family with a 1,000-year lineage. The success rate for undead warriors is extremely low. The Tutnan family actually has so many." Modran vaguely overheard this and thought, "It seems I belong to the god-favored priests." Tutnanen noticed him. He scoffed, letting out a cold snort. He aggressively strode towards Modin, demanding, "Don't you have anything to say about what happened this morning? Even if the great deity has already signed a contract with you, that still doesn't give you the right to insult our scattered family." Modin ignored him the entire time, just scratching his head in confusion. "Who are you? Do I know you? What's a scattered family? What even is a family? You just said those mummies were your relatives. Is that a tradition in your family? When are you going to be mummified?" Dong Dong felt indignant on the man's behalf. He's really talking like that? Yesterday he was just a slave. He didn't know anything. Tutankhamun's face flushed with anger. "Modin, you're nothing but a slave. Merely fortunate enough to be favored by a deity. How dare you repeatedly insult me, Tutankhamun and the Scattered House? I challenge you to a dark duel. If you lose, you will be consumed by the opponent's undead warrior or spirit authority user and devoured." Modin, straightforward by nature, couldn't help but mutter, "You're a truly perplexing fellow. Though I don't know who you are. I see you want to fight, so here I am." Someone said not to hold back before. What a strong sense of déjà vu. Such a familiar plot. In the blink of an eye, a dueling ground appeared for the two of them. "I heard that. Tutankhamun and Modin are having a dark duel. Won't one of them get eaten? This is going to be a good show." The competitive Tutankhamun arrogantly said to Modin. "Are you ready?" Modin listened to his endless nagging. Not having heard a word of what he just said, it was truly endless nonsense. Hurry up, I still need to go back and eat. What a display of borrowed prestige. Tutankhamun summoned the undead of his entire family, including his great-grandfather, great-uncle, second uncle, and even shrank undead warriors. Abyss Tier Undead Warrior Stage 2. Abyss Tier Undead Warrior Stage 1. Nightmare Tier Undead Warrior Stage 1. Nightmare Tier Undead Warrior Stage 1. He continued to rattle them off incessantly. His subordinates praised him one after another. Looks like the boss is serious. The boss truly is the strongest apprentice of the young generation. This left Lin Feng and Dong Dong amazed as well. He can actually create so many powerful spirits. Do necro-priests always involve their whole family when they fight? Modin replied nonchalantly. Just close my eyes and pray. Feeling the stone tablet within me. The previous priest said that I can only use a fraction of its power. When the contract was first signed, over time I will gradually master its power. Since you are called the strongest deity, please let me see your power. With that, he waved his hand to the side. A golden light appeared with his gesture. Spiritual energy surged around him, filled with the power of the deity. It seems I can only use a tiny bit of power right now. Your tiny bit is this spiritual energy storm, the aura of the sun god. This move was enough to distort the faces of Tutankhamun's entire family. Their teeth fell out and they collapsed one after another. Tutankhamun truly knew fear, now scared out of his wits. Tears were almost streaming from his eyes. No great-grandfather, great-uncle, second uncle. Tutankhamun could only pray in despair. No great-grandfather, great-uncle, second uncle. Everyone he had summoned to help him was swaying, collapsing, and lying on the ground. They were still coughing and gasping for breath. Tears streamed down, agitatedly asking the elders, "Honored ancestors, your bones haven't been ground to dust, have they?" He seemed very angry at him. His frail bones trembling, struggling to sit up, coughing and saying, "I'm going to turn this little brat into a mummy." Cough, 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 Modin said expressionlessly. "I held back just now. Your family's priests should be able to recover. Disperse. It definitely doesn't want to consume someone like you. Don't come looking for trouble with me for no reason again." Tutankhamun himself also marveled at how handsome he was, gazing at him with infatuation, so much so that his elders had to call out to him, "Brat, help me up quickly." The apprentices now went from disdain, curiosity and scrutiny to admiration and praise. Modin is too powerful, too handsome. He's so handsome he's almost catching up to me. This guy's got some nerve. After the fight, Modin and Noah returned home to eat. "Phew, brother, how was your first day at the academy?" He mumbled to his sister while chewing. "It was alright. It's just that the people there are a bit strange." "Still the same as always." Morton told his sister everything, and Noah said again, "Lately I always feel like someone's talking in my ear. But I can't quite make it out. That's so weird, me too." There are two blurry voices arguing. Lin Feng and Tong Tong, the brothers, whispered, "They can hear us talking." Until the Morton brothers fell asleep, only then could Lin Feng and Tong Tong speak freely. "Before our consciousness traveled thousands of years and arrived in these two people's bodies. Mind link means talking to them with our consciousness. It's not strange that they can hear us talk." Part of L 4317. Bro, they couldn't hear clearly before. Will they be able to hear more clearly over time? Impossible. Lin Feng and Tong Tong revealed their true forms, staring at them without blinking. His future self sent our consciousness thousands of years back. "I'm afraid it's not just for us to be bystanders." Meaning he adjusted his glasses smugly. "To teach them with the knowledge and abilities we possess, and accelerate their growth." Got it, you and I are the protagonist's cheat code in a novel. In the previous era. Morton yawned, looking sleepy. "When I was sleeping I felt like someone was constantly muttering in my ear." Lin Feng thought to himself. Muttering about some demon-breaking combat techniques, all spooky and eerie. Soul-body fusion. And specter mark inscription. It made me not sleep well all night. It's demon-breaking combat technique, ghostly torrent. Soul-body fusion, specter mark inscription. Don't blame me if your signal is bad. I really want to beat you up just like Teacher Eric. I was about to enter the classroom when those guys Titanen and his gang blocked my way again. "Don't you kids know how to write the word fear?" he asked them. "What's wrong? What do you want? Wasn't yesterday's lesson enough?" To my surprise, they actually knelt down and said something astonishing. "Big brother Morton Titanen will definitely behave from now on. Big brother listened to me as expected of Gaia's contractor." After yesterday's battle, everyone was captivated by Big brother's heroic presence. Titanen's gaze at Morton was utterly infatuated. "Sir, please accept us as your subordinates." Morton reluctantly let them into the classroom. "You guys are really strange." After that, Morton became the leader of these apprentices. "And I continuously spoke in his mind to guide him. This kid's talent is truly insane. He learns everything faster than even someone like me with a system boost. Soon, he learned to use the powers of Gaia and Spectre marks, the tactics Jiang Wei told me before. 3 years passed in a flash. Morton has now grown stronger and braver. Morton, big brother. Now we are all qualified priests. You're about to become a high priest, right? As long as I can summon my twin divine artifacts, I can become a high priest. He led the crowd to the edge of the cliff. When Apophis power began to operate, these believers, as if driven mad, sacrificed themselves and turned into evil spirits. The ghost tide is coming. Evil spirits surged forward in dense masses. Gaia's Stormblade Linfeng was satisfied, watching him unleash the combat technique. I have to admit it wasn't a wasted effort. I've been muttering in his ear every day. Of course it's a one-hit kill. Your subordinates are even more impressed with you. As expected of Big Brother Morton. Just one move can solve the ghost tide, alright. Let's go back. The divine selection ritual is about to begin. Noah will also participate this year. Noah stood before the stone tablet waiting. Big Brother came back for my ritual. The little girl placed her hand on the stone tablet. It's reacting. Big Brother, I can become a priest too. Suddenly a cat face pattern appeared on the stone tablet, startling the little girl. Awe. That's the stone tablet. Another supreme stone tablet in the divine selection pyramid. A divine spirit emerged from the stone tablet. Her heart was filled with joy over this matter. Big Brother Noah can also contract with a deity. Meow. Noah's half-human half-cat form looked adorable and incredibly nimble. Meow. Noah feline god contract form. Morton ran to Noah's side. Noah, are you alright? I'm fine, brother. It seems I made a contract with Meow the scoundrel god, which is why I turned out like this. Meow. The procession of priests arrived at Pharaoh Noah's side. The 8th pharaoh of our dynasty has been born. We hear that the one who, the goddess of harvest and war, Batat, has signed a contract with our current pharaoh. A pharaoh has finally been born. The innocent little girl scratched her head. Meow. A pharaoh, really? No way. Meow. Morton clutched his head, groaning in pain. Huh, brother. A strong beam of light shone directly onto the brick ground. Morton's silhouette turned pitch black. The artifact of Gaia, the eyes, has finally been summoned. It seems that RA is also close to mastering all of Gaia's power. Through their interconnectedness, Morton gradually understood everything. I saw the flow of time before my eyes. So Gaia's true power is related to the law of time. This might be the key to completely destroying Apophis. Noah hugged her brother tightly. Meow. It's good that brother is alright. The subjects prostrated themselves, bowing. High Priest Morton, Pharaoh Noah. The entire desert echoed with their shouts. High Priest Morton, Pharaoh Noah. Noah felt very proud of her brother. She stepped forward to show off to him. Meow. Brother. I've also learned the tactical runes of that sound. This way I can help you. The matured Morton spoke more seriously. We must strive to use divine power and tactical runes to complete this. Together the two of them levitated the pyramid into the air. Senior brother sealing the evil spirits in the 9 small worlds is complete. All that's left is to merge them. As for his innate power, it greatly pleased Linfeng. Morton not only learned the tactical runes I spoke of, but also integrated divine power into them to create this pyramid. So this is how Sister Isuna built pyramids. The siblings were about to achieve their goal, and thus became even more focused. The RA pyramid is complete. This time Apophis power can be sealed inside, preventing it from polluting this land. Egypt brother is incredible. Meow. Brother Morton gently stroked his sister's head. As Gaia's power grows stronger, I feel Apophis is close to revival. I will definitely protect you. Meow. Noah will protect big brother too. Tong Tong sighed softly, a little envious. I want my head stroked too. 1 year later, ancient Egypt was still in a state of drought. The people were emaciated. There was no food in the desert and not a drop of rain fell. The temperature was scorching. They cried out in agony. The seeds they had just sown, in just one night the entire field turned into this. What are we going to do this year? Others whispered among themselves. I heard it's not just like this here. The Nile River is almost dry, and the refugees say, not only are droughts frequent, but strange evil spirits are also increasing. And even the high priests have difficulty suppressing them. I'm afraid it won't be long until Egypt is destroyed. What will we do then? Suddenly before their eyes a powerful figure arrived. That's the pharaoh. At this moment Tong Tong transformed into the girl with brownish black hair and emerald green eyes, and said, Pharaoh, another field ahead has been consumed by Apophis power, has been corrupted. Both girls were flying through the air at extremely high speed. Noah replied, "Damn it, meow," as Apophis power becomes increasingly active. More and more disasters are occurring in Egypt. As they landed, the subjects knelt and bowed. All hail the pharaoh. All hail the high priest. Noah smiled and said, "Everyone, no need to kneel. Quickly rise, quickly rise. I really don't like meowing and kowtowing all over the place." At that time Morden was watching her. Noah became pharaoh, but her personality remained unchanged. Later, Noah used her power to revive the crops, bestowing them upon the people. The harvest power of the cat god Batet. At that very moment her power was like that of a savior, saving the desert people of Egypt from extinction. Every plant was full of life, growing vigorously, making her subjects overjoyed. The fields are starting to recover. They worshipped her even more. Long live Pharaoh Noah, long live Pharaoh Noah. Even Tongtong, the high priestess, also rejoiced. She exclaimed, "It feels so miraculous every time I see it." Noah shyly said, "I'm still not used to acting cute. I still haven't been able to fully unleash all my power." She didn't understand acting cute. So Noah playfully said, "Meow, that's the vague sound I hear in my ear. Every time I use it, it says my meng acting cute. So I named this ability acting cute." Tongtong suddenly understood. So it really is acting cute, which left Morden helpless. What are you teaching her to say? Afterward Tongtong greatly praised Noah. "That's amazing. The pharaoh can not only use divine power. She also invented many tools to free slaves and granted them land. And these tools have increased the nation's strength. If not for the pharaoh's measures, who knows what would have become of Egypt?" Noah became even shyer from the praise. "Meow. Those vague voices have always been teaching me." This made Tongtong even more curious. She thought it must be the cat god instructing the pharaoh. She secretly thought, "What I teach is far more useful." The subjects came forward, gently expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, pharaoh. If not for the pharaoh, we would probably all starve to death this year." That's right, that's right. She happily said, "It's nothing." Suddenly, in the next moment, those people turned into zombies and attacked Noah. They transformed, mutated. They were abyssal evil spirits level 3. "Thank you, pharaoh," he. But she was very calm. The war power of the cat god Batet. With just a golden light sword, she easily defeated the evil spirits and demons. Afterward they were bound, and Tongtong said, "Nullify their authority. Manifest and suppress them." They screamed, "Ah ha, damn the pharaoh, damn Egypt." They were bound by divine orbs. They screamed, begging the pharaoh for mercy. "I don't know them." But Tongtong told the pharaoh, "These guys are all cultists who worship Apophis. Apophis uses evil gods to hide the evil spirits within their bodies, and then to assassinate you." Noah angrily asked, "Why did I grant you freedom? Gave you land. Why do you still resent me?" That fellow brazenly roared, "Ha ha ha, the flaws within us are all caused by this world. Because we have always been in darkness. Therefore this world doesn't deserve to have light." The more he struggled, the tighter he was bound, yet he continued to speak. "My soul will belong to Lord Apophis. Lord Apophis will lead us aberrants to declare war on this world, breaking free from the shackles of all rules, and return the world to chaos." Tongtong became worried. They began to rot. This was the effect of evil magic on them. Afterward Noah sadly flew away. "Wait for me, sob cat god. Did I do something wrong?" Tongtong knew that Noah had already done exceedingly well. "Don't listen to those cultists' nonsense." Noah remained sad. "Cat god, what are you saying? I can't hear clearly. I really can't hear." Noah immediately returned home, seeing Morden sitting on the throne. The longing and grievances in her heart burst forth. "Brother." She sat on his lap, feeling wronged, pitiable and sad. He gently comforted her. "I already know everything. You've done exceedingly well, Noah." But she wouldn't have it. "You're looking at me with rash eyes again." Morden explained, "Where there is light there is darkness. Human hearts are the same, some worship light. Some people once again pursue darkness. These people are drawn to Apophis power and walk towards the dark abyss. They will believe in the truth they hold, refusing to bow their heads day after day, cursing the gods and the world's injustice, letting Apophis power save them." Previous generations of pharaohs were also eroded by Apophis power, their minds corrupted, becoming its vassals. Morden stroked Noah's head, comforting him, saying, "Noah, don't worry. I will completely seal Apophis power. You will also become an excellent pharaoh, dispelling the darkness from Egypt." Noah felt a warmth in his heart. "Mimil, work hard with my brother." However, he was still thinking. During this time, I used the time law of the IFRA to find a way to completely annihilate Apophis. Now, I can finally vaguely see something. Is this related to The voice that has been echoing in my ears. Morden seemed to be planning something terrible, and Tongtong was helpless, utterly distressed. In the Nile, clear and winding like its name, people were laboring, but suddenly discovered something abnormal. How did this garment get like this? They suddenly shouted, brothers, look at the river, blood, blood. Simultaneously, this was the arrival of nature's wrath. The river water was unusually stained with blood. The entire Nile was dyed red. Then a series of glowing red eyes appeared beneath their feet, displaying furious rage. This is it, gradually devouring human bodies. Even though they pleaded for rescue, Lord Apophis has returned. Let this world descend into chaos once more. Many evil spirits emerged from the Nile simultaneously. As if drawn by it, people desperately ran for their lives. The sky was gloomy. Night fell, and a nightmare shrouded the peaceful lives of the people. At that time the suffering Egyptians knelt before the gods, then followed my god to this world. How do my former subjects taste? Cleopatra sat leisurely on the forced laborer, enjoying excellent entertainment and delight. Ramesses said with interest, perhaps another pharaoh is about to become a follower of my god. Cleopatra said contentedly, that wisest and strongest one is also about to emerge. The Sphinx deity, wrapped in wet ropes, snorted angrily. Those foolish Tutankhamons are going to be reborn again. People fled the palace of life and death in chaos. The priests, following Morden's arrangements, evacuated the people. The high priest is ready to face the enemy of the apocalypse. The apocalypse is here. Morden surmised they had arrived. It's time to end their grievances with the land of Egypt. Noah didn't understand his brother. His brother didn't want him to know, so he gently stroked his head and said, don't worry. I will definitely solve this completely. He thought to himself, though there will be a price to pay. As long as Noah is safe, it's fine. The battle was nearing its end. Cleopatra and Tutankhamun's side were also ready. Countless spirits who once believed in my god from ancient times to the present have returned. Those are the 12 ancient Egyptian monarchs. They are all supreme deities. Fearless, they cheered as the night was enveloped by the source of power. Furious darkness congratulated the arrival of my god Apophis. The system told Morden that is the evil god Apophis. He didn't understand, is this evil god the same as before? The system cannot display its level right now. All the priests gathered before the divine Morden's aura of the god of death. Big brother, thousands of Egyptian priests have come. They say that's the evil god Apophis. Just seeing it makes one want to kneel and surrender to it. Morden realized that the evil god had not yet used its own laws. Merely the fluctuations of its power had already caused these priests to lose their power to resist. They were all afraid of the evil god's power. No, I don't want this, it's too terrifying. Yes, that's right. My undead warriors want to run away before even using their power. Tongtong was then also intimidated. She collapsed to the ground. Not good. Just by looking, all the priests were powerless to resist. Are we just going to be devoured by them like this? Immediately after, to balance the formation and energy fluctuations, Mo Fan transformed, becoming stronger. To stabilize his state, he said this battle must be won. Go, immortal golden sun. Noah followed beside him, worried. The two sides stood opposed. On one side was the silent night glow, black and red shadows intertwined in the air. On the other side is the light of faith and the hope of victory. The most peaceful and blissful place in the world. The golden sunlight seemed to balance human emotions and states. At the top of the pyramid, all the priests seem to have been reborn. This is Brother Mo Fan's power. The fear in my heart has vanished. They all submitted to this eternal source of light. Ra's glory illuminates us. Tongtong warned. The laws of both sides began to contend on the battlefield. Mo Fan immediately noticed it. This time Mo Fan directly reinforced the battlefield with thousands of priests. How formidable! As they faced an evenly matched confrontation of equal strength. System note: Golden Sun. Under the illumination of glory, Ra will transform into a brave warrior, ignoring the evil god's mental erosion and attacking to suppress the evil god's power. All ghost servants levels. Our side specter level increases by 2. Under Mo Fan's leadership, they united their efforts. All priests summoned the undead from the necropolis port to defend the city. You and Noah go together. Noah, you lead the elite priests to deal with those pharaohs while I seize the opportunity to fuse with Ra's power. She replied, all right, leave it to me, big bro. Mo Fan was using Ra's power. He said, I'm seeing things more and more clearly. Tongtong said. Mo Fan's state. It seems he's forcibly controlling Ra's power and fusing with Ra. He asked in surprise, is it soul fusion? It was only briefly mentioned before. I didn't expect him to have mastered it already. She said, look, he's contracted with a deity. His talent is much stronger than yours. Although it sounded a bit stinging, Mo Fan had to accept it. He said, Apophis time is right before me. I will soon know the secret of your continuous resurrection. Then he thought again, Mo Fan's cultivation time is too short. It's still too early to bear the power of a god now. He worried despite this. On the other side, the priests fought with all their might. For Egypt, for Egypt. Every crystal stone representing a priest strived for victory. First used the ghost domain to block them, then released the undead warriors. They summoned mummies to fight grandpa's, grandma's, uncle's, aunts. And second, Uncle Go. Everyone is strengthened. They were determined to go all out, the undead priests. All undead warriors should fight. They tried to draw strength. And it was the attacking sunlight. Those divine priests summoned spirits. Everything was a struggle of darkness against light. They gradually charged forward, reinforcing their forces. The pharaohs gradually defeated the evil spirits, successfully blocking them. And Cleopatra watched from her seat. This one dislikes battlefields. Can you just quietly be eaten? Her power seemed to be slowly hypnotizing them, overthrowing nations. They gradually lost the motivation to fight. Grandpa's, grandma's, uncle's, aunts, and second uncle. At the same time, a priest also said, is it okay to be eaten? Yes, I'll go be eaten. Raslight restored his sanity. He calmed down. Oh, what am I doing? Fortunately, I have brother Mo Fan's protection. Raslight rendered the charm ineffective. Everyone fought fiercely. The blood fiend coffin appeared for battle. The enemy said, wouldn't it be better to die in this one's gentle embrace? I wonder what these priests taste like. How do they compare to my era? They exerted all their strength to protect Egypt's peace. Suddenly they perceived, this situation is getting grim. Matthias laughed maniacally. Ha ha. I can't wait to see them die a miserable death. He then fell into a frenzy, ready for battle. He was ambushed by the pharaoh. Noah said firmly, your opponents are us. And Tongtong along with our teammates behind us. Noah powerfully summoned the fertile domain. The evil god's power was suppressed within this domain. All attributes of their own team increased by 500. She shouted loudly, power of fertility. The fertile land is my domain. Don't even think about taking another step forward. The power felt like a garden bathed in spring light. Even Tongtong became excited. This was the law that Noah had mastered. Under her law, those pharaohs were simply no match for Noah. And these priests. Meanwhile, Cleopatra took all of this in. I'm certain it's all in vain. I'm merely stalling them. Once my god moves, everything you've done will be for naught. She maniacally stuck out her tongue, losing her mind. Ha 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 ha. I feel it, chaos is coming. Everything would turn to ruins, doors and windows shattered, monsters. That aberration appeared amidst the chaos and mutations on Cleopatra's side. It was the bizarre divine tree. It suddenly appeared like a mouth full of fangs. This is my god, it can devour all power and bring chaos to the world. Tongtong reminded him that Noah's laws and attacks were ineffective against this evil god. This evil god seems to be able to devour all power. Modin worried. Is this his law, destroying everything? Devouring all? The priest was pulled away by Noah, looking distraught. Pharaoh, let me go. I want to be with my grandparents and uncles. Noah retorted displeasedly, shut up. Suddenly the light of hope shone. It was Modin, who had transformed into Ra, the sun god. He was cheered by the crowd, carrying the conviction of victory. His body emitted dazzling beams of light, and eyes that could control everything. Sun, illuminate the world, summon Ra. The power of Ra couldn't be fully integrated, but it was enough. Apophis, I've seen your weakness. Divine dragon Ra, summon. Bring light and hope to humanity. The sun's breath. Surging beams of light descended like meteors. This evil god Apophis was incredibly powerful and imposing. As if he had already defeated Ra. You finally showed up too. He'll drag you down from the heavens once more. This land will once again face destruction. Modin, transformed into the sun god, stood majestically. Ra would never give up. I won't let you succeed. Unleash all your power, Ra. I will become the sun, dispelling all darkness. Tongtong praised, so cool. He decisively made his move at this moment. I am a god. Noah suddenly realized that her brother was forcefully unleashing Ra's power. If this continues, my brother will. Modin shouted, step 1, restrict your law. Let the setting sun fall. This was the energy that controlled sunlight. It was like an explosion. Through the collision of the sun and the earth, it burst forth with dazzling light, as if massive rocks were gradually shattering. It was a source of destructive energy. They exclaimed, is this what a battle between gods is like? The powerful laws mastered by both sides. continuously clashed on the battlefield. He then unleashed his next move, activate RAS Pyramid. Light enveloped the entire sky. Unbearable. The heat emanating from it was unbearable, eroding Moden's very body from within. Also shocking, too powerful. Moden's power truly couldn't be explained by a psychic body. Even more astonishing was that when the two gods battled, it was as if they could split planets in the galaxy in two. An evenly matched fight. Tong Tong felt breathless. Apophis was transforming into a black hole. This was the true power of the god of destruction. Absolutely devastating to the senses. Right as all of this was unfolding before their eyes. Erupt. Two divine powers are about to collide. If you are light, Ra is darkness. I am the Terminator. Because his body has reached its limit. Moden's body cannot sustain it for long. Ugh. The longer you drag this out, the faster it spreads. Noah anxiously cried out, brother. The girl pleaded, brother, that's enough, please stop. Yet Moden continued to struggle until victory was achieved. He warned Noah, don't come closer. The divine power intensified, burning away the twilight. Between eternal light and infinite darkness. They contended with each other so close. The energy balance suddenly descended. And so two planets violently collided. Who knows if anyone could withstand the immense pressure of those two attacks. Extreme friction overwhelmed everything. A great explosion erupted, shaking Egypt and its enemies. It gradually dissipated amidst darkness and light. Noah cried out, brother. They were sucked into the vacuum, brother Moden. After that fierce impact, they returned to calm and felt joy. We won, we won. Brother Moden won, he won, he won. A voice came through. What's the use of destroying my physical body? I am immortal, perhaps in 100 years or 1,000. I will revive on this land. These moments of time to me are but a fleeting instant, just a brief respite. On the path to world destruction. Moden was exhausted, but he said firmly, Apophis, I have seen through the essence of your power. Dreaming of reviving on this land. He exuded an equally imposing majesty and intensity. RAS Pyramid will seal you forever. Your power is gradually being eroded from within. Resurrection will be indefinitely postponed. They were shocked. What is this? How could my power be stopped? It will send all of you who are escaping away. Afterward the pyramid slammed shut. When the world returned to peace, Moden weakly struggled to stand. He was too tired. Finally, I see you. Lin Feng, Tong Tong. They were surprised you can see us. Moden said that was Lin Feng's ability. I don't have much time left, listen carefully. How to completely end the apocalypse. The pyramid can only temporarily suppress and weaken it. My power allows me to see the past and the future, as well as Apophis' secret. It is a time worm. At different points in time, it leaves its own traces. As long as its traces exist, it can continue to be reborn after countless ages. Ultimately, I also found a way to completely eradicate it. That is at a certain specific moment where you are. He emphasized using that moment as the starting point. And using all of your power, I can erase the apocalypse from all of time. This is my plan. Transtemporal combat. But that body cannot withstand the immense pressure of the power. Moden instructed Lin Feng. I will use my last ounce of power to transform myself into a spirit and seal it away. The spirit I transform into cannot be revived. When the critical moment arrives, you will remember how to awaken me. Moden collapsed at this moment. Noah cried out in agony. The little girl went forward and held her brother, weeping in his embrace. The excruciating pain of losing a loved one tore through her heart. Brother, don't leave. Moden gently comforted. It's all right, Noah. You won't be in danger anymore. He struggled in the countdown of his remaining time to speak to his sister. You will surely become a good pharaoh, Noah. Egypt will prosper for 1,000 years under your rule. She refused to accept this fact. I just want to be with you, brother. His body gradually cracked. I'm sorry, Noah, I can't stay with you any longer. As he had said, Moden transformed into a malevolent spirit, flying high into the sky and dissipating, amidst the sorrow of his people. The final farewell. Noah's emotions were uncontrollable. As he watched his beloved pass away before his very eyes, Modern's body merged with the pyramid. The last ray of light was used to seal it. Where did the high stone slab come from? I see. Lin Feng and Tong Tong. The disparity in time and space caused them to be unavoidably teleported. They returned to the present. Tong Tong said, brother, our consciousness is back. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had been in ancient Egypt for a long time, it seemed only an instant had passed here. Everyone happily reunited with them. Sister Xianhua, I'll tell you what happened inside. What happened we want to hear too. Lin Feng recalled Modern's story. Did you wait for us alone here for thousands of years? Even if Isuna established a connection with the pyramid and maintained the pyramid's suppression. Could it be? Was all of this within your expectations? Why didn't they let you enter the ghostly homeland first? Suddenly a system window appeared. Awaken Modern's lingering soul in the stone slab. Reward temporary contract. Gamma's power is fully unleashed. He was surprised that the temporary contract was with Modern. Gamma's power isn't fully unleashed yet. And he's already this strong. If it were fully unleashed. Ningyi said, what is Gamma doing over there, Lin Feng? We must find the rope as soon as possible. Connect it to the top. Lin Feng didn't understand why the rope needed to be hung. Cleopatra said. Now is the critical moment. Let the gods gather once more. They can't go any further, you useless fool TT. If it wasn't for all the power being concentrated on him and suppressing him for 1,000 years, she wanted him to open the pyramid from within. We wouldn't have recovered our power. So slow. She laughed maniacally, ha ha. Enough watching the show, make your move quickly. Her consciousness always wanted to seize control. My body. If I expose myself now, I won't be able to use much of my power. She became even more terrifying and shadowy. Don't waste any more time, do it. Ramses is ready. Well, lend you our power then. Afterwards Isuna walked up to them and Lin Feng told everyone. This is what my consciousness experienced. Previously Ning Yi had said. Could it be? Has she already conceived an evil god as terrifying as Apophis? Then Lin Feng. You asked Isuna what was wrong. She said, I remembered some things about the pyramid. It might be useful to you. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Great, it's that. Suddenly he was ambushed by her right after. Unexpectedly he fell after Isuna attacked. Isuna lost her mind as if controlled by something. Killing you is so easy. She was so cruel as to dig out his heart. Lin Feng's heart was ripped out in front of everyone. He vomited blood, his injuries too severe. He had no idea that Isuna, the one everyone knew, was actually being controlled by Cleopatra. Haha, Isuna, give me his heart, let me try it, he. He didn't understand in a weak broken voice. Isuna. Why from the moment you entered the pyramid? We've been together, why is this happening? He struggled to speak, his body slowly dying. No, you're not Isuna, what the hell are you? At this moment Isuna seemed changed, she frantically said, what the hell? I am Isuna, my father was killed thousands of years ago. Isuna was sacrificed and died because of hatred. The darkness within Isuna gradually emerged. For the past few millennia, I've been confined in this pyramid filled with deep despair. Meanwhile on the other side Cleopatra calmly said. This queen is quite surprised. I didn't expect that when she died. Her deep resentment would transform into an independent spiritual entity, allowing her to be toyed with by those beings in the pyramid. Thousands of years later when you entered, she immediately returned to her body, suppressing the previous consciousness and becoming the true Isuna. She was insane. I struggled in the darkness. Why could she enjoy herself outside? Haha, I just want to destroy everything she holds dear. Especially the person she loved most. Isuna uncharacteristically felt discontent. Lin Feng died. What kind of reaction is that? Xiao Rou, playing the director, began to speak. Your acting is way too exaggerated. The director is right, these two kids. Even Tong Tong said so, that's how it is. Isuna's consciousness was just suppressed by the resentful entity. Ningyi held back her laughter. Stop acting. I can't hold it in much longer. Isuna looked stunned. All of that was just a joke. She dispelled her clone. What she was holding in her hand turned out to be a stinky fish. Isuna was dumbfounded. Cleopatra on the other side hadn't expected it either. At this moment Lin Feng appeared eating melon as he watched. Please continue your performance, everyone. I haven't finished my melon yet. And Xianhua said, my husband, you're so naughty. My clone acted really well. Tong Tong said. We can give Sister Xianhua an Oscar. He didn't expect that in their eyes Isuna was just a clown. You're the clowns. Isuna actually flew into a rage out of humiliation. How could I have been seen through her body? Memories abilities, I clearly had mastered them perfectly. Then Lin Feng finally spoke. Although you possess Isuna's memories, you only seem to be an observer. You haven't truly integrated with us. Despite spending every day together. After that, even though you were also deceived, that big-breasted woman towards you didn't seem to get serious. You seemed to think your acting was perfect. So you started to just go through the motions. And you didn't go all out in battle either. Even though the pyramid had a suppressive effect, Isuna wouldn't be so weak as that, right? The most ridiculous thing is when you intervened. While we were guessing riddles. Your acting was too exaggerated. You were like a detective needing to deduce everything. Of course, all of the above Could have. A reasonable explanation, but the most crucial thing is, Isuna would unconsciously call me Mr. Ghost. But in the pyramid you kept calling me Lin Feng, so I can be certain. There is only one truth: you are not the real Isuna at all. I'm afraid you've been looking for an opportunity to attack me all along. You hadn't acted before, possibly due to some restriction. To avoid alerting you, I had Tong Tong go find Manhua to set things up beforehand. Using a ghost mirror clone, she transformed into my likeness. I didn't expect you would actually make a move. We turned the tables on you and played along with your act. To find out the truth, Cleopatra cursed you good for nothing. How did this empress teach you? Isuna retorted. If you've got the guts, come over here. You 1,000-year-old mummy, all you do is pretend to be weak all day. At that time she even hugged Lin Feng and said, I want to hug little Lin Feng too. Before she missed several opportunities to make a move. Don't you dare harm Mr. Ghost. They were all blocked by her consciousness. Meanwhile Cleopatra complained to Ramses again. Ramses gave her strength and made her fight desperately. To the death. Can you tolerate that? All you do is pretentiously boss me around every day. So she used her power to summon the ancient Egyptian mummy Gugugu. Pasha Ramses, you two sucked away my power again. They continued to argue, it's all gone, it's all gone, it's all gone. Isuna meanwhile became even crazier, ha 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 ha. I feel power. Isuna's dark form was a complete body. Pseudo-nightmare level 3. She seemed to have lost her humanity. Ayla, she and I are one body. Kill us or Isuna summoned the Colossus, it'll kill you all. The massive Colossus seemed about to crush humanity and they exclaimed, oh my god, she's completely gone dark. But Lin Feng remained calm and said, you all hold her back. I'll try to enter the deepest part of her consciousness. And free Isuna's consciousness. They responded, alright, intensify the attack. Ning Yi and Tong Tong were ready to charge forward at any moment. Meanwhile Lin Feng unleashed the power of his spiritual link. Ning Yi unleashed her annihilation technique. The butterfly orb struck at the Colossus. Pinned in place, watch me beat you senseless. 3,000 flower lanterns, it's just a stall. Isuna said confidently, my body has been bound for too long. I don't want to be bound anymore. The two sisters were full of fighting spirit. The comics all say water counters San Shiro. Hurry up and go, but she's 3 times more corrupted now. On Isuna's side she was unstoppable. She had been suppressed before. You don't even know how powerful I Isuna am. Tong Tong rushed forward hoping to launch a surprise attack. To catch her off guard. But she already knew It's Tong Tong. Who didn't want to attack her familiar companion. The sharp sword tip stopped at Isuna's throat. She said contemptuously, come on, stab me, don't be a coward, ha ha ha. You have the sword and giving you a chance. But you won't use it. Quicksand erosion. Afterwards Isuna flung Tong Tong far away. Damn it, I can't break free. Tong Tong immediately used the shield of light. Abyssal defense ghost domain overlay. Xianhua came forward to help Tong Tong up, and asked if Tong Tong was alright. She said, I'm fine. But we can't hurt Sister Isuna. So how do we deal with her? Sister Isuna watched indifferently. Those pitiful and hateful people who. I Isuna haven't even used my full power yet. They worried about Lin Feng. They could only hope that brother would quickly retrieve Sister Isuna's original consciousness. So Isuna said in a malicious tone, let me play with you for a while. She launched an attack on Tong Tong and the others. Quicksand erosion. Instantly. Sandy arms glowing with red light chased after them. From behind them, Tong Tong and Ling Luo, with Xiaoro, ran out of the attack range of those arms. Xiaoro complained exhaustedly, my legs are all jelly. On the other side Ningyi was confronting the old divine weapon. When she felt its combat power, she exclaimed in surprise. Even the space here is starting to be compressed by its power. However, my power isn't limited to this, it's starting to break through. Ningyi thought to herself. During this time, with Lin Feng, I'm about to reach the threshold of level 3 nightmare. It's as if some power is secretly helping me. Just as the battle situation outside was very tense deep within Isuna's consciousness, Lin Feng was walking step by step on the sticky ground, observing his surroundings and asking himself, this is the depth of Isuna's consciousness. Is it darkness? This black mud is constantly eroding my consciousness. If this continues, I'm afraid the resentment in my heart will consume my consciousness. Lin Feng stopped walking. He looked towards the center of the space. Floating in midair, a black orb was oozing, and black liquid dripped onto the ground. That's the deepest part of her consciousness. Isuna's original consciousness must be imprisoned there. As Lin Feng approached, he called out Isuna's name. Isuna was beneath the black orb, immersed in the flowing liquid. She was heavily burdened by the liquids pressing down on her. As soon as she heard Lin Feng's call, she immediately responded. Mr. Ghost. Lin Feng immediately ran over, held her head and said, Isuna, in taking you out of here. Isuna replied with a sorrowful expression, Mr. Ghost. Hurry and go the surrounding space. A voice echoed in her consciousness, as well as black figures, stretching their hands towards them. This is the depths of despair. Isuna sink with them outside of consciousness. Isuna seemed to have grown tired, so she said, I've had enough fun. All of you turn into 10,000 years of lonely dust. She unleashed her ultimate skill. Time Dream. The screams of Tong Tong and the others as they were attacked seemed to make her even more excited. Time accelerated by 1,000 times. Xingzhu quickly stepped forward, standing in front of everyone. Then she created a shield to block the attack. She had just managed to block the danger at the last moment. Ling Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for Sister Xingzhu. Now we're all trapped here. Jiang Wei anxiously reminded everyone that things were bad. Her temporal ability is affecting the analysis. And Kingzu's suppression. We've also been pulled into the time dream. The system notification bar appeared. Analysis progress 01. Izanagi stuck out her tongue and provocatively said, How about my Izanagi's ability be erased? Inside the dark time dream, the Phoenix Robe Ghostess said, Izanagi's time dream not only accelerates time, but also annihilates ghosts. Our ghostly energy. We must try our best to break out. As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Luo frowned and pointed forward. Xiao Rou, what are you doing? At such a critical juncture, Xiao Rou was surprisingly optimistic and content. Holding a game console, she replied with a smile. Playing games, of course, don't worry. Lin Feng and Tong Tong will come to save us. Ling Luo. Hearing this knocked Xiao Rou on the head, making her see stars and feel dizzy. Outside the dream, Ning Dai was curled up inside an energy sphere she created. The Colossus extended its hands trying to crush the energy sphere. Izanagi meanwhile laughed triumphantly. Oh my. It's impossible for a little bug to break through at a time like this. This bug should just be crushed to death. As Izanagi clenched her hands, the Colossus also closed its palms, pinning Ning Dai in between and suppressing her tightly. Seeing this, Izanagi laughed heartily with satisfaction. That's it. Seeing your despair is my greatest satisfaction. Compared to my millennia of suffering, the pain you are enduring now is insignificant. Suddenly Ning Dai's voice rang out. What are you clamoring about? Always talking about how miserable you are. Who hasn't emerged from suffering? Izanagi's eyes widened in disbelief. What, you haven't been? Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Ning Dai's purple energy beam. Interrupted. A wave of unease surged in Izanagi's heart. This feeling as the purple energy beam disappeared. Ning Dai appeared before everyone, with beautiful shimmering blue wings. Seeing this, Tong Tong happily exclaimed, Ning Dai. Sister Ning Dai has broken through to Nightmare Rank 3. Ning Dai, now at Nightmare Rank 3, faced Izanagi with a confident demeanor, and said, Since you are in such pain, then I shall help you end it. At this, Izanagi screamed in order, So what if she's Nightmare Rank 3? Colossus, unleash your full power and finish her. The Colossus obeyed, raising its hand to strike Ning Dai. She immediately used her skill Phantom Butterfly Dance. Dodging the attack, Izanagi exclaimed in surprise. What, the Colossus can't hit her? Ning Dai fluttered along the Colossus' arm. My Phantom Butterfly Dance allows me to become ethereal. Dodging all attacks, Izanagi, enraged and humiliated, furiously launched Time Dream attacks at Ning Dai. But she perfectly dodged them all. It's useless. Ning Dai had already flown close to Izanagi. She raised her hand, gathering an attack. Now it's my turn. At this moment, Izanagi began to panic. She stammered, What? What? Even the time dream can't restrain you. As soon as she finished speaking, she was struck by Ning Dai. Purple-black lightning enveloped Izanagi's body, making her scream in pain. At the same time, the dream that was trapping Xiao Rou and Ling Luo also began to shatter. Tong Tong happily shouted. Sister Ning Dai cut off her power. Yay! Xiao Rou, still in the dream, cheered as well. I told you Tong Tong would come to save us. Tong Tong, hurry and get us out of here. Tong Tong was a little helpless regarding her optimism. You used the opportunity to play games in there, didn't you, sis? Seriously, Izanagi. On this side pervertedly stuck out a long tongue. As she raised her middle finger, she shouted. Bear it, this way my suffering and hers can finally end. Ha 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 ha. Ningdi didn't seem to care much about Isuna's madness. She calmly said, Don't worry. Lin Feng should be done soon. At this moment, within Isuna's consciousness, Lin Feng was desperately trying to pull her out of the black mud. Isuna weakly urged him, please leave this place quickly. Mr. Ghost. She is my other self. I don't deserve happiness. I'm destined to sink into the darkness of the past. Lin Feng encouraged her not to give up. The past doesn't define who you become. Your true strength lies in your desires and hopes. Please believe you deserve everything. Hearing this, Isuna trembled and smiled through misty tears. Fulfillment, hope. Thank you, Mr. Ghost. And also Tong Tong and everyone else. I want to continue being with everyone too. Her tears dripped down one by one. Memories of traveling with everyone in the past surfaced in her mind. Isuna said with a determined tone, so to fulfill my wish, to be able to stay by Mr. Ghost's side forever, I must have an even stronger heart. And even greater power. Finally reflecting her tears, Lin Feng's image dripped down the black mud immediately, centering on Lin Feng and Isuna. A golden light and aura radiated outwards. Isuna shouted ah. The black mud surrounding Isuna's body also vanished. The light shone upon both of them. Lin Feng picked her up and said, let's go back. Isuna replied, okay, Mr. Ghost. Dark Isuna trembled with rage. How could she possibly dispel my millennium of despair? Isuna, controlling her own body, replied, because I have Mr. Ghost and everyone else. Dark Isuna roared furiously. Arg, I am your despair. You can't get rid of me. Isuna shouted, Colossal God Soldier. The Colossal God Soldier immediately shattered. The afterimage of Dark Isuna. A system prompt appeared. Defeated Dark Isuna. Experience points increased by 300,000. Isuna automatically leveled up. Isuna reached up to brush her hair back, revealing a radiant smile. Mr. Ghost. Mr. Ghost, everyone in back, welcome back Isuna. The system info panel displayed. Ghost Spirit Isuna Nightmare Level 3 5-star potential. EXP 3. Ghost Arts Weapon Manipulation Chariot Flow Style Corrosion. Colossal God Soldier Abyss Time Dream. Nightmare Abilities Aura Misha. Talent Control Ghost Realm Pyramid Restricted. Bond Value 1314. Isuna threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Thank you, Mr. Ghost and everyone. Lin Feng reached out and held her steady. It's all right now, Isuna. He thought to himself. After Isuna defeated her own resentment, she finally succeeded in reaching Nightmare Level 3. Ningdi flew to his side and said, Lin Feng, am I interrupting? She posed, showing off her beautiful butterfly wings and the fact that she had leveled up. I've also broken through to Nightmare Level 3. Look at my nightmare ability, Phantom Butterfly Wings. Aren't they pretty? Lin Feng looked at the wings and praised they're very beautiful. He secretly guessed. It seems, ever since Ningdi gained the ability to scan bond values, the system had been giving Ningdi experience. The system prompt bar appeared. Ningdi's bond value increased by 20. Tong Tong and I am also ran to Ningdi's sides. They posed together for Xiao Rou to take a picture. Tong Tong smiled and said, congratulations, Sister Ningdi. I am on the other hand asked, can I touch your wings? Lin Feng let them play around. He turned around, stroking his chin, and thought. Now both Isuna and Ningdi have reached Nightmare Level 3, coupled with his own increased combat power. And Wawa's 3,000 flower lanterns. They should soon be able to clear out the pyramid of all the ghost spirits on each floor. Meanwhile, in another place, Cleopatra was cupping her chin, complaining. Are they treating this as a game? It's all because of these good-for-nothings? You good-for-nothings, Ramses said from behind her. The suppression from the pyramid is getting weaker and weaker on us. Soon we'll be able to let them taste our power. Suddenly the fetus in Cleopatra's womb made a sound, causing her to shriek. A tremor. His power has appeared in the pyramid. Is it to prevent my revival? What? King Ramses' expression tightened. He sensed danger. It's absorbing the power within the pyramid and accelerating its formation speed. The surrounding black energy currents were converging towards the fetus in Cleopatra's womb. Her expression became distorted and perverse. Aya. My God, a little faster, your concubine is about to give birth to you. The pyramid and the surrounding ground began to crack and collapse. This caused the entire pyramid to shake. Lin Feng's location also felt this change. Yasuna said in an urgent tone. Mr. Ghost, the pyramid is collapsing. Lin Feng shouted. No good, the evil god above is about to be born. At this moment the fetus in Cleopatra's womb was still absorbing energy. Cleopatra called out loudly. All you monarchs, the shackles binding us have broken. Come quickly and welcome the rebirth of the god. Immediately after, a mummy draped in a black cloak walked out of a coffin. Welcome back, my god. Then those evil spirits also emerged from their coffins one after another. He, your servant Jojo has arrived. Your messenger coffer welcomes your arrival once again. They all simultaneously welcomed their god. Welcome our god. The sky and space around Lin Feng trembled more and more violently. Ning Dai frantically called out to Lin Feng. The small world that imprisoned the evil spirits has shattered inside the pyramid. I feel like a few nightmare-grade evil spirits have gained their own rules, and their powerful strength has been unleashed. Cold sweat ran down Lin Feng's back. It seems next we'll have to face 10 nightmare-grade pharaohs. Nightmare. Suddenly several golden cats appeared beside Cleopatra, surprising her greatly. What, there's still power from the cat god in the pyramid? The golden cats meowed, releasing a golden power. This caused the surrounding ground, and where Cleopatra stood, to crack open. She cried out in terror. Ramses braced his hands on the ground to maintain balance, and said, "The cat god's power is dwindling the god's birth." At this moment Cleopatra knelt on the ground, murmuring with a twisted expression, "No, it won't do. The god must be born by your concubine if that's the case." As she spoke, her eyes glowed red. Cleopatra covered her face and screamed, "Become nourishment for the god." A series of tentacles erupted from her body, covered densely with thousands of eyes. Those tentacles wrapped around Ramses, making him cry out in pain. Cleopatra revealed a sinister expression and uttered these words, "Still not enough, become our child. Become nourishment for the god." The tentacles stretched towards the evil spirits which had just been released. They groaned in pain. "No, we are your servants." So Cleopatra also grabbed one of the golden cats and bit off a piece of its flesh. She smiled contentedly. "Oh, finally there's enough nourishment." As the pyramid exploded, everyone simultaneously deployed their defensive measures. Abyssal defense, ghost realm layered armor. Everyone watched with wide eyes. That was Ning Dai speaking to Lin Feng. "The auras of all those evil spirits have vanished. I'm afraid whatever is up there has permanently absorbed the pyramid." Right in the sky, a gigantic sphere appeared covered in tentacles. Lin Feng was the first to see it. "There's something in the sky. It might be an evil god like Lucifer hiding inside." A voice corrected. "I'm not that disgusting." Tong Tong interjected. "You've been peeking, haven't you?" Cleopatra was utterly thrown off. Her eyes were bloodshot. She opened her mouth wide and said, "Be born, my child, my god." Her body began to contort. Her entire being swelled until it was unrecognizable from its original form. Ling Luo and Xiao Rou, upon seeing such a repulsive sight, vomited violently. Ugh! Tong Tong saw this and got angry. "You sisters don't puke in my ghostly domain," Lin Feng said. "The evil god is about to emerge." Cleopatra's body burst open, leaving only an outer layer of skin. Inside her body was a child of about 5 or 6 years old. That was the newborn evil god. The evil god spoke. "This resurrection is too weak. I can only descend using this lowly flesh. You have already interfered with my power." System info bar. Evil god Apophis forms a nightmare tier 3 fiend infant. Tong Tong picked up her weapon and said, "He's only nightmare tier 3 right now, Ningdi. Let's go." Ningdi replied, "All right." The two flew towards the evil god together. But the evil god only scoffed. "This era is a bit noisy." Whoosh. Ningdi and Tong Tong were both knocked back. Lin Feng rushed over to check on them. "Are you two all right?" Tong Tong replied, "I'm fine, big brother." The moment I got close to it, my power disappeared. Ningdi frowned. That might be his rule. With every move and every stance, 3,000 lanterns was unleashed, increasing combat power. Lin Feng shouted, "Everyone attack together." The evil god opposite suddenly stopped. It looked at Lin Feng's face. That guy looks too similar." Everyone charged at the evil god simultaneously. Its body began to contort and it fled, causing Tong Tong to miss. The little girl shouted loudly, "Big brother!" He ran away. Lin Feng said, "He wants to avoid fighting us in order to recover his strength." Xianhua flash escape and pursue. Xianhua replied, "Yes, my husband." He frowned, somewhat worried. He absolutely cannot be allowed to recover to that extent. The scene shifts to the Nile River in Egypt. In the city center, people buzzed with activity. Among the crowd below, a little boy laughed happily because he had received candy from a little girl. He ate his lollipop, then pointed to the sky. A red cloud mass was drifting across the sky. When the anomaly was discovered, colorful orbs swiftly flew into the sky. "Evil spirits have arrived. All priests follow me." Seeing Apophis, the orbs representing the priests questioned. "We can't sense its rank, it's just a small fiend. Nightmare tier 3. We can easily crush him." But the outcome was entirely the opposite. As the priests were sucked into the purple vortex unleashed by Apophis, the god's power had already enveloped the area. The heavenly pulling evil god coldly looked at the city below. 1,000 years of time is just a blink of an eye for a god. The ancient kingdom of Egypt has long since vanished with the yellow sands. And now the people in this city will be the first meal for the god to recover power. A red sphere began to absorb everything, obeying Apophis' command. Heavenly eclipse under the power of heavenly pull stones shattered into fragments and were sucked into the center of the sphere. 3 small boys were also not spared. They were pulled in, flying towards the sky amidst their cries. No, as it absorbed the people and stones below, the sphere transformed into a black-gray vortex. Soon only a deep pit remained below Apophis, filled with dust and smoke, as if it had just been bombed. He spread his hands, gathering black aura into a sphere. I've recovered a bit of power. But the people of this era don't taste good. Apophis curled up in the air, hugging his knees. He sensed something. Have they caught up? Manhua used her ability, flying over with Lin Feng and the others. My husband is already ahead. It seems his law can distort space. This speed is actually faster than ours. Ganju Nincho sensed something and said in a panic, Lin Feng, this is bad. He devoured an entire city and has grown significantly. In front of everyone was a black sphere. It continuously gathered the surrounding dark energy into itself. The dark energy gradually dissipated, revealing a person completely shrouded. Only their eyes were visible, accompanied by a system panel. To a god, that truly was a weak body. Only by sacrificing some power to a god can one wield small-scale causality evil god. Apophis larval form heroic spirit rank 1. Lin Feng looked at the token in his hand. The Ghost King token can't reach Yi. That's his power. Yi is only nightmare rank 3. It's impossible to contact him here, with his heroic spirit power interfering. Apophis looked at Lin Feng, reminded of the god family. God doesn't like that appearance. Now, I can only summon a small part of God's body. God worm immediately. 2 monsters, with mouths full of disgusting teeth, emerged from a crack above evil god, accompanied by a system panel. God worm nightmare rank 1. Seeing them, Lin Feng and the others' expressions darkened and they started gagging, covering their mouths. Ling Luo and Xiao Rou bumped their heads together, vomiting uncontrollably. Ugh, can't this evil god pick a different way to kill? Facing Apophis, who stood behind the 2 godworms, Lin Feng immediately instructed Cheng Zhu, Zhang Wei, Queen Xianhua, Ling Luo, Xiao Rou, quickly get rid of these disgusting maggots. Tauntaun's Long Jisai has a powerful suppressive force against the evil god. Tauntaun, Nincho and Isina will deal with the evil god. Hearing this, everyone entered battle stance without hesitation. Yes. Long Long also began to giantize upon hearing this boom. Lin Feng stood on her head rumble. Using the 3,000 lanterns, battle power greatly increased. He thought to himself based on everything he saw during his consciousness travel, crossing time and space. This is its weakest resurrection. Even the weakest has almost reached the heroic spirit level. Why haven't I remembered the method to awaken Modin yet? It seems I haven't touched upon the future yet. That Modin saw. We cannot let him harm this world any further. Lucifer, lend me your power. Hearing this, Lucifer merely chuckled, resting her chin on her hand. I don't want a scum go die. After you die, I will bestow it upon that small Apophis. System notification, law of betrayal. Lucifer doesn't necessarily have to obey your commands. Contract. Streams of chains and a fire phoenix shot out, following Ling Luo's command. Phoenix Robe Skylock Array suppressed the fire phoenix's transformation. But under the power of Sky Devour, the streams of chains and the fire phoenix were blocked outside the black sphere. This is the same as that evil god's ability. It can erase our power. Where did Xiao Rou go? The godworm used the power of heavenly attraction, sucking everything into its mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Wei looked at Cheng Zhu and Xianhua. Attack! All our attacks were erased by its law of gravity. We can only try sister and auntie's laws of attack. The gravity here is constantly strengthening the range. Its gravitational range is expanding. System notification analysis progress 1. Ghost embroidery ball charging progress 15. Over at the evil god's side, Tauntaun's group began using their skills. Long Jisai Phantom Butterfly Wings Colossal God Bottle. Apophis looked coldly at everyone, raising his index finger. He created a black sphere. God doesn't like you, Sky Devour. Under the disintegrating power of Sky Devour, everyone's skills began to crack and dissipate. Nincho raised her hand, gritting her teeth to endure. Ugh, how can it erase my butterfly etherealization law? Apophis' eyes glowed with purple light. Laws also have strengths and weaknesses. Under God's law, you are all mere ants. Just as he finished speaking, he surprisingly realized something. Tong Tong charged forward, slashing. Apophis sparked off his body. Then he appeared behind him. When facing the laws of the evil god lunges, he was still the strongest. System notification combat power increased by 123,456 times. The evil god raised his hand, his gaze sharp, slowly opening it. Even gods from before only. When Apophis' hand fully opened, a destructive black hole appeared. It began to pull everything into itself. Lin Feng was behind him. He worried about Tong Tong in the void. Destructive black hole skill. Emitting light. Like a planet, it sucked away the earth and rocks around Tong Tong. The power was so fierce. The little girl was also inevitably sucked inside. Apophis looked at the sphere in his palm like a true master. This frail body can only barely form a small black hole. It can't even unleash a divine domain. But with no other god's laws interfering, this is enough. Seeing this, Lin Feng hastily reached out. He used the blood sacrifice skill to strengthen Tong Tong. With your petty tricks, Apophis used his abyssal defense skill. He slowly clenched his hand. A sound like thunder erupted. Buried deep within the divine palm like ants, Tong Tong gritted her teeth. She quickly used Martial God Twin, splitting into two. Her combat power doubled. Longest sacred artifact, baptism of power. Just as Apophis' hand fully clenched, a beam of light pierced through Tong Tong. She broke free from the golden green light. Gods are nothing more than this. Apophis watched his hand being sliced into small pieces. He exclaimed in surprise, what kind of power is this? This body is still too weak for a god. Scene switches to Lin Feng and the others, relying on the pulling force of the divine maggot Xiao. Rolling her eyes, she shrieked, I'm almost out of power. Hold on. King Zhu's analysis and Manhua's hydrangea demon were almost complete. Zhang Wei watched the divine maggot, cold sweat pouring down her face. Its tentacles were already reaching up. Xianhua and the other two were protected by a blue barrier, watching the constantly lunging tentacles. System notification. Analysis progress 59, hydrangea demon charge progress 98. Soon. System notification, hydrangea demon charge progress 100. Analysis progress 60. Seeing this, Xianhua gestured that the hydrangea demon's charge was complete. Xingju tapped her wooden fish, initiating suppression. A sphere flew directly upwards. Those tentacles. The tentacles accompanied by a circle of scriptures wrapped around it. Seeing the divine maggot controlled by the scriptures, Zhang Wei was overjoyed. Both of them are suppressed by sister hydrangea demon. The sphere rapidly rushed towards the divine maggot. System notification. Hydrangea demon contact, chaotic power burst. A destructive black hole appeared before the divine maggot's mouth, sucking them in. Immediately the system gave two notifications, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Battle victory. EXP 100,000. Xuanhua's hydrangea demon made its power burst forth. It pulled itself into the black hole. Lin Feng stood proudly, raising his sword. Only that evil god is left. Let's go help Tong Tong and the others. Over at Tong Tong's side, Ningdi frowned, looking at the evil god. Now only he's left. How is he still like that, sister Ningdi? Be careful. Its complete form has already surpassed the heroic spirit tier. I wonder what other abilities it has. But Apophis remained cool and handsome, as his hand quickly recovered. Your name is Tong Tong, right? That performance just now. Coincidentally, I've eaten all my servants. Are you interested in becoming my servant? Hearing this, Tong Tong pointed her sword directly at Apophis' face. Arrogant fool. I can't believe that after your rebirth you still look like this. It's no longer that nauseating appearance from 1,000 years ago. Instead, it looks much more pleasing to the eye. Tong Tong's firepower is indeed formidable. When Yasuna and the others arrived, Feng Peo's son Bao shot towards the evil god. Entering the dream realm, time flows, time accelerates 10,000-fold. Xingju seized the chance to speed up the analysis. System notification, analysis progress 1. Every fire phoenix rapidly charged towards Apophis, but he remained unmoved. Meanwhile, the system continuously prompted analysis progress. From 5 to 60 being suppressed to this extent for a god. Before the evil god could finish speaking, the suppress wooden fish skill interrupted, causing an explosion above the cube. Apophis used the causality annihilation skill, creating a dense mass of eyeballs, making it look incredibly chaotic. The evil god looked at everyone indifferently insignificant. Seeing this, Lin Feng's mouth fell open. This is bad. Their positions swapped. Xianhua quickly take them back. Xingju and the other two had their heads bowed, sweating profusely. When the phoenix arrows flew back, soon, the arrows surged forth, creating a sea of flames that enveloped the three. along with the system notification. Ghost Spirit Qingzhu severely wounded. Ghost Spirit Fengpao severely wounded. Ghost Spirit Yasuna severely wounded. Xianhua created a circle and pulled the three into it. Telepathic message husband'll take them back to the ghost spirit home first. Lin Feng stared at Apophis suspiciously. What just happened? Wasn't he suppressed and the attacks on him? How did they all transfer to Qingzhu and the others? Is it spatial law? Not like before. Even Qingzhu's suppression target was reversed. The evil god looked at everyone with sharp eyes. This is the law of causality, you know. Although this weakened body can only use the destructive range of the law of causality, it's not very effective. But no matter what, it's still a divine rule. Hearing this, Lin Feng and the other three were surprised. The law of causality. Xiao Rou and Ling Luo huddled together sobbing. Isn't this the era of the strange? How did it turn sci-fi? How are we supposed to beat this boss? Exactly, you've got to be kidding me. Apophis manipulated the destructive black hole in his palm. The magnitude of power is not enough to evaluate a god. The biggest difference is possessing the brush that can change this world. Although borrowing the brush now takes a bit of effort. The evil god looked coldly at Lin Feng. That human over there. God will not kill you. God can see your relationship with them. God enjoys human despair. God will slowly torment them, making their souls scatter right before your eyes. Then God will keep you like a pet and admire your despair. Hearing this, Lin Feng angrily lunged forward. But Xianhua timely held him back. Xianhua, husband, calm down. Zhang Wei glanced behind her. Xianhua, Tong Tong. Ning Dai and I will try our best to buy you time. You take Lin Feng to find Fan Haixin and Yi Shang. Lin Feng is in your hands. Tong Tong looked at Lin Feng worriedly and advised we should go find backup first. Lin Feng yelled, let go of me. I am Apophis. My hand controls the destructive black hole as it rises. Using the heavenly pull ability. My pet. Where do you think you're going? The destructive black hole expanded, fiercely sucking everyone towards it, making Xiao Rou cry out. It's over, it's over. I still have so many game levels unfinished. And so many movies I haven't finished watching. If anyone escapes, remember to delete my computer data. And whatever you do, don't look. Zhang Wei and Ning Dai stepped forward, using their blocking skills. Lin Feng, you all hurry and go. Ghost painting barrier, silent spirit butterfly. Annihilation butterfly curse. Apophis was wrapped into a mummy as various blue-purple lights continuously infused into him. That was a skill from the absolute kill scroll. It created a ball of light, green like ice and snow, forming in its mouth. In response, Apophis once again used his ultimate skill, causality annihilation, bringing forth disgusting eyeballs. He pulled Zhang Wei and Ning Dai towards him and choked them, making both of them groan in pain. Apophis' eyes were filled with murderous intent. Emit sounds that please the gods. Instantly he used the Heaven's Ruler skill, making the two of them scream in agony. Their eyes were empty and lifeless. System notification: Ghost Spirit Zhang Wei is critically injured. Lin Feng watched the two of them screaming. Zhang Wei, Ning Dai. Scene switches to inside the Ghost Spirit homeland. At this moment, the collar on Modeng's neck emitted a green light that spread outwards. Outside the arena, Xianhua and Tonton watched Lin Feng, their husband, with worry. Lin Feng remembered that moment. Modeng touched his brow with his finger. His mind, he remembers it now. Lin Feng recalled Modeng's smiling face. Every time he uses the law of causality, he has to pay a price and becomes weaker and weaker. As long as we can imprison it, we can then, with it as the center, lock onto all traces it left in time, and follow the trail to completely eliminate it. The crown on Modeng's head began to shine. At that time I will respond to you and activate it. Lin Feng raised his hand. Up here. The crown, along with a yellow energy, violently swirled around. You activated summon familiar spirit. This is its Modeng. Two beams of yellow light severed Apophis' arms, rescuing Zhang Wei and Ning Dai, the divine family's sword. Modeng wrapped the two in a yellow-green vortex. At the same time, the evil god's arms regenerated. All around, Apophis was surrounded by purple light. Have you arrived, my old opponent? Lin Feng extended his hand forward. Summon heroic spirit Modeng. System displayed. Modeng heroic spirit level 1. He looks so much like husband. Modeng smiled, looking at everyone. Everyone, long time no see. Lin Feng stepped forward and hugged Zhang Wei and Ning Dai. He glanced at the evil god Xianhua. Take them for treatment first. Leave the rest to me, all right, husband. Apophis stared coldly at Modeng. We're back again. Our cycle of battles has begun once more. Modeng raised a finger. This time he'll put an end to you for good. Ling Luo was filming gossipy from a distance, while Xiao Rou was enjoying the show. It seems something great is happening. Lin Feng and Ma Deng appeared. Still just weak heroic spirits and ghosts. We should just stand by and watch. Be careful not to be affected by area attacks. Destructive black holes appeared around Apophis, accompanied by lightning. Then come. Gods exist across countless times. But to destroy a world you only need to win once. System notification. Evil God Apophis Youngling Heroic Spirit Level 1 is evolving. He's getting stronger against so many black holes. Lin Feng and Ma Deng reached out smiling as they called each other's names. System notification quest activated Awaken. Ma Deng's remnant soul in the stone tablet completed reward. Temporary contract obtained. As their hands tightly clasped together, a series of system interfaces appeared. Temporary contract successfully bound to Heroic Spirit Ma Deng. Heroic Spirit Ma Deng is resonating with the Ghost Realm. Heroic Spirit Ma Deng is establishing a mental link. Heroic Spirit Ma Deng is sharing vision. Heroic Spirit Ma Deng is enhancing combat power. At this moment the two of them smiled and spoke in unison, their minds connected. Both of them raised their hands, creating a powerful force that spread outwards. Activate Heroic Spirit Fusion. The shining fragments began to converge, enveloping the two of them. Various parts began to form hands, feet, hair and flowing garments. A cool person clad in shining golden armor appeared in everyone's sight. Fusion complete. System notification. Lin Feng Time War God. Heroic Spirit Level 1. The people in the distance watched their cool fusion form. Standing beside them, Genron was mesmerized. Big Brother in Ma Deng's fusion is so cool. All the actors are super handsome. Activating SS mode. Lin Feng waved his hand. Sword shadows rapidly flew out one after another. Sword of the Divine Family. System prompt. Sword of the Divine Family destroyed the target. The target was hit. A sword flew towards the black hole of destruction, producing a loud bang. Then, like a chain reaction, the other swords also flew out, piercing directly into the other destructive black holes. Seeing this, Apophis laughed excitedly. Ha 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 ha. Bring more. It's been a long time since I felt your power. In the sky, sword shadows continuously flew, piercing towards Apophis, where he stood amidst the purple energy flow, creating shockwaves from the explosions all around. Ling Luo and Xiao Rou stood in the distance chattering and analyzing, commenting like experts. It feels like every attack Lin Feng just made has the power to eradicate the evil energy from its very core. Even so, that body must surely be done for. Tong Tong saw those terrifying eyes appearing around Apophis, and immediately panicked. What causality is here again? He confidently controlled the purple orb in his hand. Can't you restrict my causality? Or is it to destroy Lin Feng's causality? He has used causality many times, and is already very weak. Just then Lin Feng extended his staff forward. System prompt. Fully release the power of the gods. Accept. The divine power places a huge burden on the body. Hold on, Lin Feng. He struggled to endure the surge of power within his body, looking straight ahead, as the system continuously prompted him to level up. Lin Feng War God Radiant Spirit Level 1. When Lin Feng's level could no longer be measured by the system, he raised the staff in his hand high. Divine power imprisoned heaven and earth. Around Lin Feng, yellow-orange pillars of light appeared, accompanied by chains. This place right now is the divine realm. Your causality has lost its effect. System prompt. Imprison heaven and earth. The surrounding space transformed into a divine realm, imprisoning all laws below that of a god. But Apophis, surrounded by chains, unbelievably stared at Lin Feng. How is this possible? How could you have fully recovered the power of a god so quickly? But soon, the evil god's eyes gleamed as he regained his confidence. I merely exist in both the future and the past. So what if I fail this time? I will return. Lin Feng swung his staff, using time recall, heading straight for Apophis. I have seen through your constant rebirth. You won't be coming back again. I have found the only way to completely end you this time. It is to point towards a special fulcrum in the future. At this fulcrum, I will make you reincarnate in your weakest form, and then imprison you. Apophis was tightly bound by yellow chains, roaring in agony. Amodan continued to analyze, making the evil god finally realize, his face grimacing in pain. I can use you as the center to find all your hidden traces left within the river of time. System prompt. Time recall. Tracking all traces of the target. On target as timeline. It was all your scheme. A series of globe-like objects appeared on Apophis' body, appearing around the divine realm. All your secrets have been revealed before my eyes. Lin Feng, these are all traces They are left on different timelines. As long as there are traces, it can be reborn. What should we do? Activate the Divine Family's strongest ability. Point towards these time points. And erase all its traces. Behind Lin Feng. A pair of golden wings unfolded. Time Wings System Notification. Wings of Time. Briefly warped to a marked temporal point. Tong Tong flew over looking at Lin Feng worriedly. Big Brother smiled looking at her. Don't worry, you'll be back soon. After saying that, Lin Feng tightly gripped the scepter in his hand and flew off. Tong Tong clenched her fists watching him go, cheering him on. Meanwhile, Ling Luo and Xiao Ro were flustered. He can definitely do it, you're not joking, are you? Time-space travel. Damn, I forgot. To tell him to bring back more games when he returns. At this moment inside the timeline, Lin Feng flew along spherical objects. Delving deep within, the wings of time fluttered as time flowed. In the Great Eastern Era, amidst a group of strange demons, screams echoed. Help, man-eating demons. On the barren and dry land around them, countless demons large and small were gnawing on the people of the apocalypse who had been dragged into this place. In this terrifying era, suddenly countless arrows rained down from the sky, shooting towards those demons. Sharp arrows from the gray sky whizzed down. The monsters were caught off guard, hit in the head by the arrows. Just as they were still busy eating people, these arrows were fired by the World Army. Thousands of troops were already battle-ready. Hear my command, halt. Behind the World Army was a giant general giving commands. The inspector reported. Reporting the situation to His Majesty and congratulating him. Your Majesty used the souls of 300,000 soldiers, combined with mechanisms and ghostly energy, to forge this army of terracotta warriors. It can now perfectly form a battle array, using ghost arts to resist the erosion of the demon realm. Upon hearing this, His Majesty said with an unchanged expression, what a pity, if only there wasn't a lack of time. My 12 golden men would not merely be completed to this meager portion at their feet, but merely as the eye of the army formation it is sufficient. His Majesty raised his sword, commanding his generals and soldiers, follow me to pacify the world. Hear my command. His Majesty from the rear issued an attack order to the World Army. Unleash the World Army to flatten this demon realm. Dense ranks of soldiers charged forward with their spears raised. Both sides began to clash. Their numbers were evenly matched. The monsters didn't even need to wield weapons. They just charged forward purely by instinct. His Majesty said with satisfaction, are we almost done dealing with the demon tide? Indeed, whether human or demon, none can withstand my army's might. A massive celestial ruler halo appeared in the distance. His Majesty frowned facing this situation. He had never anticipated what it could be. What demon or god is this? His Majesty raised his sword and unleashed a move, heavenly inquiry sword. Strangely, the light remained completely unharmed. Instead, the heavenly surge absorbed it. His Majesty's expression grew solemn. He fought it seriously. This demon realm actually controls two types of laws. Staring directly at it. Could my reign of dominance end here? Lin Feng observed quietly, silently evaluating. Arrived at temporal point 10086. Trace 10086 left by. Apophis has been detected. His Majesty began to display his true power. Light swept across the sky. The two sides were evenly matched in power, clashing intensely. Ras Lo Yang. Only after unleashing this strike did His Majesty realize this power was divine. As soon as he finished speaking, the halo gradually dissipated. Trace 10086 has been erased. Switching to temporal point 10087. His Majesty also withdrew his power. His Majesty stroked his chin, seeming quite interested in this matter. I wish to collect a set of these terracotta warriors. The time ring seemed to be in chaos. Trace 10086 has been erased. Trace 10088 has been erased. Trace 10089 has been erased, and trace 10099 has been erased, as well as countless other traces. This time the time ring returned to the ancient West. Several people were strenuously climbing a tall mountain. The leading climber. My name is Peter. I am an ordinary resident of Shao City. A few days ago, this city was suddenly enveloped by a strange black fog. The residents of Shao City gradually began to experience mutations within the black fog. At first they continued to blaspheme, then gradually became insane and distorted, killing each other. Luckily neither my wife nor my children mutated. My wife, my children and I, along with those who remained sane, escaped before the residents completely lost control. Buzz buzz buzz, the golden light appeared again. The people knelt in worship. The 20,000th trace ahead has been erased. My God, at another point in time. 17th century Western world. after clearing was complete from the 17th century. It's truly unpalatable. There was actually someone sitting there, hit by a durian fruit. And it's not just me. How dare it hit me, Newton? I will absolutely not let it off. 1908 Tunguska. Buzz buzz buzz, the light still persists, the fallen angel descends. Here it directly struck the ground, causing an earthquake. 2019 Naha headquarters. Researchers stood before the screen. Forecast observe. 10 seconds left, the destroyer god star. Apophis is about to make impact. Human civilization has completely ended. Beyond the universe. A meteorite suddenly fell. Ras divine sword. The 20,007th trace has been erased. Beyond the universe, among the stars. The gods stood there. This threw all departments at Naha into disarray. Danger, Earth's crisis has been averted. That's an alien. Planets collided with each other, creating utter chaos. Traces of God. And with God's immortal assistance continuously fading away. Tong Yu observed for a long time, then said to Lin Feng, "It seems Big Brother is proceeding smoothly." Apophis said coldly, "You wish for God to die? Then enter this world and hold a funeral for God." He removed his mask, a slight smile playing on his lips. Once revered by God, disturbing time. Stifling her birth. Unleashing the taboos suppressed in the future. And you secretly tracking the taboos. Body fusion. God will grant you ultimate power as a price. Those huge bubbles shattered into pieces. God's funeral. God stood in the center of the Milky Way. Suddenly heard news. What happened? All residual traces of Apophis have vanished. The system also sent news of his death. This reward from the system is a bit peculiar. The system continuously reported defeated the great evil god. Apophis and God's assistance reward. You've discovered an anomaly that's not good. Apophis sacrificed his last remaining power to awaken the sleeping, powerful evil god. The space was eerily quiet. Occasionally only long dark traces were seen against the deep black background. The crack grew larger and larger. When it was previously, a faint sound finally emerged. Footsteps. Lin Feng was observing everything around him. Just then Madun loudly warned. "Lin Feng, these footsteps are taboo. A terrifying presence near your timeline. We must suppress its power. More powerful and sinister evil gods have already corrupted the power. Their power has already affected your timeline." Looking at the system, it displayed that the evil god before them was a huge unknown. Madun grew even more worried. If this continues, your timeline will be destroyed by the evil god's power. Lin Feng unleashed his power and shouted. Then well, fight back. The city was currently being shrouded by a blood moon phenomenon. Jiang Wei became utterly shocked. This is another blood moon. The ghost energy concentration worldwide has significantly increased. And the unrest has already begun. Tong, you speculate. Could this be related to Apophis' curse just now? Brother Xiaoro is worried that if this continues, if Lin Feng dies, then Tong's dark form, after transformation, might be 3 times stronger. Upon hearing this, Ling Luo angrily snapped. What time is it now and you're still thinking about such nonsense? Just then Lin Feng used Mind Link, contacting Tong and Xianhua. Tong, I'm fine for now. Xianhua use Flash Teleport, and take everyone to suppress the ghost tides in various regions. Xianhua happily accepted the mission. As you command, my husband. Tong meanwhile happily exclaimed, as you command, big brother. Then Lin Feng continued to use Mind Link to contact Yi Shuang, the entire world is undergoing mutations. I'll explain the reason to you later. Please help Tong and the others suppress the ghost tide. Yi Shuang immediately agreed upon hearing this. Understood, Grand Minister. At this moment on the Naiha Bridge in the underworld, a vortex appeared, sucking away the surrounding souls. The underworld functionaries there were also struggling, gripping the bridge railings. Suddenly a massive alms bowl directly clapped down. With the alms bowl clamped down, Lady Meng watched from afar. This old lady just took a nap and you dare to scheme against my Naiha Bridge. It's time to teach you a lesson. On the other side, Lucifer was standing on a chair sporting a yearning look. It's so lively outside. I, Lucifer, am actually bound by a contract. And can't go out to play with the small fry. Small fry. The scene shifts to a certain sea area in the east. Look what's floating on the sea surface. Swarms of purple-eyed fish rushed to attack their dead fish. Immediately after, a gigantic golden alms bowl suddenly covered the sea surface. No, the entire continent is still outside Sea City. They were actively casting spells to resist thousands of charging evil spirits. Ru Yu worried. This ghost tide appeared without any warning. The Ghost Exorcist's defense line has completely collapsed. Just then, Zhang Wei and Feng Pao descended from the sky. We're here. Outside Spring City. Yista's stone statue continuously shattered the ground. Let me guard Spring City. Outside Willow City Tong Tong also rapidly froze everything. Willow City's suppression was successful. Outside Peace City Ling Luo continuously drifted down from above. Peace City's suppression was successful. At headquarters, the Ghost Exorcist Alliance. Ning Dai also attacked with lightning balls. Ghost Tide headquarters has suppressed the Ghost Tide. And at the eastern border, Yi Shuang had already swiftly set up a formation. The border is safe. They all quickly reported. All eastern Ghost Tides have been suppressed. Meanwhile in the western sanctuary, Van Helsing continuously bombarded with cannonballs. Xiao Rou awkwardly looked at her superior thinking, could it be that it's not useful at all? Ladies also looked at her awkwardly. It's still somewhat useful. How about I serve everyone some water? But as soon as Xiao Rou picked up a water cup she tripped and spilled the water. Just then an angel was furiously chasing Amon. Amon, you dared to peep at me showering. Amon while fleeing showed no remorse. After mutating Lord Angel's condition has gotten even worse. We used to shower together clearly. The scene shifts to Lin Feng. At this moment he was unleashing moves to repel an evil god. Get back here. His moves were continuously unleashed. Whether you're from the past or the future, I'll send you all back. Footsteps resounded again. Lin Feng's moves continuously attacked the spatial rifts. Damn it, those footsteps again. Lin Feng was currently being tempted by a gigantic evil god. Join us. Become part of the pantheon. Become the ultimate taboo. Moden was still shouting warnings. Lin Feng, watch out. Another powerful evil god is here. Accompanied by those footsteps. Lin Feng showed no mercy. Directly plunging his staff into the evil god's head. Who's hiding like you sneaky cowards? I'll smash your head. And the evil god grew furious. It twisted its body into chains. Gods attack together and kill him. Don't let him grow any stronger. Lin Feng immediately activated his divine domain. Seeing this, Moden was shocked. Lin Feng, these chains. They all carry the laws controlled by the evil god. Lin Feng continued to target the chains. Raising his staff high. The footsteps echoed again. Those footsteps again. Lin Feng struggled to hold up his cracking shield. My divine domain can't hold much longer. I have to use that. He shouted loudly, activating divine aid. The system panel displayed. Divine aid special reward can only be used once. Randomly summons the residual power of the gods to assist, lasting for 30 seconds. But then Lin Feng was speechless. Why is nothing happening? Moden kept issuing warnings. Lin Feng, watch out. A powerful force is coming. Instantly a massive force emerged, shattering the evil god's chains. Lin Feng turned his head in surprise. Is this the power of a god? That's insane, right? He looked up at the sky. He was even more stunned by the sight before him. Divine aid Mengpa suddenly appeared behind him. Did you summon us here? He only then panicked. Kid, who are you? Mengpa's face darkened and she angrily pointed at Lin Feng's face. What kid? Am Mengpa your elder? Call me kid again and I'll make sure you reincarnate as a pig in your next life. He thought fearfully. Mengpa, I secretly snuck into the underworld before. And I think that was her domain. I hope she didn't notice. Mengpa then grabbed Lin Feng's armor and dragged him along. Alright everyone, let's go hack them down. No need for chivalry or honor. He looked at her a bit speechless. This Mengpa seems a bit unconventional. Sun Wukong slammed down with his Rui Jingu Bang. Erlangshan also swooped in. Neza unleashed an attack too. The sound of footsteps continued to echo ceaselessly from within the spatial rift. The other evil gods were almost all beaten back. Only the power of these footsteps remained, relentlessly drawing closer. Mengpa gazed seriously at the rift. The resentment within here is too strong. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately looked bewildered. Resentment, even God's fear. Mengpa frowned, guessing. The power behind these footsteps has never been seen before. It seems to be a powerful evil god born from the future. The other evil gods were merely lurking in the shadows, releasing small portions of their power to probe. This evil god wants to come directly to this point in time. Lin Feng immediately asked Mengpa. What should we do now? Mengpa angrily tapped Lin Feng's head with her ladle. Of course we all work together to beat it back. And also you're to call me Lady Mengpa. You pig head. You'll definitely be reborn as a pig in your next life. Lin Feng dizzy pleaded, oh yes. Lady Mengpa. Stop hitting me. Moden also became dizzy because of this. Lin Feng, her arm is a divine artifact. It can harm us. Mengpa loudly shouted. You stinking brat, you birdman, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Lin Feng flew towards the rift. While correcting her, she's not a birdman. Mengpa then jumped off Lin Feng's shoulder and unleashed her power. Witness my samsara power. Waters of oblivion, dust to my bowl. Lin Feng cried out in pain. Arg. Moden immediately warned Lin Feng. You've been using divine power for too long. Plus the power to fight the evil god. Godly realm. Your mental power has reached its limit. Lin Feng stubbornly endured. It's alright, I can still take it. Tong Tong immediately appeared. Big brother, please open the mental link. Well, control God's power with you. Xuanhua's worries were not unfounded. Her husband Jiang Wei also appeared. Lin Feng, is everyone ready? Feng Pao called out. Lin Jun and Yasuna also called out to Mr. Ghost. Xiaoro and Ling Luo both said in unison. We are ready. Yes, Wang is also ready. Come on, Grand Minister. Xingju silently tapped the wooden fish. Lin Feng then said loudly. Everyone's sorry for the trouble. Mental link. Immediately they all linked up. The mental link connected to Lin Feng. Leave it to us. A gigantic eyeball-shaped sphere appeared. Power of God divine Luoyang strong. Seeing this, Mengpa also lent her strength, saying not bad, not bad. Coupled with the old woman's power of reincarnation law, Lin Feng is strong too. Mengpa simultaneously unleashed reincarnation sunset. She quickly plunged her staff violently into the ground. The surroundings immediately exploded. Explode with the power of time. Explode with the power of reincarnation. The space rift gradually narrowed before their eyes. Lin Feng is strong too. Mengpa and Lin Feng said happily. We finally pushed it back. We just don't know which future this evil god came from. We won't encounter it again in the future. Mengpa winked at him. Go on, kid, don't worry. That damn birdman was hit by this old lattice law. Even if he fully recovers, he won't be very strong. The other deities nearby also gradually left. Those peeping evil gods have all been repelled. The timeline has returned to normal. The time for divine aid has also ended. Mengpa stretched and yawned, feeling sleepy again. I need to go back to sleep. She gently patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Oh right, what's your name? Let me remember it. So you can have a good reincarnation in your next life. He had just said one word when he suddenly rethought it. He just felt that being remembered by her wasn't a good thing. Seeing this, Mengpa immediately threatened angrily, stop dawdling. Are you looking down on this old lady? This old lady will make you drink Mengpa's soup right now. Lin Feng quickly lied. Lady Mengpa, my name is Lin Yu. After hearing this, Mengpa happily waved and left. Oh, I remember now. Only then did Madang ask Lin Feng who is Lin Yu. Lin Feng covered his face and changed the subject. Don't ask anymore. Let's go back quickly. Seeing the sky now re-illuminated, Tong Tong said happily. The ghost tide has receded and the blood moon has vanished. Big brother one Lin Feng descended from the sky. Everyone him back. Looking up at him, everyone exclaimed in surprise, is that a god? At this moment Lin Feng and Madang separated. Fusion released. The system panel displayed a notification. Temporary contract released. The crowd immediately cheered. That's Commander Lin Feng. President Yen was overjoyed. It's Lin Feng, it's Lin Feng. The catastrophe affecting this world has ended. The entire populace cheered in response. Long live Commander Lin Feng. Long live Commander Lin Feng. Commander Lin Feng saved the entire East again. How about we call him Wind Lord? Wind Lord, Wind Lord. President Yen immediately rushed forward and hugged him. Shouting Lin Feng's name, Madang was surprised to find women of this era are truly proactive. The others also quickly ran towards him. Big brother, you've worked hard, welcome back. Seeing this scene, Madang also happily bid farewell. Lin Feng, thank you for helping me resolve the problem. The 1,000-year entanglement with Apophis. It's completely destroyed. Apophis was someone who should have died 1,000 years ago. I should also return to where I belong. Lin Feng quickly extended his hand, but passing through Moden's body. Moden, wait. Moden slowly flew away sadly. Lin Feng, listen to me. Although Apophis is dead, those footsteps, the other evil gods he awakened, they haven't. They are only suppressed by us. Their recovery has been extended, but their influence on the world has not yet been eliminated. The bizarre resurrections will become more intense. Destructive events will also endlessly invade this world. Lin Feng retorted. Are you saying those terrifying beings will revive in the near future? Thinking of facing evil gods, Moden said exactly. A new era has arrived. The clash. The sharp edges of light and darkness will become even fiercer. This is both a crisis and an opportunity for humanity. Whether you can seize it. Modin gradually dissipated. It's up to you, Lin Feng. I am a person of the past. I cannot interfere too much with the future's direction. Before completely leaving, Modin offered a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng, I hope you can guide humanity forward. In this bizarre era, everyone saw a door appear behind Modin. Modin waved goodbye without looking back. Farewell, my friends. Lin Feng watched, bidding farewell to his comrade. On the other side of the door, Noah was happily greeting him. Brother. Then the door closed and began to dissipate. Raising a hand to catch the flying fragments, Lin Feng whispered, "This era is in my hands now." Then he clenched his fist, determined. Suddenly Lin Feng felt dizzy and collapsed. Dong Dong quickly supported him. "Brother, don't push yourself anymore. Dong Dong will help you defeat those evil gods." Lin Feng sighed, thinking, love was too forceful just now. Long Long appeared from somewhere and tightly hugged his face. "Mama, don't die." Lin Feng tried to pry it off. "I'm not dead. You silly dragon." Xianhua pulled him. "My lord husband should get some good rest." Zhang Wei also advised from the side. "Don't worry, well, I'll always be by your side, my lord husband." Feng Pao stroked his hair, calling Lord Lin. Isuna also said, "Mr. Ghost, you still have us." Xiao Rou proudly said, "In Super God." Xiao Rou just dealt with the Western Ghost Tide. "Just lie down," Ling Luo stated confidently. "We're all very strong," Yi Shuang also said. "The Grand Minister of Ghost City knows that too." Ning Dai also simultaneously said to Lin Feng, "The Ghost Master Alliance will also help." Then the two started arguing. "You stole my line." The Ghost Master girls also said in unison. "Lin Feng, we Ghost Masters will always be your strong support." Lin Feng smiled, touched. Thank you, everyone." Watching the sun gradually rise, everyone cheered. "Look, the sun's out, let's take a group photo." Young man, embrace the challenges and light of the new era. It always felt like something was missing in another place. Lucifer raised an eyebrow and smiled. "You bunch of nobodies. Don't let me get the chance to stab you all to death." Haha. Then Lucifer waved a water droplet again. He just picked up his game console. The game progress from just now was gone on the other side. The angel was engrossed in drawing something just then. Amon appeared, asking anxiously, "Lord Angel, what are you doing?" Seeing Lin Feng's portrait in the angel's notebook, Amon cried out, "He's our enemy. You need to take your medicine." A person had just gotten out of the bathtub. She heard that if you look in the mirror in the bathroom at midnight, she nervously placed her hand on the mirror. "You can see what you'll look like when you die." Did she secretly hope to see an old lady in the mirror? "Even if I get old, maybe you'll still be a beauty." But when she saw her own reflection in the mirror, only herself, she became very disappointed. Isn't this just an ordinary mirror? So urban legends really are all lies. Oh, but unexpectedly the face in the mirror flashed an evil grin. "Don't you see yourself? This proves." Then it lunged out of the mirror and attacked her. "Your end is now." She screamed in terror. Girls from other rooms also rushed into the hallway, fleeing from the female ghost behind them. Oh, I only learned this later. 100 years ago, malevolent spirits rapidly multiplied and slaughtered humanity. The era of anomalies had arrived. The world back then was desolate and chaotic. Thus, in this critical hour, some humans awakened their powers. Ghost Masters formed pacts with spirits and repelled the ghost tide. The Ghost Masters built cities with golden walls encircling them. A select few humans found protection. However, an undying evil god from the past descended, leading an army of malevolent spirits. Humanity was once again plunged into a crisis of life and death. The malevolent spirits relentlessly assaulted cities and their inhabitants. Devour these humans. Suddenly a foot appeared. At this very moment, Lin Feng strode confidently towards the malevolent spirit. The malevolent spirit looked at him contemptuously and asked, "Who are you?" I sensed no power from him, merely a mere stronger human. Bluster. Let's devour him alive. Lin Feng glared at them with killing intent. The Wind Master Lin Feng, known as the savior of the era of anomalies, appeared upon this land of despair. He then cast off his cloak, revealing his formidable physique. No one knew where he came from, nor where he was headed. Wherever malevolent spirits attacked, he punched them, flying punch punch. Punch. All they knew was that Lin Feng relentlessly threw punches. He moved past the malevolent spirits, leaving them dumbfounded. "We're safe," Lin Feng calmly stated. "You are already dead." All the malevolent spirits disintegrated into puddles of black blood. The moment he spoke, demon-shattering fist, the malevolent spirits in front had all been annihilated. Angel observed the scene, cracking his knuckles, and said, Well done, my foe, Wind Master Lin Feng." Angel looked down from above. "Come, Lin Feng. Let's end this fated grudge between us." He also shouted loudly from below. Western Malevolent Spirit Commander. Angel Lin Feng, he pointed at him, summoning. Summon Ghost Spirit Tong Tong. Then Lin Feng and Tong Tong charged forward together. Tong Tong. Let's go, little sister, your command is my wish, alright big brother. Then the three engaged in a fierce struggle, continuously unleashing attacks. Bang bang bang, fight fight fight. Short film The Strongest Ghost Master Lin Feng. The Era of Anomalies. Adapted by Xiao Rou. Comic by Ghost Spirit Comics. Global Era of Anomalies. Every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday nights fight. Ghost Spirit TV. Now airing in prime time. That's all for now. In Haicheng City. 2 years later. Lin Feng, mid-bite of his bread, was startled. The strongest Eastern Ghost Master Lin Feng. The Wind Master himself clutched his head in exasperation. What in the world is being broadcast? He became even more helpless as nearby residents gathered around, praising, that's awesome. Wind Master is the strongest. You must defeat Angel next week. I can't wait to watch the animated series. I've got to read the comic now. The updates are too slow and dying here. Will I ever get to see the end? Wind Master hasn't made an appearance in 2 years. We miss Wind Master so much. An old man overheard the students' conversation. Ever since 2 years ago, after the Wind Master defeated the ancient evil god, he vanished without a trace. According to rumors, the Wind Master came from the future. And after saving this world, he returned to the future. No, the Wind Master is a reincarnation of a powerful being cultivating a human holy physique. He's currently at the edge of the universe, suppressing the ancient evil god too. The day before yesterday I went to the ghost. Someone analyzed this starting 2 years ago. The old man roared furiously. Kid, don't talk nonsense, listen up. Lord Fengzhu is clearly the first ghost master. Ever since the strange phenomena resurfaced 100 years ago, he has been fighting until now. I even held his hand when I was a child. The female TV robot became flustered because Lin Feng kept staring at her. Today's broadcast has finished. Why are you still staring at her, passerby? You can tell at a glance you're a country bumpkin. Where are you from? You've never even seen a TV. Our Haicheng's ghost technology is very advanced. Lin Feng pointed at himself on the screen and asked, what's going on? Is that Lin Feng? The Lin Feng you're talking about? The old man didn't hesitate to give him a knock scolding. Call him Lord Fengzhu. Young man. Someone handed Lin Feng a comic book, pushed up his glasses and said, I'm lending this to you. Please study it carefully. As a resident of Haicheng, I want to allow you to know nothing about Lord Fengzhu. Lin Feng took the book from his hand and replied, thank you. This is the comic Xiao Rou drew. This is Lord Feng's Ace Ghost. Xiao Rou based it on the comic Global Age of Oddities. She drew it true to life. It details Lord Feng's appearance and his great deeds. Lin Feng clutched his head, recalling the events of that year. 2 years ago, Xiao Rou said she wanted to draw a comic. I even specifically helped her catch a comic ghost to be her assistant. I never thought it would turn out this way. Watching him walk away, a student wondered, don't you guys think that person looks a lot like Lord Fengzhu? Another person retorted, how is that possible? Lord Fengzhu is so mighty. That pretty boy doesn't look like him at all. Another person looked at the screen and said, look. TV station. The ghosts are specifically interviewing Lord Fengzhu. Ghost Ling Luo held a microphone interviewing Xianhua. Excuse me, what kind of person is Lord Fengzhu? Xianhua replied, my husband is a gentle person. And a mighty one. Lin Feng at this moment walked to another bustling area. Global Age of Oddities comic books. New issues have arrived. Ghost Editor, give me 100 copies. Ghost Editor, I want 100 copies too. A nearby bus ghost angrily declared. Hey, you little ghosts up front, don't block the road. This bus is about to floor it. Watch out or it'll eat you. A passerby also shouted. Hey, I'm reporting you. You bus ghosts are too crazy. And I still have to attend the rating conference next it. It then scolded, shut up, you bought a sleeper ticket. This bus is getting off duty. Lin Feng was still recalling the previous events. Because the ghost spirit concentration has increased. This world has also grown larger and larger. Ever since the battle ended 2 years ago, the heavily injured ghost spirits needed to recover. I also had to seclude myself for cultivation, and try to use Lucy Fa's power. I haven't shown myself for the past 2 years. Thinking that Ning Dai was still fighting, Lin Feng realized. The oddities were fiercely resurfacing level by level. Some low-level ghost spirits were also gradually reawakening. Sentience appeared in various places. The ghost tide of nightmare-level ghost kings had begun. Although Ning Dai was holding the fort, it was barely under control. But it couldn't be left unchecked anymore. Just then at Welcome Stadium, Everyone had already arrived in Haichang to attend the raiding conference, the Eastern Ghost Master Alliance. Grand event is about to begin. Look up in the sky. The host is Ling Luo. Ling Luo floated in the air extending her hand as she announced. Under Lord Fengzhu of the Ghost Master Alliance. Under his guidance, the connections between various cities have grown tighter. The number of participants in this conference has exceeded 30,000. The number of Ghost Masters has broken new records. As a representative of this new era, next Ling Luo will introduce the esteemed judges. The panel of judges is already in place, hovering in the air. The panel of judges is unprecedentedly powerful. One person stepped forward and introduced. First, representing the Wind Lord is his confidant, the person in charge of High City, City Lord Lu and President Yen. The two waved together, hello everyone. Afterwards the host introduced the sisters from the Chuck family. Next up are the strongest perception ghost tamers, good friends of the Wind Lord, Miss Chuck Ling and Miss Chuck Wu. They then continued with the introductions. Also from the Ghost Tamer Alliance headquarters, Ying Rue and Elder Tang Shui, and the entire delegation from the Devil Alliance. Ling Luo then walked towards her friends. We also specially invited the referee Lattice, the Archbishop from the Western Sacred Hall. She waved towards the east, hello everyone. Finally there was a long introduction about Xiao Rou. The last person is Xiao Rou, the author of the beautiful girl ghost manga. With her paintbrush, she brought the Wind Lord's deeds to everyone, letting everyone know of the Wind Lord's greatness. Her manga is not only popular in major cities, but also very famous among ghosts in the outside world. She gestured and said, greetings mortals. At this time outside the competition venue, the students were queuing and waiting. Lin Feng and Tong Tong were both a bit puzzled. What kind of trick is she trying to pull now? Behind them two female students were conversing. Xiao Rou is here too. Last time she drew Tong Tong dead. I even sent her a few daggers. Me too, I sent a whole box. I heard later. She took the daggers and forwarded all the anonymously sent daggers from her room to her anti-fans. She even made a fortune in ghost coins. Xiao Rou is here. Maybe, since there's been no news of the Wind Lord for 2 years, he'll show up. At this moment Lin Feng was in disguise with Isuna. Using a mental link, Isuna, how's the disguise holding up? If they knew I was back, they probably wouldn't dare to come. Isuna replied, Mr. Ghost. Misha's aura was already activated before you entered the arena. In others' eyes you and Tong Tong now are just ordinary students and ghost spirits of this year. Lin Feng decided, alright, let's avoid Xiao Rou for now. Isuna replied, understood. System additional information. Under the cover of Misha's aura, memory and perception ranges will be confused. Lin Feng extended his hand, let's go Tong Tong. Let's go attend the ranking conference. Tong Tong happily took Lin Feng's hand, okay big brother. On the leaderboard, Eastern Ghost Tamer Alliance ranking conference written exam scores. Dongfeng Mo. Second display. Top 7. Ling Luo lay lazily on a cloud looking down the first stage. The written exam has concluded. The results are out. Please those who passed proceed to the second stage. The stability test. Lin Feng stretched lazily and said boredly, it's been so long since I studied. I've forgotten everything I learned before. I only got 149 points. Tong Tong looked at him and exposed his act. Don't humble brag big brother. You only wrote for 5 minutes before falling asleep on the desk. Other students looked at their backs, discussing. I tried my best to finish all the questions, and barely passed. I thought someone who slept for 5 minutes was a slacker. But it turns out they're a study god. Is this the difference between people? Ghost tamers still let their strength do the talking. What's the use of being good at studying? I don't think he's that strong. At this moment there was also another person staring intently at their backs. Without blinking, she tightly clutched a pencil and spoke into her hand. My ghost, I detected extremely dangerous ghostly aura. That ghost tamer and ghost spirit aren't simple. Big brother, did you notice anything? Yaki, a ghost tamer student, said to the person behind her. Mother Yan said that the anomalies are reviving more fiercely now. Even some ghosts that haven't fully revived yet have already started to gain their own consciousness. If he can infiltrate High City's special vicious ghost zone and show some abnormalities, then well, go deal with them. Other students looked warily at Yaki's back. Such strong ghostly aura. Do ghosts get raided too, humph? I heard the child was born of the dead. The ghost child is half human, half ghost. That aura, it's an evil spirit. We must get rid of her. I heard that ghost child is connected to President Yen. Most people can't touch her. Yaki calmly said to her evil spirit. Big brother, ignore those weaklings. At this moment Ling Luo flew over and said, Examiner Shiro, please release your ghostly aura. To test everyone's mental fortitude. Shiro smiled wickedly. All right, the assessment begins now. I'll release a bit of ghostly aura, everyone hold on. The other students immediately fell to the ground, unable to get up. It's Shiro of all people. The Wind Master's ace ghostly aura is being used for the assessment. The pressure is too intense, Don Don lamented, looking up. It seems Sister Shiro is having quite a comfortable time. They're all out there. Lin Feng sighed. He suspected that girl had been corrupted by Lucifer. Immediately after, Shiro unleashed her ghostly aura, causing some students to collapse, unable to withstand it. Lin Feng knelt on the ground and said to Dong Dong, even if Zyra's combat performance is terrible, her ghostly aura is still a grade 2 nightmare here. She's practically a ghost king. Let's just sit on the ground and pretend to be affected. But Dong Dong noticed something else. Big brother, look over there. Yaki was standing before the ghostly aura. The little girl was enduring it with a frown. She can actually withstand Zyra's ghostly aura. Big brother. She has a ghost from the abyss inside her. And that ghost seems to have merged with her. Yaki asked angrily. Are you that man Lin Feng's ghost familiar? Shiro, however, looked coldly at the little girl. Increased the ghostly aura. But in her heart she couldn't help but roar, this is exciting. At this age, could she be someone related to Lin Feng? In getting creative inspiration again, no. I have to hold back, I can't break character. Yaki had already fallen to the ground. But she still persisted. I can't lose to Lin Feng's ghost familiar. Lin Feng, baffled, wondered, does she know me? Dong Dong hasn't even gotten on your nerves yet. Do you really not know that little girl? Only then did Shiro stop, saying cheerfully. Alright, the assessment is over. Anyone who lasted more than 5 seconds passes. She wondered to herself. Why do I have a bad feeling? Is it an illusion? Lu Ru turned her head and asked. Is that little girl Yaki the one you've been cultivating? Lin Feng still didn't know. President Yen, clutching her head, said yes. I originally wanted to wait until the child was older for the assessment. But now that child has caused a scene here. And that child also has some prejudice against Lin Feng. Recalling a year ago at Haicheng Orphanage, President Yen sat on the swing looking troubled. That Lin Feng said he was going to cultivate. But there's been no news from him for a long time. She was lost in thought. Has he forgotten about me? After all, by his side. Just then Yaki happily ran over. Mama Yen. You came to see me again. Seeing this, President Yen called out Yaki. Yaki looked at her, rubbed her eyes and asked with concern. Mama Yen, why are you crying? Did you think of that person again? Yaki grew even angrier. How dare someone make Mama Yen cry? I must. President Yen quickly said. Yaki. Your ghostly aura is going berserk again. Back to the present. President Yen sighed helplessly. Sigh, that's how things are. I wonder what will happen when that child meets Lin Feng. On the field, Ling Luo was announcing the instructions. All students, please stand on the rating platform and sum. Mon your ghost familiar. After your rank has been checked, a combat assessment will be conducted according to your rank. Seeing a student summon and rank ghost familiar, Ling Luo exclaimed, it's in rank. I didn't expect in rank ghost familiar today. It's here, the student boasted. Ha ha, I can already see the Wind Master's back. The crowd watching also grew excited. Those are people from our class. The legend of the Ceiling Lord will unfold in our class. They didn't notice a person wearing a strange cloak standing at the back. A group of mysterious people were discussing triumphantly. My puppet detected nothing unusual. It seems the Ceiling Lord is indeed imprisoned by the Divine Seal, just as I analyzed in the comic. The remaining specters can't stop us. We can make our move now. You Ghost Masters of the new era are already stronger than before. With the help of the Ceiling Lord, we must take this opportunity to kill them. We can't let them remain attached to the Ceiling Lord. Yasuna asked via psychic link at this moment. Tongtong, what rank do you want? Lin Feng decided to say, don't be too flashy. A rank is fine. Just then Ling Luo called the next person. Lin Feng placed his hand on the test orb, thinking that Yasuna's disguise was very convenient. It was a perfect disguise within its covered range. Ling Luo didn't recognize Lin Feng and Tongtong at all. At this moment it was announced. A rank, while not a genius like before, it's still very powerful. Seeing this, Yaki was somewhat disdainful. Only a rank, am I overthinking this? Why do I still find that person so annoying? Immediately after, the host called Yaki to the stage as the next contestant. The audience felt immense fear at Yaki's power. The evil spirit is going berserk. Shiro said dismissively, don't be too surprised. It's just that the little girl's specter reached abyssal rank. And the test device broke, that's all. Ling Luo was ecstatic. On the side, a dark horse has been born today. An abyssal rank tier 3 specter. I can't believe it appeared on such a young student. At this moment the other students suddenly realized. What an abyssal rank tier 3 ghost master Adissa rank. We're not dreaming, are we? After a fierce battle, the host announced that the winner was Yaki. Tong Tong happily asked, "Big brother, did I make it look like I lost?" Lin Feng whispered in reply, "Excellent Tong Tong. This time they're definitely going to make their move." At this moment Ling Luo formally announced, "The fierce competition has concluded. Without a doubt, Yaki has topped the charts in this combat test." President Yen was still praising. "Yaki is amazing." While Lu Ru happily said, "Our Sea City's ghost masters have an air." Suddenly on the competition ground, Ghost Puppet teleportation activated. Yaki exclaimed in surprise, "That's President Yen." She immediately summoned her Spectre Evil. Ghost Masters cover the students' retreat. 4 ghosts appeared in the sky and announced, "Ha ha ha, we 4 Ghost Kings have made our move. Where do you think you're going to run?" Bone Ghost King Nightmare rank tier 2 happily greeted everyone. "Get ready to say goodbye to the human world." One-Eyed Ghost King Nightmare rank tier 2 eagerly wanted to capture all the next generation's geniuses in one fell swoop. No place is more perfect than here. Accompanying them were Vampire Ghost King Nightmare rank tier 2 and Torture Ghost King Nightmare rank tier 2. The surrounding audience was in chaos. "Oh no, they're Nightmare rank Ghost Kings and there are 4 of them. Wowo, help, Ceiling Lord, please protect me and help me escape." Ling Luo summoned chains with one hand, grabbing Xiaoro and picked up Lattice with the other. "Xiaoro, don't run, Great Cult Master. I'll protect you." Just then, Lin Feng appeared in the air calling out to Tong Tong, surprising Yaki behind him. "How wasn't that person just defeated by me?" Bone Ghost King Nightmare rank tier 2 was still howling. "Turn to ashes under my Ghost Chi Cannon." Immediately it was split in half. What? System prompt. Victory experience 200,000. Lin Feng, at this moment, had already fused with Tong Tong into evil spirit form. A tribute panel display. Spectre Tong Tong rank Nightmare rank tier 3 potential 5. Experience 02. Abilities Rip. Tier Ghost Eye, Frost Ghost Hand, Abyssal ability. Abyssal Right Hand. Abyssal Defense. Nightmare Breakthrough ability. Ghost Dark Evil Spirit Form Mutation tier 3. Talent Devour. Restore damage. Enhanced defense Ghost Domain, multiple Ghost Domains. Bind 3141. Exceptional Ghost Spirit, temporarily raise 1 level. Limited to within 1 minute. Tong Tong smiled and said, "In the past 2 years, I've finally reached Nightmare level 3. My Nightmare ability allows me to temporarily boost my level and lend power to my brother." The system panel next to them displayed, activating exceptional Ghost Spirit Tong Tong's Heroic Spirit level 1. Lin Feng in his evil spirit form stood in the air and said to the Ghost Kings, "When I returned to Haichang, I caught a minor Ghost King. He said there were Ghost Kings targeting Haichang. So I hid my identity and waited in Haichang. Finally I've waited for them. And it's you lot, isn't it? Vampire Ghost King, Nightmare level 2 can't withstand his power. The ghostly aura he's collected is so strong." Then her companion asked in terror, Heroic Spirit? Heroic Spirit? Who is this person? Where did such a powerful guy come from?" President Nian was overjoyed. Lin Feng Yaki was surprised. Lin Feng Xiaoro only then became scared. A brother-in-law. He came to Haicheng a long time ago and participated in the trial. As expected, my sixth sense is super accurate. Ling Luo happily flew to Lin Feng. "Tong Tong is back," Xiaoro tied up behind yelled. "Let me go." Those who had seen Lin Feng before were also stunned. They said that person is Lin Feng. Lord Feng is back. Even President Nian calls him Lord Feng. It's the real deal, no doubt. Lord Feng returned at the crucial moment. The ghostly aura is so dense. What has Lord Feng become? Examiner Ghost King Nightmare level 2 furiously roared. That's Lin Feng. Why is he different from the manga? One-Eyed Ghost King Nightmare level 2 holding a manga comic book was also angry. Could it be that we're reading a pirated copy? Impossible. I bought this at a high price from a ghost tamer. Lin Feng glanced at Xiaoro. Manga. Xiaoro quickly changed the subject, saying, "Thanks thighs, I can explain this." He interrupted, "Let me deal with them first." Lin Feng menacingly said to the 3 Ghost Kings, "I wonder who gave you the courage, clearly knowing Haichang is my territory, yet you still dared to come." The 3 ghosts immediately became scared. "You don't come any closer. Let us go. Otherwise, our 100,000 ghost army is ambushing outside the city. And with just one command from me, they will immediately swarm beyond Haicheng." Lin Feng sneered, "Heh. 100,000 ghost army. Go ahead and give the order, let's see if they'll obey." Manhua leisurely sipped her tea and commented. Husband has changed so much in these 2 years. Jiang Wei across from her also sighed. After all, everyone grows up. Thinking about the fight, Jiang Wei felt a bit deflated. Dealing with these 100,000 ghost soldiers is a bit tiresome. The vampire Ghost King's Nightmare Level 2 companion rushed forward. So what if it's Lin Feng? If we attack together we might not lose. At the very least we can still fight our way out. One-Eyed Ghost King Nightmare Level 2 also agreed. That's right. We'll fight our way out together. Examiner Ghost King Nightmare Level 2 responded. Charge. The Examiner Ghost King took the lead in attacking Lin Feng. Abyssal ability. Boundless sea of questions. Be exhausted in my sea of questions. Boundless sea of questions. If a book is touched, it will be forced to answer a question of random difficulty. Lin Feng effortlessly slashed away all the attacking book pages. Then he charged forward and grabbed the Examiner Ghost King. You've stirred up some rather unpleasant memories for me. This stunned him. He actually dodged all of them. Immediately after, the Examiner Ghost King was cut in half by Lin Feng. Run! His two companions immediately scattered and fled in opposite directions. The remaining two ran really fast. However, the system displayed victory experience 200,000. Immediately after, Lin Feng transformed his appearance, appearing in a completely new form. Wield the poison sword. In the past 2 years, not only has Tauntaun leveled up, I've also been trying to fight against the erosion of Lucifer's power. Now I can finally force myself to use a part of Lucifer's power. Both of us now even possess the power of heroic spirits. Upon seeing this, Lucifer instantly erupted in rage, roaring, "Arg! Scum! Scum, you've been secretly copying my power for 2 years, and now you're even openly stealing it. Damn you, scum!" Lin Feng, on his side, immediately threw his sword forward. He then continued to change his form. Immediately after, Lin Feng, holding another sword, rushed towards Tauntaun. The girl immediately boosted her power, replying, "Yes, big brother." As soon as the One-Eyed Ghost King turned to look at him, Lin Feng asked disdainfully, "You think you can just come and go as you please? Just leave if you want to leave. Did I say you could leave?" Right after that, the One-Eyed Ghost King was also cut down by his sword. Victory EXP 200,000. On this side, the vampire Ghost King was also pierced through by a sword. Victory EXP 200,000. The sky once again shone with light, accompanied by the cheers of the people. Wind Lord won. That's amazing. Slaying the 4 Ghost Kings, he's so powerful. Wind Lord, Wind Lord. It's good that Wind Lord's happy. It seems like it's resolved. President Yen was once again filled with worry. He won't just disappear again after the fight, will he? At this moment, Lin Feng exited his evil spirit state, flying in front of her. Back. He extended his hand to President Yen, saying gently, Yen, I've made you wait." President Yen immediately rushed forward and hugged Lin Feng tightly. She looked at him. "Now that you're back, will you stay a while longer?" Lin Feng immediately agreed. Xiao Rou and Ling Luo both blushed, covering their mouths. Cough, cough. The other students all gave gossipy glances. Whoa. Wind Lord is so handsome. He and President Yen standing together, they're truly a match. I never imagined the stern President Yen would have such a side. President Yen quickly pulled away. "Oh no. My image as the strict president." Lin Feng helplessly replied, "It's fine." He then waved to the others. "Long time no see, everyone." Zhai Wu exclaimed, as expected of Lin Feng. He just got back and already dealt with a nightmare level evil spirit. Lu Ru teased, "I thought Wind Lord had forgotten about Haicheng." Zhai Ling chimed in with agreement. Just then Yachi appeared from behind. "Lin Feng, I'm going to teach you a lesson." Yachi angrily pointed right at his face. "It's you always make Mom Yen unhappy." President Yen stammered. Yachi, child, Lin Feng surprised retorted. "Wait, what did you just call Yen?" Yachi, displeased, puffed out her cheeks and said word by word, "Mom Yen, are you deaf?" Upon hearing this, the others immediately showed gossipy expressions. "Oh, this is getting interesting." Yen, Lin Feng was stunned. "When did you? I can't quite process this." President Yen was flustered, her cheeks flushed crimson. "I'll tell you tonight. Late at night at the Haicheng City Lord's mansion." Yachi mumbled in her sleep. Big brother hit Lin Feng. Her little ghost spirit with the bump on its head was taking care of Yachi. The scene shifted to another bedroom. Lin Feng lay on the bed and asked, "So that means Yachi is your adopted daughter?" President Yen lay on him, replying, recalling what happened before she began. 5 years ago, I went to another city to help investigate some disappearance cases. We discovered they were all caused by evil spirits. Following the trail of an evil spirit, I found their lair. At that time they were blocked by evil spirits. Oh no, it's an ambush. President Yen immediately summoned Srank Xiaohua, and Srank Xiaohua attacked them. But immediately after, one of her teammates was surprised to find President Yen. Before them lay a mountain of corpses. These were the bodies of the city's residents. Unfortunately, even though we had eliminated the evil spirits, we were still too late. Hearing the commotion, President Yen cautiously looked around. Are there still evil spirits? Her teammates quickly discovered that before them were two infants, lying on a mummified corpse. President Yen frowned, looking warily their infants. Could they have been infected by the spiritual energy here? Everyone stay alert, I'll go check. She and Xiaohua slowly walked forward. President Yen, be careful. The spirit over there, seeing them, kept pointing forward. President Yen from behind Xiaohua asked curiously, are you trying to tell us to take this child out? Doubt in her heart, this evil spirit seems intelligent. How is that possible? The spirit merely nodded. Holding the child in her arms, President Yen raised an eyebrow. There's also the corpse of another infant here. It seems like a pregnant woman captured by evil spirits. Gave birth to twins before we arrived. Sadly, one of the children didn't make it. By the time we got here, they had turned into a half-living spirit to protect this child. President Yen was surprised by the child in her arms. This is a spirit psychic. No, not just a psychic. She has also merged with the evil spirit from earlier. This is a half-human, half-ghost child. Upon hearing this, the teammates behind her immediately said, President Yen, thighs might be a disguise of the evil spirit from earlier. We must deal with this ghost infant, right? Half human, half ghost. It's not human at all, let's just kill this evil spirit. But President Yen just felt pity for the child. Suddenly the child reached out, cooing and smiling at her. President Yen immediately made a decision. Let me take care of this child. I will watch over her. If anything unusual happens, I'll deal with it immediately. After the issue was resolved, President Yen continued her narration. Later I named her Yaki. Her spirit form is a phantom ghost. After confirming she posed no harm, she was temporarily fostered at the orphanage, which is affiliated with the school. She said, at first I was worried Yaki would be bullied. At the orphanage, Yaki was constantly chased away. You freak, get out. This kind of ghost child should be destroyed. But those who bullied her were quickly beaten down by Yaki. And they even called her Big Sister Yaki. The children lay on the ground whimpering and crying, Big Sister Yaki. Big Sister Yaki. Wah! This left President Yen somewhat speechless. Later I found that if she didn't bully others, that was already good enough. From a young age she displayed powerful talent. Yaki and her spirit's levels also rapidly increased. As she spoke to Lin Feng, she worried because of Yaki's unique nature. To protect her, I hardly ever mentioned her to anyone else. Until this year. She kept wanting to participate in the Ghost Master assessment. I really couldn't control her anymore, President Yen said with frustration. I'm sorry, Lin Feng, for keeping this from you all this time. But Lin Feng quickly patted her head in comfort, saying it's alright. You've worked hard these past years. The next morning, ghosts and human students alike were bustling hurriedly. Well, be late. Lin Feng stood before a stall and said, Boss. 1 Jinbing Guizi with 2 eggs. And 2 ghost Jianbings extra spicy. The shop owner immediately said, coming right up. The Jinbing will be ready soon, please wait a moment. Watching the tire long-tongued ghost expertly spread the batter while humming a tune. Jinbing with double eggs, double eggs. He thought of how after the great battle 2 years ago, the spiritual energy of the entire world had greatly increased, making it easier for spirits to break through. Before, only nightmare-tier spirits could recover their memories and possess intelligence. Although these lower-tier spirits haven't fully recovered yet, they are gradually starting to develop intelligence. After finishing it, handed the Jinbing to Lin Feng. Here you go. He happily paid for it. Now benevolent spirits were gradually coexisting with humans. Void Ghost transformed for utility, benefiting both sides. In the surrounding cities, lively hawkers' cries rose and fell. Don't miss out on the Jungnan family's factory. The latest ghost fruit phones are currently on sale, making T Kenboku exclaim at the lively atmosphere. Dodo was happily eating behind him. So much tastier, I'm so happy. The little girl exclaimed excitedly. It feels like I see brother everywhere we go. Hearing her say that, T Kenboku was momentarily speechless. He watched the 2 children in front of him holding models and saying, the only limited edition of the Ghostly Wonders collection is on sale right now. Let's hurry and grab them. I wonder when the female version of Master T's figure will be released. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Blended into the crowd, people were focused on watching Riora give a speech on TV. Currently the Spirit Ghost Network is the most popular, jointly developed by the Sacred Hall and Quanchun. Great Archon Lattice, what are your thoughts? Dodo ate while holding up her phone to show her brother. This spirit ghost network is really interesting. Ever since Shoja gave me this spirit ghost phone, I've been browsing for Tenboku every day. Nowadays many weapons and machines use spirit energy as their power source. And the entire world is developing in the direction of spirit ghost technology. Just like this current trend. My phone is full of Tenboku's pictures. Today brothers' memes are dominating the screen again. Dodo said shyly. Dodo was still ranked first. Below her were Kobai and Kenwa. He thought of Shoju sitting there grinding in a game. Shoju and Lucifer are now popular game streamers. And this is a popular game. She was excitedly saying at that moment. My dear friends, double tap for 666. Today I'll help you guys teach Lucifer a lesson. The two pointed at each other's faces and Shoju asked. Lucifer, do you dare to accept the challenge? Lucifer sat cross-legged on the chair and said arrogantly. You mere small fries dare to challenge me. I'm just a fish, that's all. Comments exploded on the screen, all praising. Lord Lucifer is the best. Making Lucifer extremely smug. Haha, at least you small fries have good taste. Shoja's in-game character challenged. Come on, let's fight 300 rounds. Lucifer's character was not to be outdone. If I lose, I'll livestream myself eating a game console. Comments flooded the screen. Lord Lucifer is the best. Shoju. Shoju, please stop Lord Lucifer. Dodo shyly covered her face. Can I pretend I don't know them? Tenboku turned his head to look elsewhere. Sigh, it's too late to disassociate now. Suddenly an anomaly appeared in the sky. People took out their phones to film. That's a spirit ghost, they said smiling. That's the city lord of our ghost city. Gyocho. Yacho frowned and asked, what brings the city lord here? Gyocho glanced at her, none of your business. I'm just here to visit the Grand Minister. Izui, standing nearby, felt awkward. The pressure of being near these two was immense. Gyocho said unhappily. If Tenboku hadn't called me here to join them, to discuss the mysterious giant island incident and the evil ghost master appearing in the East Sea region, I wouldn't want to travel with you. Yacho didn't even look at her and said. If the Grand Minister hadn't told me to come here to understand the ghost domain, and its particularly frequent occurrences, I wouldn't want to see you. The two disliked each other so much they didn't even want to look at each other. Tenboku appeared with Dodo and Roro carrying a large bag of snacks. He said, look what I bought for you. Gyocho and Yacho still looked at him unhappily. Only Izui waved in greeting. Tenboku, long time no see. Gyocho and Yacho both pointed directly at each other's faces. And angrily asked, why didn't you tell me beforehand that you invited her too? Tenboku scratched his head awkwardly. Because this discussion is about the recent changes throughout the entire East. And the shifts that have occurred. So I wanted to gather all of you. This is such a headache. He secretly added in his mind. If I had told you in advance, would you two even sit together? Dodo and Roro quickly ran away. Brother, I suddenly remembered that Ryora needed me for something, making Tenboku even more despairing. Outside, Dodo had just closed the door. I already heard loud voices from inside. You two calm down. Afterward, Linfeng sat in the middle with two handprints on his cheeks. The chief asked, shall we begin? Ningdai, previously in the East Sea region. A massive island suddenly appeared. Have you discovered anything? And have you found the reason for the appearance of the evil ghost masters? Ningdai immediately took out a report happily. This is a real-time image. Synchronized by the newly launched Ghost Spirit satellite. Look at the Ghost Spirit system panel. Ningdai's bond value 70. He sighed in his heart. Over the past 2 years, frequently contacting Ningdai had already increased their bond value, adding to the previous bond value. He didn't expect it to have accumulated so much without him realizing. He thought of the satellite operating in outer space. Satellite. The Ghost Spirit system is the technological culmination of the Sanctuary and Ghost Spirit Spring City. Ghost Spirit Spring City. Over the past 2 years, it can not only monitor various locations, but also acts as the Ghost Spirit Network hub, synchronizing information from all areas in real time. A certain island is being enveloped by a layer of power. The massive island is still sealed by a powerful force. We can only see the outside, although it is in a sealed state. Some evil ghostly energy with corrosive power is still overflowing from the massive island, affecting the surrounding sea area. This was followed by a map image of the area. I have already contacted the sanctuary and reviewed a lot of information from ancient times. It only records that there was once a nation there. There is no other information apart from that. It seems something significant happened there in ancient times, causing it to be sealed and submerged. Ning Dai and Ning Zhu once went there to scout the situation. The ghostly energy overflowing from the massive island has already corroded the deep-sea creatures, turning them into malevolent spirits. The Merman clan and I also cleared some of the evil tides at sea together. Fortunately, the affected area wasn't large. After listening, Lin Feng concluded from what you've said, the ghostly energy overflowing from the massive island is somewhat similar to the power of an evil god which I've encountered before. That massive island might be related to a powerful evil god from ancient times. I will personally go there to investigate. Ning Dai added. As for the evil Ghost Masters, the Ghost Master Alliance has already destroyed their strongholds and apprehended some of them. According to their explanations, the evil Ghost Masters are essentially similar to us Ghost Masters. She continued. As the resurgence of abnormalities intensified, some people became followers of evil gods and were infected by them, gaining power. In a dark cave, cultists knelt before an evil god praying, "We beg you, Master, grant us power. This time we sacrificed 50 people to you, Master. We implore you, Master." Those followers were all granted evil power. Some were bewildered by malevolent spirits, awakened their consciousness and signed contracts, becoming evil Ghost Masters. The difference between them and us is that they are loyal to evil gods and enhance their own power by sacrificing humans to the gods. Ning Dai frowned deeply. Evil Ghost Masters are attempting to destroy humanity. Fortunately, the Ghost Masters have already encircled and suppressed them, preventing them from causing greater impact. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before asking, "I see. So what's the situation with the investigation of the special ghost domains?" Ye Shuang only then replied, 2 years ago special ghost domains frequently appeared in various places. According to my investigation, although there is danger, it's also an opportunity for humanity. Lin Feng became interested. "Oh, is that so?" Ye Shuang explained. "Those peculiar places? When humans set foot inside them, the appearance and disappearance of the special ghost domains are uncertain each time. And the scenery within the ghost domains also varies greatly. Some ghost domains will specifically assign roles to those who enter and reenact those events. Others are like cities, where upon entering, people lose their memories and become residents after entering. In most special ghost domains, as long as one can survive for a period of time, their spectral power will greatly increase. Ordinary people also have a chance to become Ghost Masters, which has attracted many to try their luck. For example, some ghost domains will issue quests upon entry, and upon completion one can acquire contractable ghost spirits and other rewards. Aren't some players so scared? They're constantly running from being chased. Ha ha ha, run. As long as you can survive 3 minutes in my hands, I'll let the ghost from the adventure house contract with you." But she was immediately attacked by Ning Dai and Yi Gu simultaneously. "Alright," Yi Gu added. "The Ghost Master Alliance and Ghost City have now mastered special ghost domains, which are relatively stable and less dangerous, making them suitable as training grounds." She also said, "These special ghost domains remind me of what were called dungeons in the web novels I used to read." Lin Feng looked at Yi Gu and thought of the word dungeon. It seems Xiao Rou often mentioned that word too. Ning Dai clutched her head and suddenly realized that's right. Those ghosts and events that only existed in novels, urban legends and folk tales have all started to become reality. She recalled the slit-mouthed woman flying around among the crowds. These ghostly beings carry some legendary behaviors and powers. For example, the slit-mouthed woman appeared in some cities, and anyone who answered her questions incorrectly would be cruelly killed. Ning Dai looked at Lin Feng, feeling wronged. These evil Ghost Masters, special ghost domains and events are keeping me incredibly busy. Yi Gu immediately interrupted her. "Stop pretending. Who doesn't know how strong your alliance is?" Ning Dai looked at Yi Gu unhappily. "So what are you scared?" Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly asked Ning Dai, "What does the alliance's strength refer to?" After hearing this, Ning Dai proudly recounted about those special individuals. As the spectral resurgence intensifies, some special psychics have emerged. They don't need to contract with ghost spirits, but instead directly integrate ghost energy into themselves, or use ghost energy to fight. This has greatly enhanced the strength of the Ghost Master Alliance. She also added, various types of man-made ghost energy are being used in combat and are constantly appearing, greatly enhancing humanity's strength. Many people held a large cannon together, aimed at the monster, and shouted, "Exorcist cannon fire." Yi Gu tilted her head and asked, "What's there to be proud of, Grand Steward? Look at me, I'm currently Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Yi Gu, your injuries are healed. Yi Gu smiled and said. Not just healed. System display Ghost Spirit Yi Gu Nightmare Tier 3. Yi Gu boasted about her power. I've also awakened a Nightmare Ability System panel. Nightmare Ability Ghost Lord's War Banner. Ghost soldiers loyal to Ghost City can be incorporated into the War Banner. For every 10,000 Ghost soldiers added to the War Banner, the Ghost City Master's combat power increases by 10. Her power can easily suppress ghost spirits over a wide area. Now my Ghost City has 50,000 ghost soldiers, so my Nightmare Ability Ghost Lord's War Banner can increase my strength by 50. Moreover, as long as I continue to expand Ghost City and increase the Ghost Army, I will continue to grow stronger. Yi Gu leaned closer, lifting Lin Feng's chin. Well, Grand Steward, I can help you more now, can't I? He looked at her, blushing. That. Ling Luo and Tong Tong were outside the window, blushing and gossiping. Ugh, Ning Dai's face flushed red as she said angrily, get your hand off him. What are you trying to do to Lin Feng? So an evil spirit like you has taken a liking to him too? Yes Wang raised an eyebrow, looking at her. Oh, little sparrow. I have a contract with Lord Master. How could I possibly harm him? Is there a problem with that? Why are you getting so worked up? Then. She exuded an Azura-like aura, challenging Ningdi. What if you've got the guts? Why don't you become his contracted ghost spirit too? Humph, Ningdi said, unwilling to be outdone. A contract is just a contract, what's so special about that? Lin Feng, standing by, was so scared that cold sweat streamed down his face. They don't seem to have considered asking for my opinion at all. But being able to contract with Ningdi is certainly a good thing. Then he scratched his head and said to Ningdi with a silly grin. Since you've already said so, there's no time like the present, let's. Ningdi was startled upon hearing this. Hayu, are you serious? Lin Feng extended his hand and asked her, will you make a contract with me? To grow stronger together. To face powerful enemies in the future together. And to protect the East together, okay? Ningdi, blushing, stammered, a contract? I've never done this before. I've always thought of you as. Hearing this, Lin Feng no longer pressed the issue. Hey, it's fine, take your time to consider it then. But Ningdi immediately grabbed his hand tightly. She said quickly, I agree. Let our fighting comradeship deepen. And together we shall protect the East. Internally conflicted, just hold on a little longer. Don't you know girls are supposed to be a little reserved? Blockhead system, prompt success. Contracted Ghost Spirit Ningdi. Ghost Spirit Ningdi level Nightmare Tier 3 potential. 6 stars EXP 3 ability Silent Spirit Butterfly. Annihilation Butterfly. Disguise Orb. Ability Abyssal Red Rope Cage. Ability Nightmare. Phantom Butterfly Wings. Talents Human Affinity Ghost Realm Doomsday. Ghost Domain Warning. Bond 70. Lin Feng's hand clasped by her hurt so much his bones felt like they were breaking. Lin Feng kept blowing on his hand, huffing from the pain. This made Ningdi quickly let go of his hand. Oh, I'm sorry. I used too much force. Yes, Wang displeasedly raised an eyebrow. What a ghost spirit. Backlashing against its ghost master right after making a contract. Don't forget I contracted with Lord Master before you did. From now on you should show your senior some respect. Ningdi angrily pointed directly at her face. What, when I met Lin Feng? You were still hiding in your little ghost town. It was even me who told Lin Feng to find you. Lin Feng stood in the middle witnessing. The two of them refusing to yield. I was here first and the senior one. Then they both turned around and aggressively asked Lin Feng. You tell us, Lord Master, who was here first. Tell us who exactly arrived first. Lin Feng became flustered. Thyphus anxiously thought to himself, I need to change the subject quickly. Just then a new quest prompt popped up from the system. Experience 2 special peculiar incidents in Beiyuan. 1 Zhang family in progress. 02 Ghost King's wedding progress 0. A system quest. Lin Feng thought the layout of Zhang family inn. The Zhang family inn is on the outskirts of Feng City. In the first quest. Is Beiyuan a special ghost domain? It seems I need to complete the first one, then the prompt for the second will appear. This quest is a bit special. It requires a complete experience of the incident. So it seems I can't do it like before. Meanwhile, Ningdi and Yeswang were still huffily asking, what are you standing there stunned for? Lin Feng quickly explained, I just remembered I need to go to Beiyuan for something. Yinger, could you help me with some information about that place? Can you do that? Yinger from behind him quickly replied, of course. Everyone thought to themselves, is he trying to change the subject? Yinger began to introduce the place he had asked about. Beiyuan is a vast region, located in the northeastern part of the east. After the anomalous resurgence, it is covered in heavy snow year-round. Due to its climate and distance, The Ghost Master headquarters does not have strict control over the Beiyuan region. The Beiyuan region tends more towards autonomy. As soon as one thinks of the city life there, she said, Beiyuan's central city is called Fengcheng. Going there definitely has something to do with you. Lin Feng was confused. Has something to do with me. Ying Er continued to explain. Wei Wuji. Beiyuan used to be led by the Wei clan, and he was the clan head. Lin Feng suddenly realized, oh, it was him. Ying Er continued to recount the attacks on the Wei clan. After you killed Wei Wuji, the major aristocratic families of Beiyuan, those families who were previously oppressed by the Wei clan, all attacked the Wei clan. The Wei clan collapsed because of this. Under the influence of the Ghost Master Alliance, Ghost Master Ming Jianyuan was elected as the new clan head. The Ming clan now leads Beiyuan. Lin Feng pondered. I didn't expect that my killing of Wei Wuji would cause such a huge chain reaction. Ying Er said. Tell me more about the abnormal information from Beiyuan. I received a message from a liaison officer, the one stationed in Beiyuan, when I was dealing with the ghost tide in Pingcheng. Not long ago. The retreating person ran and shouted, Elder Ring, the ghost tide is here. At this time she was receiving information from other places. What's wrong? What happened on your end? Interference waves appeared on the screen. A person was desperately shouting help help. Immediately after Ying Er lost contact. Hello, do you hear me? The interference waves reappeared on the screen. The other party awkwardly said. Sorry Elder Ring, it was a ghost tide attack. Elder Ming has already repelled it. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that you're all right over there. Ying Er then recalled. Before ghost tides erupted one after another in various places, I was busy providing support everywhere. I didn't pay too much attention. Now that I think about it, the liaison officer's behavior was a bit abnormal at the time. Lin Feng nodded and said, my destination this time is next to Fengcheng. I'll drop by Fengcheng to see if there's anything unusual. Nightbone worriedly said, Grand Minister, I'll go with you. He agreed, all right. Afterwards Lin Feng turned to ask Ning Dai, what about you? Ning Dai said disdainfully, I wouldn't deign to go with her. I'll continue to hold down the fort at headquarters. A moment later Lin Feng turned to discuss with Isuna. Isuna, we need to act discreetly this time. Use your Misha aura to disguise me and everyone else, in the style of the Beiyuan people. Isuna happily said, as you command, Mr. Ghost. Afterwards she raised a stone tablet with clothes drawn on it and asked, everyone come quickly and see what you want to transform into. Xianhua wondered to herself, I wonder which kind my husband would like. Tong Tong and Ling Luo said in unison, we can change into pretty clothes. Zyra's eyes lit up. Dress-up game. They successively pointed at the outfits they wanted. I want this one. I've chosen two. Let me see the next page. Immediately after, Isuna cast her spell. Alright, activate Misha aura. Xiao transformed into an shrank ghost spirit. Transform Maiden of Light. Why is my disguise shrank? Lin Feng immediately realized. That's your true rank, isn't it? The previous one was the disguise. Ling Luo transformed into an abyssal ghost spirit tier 2. Even our ranks have been disguised. Tong Tong transformed into an abyssal ghost spirit tier 3. Wow. With Sister Isuna's Misha aura we don't have to worry about having no clothes. Nightbone transformed into an abyssal ghost spirit tier 3 and asked, Grand Minister, how is it? Fengpao transformed into a moongate ghost spirit. Abyssal Queen tier 2. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Lin Feng immediately replied. Cool. Jiang Wei transformed into an abyssal ghost spirit tier 2 and said, Beiyuan's clothes are quite similar to my old self. Xianhua transformed into an abyssal ghost spirit tier 2 and asked, Husband, do I look good? Isuna transformed into an abyssal ghost spirit tier 3. Expecting your praise, she said. Mr. Ghost, my powers are amazing, aren't they? You'll blush and loudly exclaim, beautiful. Incredible. They continued to disguise themselves as Long Long. I almost forgot about you. It immediately turned into a kitten. Tong Tong immediately picked it up and nuzzled it against her face. Ah, it's too cute. Xiao also leaned in and said, Sister, I want to hug it too. Sister, I want to hug it too. At this moment Lin Feng also walked towards Isuna with a stone tablet. Isuna, I've made my choice too. But then, he was immediately stopped by Tong Tong holding a tape measure. Bro. It's better to leave styling matters to us girls. Xiao also interjected to stop him. Yes, trust our aesthetic sense. Tong Tong added, we've already discussed an idea. Lin Feng immediately became alert. This doesn't feel right, run. But he was already enveloped by Isuna's magic aura charm. Lin Feng could only exclaim, it's too late. Immediately after, Lin Feng's entire body completely changed. Just as Isuna's magic gradually dissipated, Lin Feng's new transformed state was revealed. What am I? He clutched his full chest. He panicked this feeling. I've turned into a woman. Seeing this, Asuna explained. That's just a deception of your senses and vision. Mr. Ghost is still a boy, you know. Xiaoro said proudly. This was unanimously decided by everyone. Look at yourself in the mirror, big brother. How beautiful you are. Yeswang raised an eyebrow and exclaimed. Chief Minister looks cute like this too. Feng Bao hummed in agreement from the side. Ningdi took out her phone and snapped a picture. Good, well, have you impersonate Feng Lin. A special envoy from headquarters to inspect Beiyuan. I'll inform old Ming for you to go immediately. Lin Feng could only respond all right. But he had no idea what she was planning in her heart. Print it out and hang it in the room. Ningdi immediately created an identity information sheet. Done. Now you are the special envoy from headquarters. With the highest authority. The information sheet displayed name Feng Lin, position. Ghostmaster Alliance Headquarters Special Envoy 02. Level Earth Fiend Tier 3 Authority. Highest authority. Poor Xiaoro mocked. Earth Fiend Tier 3 already has such great power. I really overestimated you, Feng Lin. Lin Feng could only say helplessly, all right. Xianhua, take us away. He was then stopped by those three people. What are you doing? Ling Luo said expectantly, take us. The newly opened ghost train. Zyra's eyes gleamed, holding her phone full of anticipation. That's super cool, I want to go. Tong Tong pleaded cutely. Big brother, can we go to that one please? Lin Feng also had no choice but to compromise, saying alright. Let's just consider it a trip. At Haicheng Station. The ghost train whistled from a distance. As soon as it pulled into the station, the ghost train issued an announcement. Clang clang clang. Train K98 has arrived at the station. Human and ghost passengers, please board as soon as possible. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. So this is the ghost train. It's exactly like a bunch of fierce ghosts pieced together into a train. Tong Tong, Ling Luo and Xiaoro all exclaimed, it's so cool. Lin Feng could only feel helpless. All the way from the city lord's mansion. If that's the case, Asuna looked around. These people are. Jiang Wei placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't mind them. Shenhua stood beside the two of them, making the trio appear dazzling. The surrounding spirits couldn't help but exclaim. Wow, so beautiful, a ghost idol group outing. Ghost Spirit A noticed the sight again, and said with a smile, those two are also peerless. Beauties Feng Bao and Yeswang turned around simultaneously. Ghost Spirit A immediately let out an ah, making the surrounding ghosts gasp. His ghost spirit is about to dissipate. Even the female ghosts couldn't tear their eyes away. Discussing, so beautiful. They're all girls. But why are our hearts racing? Interact with her. I feel like my heart is going to beat to death. Ah, just seeing her picture perfect. I feel like I'm close to the abyssal level. To others, Lin Feng appeared as a young girl. Shaking her hair, she asked. Why are those ghosts staring at me blankly? Those female ghosts immediately flared up and flew, breaking through. Jiang Wei giggled. Yi Gu thought, blushing. Grand Minister like this seems pretty good too. Lin Feng led the way forward. These people are truly speechless, let's get on the train. Tong Tong happily linked her arm with his beside him. Brother, Lin Feng secretly calculated in his mind. First go to Fengcheng to meet Elder Ming. Then do the system missions. Someone held up a camera, taking a picture of the two of them getting into the train. That person immediately reported. It's confirmed that the special envoy is on board. Ghost Train K98, and he looks exactly like his ID photo. Another person over there with a pen in his mouth looked at the photo and instructed Jiba. This special envoy looks pretty good. Once he falls into my hands, and I control him, he. You go back first. When the ghost train leaves Mountain Ghost Pass and reaches the Northern Plains border, well, make our move. The ghost train began its journey at this moment. Clack clack, it set off. A little while later, a train attendant walked to each seat and asked, does anyone want sunflower seeds or cola? There are also discounted bento boxes. Xiao Rou on the other side leaned her body out of the window. Ling Luo, hold on to me tightly. Ling Luo said loudly beside her. Kids shouldn't do such foolish things. Leaning out of a train window is very dangerous. The ghost frog ticket inspector said ingratiatingly from the side. Brother Ko, are you heading back to Fengcheng? Ko Gu glanced at it and asked. Oh, you ticket inspector know me? The ghost frog immediately said. Oh, you are a genius ghost master of the Earth Fiend level. Level 3, who doesn't know you? Koga then said happily, little ghost, you truly have a boundless future. He had no idea of its true thoughts. This brother Ko is indeed despicable. I heard he's involved in some shady money laundering activities. And he's very generous. By the way, Koga looked over and smiled. Oh, you ticket inspector, do me a favor. It'll give you 1,000,000 ghost coins. Jiang Wei was feeding Lin Feng on her side. Here Lin Feng, try this. He ate and enjoyed it delicious. Koga spat on his hand and rubbed it. Then he smoothed his hair and walked over. He, two beautiful ladies. Koga drooled continuously. He asked, ladies, are you heading to Fengcheng? I'm very familiar with Fengcheng. How about we add each other as friends? Brother here can take you sightseeing. Jiang Wei angrily asked Lin Feng via their mind link. Lin Feng, should we strangle this disgusting thing? If you guys make a move, the impact will be too great. Leave it to me. The ghost frog ticket inspector walked over and quietly said to Lin Feng, beautiful lady, please give him some face. I'm the conductor of this train. This brother Ko is a ghost master. A famous earth fiend level 3 in the Northern Plains region. He's very generous. It's just adding a contact method. And in the Northern Plains, provoking brother Ko the ghost master isn't a good idea. Jiang Wei scoffed. Earth fiend level 3. My Lin Feng is also earth fiend level 3. Kogo put on a perverted expression. Walked to Jiang Wei's side. Oh dear. Brother Ko here isn't an ordinary ghost master. An ordinary earth fiend level 3. Little ghost spirit, let big brother touch you. Lin Feng impatiently frowned. Lucifer, power of rebellion. Immediately after he unleashed his power. Take your filthy hands off. Instantly a group of people fell to the ground. Ah. Koga panicked. Big shot, I'm sorry. I was blind and didn't recognize a great master. Please spare me. Lin Feng sneered. It seems you're not a proper ghost master either. I can spare you. But if I drain your ghost spirit's ghost energy, what kind of ghost master would you be demoted to? Koga gnashed his teeth in anger. Drain it, then there'd be no ghost master left. Ticket inspector, quickly report to headquarters. There's an evil ghost master here. Immediately after, Lin Feng raised his identification card. I am a special envoy from headquarters. Any ghost master registered in the east, I can handle them according to my own judgment. Only then did Ghost Frog suddenly realize. Yes, special envoy. While Koga was having his ghost energy drained, he struggled to say, it's fake, that must be fake. Headquarters never had a special envoy. After the disposal was complete, he said coldly, throw them down. Ghost Frog looked at the two individuals whose ghost energy had been drained and said, yes, special envoy. This special envoy is truly unfathomable. Without even lifting a finger, he's already crippled a Earth Fiend rank 3 ghost master. Tong Tong glanced at her brother. Didn't you say you wanted to keep a low profile? What's wrong? Lin Feng squatted down holding his head. I am quite helpless too. A day later, in front of Mount Ghost Pass, Tong Tong said, brother, that's Mount Ghost Pass, the one mentioned online. After we pass through it, we'll enter the Northern Plains border. Brother, according to the Ghost Master headquarters data, this Mount Ghost Pass seems to indeed be a fierce great ghosts, defeated by the 5 great powerhouses of the Northern Plains, and its corpse was used to build this massive pass. The Ghost Flame Train passed through Mount Ghost Pass just like that, making Lin Feng feel a bit depressed. The weather in the Northern Plains is so strange. As soon as we entered, it became a world of ice and snow. The temperature also plummeted, and Tong Tong immediately explained. I heard the temperature in the Northern Plains can reach -40 or 50 degrees Celsius at night. In the distance, a person stood watching the approaching Ghost Flame Train. Big brother, the target has entered the Northern Plains border. Has the funeral love group finally arrived? The nearby crowd kept shouting. As expected of the leader, so cool, standing motionless for an entire day and night. We can't even hold on anymore. Another person threw down a bag of candy from above. Hey, these are reward candies for the wicked ghost masters. They can increase your strength. Prepare for action, disguise yourselves as if the scene was attacked by a ghost swarm. There will be no survivors on this ghost train. A bag of candy scattered across the pristine white snow. A guy who ate the candy immediately burst with power. He, I feel the power. The others also rushed over frantically. He, this ghost candy is so delicious. The funeral love group shouted from the side. Don't just eat it yourselves, help me move a bit. I think I'm frozen solid. The ghost fire train was still moving forward continuously. Wo Yue hurriedly chased from behind, shouting, I've been lost for a month. I finally found a ghost train. With a piece of corn in her mouth, Wo Yue was filled with determination. I must catch up to the ghost spirit. Someone behind her cheered her on. Go, Wo Yue. Wo Yue hurriedly ran to the front of the train and asked, can I get on the ghost train? Ghost Frog glanced at her disdainfully. Do you have money for a ticket? In the snow of the Northern Plains, even ghosts get frozen. Dressed so lightly, you're probably a poor ghost. Wo Yue immediately pulled out a stack of money. See if this is enough. Seeing this, Ghost Frog's eyes immediately lit up. Enough. Immediately after, a ghost face appeared on the side of the carriage. It wrapped its tongue around her. Welcome, esteemed guest aboard. Clenching the ticket in her hand. Looking at the people sitting on the train. Wu Yue couldn't help but exclaim. Is this the outside world? It feels like there are so many ghosts. It's so lively. This is my first time leaving my hometown Shangshan. Chang immediately reported to Lin Feng via mental link. Grand Minister. There's a special power in the carriage. It's a bit like the power of the deities from before. Wu Yue looked at the ticket in confusion. Where exactly is my seat? Zhou Nightmare Tier Rank 1 reminded Wu Yue. You've gone too far. Lu Nightmare Tier Rank 1 looked at her. It's up ahead. Listen to your Uncle Lu and Aunt Zhua. Illiterate Hu Nightmare Tier Rank 1. By Nightmare Tier Rank 1 and Huang Nightmare Tier Rank 1 were all worried about her. Lin Feng then asked, is it her again? The ghost spirit is right beside her. He said with a frail voice. It feels a bit special. Those spirits carry the power of gods. He then said. The levels of those spirits are really strange. They're all Nightmare Tier. Nightmare Tier 1. Let's observe them for a bit. Immediately after Wu Yu found her seat. It was a front row seat. That's right. At this moment the seat was occupied by someone else. TSK, this Douyin is really interesting. You're my little imp. Wu Yu approached. She reminded, excuse me ma'am, I believe this seat is mine. The person said displeasedly. Where did this wild girl come from? Don't you know how to talk? Call me Jia sister. Wu Yu awkwardly corrected herself. Big sister, this seat is mine. This seat is mine. The person took a breath and asked, yours. Then the person furiously cursed, yours. Do you see it agreeing? Are you king trying to scare me with that worthless piece of paper? I'm not someone to be messed with. Does your family know how to respect elders and cherish the young? Ridiculous? I've eaten more salt than you've walked roads. Are you trying to scare me? Wu Yu immediately covered her nose and said with disgust. Ugh, it stinks. She then said, Wu Yu. Use our power to teach this ghost a lesson. Wu Yu resolutely refused, saying. It's wrong to hit people casually. Is it really not my seat? Did I make a mistake? Lu immediately said. Wu Yu. Don't let her ghost arts influence you to the point of doubting. Life. The person looked at her and said disdainfully, how little girl. My quarreling ghost arts are about to reach the realm of turning black into white. Just then Wu Yu heard someone behind her ask. May I see your ticket? Lin Feng instantly transformed back into his true form. Let me see if that's your seat. Wu Yu blushing handed him the ticket. This he's too handsome. But immediately after, Lin Feng transformed back into the appearance of a female student. Why did he turn into a female student again? Am I seeing things? Sana only then realized. Mr. Ghost. Just for that instant, she seemed to see through the charmed disguise. Lin Feng immediately retorted. Could it be related to the spirits around her? Immediately after, he revealed a gentle smile. He said to Wu Yu, your seat is correct. Wait a minute, Jiang Wei. Tong, stick with your sister and be vigilant. I feel this ghost exorcist's power is not simple. Seeing him approach, the person grew even more disdainful. Oh, you're calling for backup. Looks like I'll have to use my ultimate move. Lin Feng looked at the person and wondered to himself. Didn't she see what just happened? She seemed to be busy on her phone the whole time. Tong yawned. It feels like ghost levels are rising so fast now. To actually encounter two abyssal tier ghosts on one train. Immediately after the quarreling ghost, an abyssal tier 1 ghost was holding its breath ready to burst out. Lin Feng immediately unleashed his ultimate move, Jiang Wei ghost painting. Tong freezing ghost hand. Instantly the person's mouth was tightly covered MMPH. Tong also instantly froze the person in place, rendering them unable to move. Then Lin Feng snapped his fingers, summoning the ticket inspector. The frog ghost immediately kneeled and scurried over Special Commissioner. He said indifferently, take this seat-hogging ghost away and throw it off at the next station. It immediately replied, as you command. Then Lin Feng gently turned around and said, all right. That ma'am has been dealt with. My name is Lin Feng and am a ghost exorcist. These are my ghost spirits. Are you a ghost exorcist too? Wu Yu handed him an ear of corn while introducing herself. Thank you, my name is Feng Wu Yu. People like me used to be called Chuma Xian. Now I guess you could say I'm also a ghost exorcist. Please have some corn. Suddenly there was a jolt causing her to stumble, oh dear. Which caused the corn to fly directly into Lin Feng's mouth. MMPH. Ghost train announcement. The ghost tide has arrived. The leader of the buried love squad said. Ha, this ghost motorcycle is awesome. Brothers, let's go. The minions behind him also shouted, yes leader. The ghostly aura it sprays can even attract ghost tides. This is too exciting. Lin Feng held the corn in his hand. Do you often have ghost tides attacking the ghost ship? Ghost Frog said that while they rarely encounter ghost tides, this time, the ghost ship has already invited over a dozen. Abyssal Tier 2 Ghost Masters to guard it. So Special Envoy just sit back and watch. The Ghost Masters attack. The motorcycle gang behind them also refused to be outdone. A few of them released evil spirits that devoured. The evil spirits appeared in dense swarms laughing gleefully. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the candy ghost. After devouring the evil spirits, our bodies gained power, advancing from Abyssal Tier to Nightmare Tier 1. The wash-cut blowout mighty ghost crew gave them a deadly makeover. One of the evil spirits holding a pair of scissors said maniacally, "Ha ha ha, you all need a bang trim. I'm the coolest Master Tony here, the leader." Another one also maniacally unleashed its power, attacking with an ionic perm. Get a membership card and receive 20 off. The evil spirit's various attacks rapidly poured down upon the ship. Someone quickly reported to Ghost Frog, "Captain, the evil Ghost Masters up front. The Ghost Tide has wiped out all our Ghost Masters." This made it panic. Gue Chi quickly grabbed Lin Feng's leg, wailing, "Whoa, Special Envoy, please save us." Lin Feng looked at it helplessly. "You need to let go first, so I can go out and deal with them." Wu Yue also became proactive. "I'll help you. I do have some strength." Lin Feng happily agreed. "All right, then I'll leave it to you." Yi Shuang reported, "Grand Minister. Everyone protect the ship. Wu Yue slowly deal with the Ghost Tide. Let's see what's special about her." The evil spirits continued to attack relentlessly. Ha ha ha, that's it. Devour everyone inside. Shenhua reached out and cast power towards them. The ghost fire, however, only made them more frantic, and they continued to charge forward. Everyone, this is a speed invitation, everyone. Lure the Ghost Tide to crash into them, crash into them. Park Ho, the evil Ghost Master, observed from a distance. Those evil Ghost Masters are not only controlled by the Candy Ghost, but even their bodies have been corroded, turning them into half-human, half-ghost sister. The target has appeared. To ensure nothing goes wrong, let's make our move. Park Haiju, the evil Ghost Master, said indifferently, "Sure ball. Once this mission is over, I want to ask them for a new hairstyle." Shenhua stood at the bow and asked, "The Ghost Tide is coming again. It's about to hit. Are those evil Ghost Masters out of their minds?" Wu Yue climbed up at this moment and said to Lin Feng, "In here, let me handle this time. Your ghost spirit probably expended too much power just now." Lin Feng and Shenhua watched Wu Yue unleash her ghost technique. They thought she's performing a ghost technique. It feels like the power around her ghost spirit is all being drawn into her body. Feeling the power flowing within her, Wu Yue chanted decree of aiding judgment soldiers, as I command into the mortal realm, to guard the tranquility of this place. Lords of the Three Gates, heed my words. Bhagavad Fox Empress by Lu, grant me passage, and Fox'll need to borrow your power again this time. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng immediately recognized ghost spirit fusion. It's not without heroic spirit tier, but at most it's borrowing the power of a ghost. Just then Jiang Wei stated her conjecture. Lin Feng Yi Shuang said earlier that those ghost spirits had a divine aura. Could it be that those deities, unable to directly influence the world, are helping this person unleash their power? Wu Yue had already transformed at this point and said, "New God, the projection of a fox spirit, with immense Nightmare Tier 3 power, immediately appeared." Jiang Wei said to Lin Feng, who was beside her, "Lin Feng, I remembered a legend from the previous era in Beiyuan." She recounted. According to ancient legends of Beiyuan, this land is protected by 5 powerful great immortals. The true forms of these 5 great immortals cannot easily descend into the mortal realm. Therefore, in the mortal realm, those chosen by me can inherit their consciousness and power to eradicate evil in their stead. Jiang Wei only then realized that such people were called spirit mediums. As the spirit medium's cultivation grew, the power that the great immortal could imbue into her would become increasingly abundant. Looking at Wu Yue, who had taken human form before them, Lin Feng, who had just been licking his hand, guessed the power imbued into her has already reached the nightmare level. It seems the true strength of these 5 great immortals has already surpassed that of heroic spirits. Wu Yue pointed at the evil spirits and asked, "Having not acted for 100 years, have these little devils of Beiyuan forgotten us, the 5 immortals? Forgotten us? That won't do." Immediately after, she raised her hand and waved her power, transforming into the words "turn to ashes." The enormous fox immortal immediately opened its huge mouth, facing the horde of evil spirits. Tuan at this point grimaced in fear and said, "No, wait. I haven't become the strongest Tony teacher in the ghost realm yet. Can I get it for free without a membership card?" The fox immortal aimed its massive maw at them. We haven't had enough wedding candy ghosts yet." It then effortlessly swallowed the horde of evil spirits in one gulp. In the cockpit, The two captains hugged each other tightly, shouting, "We're going to crash." The ghost train also yelled, "I can't stop." Just like that, the train rushed into the smoke. Wu Yue happily stood on one foot atop the chimney. The ghost tide has been completely wiped out. The section of the road ahead of them was now completely clear. Ghost Frog looked outside in surprise. Am I dreaming? The ghost tide is gone. Those nightmare-level evil spirits just vanished like that. Jia Xiong said with interest. The 5 immortals of Beiyuan. What fascinating power. Xiaoro quickly squatted down to record. I've got inspiration again. I need to quickly draw the storyboards. The deadline is approaching. Ling Luo picked up the camera and recorded it. The footage has been recorded. Wu Yue became somewhat weak at this point. Oh dear, I'm out of strength. Lu Buyue said. Fox, you got carried away just now. You used too much power on this little girl. Lin Feng immediately supported Wu Yue. Lin Feng reverted to his true form and asked, "Are you alright?" Jiang Wei. Use the white tiger exorcism tattoo to heal her. Wu Yue said, blushing. I'm fine. Just give me something to eat. Besides, I'm so hungry I'm seeing double. How did you turn back into a man? Lin Feng changed back into his disguised state and said helplessly, "That's right, you're so hungry you're seeing double'll take you to eat." From afar, Fahu saw this scene and said with interest, "Siba. All those wicked ghost masters were wiped out. I didn't expect there to be a powerful Eastern ghost controller on board. But she can't act now either. The data shows that the special agent is merely Earth Fiend level 3. My sister and I can easily crush her." Haija chuckled as she fumbled around her chest. "Stop talking nonsense. Summon the evil pen immortal." Immediately after, she pulled out a pen from her chest. Fahu said no more and gripped the pen nib. Fahu murmured, "Pen immortal." "Pen immortal," Haiju murmured. "I am your past life. You are my present life." Immediately after, a surge of ghostly energy emerged from the pen body. At this moment, from the sky, an evil spirit tore through the sky and appeared. While Lin Feng was still distracted, "I'll take you to eat." The evil spirit proudly stretched out its hand towards him. Tong Tong immediately shouted, "Brother." But Lin Feng said, "It's nothing, Wu. Yu is beside me drooling because she wants to eat hot pot." The evil spirit's hand couldn't even get close to him. Mere bloodstains, how can they compare with? From the sky, more hands immediately appeared, grabbing the evil spirit and pulling it away. The evil spirit of the fallen river immediately shrieked, "Gagaga." System message displayed. Fallen river summons a blood river filled with corpses capable of suppressing power and eroding the enemy's consciousness, pulling enemies into the river, transforming them into blood corpses. Wu Yue heard the commotion and wanted to turn her head. "What's that sound behind me?" Lin Feng immediately blocked the two fallen cadaver puppet birds, gripping the evil spirit's face tightly and dragging it away. The brush in hand, Fahu and Huizhu immediately shattered. He said angrily, "Damn it, was the information about that bastard wrong?" Crossing his arms, he couldn't believe it. How is that possible? The brush immortal was dealt with instantly. Lin Feng immediately used sword skill Poison Blood to track the location of those two. Because of the ghost energy fluctuations over there, Huizhu quickly said, "Quick, summon other evil brush immortals to take us away." In an instant, another evil spirit appeared, grabbing her and Fahu and leaving. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Lin Feng sighed. "They run pretty fast." He mused, "They tracked me down this quickly. It seems this trip to Beiyuan won't be simple." Looking at them, he guessed, "This Lin Feng seems to have used the power of an evil god." Hearing this, he asked, "Could it be an evil god reincarnated by?" Immediately said, "If she tries to harm Wu Yue, then we will forcefully bring her into this world and eliminate her." Lu echoed, "Exactly. We're not incapable of defeating an evil god." Huang calmly reassured them, "Everyone, let's observe for now with us protecting her. She won't have a chance to harm Wu Yue." Afterwards, Fahu and Huizhu stumbled into Fengcheng, to the Lord's mansion. The two had failed. Fahu said anxiously, "Damn it, ACI. Your information was wrong. It almost got us killed. Her strength is definitely not just Earth Fiend level. Damn you, ACI." The masked man immediately extended a hand, unleashing power. "Watch your mouth." The evil spirit's hand immediately grabbed him. MMPH. Huizhu quickly pleaded, "Milord, please spare him. He didn't mean it." This idiot daring to provoke an ancestral spirit level contracted master. In an instant, the hand dissipated, throwing Fahu to the ground. Cough cough. The masked man glanced at them. "There won't be a next time. What if she hides her power? Can it compare to an ancestral spirit level? Now is a critical moment for this alliance marriage. I don't want any mishaps to occur." Then that person stretched out a hand and commanded, "You two go with Elder Ming to receive her, install her The two immediately kowtowed and accepted the order. Yes, Master Wei. One day later, the ghost train finally arrived outside Fengtian City in the train's dining car. The ghost frog attendant asked Special Envoy. We're almost at Fengcheng. The northern specialty radish soup, its aroma drifting from afar. How does it taste? Lin Feng said while eating. It's alright. Wu Yue immediately asked for 8 more bowls. Give me 8 more bowls. The ghost frog happily said. Special Envoy. The city lord has sent a message. He has already brought people to the station to welcome you. He replied nonchalantly. Got it. The ghost frog wondered inwardly. The city lord himself came to welcome this special envoy. Just what is this special envoy's background? Chen Linfeng turned his head in confusion when he heard. Give me some more. He was dumbfounded. Amazing, the ghost frog could only helplessly say all the food on the train has run out. Wu Yue continued to eat non-stop, devouring plate after plate. Delicious, so delicious. Linfeng, thank you for the meal. I haven't been full in a long time. My power consumption has been a bit high. Others looked at her with longing. So envious. She eats so much and doesn't get fat. A long while later, the ghost train finally pulled into the station. Ho, we've arrived at Fengcheng. All passengers please alight on time. Otherwise I'll eat you right now. Wu Yue waved goodbye to Lin Feng at this moment. See ya. I'm off to other places to eliminate evil spirits. So he also bid her farewell. Goodbye. Lin Feng led Tong Tong off the train. Let's get off. Let's see how they're preparing to welcome Big Brother Special Envoy. Tong Tong also happily said. Brother Chen. Lin Feng stopped. So many Earth Fiend level ghost masters coming to greet me. This is quite a spectacle. He asked displeased. Are they trying to give me a warning? In front of Lin Feng stood a group of people who looked like thugs. They came out to greet them. Immediately after, others beside him also appeared. Xianhua hugged his arm and asked, my dear, who are they? Immediately after, Lin Feng and the others' ghostly aura surged forward, knocking the group of people in front to the ground. Ouch. The ghostly aura is surging over. I can't take it. I want to kneel down so bad. Immediately after, Elder Ming appeared in front smiling. My apologies, I'm late. You must be the special envoy from headquarters, right? I am the city lord of Fengcheng. Just call me Elder Ming. Another person bowed. He introduced. Special envoy, sir. I am the liaison stationed here by headquarters. Elder Ming turned his head displeased and scolded. Didn't I tell you to properly welcome the special envoy? What are you spacing out for? Those people quickly lowered their heads and said, Greetings, special envoy. Each of them was drenched in cold sweat, still shaken, recalling what just happened. I didn't see wrong, did I? This oppressive aura is terrifying. It felt like we were treated like ants. That could be squashed at any moment. No, I need something to calm my nerves. Ghost Lin Feng, smiling, extended his hand and introduced himself. Hello, I am Feng Lin. Recently ghost tides have been appearing more and more frequently. So headquarters sent me to Beiyuan to investigate. Elder Ming gritted his teeth in endurance, eyeing the two behind him. This woman has such a strong grip. It hurts so much. Elder Ming then introduced. These are bodyguards I invited from Korea. They are Earth Fiend level ghost masters. Park Hu said with a laugh. Ha. Hello, I am Park Hu. Haiju also introduced herself. I am Park Haiju. Lin Feng muttered to himself, thinking it's rare to see foreign ghost masters working in the eastern regions. Immediately after, Elder Ming led them into the car. Special envoy, please, I'll take you all to the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion. Lin Feng then used a mind link to call Jiang Wei, Yi Shuang. You two go investigate this Elder Ming and the liaison. Inside the ghostly sanctuary, Jiang Wei and Yi Shuang simultaneously picked up their pens and said, all right. From behind, Park Hu worriedly asked, Sis, she won't find anything out, will she? Haija chuckled, don't worry. With the evil brush immortal's ability, even a nightmare-level ghost wouldn't be able to tell that these are drawn paper figures. They can even inherit memories. A short while later, the convoy returned to the city lord's mansion in Fengcheng. The liaison sat there reporting, Special envoy, sir. Some time ago Fengcheng was hit by a ghost tide. After that attack, it hasn't been attacked again. Lin Feng, holding a teacup, said, You and Elder Ming have worked hard. You've borne a great deal of pressure for headquarters. Jiang Wei reported at this moment. Lin Feng, we have results. That liaison is being manipulated by an evil spirit. Of course. Jiang Wei hurriedly said. This liaison isn't a real person. He was drawn using a ghost's ability. If it weren't for my ghost painting ability, it would be truly difficult to tell. Lin Feng was surprised. It seems the true liaison sent by headquarters has already. Elder Ming also said with a smile at this point, I heard you encountered a ghost tide on your way here. Glad you're all right. Jiang Wei also reported. There's a pen stuck in Elder Ming's head. He's likely being controlled by someone else. Lin Feng guessed, could it be those two Koreans? Jiang Wei retorted. Probably not. According to intelligence from headquarters, Elder Ming has already been promoted to Heavenly Star level. Those ghost masters from the Ming family all seem to be controlled just now. With just these two Earth Fiend level ghost masters, they couldn't have achieved that. Thinking of the one secretly controlling this city, she said, behind those two there must be an even more powerful entity controlling all of Fengcheng. Lin Feng decided to prevent the mastermind from escaping. Before we find him, let's not tip him off. But Xiaorou also wanted to rush out at this moment. If this continues, could Gao Ning really be the mastermind behind this? Look at you. But Ling Luo quickly bound her, pulled her away and said, let's go back quickly. Lin Feng felt even more helpless. Don't disturb our mental connection. It was then that Lin Feng asked Elder Ming, Elder Ming, there's a special ghost domain near Fengcheng and I want to go there. Do you know anything about that ghost domain? Elder Ming mused in thought. Are you talking about the ghost domain where that inn is located? That ghost domain only appears at night. It's not inherently dangerous, but it has a special set of rules. After entering you must stay there for one night. You can only leave after completing a gamble. For a ghost master this is quite simple. Lin Feng thought warily. I can't completely trust his words. Afterwards he stood up ready to leave, saying I understand. I'll go explore Fengcheng first. Elder Ming immediately stopped him. Wait a moment, I'll send a few people to be your guides. Lin Feng immediately raised a hand to refuse, no need. Then he and Tong Tong left. The people behind the scenes should make their move. Let's play around in Fengcheng for now and at night. Well, go to that special ghost domain. Tong Tong excitedly scrolled on her phone and said, Okay, big brother. Let me check the ghost's reviews. At this moment inside the Ming estate, Elder Ming had completely collapsed onto the ground. Huizhou walked over and stepped on his head, thinking it seems she didn't notice anything. What do we do next? That guy then said, now is the critical moment. We're only missing one bride. Keep a close eye on her. Find an opportunity to control her with the ghost brush. Huizhou then said, but she's very cautious. That guy then became displeased. Are you contradicting me? Think about the consequences? Pu Hu confidently volunteered. It's not time for me to make my move. I'll conquer her with my dashing good looks. Huizhou angrily punched him. Even arrogant ghosts wouldn't be fooled by you. Ah, the decision has been made. Sybil looks like we'll have to use that forbidden art. Seeing Huizhou pull a brush from her sleeve, Pu Hu asked in surprise. Whoa sis, are you going to use the ghost brush's power? Immediately after, Huizhou also changed her form. Korean evil arts passed down from the previous era. Immediately after she changed her gender and became a man. Korean plastic surgery. Huizhou struck a dashing pose, a honey trap. She raised a hand and smoothed her hair. Only women understand women best. Watch as your sis transforms into a handsome guy to charm her. And used the ghost brush to pierce her love-struck brain. Pu Hu immediately snapped his fingers. Go sis, you got this. Even am captivated by you sis. The masked guy grew even more worried. This time it's best if nothing goes wrong. In the ghost snow world, Lin Feng and his group arrived at an amusement park in Fengcheng. This is the Ghost Snow World tourist area. It has the highest ratings on the Ghost Forum. All the buildings here are made of ghost ice. This material can freeze and even ghosts. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless, looking at his own ice sculpture. Why is there something like this here too? Feng Pao sighed. It seems Lin Feng is very popular. Xianhua echoed, that's right. My husband is quite popular. I can't even get a piece of him. Xiaorou mysteriously whispered, hee, I remember now. There are interesting contraptions here that Lucifer designed online. I'll take everyone to play. It definitely has nothing to do with me. At the ice skating rink, Feng Xiaorou and Tong Tong played on the slide together. Lin Feng's face contorted. Ha ha ha, this is so much fun. Making Lin Feng say uncomfortably, I want to blow up Lucifer's castle. Afterwards, Tong Tong and the two others, Xiaorou and Ling Luo, continued to get into the vehicle. Dog pulls dog charge. But there wasn't enough time to brake and the vehicle just shot forward. Stop, you dumb dog. A loud crash rang out as the ghost dog faced. Lin Feng spent an additional 70,000 ghost coins, forcing him to pay the bill. Everyone secretly wondered. Those stupid dogs must have done it on purpose. The pack of dogs howled happily. Xiao Rou perked up her ears listening to Tong Tong's introduction. She sat on GhostNet. The railing. Frozen ghost is a top delicacy in Beiyuan. But Lin Feng didn't believe it for a second. Are you trying to trick a ghost? Let's go to the ghost restaurant ahead and see what good food they have. At the restaurant. He domineeringly listened as Yegu said, "Great priest. This restaurant in Baiyuan is truly unique." The waiter hurriedly introduced this great king Ano. "My dear sir, what would you like to order? Our dishes here can be eaten by both humans and ghosts." His aura was too strong. Lin Feng calmly said, "Bring out all the specialty dishes. Money is no object." He was feeling irritable inside. Ugh, when will I ever return to normal? The waiter immediately picked up a megaphone and shouted loudly. Suehua served the dishes. Money is no object. Soon. The chef served a series of dishes. Here they come. Welcome, dear sirs, to taste Baiyuan's delicacies. Iron pot stewed goose, crispy fried meat, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Pork stewed with vermicelli, grand stew. Grilled cold noodles, pork ribs stewed with green beans. Baiyuan grand stew. Guobao roe, sweet and sour pork dipping vegetable platter. Meat jelly, iron pot stewed fish. The chef wiggled his body as he introduced. In addition, there's also my handmade Baiyuan exclusive sauerkraut, a Baiyuan specialty. Please enjoy your meal, dear sirs. And don't forget to give us a 5-star review. A series of dishes quickly flew onto Lin Feng's table. Abundant dishes filled the table in front of them. Activate. Lin Feng took the first bite in surprise. Wow, this fried meat is really delicious. It's so good I can't stop eating. Feng Pao also exclaimed. These grilled cold noodles are delicious too. Xianhua secretly thought. I need to learn how to make these dishes and cook them for my husband when we go back. Only then did Lin Feng wonder. Where are Xiao Rou and Ling Luo? How can they miss out on such delicious food? At this moment they were tasting a Baiyuan delicacy, the railing. Frozen ghost. Xiao Rou cried out, "It's stuck, what do I do?" Ling Luo also suffered alongside her. I told you it was a trick. That night outside Fengchun, ahead was a ghost domain specially marked on the map. On the map, the system prompted arrived at Zheng Family Inn. Zheng Family Inn progress 20. Lin Feng strode in. The system displayed the progress. It seems that to complete the mission, I need to enter this inn and experience it. Brother who swaggered over. Another ghost master and a beauty at that. Lin Feng observed his surroundings. It seems this inn hasn't opened yet. These humans and ghosts are all waiting. Yegu became alert. Great priest, this inn is not simple. I feel a power emanating from within. She continued. Great priest, this inn is shrouded in terrifying rules, eroding the minds of the surrounding humans and ghosts. Moreover, the further you go, the stronger the ghost chi, and the stronger the erosion by the rules. Brother who walked over to strike up a conversation, is this your first time here, beautiful? I see you're also a dishalable ghost master. You're here to place a bet, right? He secretly calculated in his mind, a newbie and a beauty at that. She seems easy to trick. I can drain her dry and even sell her for money. Lin Feng then asked, "Oh, it seems you're an old hand. Are you very familiar with this place? Can you tell me about it?" Brother who began to show off without reservation. Haha, brother who has been around in the casino for a long time. As long as you win a bet here, your ghost chi power will increase. Ordinary people can become ghost masters. If you defeat a ghost, winning the bet not only grants you ghost coins, but also various types of ghost chi. If you're lucky, you can even obtain nightmare level ghost chi. Lin Feng became vigilant. There's no such thing as a free lunch. How can the power of a ghost spirit upgrade so easily? It feels like a trap. Nearby, a little girl clutching a teddy bear was trembling in fear. Daddy, I'm scared. This puzzled the young man. How are there children here? Brother who looked over and explained. That's unlucky ghost A Chang, and next to him is his daughter. He was originally also a earth fiend level ghost master. He used to be lucky and won around here. Later his luck turned bad. He lost everything he had. Even his own ghost spirit was used as a stake. Not just ghost coins. Ghost energy, thinking of the bets A Chang had lost. He also said, anything valuable can be used as a stake. Ghost spirits, family members. You can even be the stake yourself. A Chan's wife was eaten by ghosts after he lost the bet. I heard he swindled money from his relatives and friends again. If he loses everything this time, then it'll be his daughter's turn to be the stake. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. There are ghost casinos this insane and depraved. Brother who continued to tempt her. He don't worry, beautiful, with brother who leading you, you'll surely win and never lose. But Lin Feng immediately pushed his hand away. No thanks. I've always been very confident in my own luck. Zhang Wei warned Lin Feng via their mental link. Having been in this ghost casino for so long, people like this usually have ill intentions. The thugs behind brother who cracked their knuckles in displeasure. Brother who is being nice to you, don't be ungrateful. Anyone can tell you're a ghost master from outside. Go ask around Fengchang. What good will come of offending brother who? Brother who draped an arm over a thug's shoulder and raised an eyebrow. Oh, how many times have I told you? Don't talk to beautiful ladies so fiercely. If the lady refuses, we can't keep pestering her. Right, one kid still wanted to say something. But brother who was threatened into silence by the short blood ghost. If we act now, what if she runs? Once she's inside the inn, we'll have a way to deal with this woman. The rule of this inn is that you must stay overnight before you can leave. Also, fighting is forbidden inside. Conflicts can only be resolved at the gambling table. I have a special ghost spirit. By then won't she be completely at our mercy? The thugs looked scared. Too sinister, too terrifying. Tong Tong then informed her brother. The inn's door has changed. The inn's main gate was now open, inviting everyone to enter. The smooth-faced ghost led the way, banging a gong, presenting Boss Hongjong. Big sister Beifong Yaksha warned. Big sis, look. These smooth-faced ghosts have not only reached nightmare level 2. They're also very special. It's as if they've merged with this ghost domain. Hongjong pseudo-nightmare level 3 bowed. Gambling wins this building query. A challenge. Luck has seen 100 battles, this life contends for 1 round. Beifong pseudo-nightmare level 3 chimed in. Time flows like a passing guest. Let's chat idly without sorrowful tales. 6 grand moves obliterating eternities. Hongjong pseudo-nightmare level 3 raised 3 fingers and announced. Distinguished guests. The inn's first rule is, distinguished guests must stay overnight after entering the inn. The second rule, distinguished guests are forbidden from fighting inside the inn. Beifong continued, distinguished guests, the inns are you. The third one is, you must participate in a gambling game every night inside the inn. The fourth rule, conflicts between guests and other guests within the inn can only be resolved through gambling. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Is it only for us residents? It also added, gambling will commence at midnight. Before then, visitors can choose private rooms within the inn to ensure all guests can participate happily in the gambling games. The inn has prepared free ghost dining rooms and ghost bathhouses, as well as ghost massages and other health and wellness services. Hongjong proclaimed, the gambling house is like a dream, wealth awaits here. Beifong added, a path exists, so not yet lost. Without courage one is no true man. With a strategy comes profit, without courage one is no true man. Then they all chorused an invitation to the esteemed guests. The gambling addicted evil spirits immediately stirred. Ha ha ha, I worked hard and earned a lot of ghost coins. This time I must win up to the abyss tier. I can't wait until midnight. Your old man painstakingly went undercover to abduct ghost master trainees. Finally I can gamble again. I haven't scammed everyone I can yet. I will definitely strike back. Bu Huaqiang also brought his crazy daughter over. I want sink into depravity like this again. Brother Hu, let's go, we're leaving. Lin Feng and the others also walked in one after another. Interesting, a den of fallen evil spirits. Let's go in too. You used a mental link to ask Yasuna. What was the effect of Misha's aura? Yasuna answered confidently, Mr. Phantom. They can't see through it. Huizhu mingled in the crowd, calculating. She really came here. In this inn she can't lay a hand on me. Let's see how my handsomeness can charm her. Meanwhile, in a forest not far away, Woyue, her soul separated from her body, sighed, I'm so hungry. How much further is that inn where we can eat and stay for free? By worried Woyue, have you been tricked? Lu sighed, Woyue, you're still too naive. Stepping through the grand gate, Lin Feng observed everything around him. So this is inside the inn, it's quite lively. You looked at the guys sitting in the inn's lobby, thinking so many evil spirits and ghost masters. It seems they've arrived here early. Those people looked at Lin Feng and started whispering amongst themselves. A new arrival. Looks pretty good. Wonder hole, get lucky. The ghost spirit behind her looks pretty good. Win it and you'll have someone to warm your bed. You also discovered, oh, there are many fiendish ghost masters here. They kept discussing. My evil spirit will become stronger after eating that ghost master's flesh and blood. It will definitely be stronger. This newcomer is the best fat sheep. Lin Feng just walked straight ahead. It seems these spirits, these gamblers are all scheming against us. The vile rules in this inn have grown stronger. It seems capable of amplifying the greed in one's heart. Suddenly Huizhu blocked your path. Oh, beautiful lady, he introduced with a false name. Beautiful lady, is this your first time as a ghost master here? My name is Qin Jun, a demonic earth rank 3 ghost master. If you don't mind, beautiful lady. Wizu's heart was full of confidence. Behold my warm-hearted attack. He felt like his own power was about to backfire on him. Lin Feng put on a displeased expression and asked, had I mind very much, you're blocking the way. Who's the beautiful lady? Are you blind? Go to Ghost Spirit Ocean City Hospital and get your eyes checked. If you don't have money, I'll lend it to you. You felt extremely annoyed. This guy seems like too much trouble. His ghost spirit ability. Is it just about glowing and sparkling? Then Lin Feng simply walked past him. He didn't stop him. Huizhu was immediately hurt by the words blind and I mind very much. Blocking the way that really stung. He began to doubt his life. Do I have no charm at all? Suddenly a hand landed on Huizhu's shoulder. Hey handsome, this dashing ghost master. Those female ghost gamblers began pulling him towards their table. We sisters are all so delicate. And we need a handsome young man to protect us. They drooled blushing. Yes, we need a knight in shining armor. Oh my handsome, looking at us like that. We're so shy handsome, why don't you come back to our room? Huizhu was utterly panicked. It's over, I've fallen into the hands of several nightmare-tier seductive evil spirits. My pure body is about to be completely ruined. Only then did the fallen evil spirits close the door and announce. It's time to close for the day, guests. They didn't notice that. Wu Yue had already rushed into the inn. Here I am, free food and lodging. Lin Feng immediately turned around upon hearing the commotion. That voice is it? You exclaimed in surprise. Feng Wu Yue, what are you doing here too? Wu Yue, seeing a familiar face, immediately greeted happily. Hello Lin Feng. Lin, we meet again. Are you here for the free food and lodging too? Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but feel bewildered upon hearing that. Free food and lodging. Let me explain on Hui's behalf. After we parted ways in Fengcheng, according to her recollection, Wu Yu happily handed money to a man. Uncle, you're so nice for bringing me to such a cheap inn. Hey, raise the room fee. The man also said enthusiastically. Oh, it's not easy for a young girl to travel alone for the first time. You wait here while uncle goes to get the car. Wu Yu smiled, trusting him completely. Thank you, uncle. But it wasn't until 5 hours later that Wu Yu finally realized, oh no. I think I've been scammed. She angrily slapped herself. Only just realizing it now. But she remained very optimistic. Telling everyone it's no big deal. I'm quite clever, you know. Before I left the village I already asked the village chief. What should I do if I run out of money outside? Afterward, will you plan to steal a wandering singer's money pouch? The man immediately stretched out his hand and stopped her. What are you doing? I wasn't blind either, I quickly said. Stop right there. It was then that the wandering singer offered a suggestion. If you don't have money for food and lodging, I know an inn. You can eat and stay there for free. It's just outside Fengcheng. Back to the present. Wu Yu was still confused at this moment. Lin Feng. Why are you looking at me like that? Was I tricked again? Can't we really eat and stay for free here? Lin Feng could only force a bitter smile. You really can't eat and stay for free here. But Wu Yu remained carefree at this moment. Aren't we supposed to gamble? No problem, Lin Feng could only helplessly. Forget it, come with me, I'll lend you some ghost currency. At this moment Lin Feng, Tong Tong and Wu Yu were standing at the entrance to an inn room. There was still some time until midnight. Although the inn didn't explicitly state that they had to stay in their rooms, they could also stay in the lobby. However, staying outside always felt a bit uncomfortable. The ghost-faced manager in charge of this inn had said before, you can choose any room you like here. But these rooms always felt as if they were already filled with evil spirits. Tong Tong suddenly sensed at this moment. Big brother. I feel like these rooms can be infiltrated by ghost energy. Invading them. Lin Feng, hearing this, guest, choose any room you like. Does that mean? Immediately afterward he stretched out his hand, channeling his power. If it's an evil spirit, it'll try using Lucifer's power. An evil spirit immediately stumbled out from inside. Hey, who took my darn room? Lin Feng looked down from above. Threatening. So the so-called choose any room you like means competing to see whose ghost energy is stronger, right? The strong can occupy the evil spirit rooms. This room is mine. The evil spirit quickly said, terrified. Yes, yes. Just then, the system panel prompted checking into an inn room. Zheng family in progress 30. This surprised him. The progress increased. Recalling Old Ming's words at the time, Lin Feng thought, this place truly isn't simple, just as Old Ming said. Could this be a misleading form of language? Or does it hide certain rules? It seems the restaurant and bathroom mentioned earlier aren't simple either. Wu Yu walked inside. She observed everything around her. It's quite spacious here. Tong Tong and Wu Yu immediately pounced onto the bed. So soft. Immediately afterward a fragrant scent wafted out, making Wu Yu's stomach rumble. It smells so good, Xiao Rou also exclaimed, it smells so good. Lin Feng then opened the door and walked out. It must be the restaurant the ghost-faced manager mentioned, let's go take a look. Later in the inn's restaurant, Lin Feng looked at their bowls and said disappointedly, this inn is really stingy, isn't it? They only give one small bowl of ghost rice. Tong Tong comforted him. Big brother, this ghost rice is the purest essence formed by condensed ghost energy. Eating even a bite is beneficial for both ghost spirits and ghost masters. Xiao Rou and Wu Yu's eyes lit up. I really want to eat Tiger Bro over here immediately said. Miss Wu, we meet again. Our meeting must be fate, how about we share a table? His subordinates also echoed. The food here isn't easy to come by. If you make Tiger Bro happy, he might reward you with half a bowl. Exactly. Oh wow, it smells so good. But Lin Feng and the others simply walked past them. No need, that beggar's meal isn't worth much. You can keep it for yourselves. Wu Yu also said disdainfully. Those people are truly pathetic. Brother Hu slammed the table in anger. I'd like to see what you can eat here. The food here isn't that easy to get. I'm afraid you're worse than a beggar. Watching Xianji over there still questioning an evil spirit. Esteemed guest, what would you like to order? Lin Feng guessed. The free meals here are like the guest rooms. It seems there are also rules, evil spirit. They only dared to order a small portion of the evil ghost meal. Immediately after, he took out a knife. It's just a small portion of the evil ghost meal, I should be able to block it. Immediately after, Xianji sharply struck down. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng guessed using a mental link. It seems ordering food will result in an attack. Only by blocking the attack can one obtain the dishes on the menu. Zhang Wei also spoke at this moment. Seeing that they only ordered the most basic evil ghost meal, it should be based on the value of the dish. The intensity of the attacks will also increase accordingly. Lin Feng praised as expected of Zhang Wei. You're so observant. The evil spirit couldn't block it. That last strike was cut into pieces by Xianji and swallowed. Only then did Xianji walk towards Lin Feng, asking esteemed guest, what would you like to order? Picking up the menu in his hand, Lin Feng kept flipping through it. The people on Brother Hu's side immediately scoffed. Brother Hu, is there something wrong with that guy's brain? Didn't he see what happened to that ghost just now? It was just a portion of evil ghost meal from the first page of the menu. And it already turned to dust. The demoness ghost dishes further back in the menu are even more terrifying. I've never seen anyone, human or ghost, manage to eat anything other than the evil ghost meal. Even if the Wind Lord came, I'm afraid they would only be able to eat the roasted chicken from the middle of the menu. Just then Lin Feng put down the menu and called out. We have quite a few people. So well, order from the very last page of the menu. The Manchu Han Imperial Feast, Soul Supremacy. Spanning heaven and earth. Dilandra and Zyra's eyes lit up. Yea, the people on Brother Hu's side scoffed. I didn't expect such a beautiful suicide. What a pity has that ghost tamer's brain gone soft. Didn't he see what happened to that ghost just now? Ha ha ha, another evil spirit waited to watch the show. They really don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Be sensible. Isn't it better to just eat a portion of the evil ghost meal? Xianji immediately upgraded to Nightmare Level 1. Since the esteemed guest has finished ordering, then Lin Feng watched as it continued to upgrade. Xianji Nightmare Level 2. He was completely unfazed by its changes. Oh. Is this your rule? To raise your level according to the difficulty of the dish. Immediately after, this space and the guests within it were all confined. Xianji swiftly wielded two blades slashing towards Lin Feng. The people on Brother Hu's side laughed loudly watching the show. The others also shouted, cut him into mincemeat. Suddenly a flash of metallic clashing light appeared. The people on Brother Hu's side were shocked. Oh my goodness. Lin Feng easily blocked the attack. The attack was blocked. Lin Feng pointed his sword at Xianji and asked, and you can't even handle this much? Manchu Han Imperial Feast again. He thought to himself. It's been a long time since I used the golden sword. If I used the demon-slaying sword, I might accidentally chop up the house. It wouldn't be fun eating this way. Woyue said enviously. Lin Feng is so cool. Xiao was still only thinking about the Manchu Han Imperial Feast food. He Tong Tong cheered for Big Brother. Xianji continued to upgrade to Nightmare Level 3. It's not over yet. Lin Feng immediately activated Limit Break. This is getting interesting. Otherwise this meal would be too easy to get. The two powers of Tong Tong and Lucifer were helping. Lucifer kept shouting, small fry, small fry. Small fry, present the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. Brother Hu sat on the table, greatly startled, facing a barrage of moves like a sudden storm. Lin Feng parried with his sword while counting 1 2 3 10 60. Xianji forcefully slashed down from the air. Lin Feng also easily cut her flying 100. Xianji was thus flung out. She crashed far away, knocking over the surrounding tables and chairs. Its blade directly slashed towards Brother Hu's crotch. Oh, Big Brother! Lin Feng stood before Xianji. It had already returned to Nightmare Level 1. Does the Manchu Han Imperial Feast have 100 dishes? Can? After it was served, it immediately knelt down and replied. Yes, esteemed guest. You sensed that the rules had been lifted. Then it returned to its original level. Immediately the dishes of the Manchu Han Imperial Feast appeared one after another. The table was laden with a lavish spread and Lin Feng said, "Let's all eat together." Ling Luo and Xiao Rao's eyes lit up and they rushed over. The Manchu Han Imperial Feast. This place we came to seems 100 times more delicious than those frozen railings. Lin Feng calmly tasted it, praising delicious. So this is a ghost meal formed by ghost energy rules. The ghost energy inside is too pure, Wu Yue. While eating like a whirlwind he mumbled, "Delicious, delicious, Fenglin, I'll definitely repay you." Other evil spirits watching this scene were immediately heartbroken. Who's that big shot? The meal in my hand suddenly doesn't taste good anymore. Brother Hu's subordinates still couldn't believe it. Brother Hu, how could that woman? But he was still trying to argue. It must be that sword. A dishalable ghost master like her. How could she block that sword? It might be a special ghost energy of the heroic spirit level. Brother Hu mused to himself. Good thing we can't attack each other here. I must get that special ghost artifact. When the time comes, he. His subordinates also echoed. He, that's right. Once the gambling begins. With Brother Hu's special ghost spirit. Wouldn't that be as easy as pie? When the time comes we'll be able to he. Lin Feng was stuffed to the brim on the side. The Manchu Han Imperial Feast is truly delicious rumble. The one next to him also said delicious delicious. System notification. Zhang family in Ghost Eatery experience progress 40. Lin Feng heard a commotion. This is Yi Shan, who immediately warned the Grand Minister. The ghost energy rules of this inn have strengthened again. A red clock appeared with a notification. It's midnight and North Wind struck the gong. Esteemed guests, the casino is now open. They all frantically rushed forward. Ha, it's finally starting. Today, last time I came I wasn't human yet, I'm going to turn my fortunes around. Now that I'm a ghost I must win it all back. Yasuna sensed Mr. Ghost. The sound waves of the gong made everyone's greed grow even stronger. A Chang held a money bag in one hand and dragged his daughter with the other. Ha, this time I'll definitely turn my fortunes around. The little girl cried out in pain, Daddy, it hurt so much. Wu Yue was still busy eating and drinking. Fenglin, it suddenly got so noisy. Lin Feng said in surprise, it seems the rules here don't affect her either. Lin Feng then said to Wu Yue, according to the rules of this inn, we must also participate. Wu Yue was still stalling, let me eat 8 more. Xiao Rou pushed up her glasses looking like a gambling god. Xiao Rou was about to stir up a storm. In the bustling casino on the first floor. The gambling addicts big, small. The dice rolled 5, 6, 6 big. The frog ghost immediately collected the money. Ha, I won. The person next to him exclaimed in shock, damn it, I lost everything. Impossible. I checked the almanac before I left today. How could I lose? Immediately the frog ghost opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue. No money left, it then grabbed the man. Don't you still have a life? Immediately after, the frog ghost openly swallowed the man whole. Lin Feng observed and pondered. The person who just lost didn't resist at all. Was he suppressed by the inn's rules? It seems that the so-called rule of not being able to attack each other doesn't include the losers. As long as one loses all their bets, they are handled by the winner. Wu Yue was retching on the side. Ugh. A moment later Huizhu walked over holding her waist. The gambling has begun. Finally got rid of those evil spirits. But it was too exhausting. She looked at Lin Feng in front of her, calculating. If a gentleman isn't her type, then. The flower in Wizu's hand suddenly became dazzlingly bright. I can't lose face, I'll conquer her with dominance. The name of Goryo evil art attacked again. Meanwhile Huizhu despaired. I played a few rounds and lost again. Again Lin Feng looked over and asked. Isn't that the person from before? Yi Shan revealed a disdainful smile. Oh my, the handsome guy was bewitched by the Grand Minister. Huizhu yelled, hooked again. I can definitely turn the tables on Smita. The evil spirit behind kept tempting them. Just one more game and I can turn my luck around. Just one more bet and I can win back everything I lost before. Yi Shan was unimpressed. He had already been corrupted by the rules here. The rules here amplify the greed within everyone's hearts, constantly eroding their rationality. Whether human or ghost at the gambling table, it seems very difficult to stay clear-headed. Wu Yue waved and ran off. The rule is that you have to play one round. I'll go finish it quickly. Lin Feng was a little worried. She's got a few ghost spirits protecting her and their depths are unknown. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Ah Chang on this side was still laughing hysterically. Another one, today's my day to make a comeback. Ah Chang. Last time you won my wife from me, just watch me. This time when I win I'll sell you to the inn. As material. His daughter was still pleading nearby, Daddy, let's go. The frog ghost licked its lips, your wife's flavor, TSK. If you still want to gamble, come on. Lin Feng walked towards the stairwell. Is there a casino upstairs too? Let's go up and see. Beifeng immediately stopped them. Patron, you can't. Lin Feng then asked, oh, why can't we go up? There should be a casino upstairs, right? Beifeng covered its face with a fan and explained the rules. If the patron wants to go upstairs, the prerequisite is to win 10 rounds on the first floor. It continued to elaborate on the inn's regulations. Patron. Zhang family inn's gambling house is divided into 11 floors. To go upstairs, you must win 10 consecutive rounds on the first floor. The minimum bet on the first floor is 1,000 ghost coins, and the betting amount must increase by at least tenfold on each subsequent floor. Or you can use equivalent items as stakes. Ghost energy, soul bodies, or even lifespan are all acceptable. Yi Shang immediately said. In other words, the rewards for winning will get increasingly larger on each floor. Lin Feng pondered. Although the rewards are generous, the inn's rules will become more stringent as the floors increase, and eventually one will fall under its control. Beifeng replied to Yi Shang, exactly. Moreover, if the patron can reach the final floor, they can participate in the ultimate gamble. It added about the reward, you'll gamble against my ancestor, who is the owner of this inn. If the patron wins, they can gain everything. Lin Feng, however, was unimpressed. Oh, gain everything. Don't you know? This tiny bit of ghost energy wanting to disturb my mind is still nowhere near enough. Subsequently, Lin Feng once again pondered how to pass through this inn, the Zhang family inn. It seems to complete the task I must take on the challenge. If it weren't for that special reward, I would have long ago just flipped this inn over to see why this Zhang family ancestor is so arrogant. Suddenly someone walked over and tugged on Lin Feng's sleeve. Lin Feng. Xiao Rou, bruised and swollen, was still pleading. Can you lend me some ghost coins? I've lost all my manga royalties. Tong Tong over there was trying to stop Ling Luo, who wanted to rush over. Sister Tong Tong, don't stop me. She didn't just lose all her own royalties. She lost mine too. Lin Feng could only retort. It's only been a few minutes and you've already lost everything. Xiao Rou was still crying and pleading. I'll definitely win it back double. Double. Lin Feng covered his face and tossed her into his spatial dimension. You've been corrupted by the rules. I'm sending you to Qingzhou to purify your gambling addiction. Xiao Rou was immediately teleported to Qingzhou's ghost spirit villa. Garden. The Hall of Cleansing Heart. Xiao Rou, listening to the wooden fish chanting for purification, clasped her hands together in repentance. I was wrong, I won't gamble anymore, and I won't play games anymore. And I won't make Lin Feng's memes online anymore. No, not playing games is not an option. At this moment the frog ghost publicly reaped Ah Chang again. The frog ghost won again. Ah Chang shouted in disbelief, I lost again. How can this be? The frog ghost happily said, Ah Chang, you've lost everything again. Do you still want to gamble with me? You don't have any money left to bet. The evil spirits behind him also chimed in. Ah Chang, just give it up, you're getting unlucky again. You're on such a losing streak, come back another day. If Ah Chang turned into a ghost, he'd still be an unlucky one. If you can't afford to gamble, get lost. But Ah Chang was completely unwilling to lose. I can't lose. I've got to win back the money I worked so hard to swindle and steal. Chips. Just then his daughter tugged at his hand. Daddy, let's go home. Ah Chang completely lost his mind. He grabbed his daughter's head. Isn't this my betting money? The little girl cried out for her daddy in fright. Then he placed his daughter on the gambling table. Bet on big. Ahaha, I'm going to win it all back. The smooth-faced ghost started shaking the dice. Ah Chang stared frantically. Open. The dice cup was quickly lifted. 1, 2, 3, small. He couldn't believe his eyes. Small. Ghost. The frog ghost immediately wrapped its long tongue around Ah Chang's daughter. Dinner's here. The little girl was still calling out for her daddy. The frog ghost suddenly heard a sound and released the little girl. Bet her against me. Ah Chang's daughter was still crying woo-woo. Lin Feng and others wearing sunglasses appeared behind them. Ah Chang, this little girl is mine, get your filthy tongue away from her. Seeing this, Ah Chang immediately reached out to beg this big sister. How about lending me some money? My luck's good today, I'll win her back and return her to you. But Lin Feng immediately shooed him away, angrily scram. Otherwise I'll kill you right here in this inn. Ah Chang slumped to the ground trembling and saying yes. Lin Feng said disdainfully. Discarding wives and daughters for gambling, what scum? The frog ghost holding Ah Chang's daughter said. Want my dinner back? I've been craving this little girl for a long time. Before I lose everything, I want use her as a stake. Besides, you look so poor. What capital do you have to gamble with me? Brother who interjected at this point. Beauty brother who won't hold what happened before against you. How about I lend you some ghost coins? Lend 9 get 13 back. His subordinates started flattering him again. Brother who is truly generous, so magnanimous. Why aren't you thanking Brother Hu? But Lin Feng merely sat on the chair. She waved her hand, no need. Yi Tsung gently snapped his fingers from behind. Grand Steward, feel free to use the ghost coins and ghost energy of Ghost City. Instantly a pile of ghost coins appeared behind them. I do have some money after all. The other gamblers couldn't help but exclaim. Wow, I've never seen so much money. Which Ghost Master family's prodigal son is this? What a fat sheep. The frog ghost's eyes also lit up. Mine, all mine. It placed its hand on the dice cup. Lin Feng asked, what are you staring at? Let's gamble. She unhesitatingly stated the bet amount 10,000 ghost coins. Bet on big. Hearing the betting amount, the other gamblers were all shocked. What's so generous on the first bet? This fat sheep is a bargain for that frog ghost. How great would it be if it were me instead? The frog ghost also lightly placed its bet rib bit small. North Wind began to raise his hand and shake the dice from the first floor. Seldom do guests play for such high stakes. Allow me to be the dealer for the two of you. Immediately after, it clutched its chest and set the cup down. Yi Tsung frowned open. He always felt that the smooth-faced ghost's gaze towards the Grand Steward was a bit malicious. The dice result appeared 233 small. Lin Feng calmly pushed the chips forward. Take them. The frog ghost quickly collected the money. Haha, am rich again. Dong Dong leaned in and asked, Brother, did you discover anything? Lin Feng smiled mysteriously and said, it seems this gamble isn't just a simple contest of luck between the two sides, but will only become clear after a few more rounds. Then Lin Feng activated her ghost eye. Again, still betting. Big this time. The stake is 50,000 ghost coins. Do you dare to match? The greedy frog ghost immediately said, come. I'll match any amount. Bet on small. This is a sucker, let's drain her dry. Isuna recognized Mr. Ghost. Its greed grew stronger. The dice were opened again. 1, 2, 3 small. Lin Feng merely raised an eyebrow casually and said, oh dear, lost again. Here, take 50,000. Again 100,000 on big. Again the result is 322 small. Lin Feng continued to be careless, brimming with extravagance. Again 200,000 on big. Again 300,000 on big. Again 400,000 on big. The dice results repeatedly came up. 221 small. 123 small. 321 small. Continuous shouts of small rang out. Ghost Frog hastily clutched the ghost coins he had won. Ha, a million ghost coins are all mine now. They're yours. Lin Feng tilted his head and smiled. Yes, they're all yours. He calculated in his mind. I've already seen through the true rules of this gambling game. I'm just playing with you to verify just how strong the rules of this and truly are. Brother Hu and the other's eyes turned red with envy. A million ghost coins. They were actually won so easily by that frog. Let me, I would have gone if I'd known. Damn it. Ghost Frog was still smiling triumphantly on his side. You've lost all your ghost coins. What do you want to gamble next? Your soul or yourself? Haha. Lin Feng smiled and snapped his fingers. Continue. It seems betting big makes one lose easily. 50 million. Bet on leopard. From now on each round will be more than 50 million. More than the previous round. Ghost coins instantly piled up behind Lin Feng again. Come on. Win all these 50 million ghost coins. Ghost Frog became frantic, shouting small. Quick start. North Wind continued to shake the dice. Distinguished guest, the gamble continues. He was still guessing the hidden rules of this in's gambling wins and losses. The dice inside the dice cup were still spinning continuously, competing with the power and control of both sides' spiritual energy. Ghost Frog and Lin Feng continuously burst forth with power. Both sides manipulated their spiritual energy to invade the dice cup and contend. The winner inside would determine the direction of the bet. The contest seemed simple, but to infiltrate the dice cup with one's spiritual energy, and for North Wind to break through the influence of her spiritual energy to control the dice was extremely difficult. One's strength would need to reach at least nightmare level. Lin Feng's strength easily crushed Ghost Frog. But for me, it's as easy as flipping a hand. North Wind slammed the result onto the table. She uncovered the dice cup, revealing the result 666, a leopard triple. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, oh, finally my luck has improved a bit. Really? His eyes suddenly lit up. Is Big Brother getting serious now? He arrogantly placed one foot on the table. He said, from now on I'll bet on leopard every round. Big or small, it's your win. North Wind, hurry and start. So many ghost coins. They're dazzling my eyes, making me a bit uncomfortable. Night Owl smiled. Senior brother looks quite cool like this. Brother Hu and the others turned pale. What is this? The god of wealth here, let me do it. The evil spirits behind them were thinking or saying this. Ghost Frog continued to urge relentlessly. These are your ghost coins one more time. You've never seen so many ghost coins in your life. Hurry and seize this opportunity. They're yours, all yours. Ghost Frog was instantly hypnotized. I can definitely win it back. Night Owl sneered senior brother. It seems it has been completely driven insane by the rules. Then lost their minds. The dice were cast one by one, revealing the results. 666 leopard, 666 leopard, 666 leopard. The ghost coins quickly returned to Lin Feng's side, making Ghost Frog shout loudly. Ghost coins, my ghost coins. Lin Feng continued to provoke at this moment. A bet is a bet, practice more. You've already lost all your ghost coins. Do you still have money to gamble? He had now mastered Ghost Frog in his hand and said, I'll give you a chance for a big play. 1 round to decide the winner. Bet that little girl as a stake against me. If you win, these millions are all yours. Hearing this, the frog ghost kept mumbling. Am I the one being bet? Millions. The evil spirit behind it kept urging. What are you still hesitating for? If you win, you can buy a ghost city. That's right, quickly place your bet. Are you chickening out, you coward? The frog ghost was delirious, repeatedly saying bet. Bet. Lin Feng knew. Under the influence of this hotel's rules, its desires were gradually destroying it. The frog ghost immediately slammed the table and said, Humphin, not a coward at all. Bei Feng held the dice in her hand, revealing a pleased smile. How exciting. The guests on this floor have never gambled this big before. Several dice clattered together. Millions to decide the winner. The dice cup slowly opened. Under the gazes of the frog ghost and Lin Feng, the result showed the dice rolled a 1, 2, and 3. The frog ghost frantically slammed the table. Ha, croak, I won my millions. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, pointed at his hand, and asked, am I seeing things? Take another look. Holes were continuously being carved into the dice. Ghost energy was carving holes into the dice. The frog ghost protested, You're destroying the props. This is cheating, Miss Bei Feng, quickly bring justice. Bei Feng covered her fan and softly replied. There was no other means used apart from ghost energy. My judgment is 666. Lin Feng thought to himself, just as I expected. The judgment of win or loss depends on strength and control. Ghost energy, even so I still won. The other players couldn't help but be shocked. This works too. How can he turn the dice into the way they are in Bei Feng's hand? Who is this master from beyond the world? The frog ghost plopped onto the ground crying. Croak, I lost, why I'm going to be eaten. Dong Dong immediately took Akiang's family's little girl and left. Little sister, let's go with big sister first. Lin Feng walked forward and stepped on the frog ghost's face. Next I'll deal with you, you smelly frog. He made a threatening expression and said, tell me, how do you want to die? Braised or stir-fried? Dong Dong covered her mouth and moved away. You don't actually want to eat this smelly frog, do you? Lin Feng was speechless. Do you think I have such peculiar tastes? Bei Feng stepped forward and asked. Coincidentally, the kitchen is short on ingredients for bullfrog hot pot. Bullfrog. Esteemed guest, would you like to sell it to us? He immediately replied, that's right. On the surface, Bei Feng asked. So this nightmare level evil spirit. What's your asking price, esteemed guest? She was calculating in her mind. Let's see if she knows the market. If it's a newcomer, I'll rip her off. Lin Feng immediately quoted 1 ghost coin. In my heart, it's not worth a penny. But since it's business, 1 ghost coin is enough. Bei Feng was shocked. What, 1 ghost coin, esteemed guest, are you joking? Her mind was in disarray. The psychological price is for you to haggle. Not for you to actually value it. Are you messing with me? The others were extremely shocked. A nightmare level evil spirit is worth millions. Yet it's only selling for 1 ghost coin. This is insane. Bei Feng tremblingly handed Lin Feng 1 ghost coin. Thank you, esteemed guest. Harris, 1 ghost coin, please keep it safe. He simply accepted it. Deal, take it away. She immediately called Shen Ji to take the evil spirit to cook bullfrog hot pot. Shen Ji appeared and dragged the frog ghost away by its leg. He, come with me to the kitchen. I'll deal with you properly. The frog ghost kept squawking. Croak, no croak, just end my misery. Only then did Dong Dong turn to ask her brother. What should we do with this little girl? Akiang's family's little girl trembled and tightly hugged Dong Dong. Don't sell Alan as an ingredient. While Lin Feng could only say, we won't sell you. Just then Akiang's family's little girl cried out, Papa. An evil spirit was sucking him up with its mouth wide open. You're the one who bet yourself as a stake to me. You bet you lose. Achang struggled and pleaded, no, please just let me go this one time. I'll go rob, steal or scam. I'll definitely get the money to pay you back. But the evil spirit just swallowed him whole. He even considered his own daughter a stake. Even ghosts wouldn't believe it. Achan's daughter burst into tears. Daddy Tongtong quickly covered her eyes and said, "Brother Linfeng, please take her into your ghost domain for now." Linfeng sighed helplessly. There should also be an orphanage established by the Ghost Control headquarters in Beiyuan. Send her there after we get out. Thinking of A Chang being devoured just now. Linfeng covered his mouth and sighed. Sigh, these gamblers. They think they can win back all the money they've lost. But in the end they drag themselves and their families down with them. Note this line is a comment in the original, its meaning is incorporated into the translation of the previous line. Only by not gambling can one avoid losing. Zhang Wei then walked over and said to Lin Feng, "If greed is also a form of spiritual power, then Nissen could absorb greed through its casino and ascend to the heroic spirit level." Lin Feng nodded, understanding immediately. But this kind of evil power will probably eventually turn into an evil god. If we let this and continue to develop like this, it might become difficult to deal with later. At this moment a system notification appeared. Zhang family in first floor victory progress 42. Lin Feng thought the progress only increased this much. It seems that winning is too easy for me. If I want to complete the mission, then I can only keep moving forward. It's a good time to go meet that so-called old ancestor Zhang. At this point Lin Feng led everyone away. Let's go see how Wu Yue is doing. Don't let the spirits here affect her rules. Wu Yue held a stack of ghost currency in her hand and asked innocently, "Can someone tell me the rules of the game? I don't even understand how to play. But they say I won, so I can't accept these ghost coins." The group of evil spirits behind kept muttering, "That fool. She just won all my ghost currency by placing random bets." Note this line is a comment in the original, its meaning is incorporated into the translation of the previous line. "Me too, I wanted to bet myself. She even said I didn't look appetizing." Lin Feng and the others awkwardly chuckled. "Looks like I overthought it." But Yi Shang said cautiously, "Lord Situ, the rules here, the greed here, have no effect on her at all. However, this incredible phenomenon is a bit unusual. Something seems to be happening around her. I can't see it clearly. You can use your heroic spirit-grade ghost eye to take a look." Lin Feng immediately activated his ghost eye in an unconventional manner and shared his vision with them. Then he continued to use his ghost eye to observe. Thousands of evil spirits were surrounding Wu Yue, constantly whispering, "Be addicted forever. Keep gambling, just keep winning happily right here." Huang Xian appeared behind her holding a staff. "These petty rules trying to disturb the mind of this person before me. I, Huang Xian, find it truly presumptuous." Isuna exclaimed in surprise. "Is that the true form of Huang the spirit beside Wu Yue?" Lin Feng observed. "I've heard that in legends he's known as Huang Xian, and together with 4 others, they are called the 5 immortals in Beiyuan legends. Fox Huang by Lu Hui." Huang Xian raised his staff and charged forward. Instantly a large number of evil spirits were sent flying. This is a clash between rules, which is usually imperceptible. Huang Xian has already broken the rules, trying to influence Wu Yue. Hui Xian appeared holding a stalk of rice. "I, Hui Xian, love shiny things the most. And Wen Chao so cheeky. And Wen Chao so cheeky." Isuna was stunned. "Mr. Ghost. That Hui Xian has also activated his ability." Wu Yue held a jade rui scepter in her hand and asked confusedly, "I won again. What did I even win?" The ghost-faced doll next to her explained. "This jade rui scepter is an abyssal grade spirit item." Everyone suddenly realized is Hui Xian's ability luck. So that's why his luck is so good. Lin Feng held his head and sighed deeply. The Chuma Xian is actually that strong. Looks like we don't need to worry about her anymore. At this inn, Tong Tong said enviously, "Now this is a heaven-blessed sagacious maiden." Wu Yue turned and called out to Lin Feng, "I've unintentionally won so many ghost coins. Let's go celebrate." Immediately after, she grabbed Lin Feng's hand and ran off. "I just asked for directions to the bathroom." Lin Feng was caught off guard as she pulled him along. Wait, Wu Yue immediately hoisted Lin Feng onto her shoulder. "Let's go take a bath." Lin Feng only then realized, "Oh, the bathhouse." Wu Yue smiled. "You treated me to a meal," the village chief said. "A drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. I'm the strongest back scrubber in the village. So let me scrub your back." Lin Feng from her shoulder hastily said, "No, no need. I do good deeds without expecting anything in return. Please put me down quickly. You're so strong." Wu Yue didn't care about politeness at all. Isuna was stunned. MMR Ghost was taken to the bathroom. Tong Tong smiled. Yes, Xiao looked puzzled. Did they go to the men's bathroom or the women's bathroom? Xianhua didn't have time to react if they went to the women's bathroom. Yi Xuan was the first to quickly chase after them. Stop, put down the Grand Minister. At this moment a comical-faced ghost raised its hand to block them. If you want to take a bath you must. Before it could even finish speaking, with Wu Yue carrying Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already flying past Imperial Uncle's strength. Easily dealt with. Tong Tong quickly called out, Sister Yishuang, wait. The comical-faced ghost was stepped on again. In the changing room, Wu Yue kept trying to persuade him. We're all girls, what's there to be shy about? Lin Feng resisted, his face red. No, my clothes, put them back on quickly. Yi Shuang kept searching. There's too much, where's the Grand Minister? Jiang Wei immediately said, wait. We can't expose Lin Feng's identity. At this moment Lin Feng was letting out a satisfied sigh. Few in the hot spring bath, Lin Feng said. Slow down. Wu Yue was continuously scrubbing his back from behind. Lin Feng, how's my technique? She kept praising Lin Feng, you're so soft. This made Lin Feng very uncomfortable. Phew, this really isn't good. Yi Shuang walked in, her face red, both of you. Tong Tong smiled slyly, darn too late by a step. Zaira's face was red, so bossy. Wu Yue waved her towel loudly, shouting, Wu. Everyone's here, let's all bathe together. Xianhua walked over annoyed and said, hey, I'm the one who always scrubs Lin Feng's back. This surprised Wu Yue. Do you want to compete with me in back scrubbing techniques? Lin Feng cried internally. Xianhua. Don't ITLL just get even more chaotic. After that Wu Yue happily started chatting with Xianhua. I admit your back scrubbing technique is good. She also said happily. You're very skilled too. Tong Tong looked at Lin Feng, who was completely red. Brother seems hot. Lin Feng was beyond caring about life. Darn it, I actually got my back scrubbed by a girl I just met today. This line continues the previous one. The system prompted at this moment. Zhang family in Ghost Hot Spring experience. Progress 50%. Huizhu kept banging on the table, shouting again. A malicious ghost spirit immediately appeared behind her. Huizhu kept fumbling behind her. Suddenly she was acted upon by a force. Huizhu lay weakly on the table. I was just controlled by the rules here. Almost delayed the important matter. In the bathroom Lin Feng awkwardly asked Wu Yue. Could you tell me about the origins of the 5 great immortals and the Chuma Xian? Wu Yue happily agreed. Sure. She began narrating the period when evil spirits constantly ran rampant. I also heard it from my father. Legend says a very, very long time ago, Northern Plains was sparsely populated and various ghosts and monsters kept appearing. There were even ghosts, powerful ghost kings guarding the Northern Plains. And humanity was struggling to survive in this region. Upon the Sky's wilderness, 5 immortals suddenly appeared and vanquished the evil spirits. During this period, Baiyuan's 5 powerful ghost spirits, who had existed since ancient times, stepped forward to protect humanity in the wilderness. The people of that time continuously kowtowed in gratitude to them. From then on, these 5 powerful ghost spirits were called the 5 great immortals, and became the guardian deities of Baiyuan. They were worshipped by the people of Baiyuan for generations, passed down from generation to generation. Those 5 immortals were enshrined. The true forms of the 5 immortals could not manifest in the mortal world for long. Over time, they therefore signed a contract with families of special spiritual bodies. The enshrined spirit tablets were granted to the contractors, allowing them to borrow the immortal's power to exorcise demons in Baiyuan. Such individuals were called immortal mediums. The stronger the contractor, the stronger, the greater the power the 5 great immortals could wield. Wu Yue sighed with a hint of sadness. Unfortunately, over 100 years ago, Baiyuan had not seen any special spiritual bodies. Now I can only exert nightmare-level strength. The legend of the 5 great immortals was gradually forgotten. After his bizarre resurrection, Lin Feng asked Wu Yue, how did you sign a contract with the 5 great immortals? She then recounted her childhood story. When I was a child, evil spirits appeared in my village. My family happened to enshrine the spirit tablets of the 5 great immortals, and I happened to be a special spiritual body rare in 100 years. So I became the 5 great immortals contractor and protected the village. Lin Feng exclaimed. What a simple and straightforward story. Subsequently Wu Yue stood up. As the immortal medium of this era, I must eliminate the evil spirits that plague humanity in Baiyuan. Lin Feng was startled and quickly shouted, hey, don't get so excited. Then Wu Yue approached Lin Feng muttering mmmmhm. He blushed and turned his head away, trying to dodge. What are you doing? Wu Yue rushed forward. You've soaked enough, let's continue scrubbing your back. Lin Feng was in a panic. No thinking of Lin Feng's nosebleed. Wu Yue asked with concern, Lin Feng, are you perhaps too hot from soaking for so long? Lin Feng quickly replied. It seems so. Woyue, you go first, I'll be there shortly. Just then Huizhou approached Lin Feng holding flower petals. Hey, beauty, we meet again. He kept batting his eyelashes. Does the beauty still remember me, Qin Jun? He secretly gloated in his heart. I'm just too handsome. Quickly submit to my powerful aura. Just then Isuna reported Mr. Ghost. I thought this person was strange earlier. He seems to have a disguise on him. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and pondered. Oh, approaching me on purpose, interesting. Let's turn his trick against him and see who he really is. Everyone get ready. Lin Feng then lifted Huizhou's chin and tempted him. Of course I remember. How about coming to Big Sister's room for a chat? Huizhou immediately blushed and took the bait. So handsome. Lin Feng led the way, saying this is Big Sister's room. Huizhou fantasized the plan has succeeded. Next, I'll shove the ghost brush into this love-struck brain and then I can control her. Suddenly the door behind her slammed shut with a bang. Why, what is this? Lin Feng and the others sat there interrogating. Can you tell me who you really are? What's your purpose in approaching me? Huizhou trembled and said, I am Qin Jun. No purpose. No, I merely covet your beauty. In this and you cannot attack me. Lin Feng tilted her head and smiled. Still so stubborn. If we can't attack, does that mean we can't deal with you? Isuna immediately replied, yes, Mr. Ghost. Isuna immediately applied her charm aura to Huizhou. Charm aura charms the memories and perceptions of those within its range. At this moment she said, Mr. Ghost. She has already been captivated by the charm aura. Shall tell you anything you ask. Lin Feng immediately commanded, let me see the true appearance of the woman kneeling on the ground. Yes, my lord. After Huizhou transformed back to her original form, she looked up and said, my lord, my name is Fa Huizhou. This is my true appearance. Tong Tong looked utterly stunned. Bro, isn't that the Korean person who was always with Elder Ming? But Lin Feng had already guessed. It seems they've been following us ever since we left the city lord's mansion. Lin Feng leaned on the chair firing questions. Elder Ming is controlled by you, isn't he? What do you want by following me? What conspiracy do you have in Beiyuan? Huizhou looked up and recounted. My lord, I plan to use the ghost brush to insert into your love-struck brain to control you. Tong Tong giggled while Lin Feng pretended not to notice. Huizhou continued to explain. My brother Fa Hu and I are evil ghost masters. We made a pact with the evil brush immortal in the Goryeo kingdom. We received our master's orders to come to Beiyuan to help a man named Marshal Wei break the seal on the Black Mountain Ghost King. Oh, to add, according to Marshal Wei, he is the grandson of Wei Wuji, the ruler of Beiyuan. He previously made a pact with the Black Mountain Ghost King, but it was sealed by a heroic spirit-level being. He desperately wants to break the Ghost King's seal, and Black Mountain wants revenge on a man named Lin Feng. Elder Ming was controlled by Marshal Wei at that time. Damn Wei family remnants, you still. Huizhou just walked over and gently inserted the brush into Elder Ming's mind. With our help, he successfully used the ghost brush to control the city lord of Fengcheng. Under their manipulation, Elder Ming began distributing candies to everyone. Everyone has worked hard during this time fighting the ghost tide. These are delight candies. Ghost ones which I bought from the Goryeo kingdom at great expense. They can increase everyone's power. Everyone who ate them was controlled by the ghost delight candy. Thank you, Elder Ming. This ghost delight candy tastes so good. Using the Black Mountain Ghost King's ghost delight candy to addict the ghost exorcists of Fengcheng will allow us to completely control all of Beiyuan. Huizhou added. To break the Black Mountain Ghost King's seal, we must select 1,000 women born in a Yin year, Yin month and Yin day, and hold ghost marriages to marry the Black Mountain Ghost King at an auspicious time. As of now, 999 ghost marriages have been held, with only the last one remaining. Only then can the Black Mountain Ghost King be unsealed. The bride for the final ghost marriage has also been found in the past 2 days. After hearing this, Lin Feng scoffed. Wei family remnants. Why are you always haunting us, you guess? It seems the second mission is related to the Wei family remnants and the Ghost King, Black Mountain. At this moment Lin Feng continued to ask. What about this master you speak of? Why did he have you help Marshal Wei and the Black Mountain Ghost King? Huizhou was about to answer. My master is. Suddenly she was controlled by the ghost mark behind her. Huizhou begged in agony. Master. Forgive me, master, please don't kill me. Tong Tong observed the ghost mark on her back, then said. Bro, that tattoo looks like a restriction. If you keep asking, her soul will be scattered. Lin Feng then instructed. Alright then. Xianhua first restore her appearance. Isuna modify her memories. Make her believe I pose no potential threat. Send her back to deceive them. Isuna immediately accepted the order. Yes, Mr. Ghost. Xianhua also said yes, husband. Lin Feng kept thinking. It currently appears that the entire Fengcheng has been controlled by the Ghost Delight Candy. It has already. A heroic spirit level Ghost King is also about to break its seal. Next, the Ghost King will be getting married. I need to find a way to intervene. Thinking of Huizhu and the ghost mark on her back, he mused further. And this master they speak of, to be able to extend from the Goryeo kingdom all the way to the east. Perhaps it's a terrifying evil god. Then Lin Feng stood up and waved his hand. There are 11 floors in total. We have to fight our way through this casino. Dong Dong said excitedly. Alright bro. Lin Feng continued to place bets at the gambling table. 50 million ghost coins bet extreme. Small all-in. Do you dare to follow? The other players stared blankly at the money in front of them. They were stunned. She's already won 8 rounds in a row. She's really lucky. I wonder if she can win the 9th round. I doubt it. She's definitely going to lose this time. The person gambling against her was the king of gamblers. On this floor he had long been strong enough to go upstairs, but he simply didn't want to. The man known as the king of gamblers held the money in his hand and said excitedly, what's there to be afraid of? He, beautiful lady, watch me win against you. Bet extreme ghost fatty king of gamblers, I'll bet my entire fortune. Bet big extreme, he secretly calculated in his heart. This floor is all about manipulating ghost energy. If I say 2, no one dares to say 1. You're mine. Beifong immediately opened the dice 1 point small. He instantly froze. Ca, can it still be like this? I lost. Xiao Rou directly took his money and said. Linglong bound him and said, if you can afford to play you must be able to afford to lose. Now you belong to Lin Feng. Immediately after she threw him into the pile of other losers. Dong Dong observed. Brother has another 8 evil spirits. Even the people and money are given to you. How should we deal with them? Lin Feng looked at these big gambling ghosts with disdain, of course. His eyes were cold, sweeping across them. Sell them all to the inn for 1 ghost coin each. As ingredients. Beifong handed all over to her. Beifong fearfully took out the money. Alright. Here are your ghost coins. This woman is too crazy, too terrifying. Sitting in front of the pile of ghost coins, Lin Feng continued. Is there anyone else who wants to gamble with me? Tens of millions of ghost coins are waiting for someone to take them. Next he'll only bet on a leopard. You win on both big and small. He was looking forward to it. Winning 1 more round would let him go upstairs. The players kept pushing each other. You go, didn't you want to go just now? I'm giving you the chance. Not declining is a kind of ghost virtue. No, you go. Fishing, she's fishing, I have to hold back. Dong Dong said boredly. Brother, those few ghosts before were too miserable. The remaining ghosts are all scared. Lin Feng scratched his head and chuckled. Is that so? It seems the rules on the first floor aren't strong enough yet. Only at the gambling table can one be completely influenced by the rules. Always wanting to continue gambling. Me, suddenly a voice said, let me. This stunned the other players. Who's so brave? Brother Who walked over arrogantly. You cowards. You, his subordinates followed behind him saying haughtily. Brother Who is here, quick, make way. Show some respect. A subordinate asked worriedly. Brother Who, do we really have to gamble with her? He immediately rattled off a string of words. Nonsense, we've already shown off, we can't back down now. Besides, the leader of the Sacrifice Love Group, Lingma, challenged me to a duel the day after tomorrow. On Fengcheng Street. If I lose, I'll have no face to see that guy. So I absolutely must get that ghost sword. That spirit-grade ghost sword. Brother Who sat down at the gambling table and said arrogantly. He, beautiful lady, we truly have quite the fate. I'll gamble with you. But the premise is that you have to bet the ghost sword used by the inn. Previously Lin Feng understood. So you're after my golden sword. He took out the sword from his spatial storage. He said, alright, 5 million ghost coins per round. If you can win all 50 million of my ghost coins, then I'll bet the golden sword. As I said before, I only bet on leopard, you take big or small. Brother Who immediately agreed. Good, let's begin small. The dice were opened. 666, a leopard. Brother Who was no longer grinning playfully. He, beautiful lady, these are your ghost coins. I'm going to get serious now. Lin Feng scoffed. Does it make any difference whether you're serious or not? He then used Psychic Link to call out to Tong Tong and the other. Jiang Wei. You two watch closely, he's lost 5 million but he still looks like that. Let's see what tricks he's trying to pull. The two immediately agreed. Brother Who reached back and scratched the back of his neck. I'm overwhelmed. Beifong placed the dice back into the cup. Well then, esteemed guests, the game continues. A hand immediately gripped the ghost energy. Lin Feng saw there was no suspense left. Still being manipulated. His own ghost energy had the upper hand, but when the cup was opened, it was actually a 6-6 fib. A big Lin Feng was immediately stunned. How is that possible? Brother Hu smiled smugly. Oh dear pretty lady, your luck is truly awful. His henchman behind him also shouted. Brother Hu is mighty. Lin Feng once again showed an amused smile. He immediately used Psychic Link. Everyone share my vision. He immediately continuously used Ghost Eye. Share vision. Psychic Link. Tong Tong immediately reported. Brother, we've found out his trick. He's cheating. What should we do? Lin Feng was enraged. He dares to cheat in front of me. If I don't sell him for parts, then it's unacceptable. Xiaoro was startled. What a terrifying expression. Wu Yue over here was bored. She stretched off. Fatty, what are you talking about? I've won 10 rounds in a row. Can I go up and challenge now? After that she immediately ran to Lin Feng's table, shouting, Sister Fenglin. Wu Yue raised an eyebrow, having noticed something. Hey Aunt Hu, there's something up with you and Fenglin. I need to go warn her. After that she leaned in and whispered into Lin Feng's ear. Fenglin, the person opposite you. He immediately reached out and covered Ya's mouth shoe. Lin Feng continued to transform and said, I've already figured it out. Wu Yue looked at him infatuatedly. Fenglin changed back into a man again. So handsome. Huang walked up to Wu Yue and asked, do you have a fever? Brother Hu immediately waved his hand. Don't meddle too much in a little girl's business. Wu Yue blushed, lost in thought. Fenglin is clearly a girl. Why do I always see her as a handsome guy? Could it be I like? Beifeng then announced 6-6 for Big Brother, who was triumphant. I'm about to win everything. The specters nearby immediately started jeering. Finally someone can teach her a lesson. I originally wanted to make a move, but it seems there's no chance now. Brother Hu lucked out. Money continuously flowed into the hands of Brother Hu and his henchmen, making them even more smug. Big or small, win-win-win. Brother Hu raised an eyebrow disdainfully. Those 50 million ghost coins are mine now. Next up are you, your ghost energy and your ghost spirits. His henchmen cheered. Brother Hu is mighty, charge, so awesome. Lin Feng feigned, holding his head. Oh no. All 50 million ghost coins have been won by you. It seems he'll have to gamble one more round. But after that he took out another venom-devouring sword, saying proudly, I'm in a hurry, so we'll bet another ghost artifact. The value of this ghost artifact will surely make your eyes wide with wonder. It's worth more than 1 billion ghost coins. My condition is that it's decided in one round. And the rules are the same as before. You'll bet the 50 million you won from me and all your family assets. And the 3 of you. If you win, both of these ghost artifacts will be yours. Xiaoro and Ling Luo used a mysterious aura to blend into the crowd and comment. Oh my god, isn't that the legendary super heroic spirit tier ghost artifact? Heavenly Spirit Sword, absolutely no doubt. One person asked doubtfully, how come I've never heard of this heroic spirit tier ghost artifact? Ling Luo immediately said, that ghost artifact's energy signature, it's truly heroic spirit tier. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Another person added, exactly. Ghost artifacts don't lie. Lucifer upon hearing this shouted excitedly, it's here. That's my venom-devouring sword, let me do it. Brother Hu immediately got excited, add another one. Then want I have 2 of them. Ghost Chi heroic spirit level. Just as Hookah agreed. No problem. The subordinate beside him immediately became worried. Isn't Hookah acting a bit strange? This situation is a bit like before. Immediately after, Hookah slapped that subordinate. Did you just say him like that stinky toad? He said with full confidence. You can choose not to believe Hookah, but you cannot choose not to believe Hookah's ghost spirit. The subordinate hurriedly replied, I believe. Right after, Hookah put a foot on the table and excitedly shouted, we bet all our assets. Lin Feng then said, then I won't hold back. The leader on the other side ferociously slammed the table, jumped up and said, I will also bet all my assets including ourselves. Lin Feng smiled happily and said, then I won't be polite either. Beifeng then picked up the dice cup and began to shake it, shaking it evenly, starting a tense gambling match. The leader on that side thought smugly, I don't believe you can find my special ghost spirit. Lin Feng and the mastermind both showed excited and happy expressions, waiting for the dice on the gambling table to land. As the dice rolled and tumbled inside the cup, they landed and stopped at 3 6s, 666. The leader's flea ghost spirit appeared. He commanded the flea, proud of his ugly ghost spirit. As the flea's ghost Chi caused the dice to change direction, Miss Beifeng also began to open the dice cup. At that time she also said, distinguished guests, the cup is about to be opened. Those who were anticipating the result became incredibly excited. Those fierce masterminds, and those arrogant guys, all seemingly confident of victory, were already impatiently celebrating loudly. Lin Feng merely sneered casually, offering an early congratulation. Beifeng opened the dice cup. Amidst everyone's eager anticipation, the 3 dice indeed all showed 666. The leader and his subordinates jumped up in shock, loudly roaring, "Impossible, impossible!" Lin Feng's ghost spirit had eerily appeared behind them, using golden chains to lock the necks of all 3 of them, preventing their escape. It growled, "You bet you lose." That fierce guy was still desperately shouting, "It definitely can't be 6. Lin Feng directly crushed the dice in his hand, revealing that guy's flea ghost spirit. Before that person could react, Lin Feng killed it, and that person also spat blood. Lin Feng calmly commented, "This insect was eliminated and the reaction is actually this big. That's your contracted ghost spirit, isn't it?" Lin Feng, in his mind, had already found the weakness of that flea ghost spirit. Done. Afterward, Lin Feng turned to look at Miss Beifeng. He smiled and said, "Beifeng, what should be done in this situation?" Beifeng then said, "He will compensate Lin Feng 5 million ghost coins as compensation for the terrible experience." Then she gently raised her hand, lightly patted, and commanded the ghost spirit, "Yukai Chicken, put these 3 people into the oil pot." Go. Yukai Chicken carried the 3 people away to deal with them, under the shocked gazes of many people around, while those few people merely screamed in terror. "We don't want to become fried ghosts." Wu Yue stood beside him, saying with a blank expression, "What just happened?" "Never mind, I won't think about it, it's fine as long as Lin Feng won." Everyone, the gods behind her, merely smiled, discussing her silly head. Lin Feng chuckled softly, turned to look at Wu Yue and said, "Wu Yue, I've already won 10 consecutive matches on this floor. I want to go upstairs and challenge. You stay here and wait for me first." Wu Yue smiled and said, "Me too. I won 10 matches before you did. I'll go up with you." Lin Feng just mumbled blankly, before me." Afterward, Wu Yue smiled and ran ahead, also happily saying upstairs, "If I lose all my money, you'll just borrow from Lin Feng." Lin Feng merely smiled, thinking, "Somehow this feels like my line." Afterward, the 2 of them were invited to the next floor by Miss Beifeng. Lin Feng's progress was also already halfway complete. As they passed Beifeng, her expression was grim and dark. Accusing Northwind knew that guy was cheating just now, but that's also an unspoken rule. As long as you don't get caught. Lin Feng's face darkened. He continued walking upstairs. He also said, "Let me see what tricks they have up there." Even though he had already gone up, Lin Feng continued his winning streak, and his win rate was still steadily increasing. Wu Yue was the same, she kept winning all the way to the 10th floor. The ghosts were all terrified when they saw Lin Feng. As for Northwind, he remained calm there. The next card game continued, although Lin Feng's ghost spirits were already very worried, asking him that the higher they went, the stronger the rules would be. Lin Feng just waved his hand. He confidently said, "With Qingzhu from Jizha Nunnery here, there's no need to worry." Although those female ghost spirits didn't seem to believe him much. Another gamble ended. Lin Feng won again. Pointing at the guy in front of him, he said, "You lose, the 10th floor winning streak is complete." The panda screamed, covering its head in fear. "No. I don't want to be material. I'm not tasty." The panda desperately said, "Wait, in fear. You want to challenge the last floor? Aren't you curious about this inn? How about I use a story about the history of this inn to buy my freedom?" Lin Feng smiled, an interested expression on his face, and said, "All right. Tell me." "I heard that the Zhang family used to be a family of tomb raiders. 1,000 years ago, they discovered a jade coffin sealed in an ancient place. It was dim." The Zhang family elder reached out his hand, making a motion to open the coffin, and muttered, "There must be something good inside the coffin." He also said, "Get the black flames ready. If there's a zongzi inside, just shove them directly into its mouth." The lid of the coffin was pushed open by someone, but there was nothing inside the coffin. He looked inside in surprise and shouted, "No corpse, it's empty." The elder looked into the coffin and said in surprise, "There seems to be something inside." From the coffin they walked into the ancestral hall. All members of the Zhang family went in one by one to explore the surroundings. Suddenly, a cloud of green smoke enveloped their heads, causing them to lose their heads and fall face down on the ground. A strange thing happened. Strange box-like things suddenly grew on their heads. Even the Zhang family's old patriarch, now strangely named, became grotesque. His body became strong, but his current appearance was no longer human. He stood up and excitedly shouted, "He he he! Greed has given us new life." Holding the aura of greed in his hand, he said, "We need more greed." Afterwards they used fragments and rules to open the inn in order to gain more power. Lin Feng found the panda's story very interesting. He smiled and waved, letting it go just as he had promised. After finishing talking with his people, Lin Feng stood up and said with a resolute expression, "Only the last floor remains. Let's go see what kind of ghost that old ancestor truly is." Just then Wo Yue also walked over from behind, happily saying, "Lin Feng, I've completed my winning streak too," she said. "Let's go together." At this point Lin Feng smiled again and said, "The last floor is unknown, you'll have to wait." The girl's face immediately showed dissatisfaction and she wouldn't give up. A ghost in the casino quickly said, "Both esteemed guests can participate in the gamble together. As long as one of you joins the 5th rose wager, that will be fine." Lin Feng and Wo Yue were both surprised in turn. Wo Yue smiled and linked her arm with Lin Feng's, happily saying, "Let's go Lin Feng, you'll make the wager, I trust you." Afterwards the two of them along with the ghost spirits walked into that door. It was gloomy, filled with various purple mists. Upon entering it seemed only Lin Feng was there. At first the place was terrifying. The yin energy was dense. He looked out and saw at the gambling table that his ghost spirits and Wo Yue were already there. Ling Luo quickly explained, saying, "They've already been pulled in to be your wager." Xiao Rou meanwhile huddled in a corner in terror and was being comforted by Wo Yue. Lin Feng frowned. Then he suddenly realized it seemed to have no effect whatsoever on Qingzu's ghost law, and on par with Lucifer's heroic spirit. Lin Feng's opponent was the old clan leader Zhang. That guy had become even more terrifying, his physical form now manifest. His voice was tinged with a smile. "Welcome Lin Feng to this place." After that he began to explain the rules. The rules for this round were roughly to put up each side's ghost spirits as stakes. For example, Lin Feng had 9 chips, while that old clan leader Zhang had 108 chips, corresponding to 108 ghost spirits. As he spoke he placed the ghost spirits onto the gambling table. The game was simple: flip a coin and choose heads or tails. Whoever chose the correct side would win. The loser's chips would be eliminated from the game. Lin Feng immediately realized this was a contest to influence the coin with ghost energy. The skull continued to explain. "Furthermore, while the coin is falling, your chips guessed, and my chips will battle on the gambling table." The skull said gleefully, "Whoever's chips are completely eliminated first loses." The skull added with a smile, "The winner will take everything from the loser." He, which side will the guest choose?" Lin Feng's lips curved into a smile as he calmly said, "Interesting, I choose the insatiable greed side." The skull mockingly said with delight, "Then this old man will profit immensely. Few can play to the extreme with this damned old ghost. It's almost over." He also uttered a few disdainful remarks about Lin Feng, but Lin Feng didn't care at all. Lin Feng's lips curved into a smile as he said, "It seems we've been underestimated. But you're right. It's almost over. Everyone, there's no need to hide your strength anymore. Play to your heart's content." Lin Feng's ghost spirits immediately transformed and said in unison, "We've been waiting for you to say that." Wo Yue looked at Xiao Rou in surprise and said, "So many nightmare-level spirits, Lin Feng is really amazing." Xiao Rou smiled proudly, while Ling Luo had a helpless expression. The skull stammered in shock, 3 true nightmare-level spirits. Lin Feng gave a chilling smile and said, "Then let's begin." The old ghost also secretly pondered their strength. Lucifer assisting. The powers of both sides erupted, entwining on the gambling table. Lin Feng's and old clan leader Zhang's ghost spirits suddenly charged at each other, engaging in fierce combat. The coin also bounced up and a voice rang out. "Which side will land face up? The ultimate ghost showdown." The skull and Lin Feng were both extremely nervous and solemn. The ghost spirits also began to assume their ready stances, about to fight. Among Lin Feng's ghost spirits, a purple-haired girl turned to Xiao Rou, wanting her to coordinate with her chains. Xiao Rou was surprisingly very happy, full of enthusiasm completely different from her previous shyness, and said, "Leave it to me." She felt as if she had been purified and was now filled with vitality. The purple-haired ghost spirit could only give a dry laugh, thinking, "Has Sister Qingzhu purified her a bit too much?" Lin Feng then looked at the coin and thought he could use Lucifer's power to influence the coin. But then he widened his eyes and froze when a huge image of the coin appeared before him. This was the rule fragment that the panda ghost had mentioned. Qingzu's clone was trying her best to chant scriptures. Lin Feng's mind was still fixated there. It was on the same level as the sacred crown fragment. Qingzu's clone couldn't resist it either. Just then, Lin Feng muttered, "This is bad." The light instantly intensified greatly, and then was immediately controlled by the rules. He became somewhat blurry and greed surged in his heart. Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned terrifying, greedily proclaiming himself the king of the world. In the illusion he also dreamed of being the overlord. And in reality he was mumbling similar words to himself. Dong Dong was fighting monsters and her points, experience and victories were continuously increasing, but she sensed something was wrong and said, "Brother is being controlled by the rules." Wu Yue had also long sensed that something was amiss and said, "The red coin is about to fall. Looks like our luck isn't so good." The other ghost spirits also realized this. The side of the dice Lin Feng chose earlier was facing down. Xiao Rou couldn't hide her inner fear either and said, "This is bad. If Lin Feng's ghostly aura hasn't had an effect, well, eliminate one person every time we lose." As for Old Man Zhang from the Zhang family however scoffed triumphantly, "What if your ghost spirit is powerful? This old man only needs to roll 9 times and under the influence of the rules. Everything will be mine." Lucifer meanwhile smiled contentedly and muttered to herself, "As long as Lin Feng loses the contract will end. Then she will take that rule fragment. And it will definitely be very powerful." Under the ancient tree in the backyard of Twilight Temple, as the lotus flowers gradually bloomed, Xingju was completely focused with a serious expression, thinking to herself, "Lin Feng wake up, he'll be back soon." Lin Feng's dream at that moment also shattered, instantly pulling him back to reality. At this moment the intense battle at the gambling table was still ongoing. Yi Shan also urged Grand Sidu to wake up quickly. Xiao Rou on the other hand frantically said, oh no. I hope I'm not the first one to be eliminated." Tong Tong and the remaining ghost spirits could only force a bitter smile, muttering that Xiao Rou's nature was hard to change. Suddenly Xian Hua smiled and softly called out, "Husband." The dice immediately flipped over. When it landed, the face pointing up was exactly the one Lin Feng had chosen. The other fallen ghosts cried out in unconcealed shock. As one of them was eliminated from the gambling game, Guzi couldn't help but let out a cry of disbelief and surprise. Lin Feng smiled bitterly, looking at the dice. It seemed to have broken free from the rules control. He scoffed, "Oh dear, I was a bit dazed just now. It seems I've won." Lin Feng also pondered to himself, realizing that Qingzhu might be coming back soon. With the help of Qingzhu's clone, Lin Feng's eyes glowed with brilliant purple light radiating sharpness. And with a playful smile playing on his lips he continued to the next round of gambling. Still complaining about the unfairness here. At Wu Yu's gambling table, she realized things might have already turned in their favor. The snake god on her shoulder also quickly reminded her, saying that many other fallen ghosts had also arrived. "Quickly use your power." Wu Yu smiled obediently and said, "Invoke the gods." Subsequently a green light enveloped her. Wu Yu transformed into a half-snake form, with a primary color of emerald green, incredibly beautiful. It was the power of Lady Lu. With a single sweep many fallen ghosts were eliminated. The destructive power was astonishing. The other ghost spirits couldn't hide their inner amazement. Xiao Rou even excitedly said she wanted to add it to her collection. The ghost spirit. The purple-haired ghost spirit used its chains to strangle the fallen ghosts around their necks, and then ordered everyone to charge forward together. Many fallen ghosts fell as a result. As for the ghost spirit's victory points and experience, Lin Feng's side gained more and more. The other fallen ghosts on Guzi's side couldn't help but feel terrified, watching their companions dissipate and fall on the gambling table. It was already the second round of gambling. The dice flipped and landed. Again the side Lin Feng had chosen was facing up. Old Man Zhang from the Zhang family and Guzi couldn't help but feel dizzy and disoriented. Stammering in disbelief, Thyphus. Lin Feng's smile was somewhat terrifying. His purple eyes possessed by Lucifer gleamed with dangerous and wicked light and he said, "Oh dear, I've won again. You're almost out of chips." Xiao Rou couldn't help but think helplessly. "I always feel that Lin Feng's personality will become worse and worse when he uses Lucifer's power." The gambling continued round after round. Each time Lin Feng won, the ghost spirits on Lin Feng's side also gradually eliminated the fallen ghosts. And the ghost spirits on Lin Feng's side were fiercely advancing. Lin Feng said with a cunning smile, "You're almost out of chips." At that moment Tong Tong also successfully defeated the last one remaining on the gambling table. Fallen ghost. Over there. The confusion ingrained in old Zhang's very being was undeniable. He said, I an old man actually lost. The final battle had also ended by then. The completion rate also. Lin Feng had also reached 100. The ghosts could also come out now. They immediately rushed towards Lin Feng. Wu Yue was still holding her stomach, whining that she was starving. Lin Feng meanwhile smiled and said, "You've worked hard. Later I'll have Xianhua make you a big meal. The girl's eyes immediately lit up. Ling Luo happily hugged Lin Feng from behind. She excitedly said, Lin Feng, I've advanced. I'm now Nightmare level 2. My skills have also leveled up. Lin Feng said, appearing very surprised. Amazing, Ling Luo. Sharo, who was nearby, just held her head and laughed, saying, Oh, I've finally reached the same level as you, big sister. Ling Luo chuckled slyly and happily, saying, Are you jealous I haven't seen you level up in 10,000 years? Xiao angrily yelled. No way, I'm just too lazy to level up. After that the two started arguing again. Lin Feng and Tongtong stood nearby. They couldn't help but look at the two helplessly. At that time Lin Feng received 2 ghost artifacts. The Netherworld Ghost Coin Money and the Greed Treasure. A mark made Lin Feng's eyes light up. Yes Hang. Yes Hang quickly looked at Lin Feng's ghost artifact. Then she said, Grand Minister. I believe it's the powerful rule of this coin that supports this inn. Old Zhang quickly said. You can also become the inn's new owner. All the power and greed gained from this will belong to you. He continued. Don't you feel it, the power of the greed rule? With your aptitude, you'll certainly gain more greed very quickly. Lucifer also tempted Lin Feng, saying, He's right, this fragment. Even I covet the existence of this rule. Hurry and accept it. As long as you manage this inn and continuously collect greed, perhaps you'll soon possess the power of a deity. Lin Feng mumbled to himself in a daze. Soon he'll possess the power of a deity. If that's the case, he'll be able to protect Dongfeng. Wu Yui immediately interjected from the side, warning. Lin Feng, I don't think we can keep running this inn. Earlier she had already discovered that some of the ghosts in the inn were not originally malevolent spirits, but they only became malevolent spirits after staying here for a long time. But Lucifer, who was nearby, tempted him again. Lin Feng, you can gain power so easily, so effortlessly. Isn't that incredibly satisfying? Lin Feng's eyes also became dull, as if completely distracted by the temptations of old Zhang and Lucifer. When Lucifer thought she had successfully tempted Lin Feng, the ghost artifact coin in her hand had already been broken in half, which utterly astonished her. Old Zhang also gradually dissipated because of this, while still shouting loudly, You actually didn't fall for it. The ghost artifact fragments also dissipated with it. Lin Feng thought to himself, If I accept its power, I would also become like old Zhang, a puppet controlled by a rule. Lucifer's eyes twitched, she hadn't expected it. Lin Feng coldly swung his sword, pointing it at her and saying, To lose my own soul. Even if I become a god, will I still be myself? Tongtong sent her back to reflect. Tongtong was behind her. With a mischievous look, she tapped Lucifer's head with her stick. Then she drove her into the barrier. Wu Yue happily hugged Lin Feng, burying his head into her chest, causing Lin Feng to immediately protest. Let go quickly, I can't breathe. Afterward, Yes Hang and Lin Feng looked at the remaining ghost artifact. As Lin Feng, puzzled, asked about carving a contract mark on this ghost artifact. What should I carve? Nearby Yes Hang earnestly advised Lin Feng, Grand Minister. If that were to be engraved. Lin Feng thought it made sense, so he agreed. Thus the underworld ghost seal was contractually engraved. Just then Lin Feng also received a notification. The system's second task, which was the Ghost King's wedding. Current progress 0. At that moment Zhang's immediately began to crack and crumble. Lin Feng looked up at the rapidly shattering roof. He muttered, without the foundational fragments to support it. This inn is about to collapse. Xianhua, get us out of here. Xianhua immediately obeyed. The noisy guests scattered in a panic. As the inn gradually crumbled, the casually sleeping girl mumbled to herself. A stone pressed down on her mouth, making it sink in. Upon returning, Wu Yue was ravenously devouring several dishes on the table. Xianhua smiled gently and said softly, Eat slowly, there's plenty more. Lin Feng sat beside her looking dejected. He sighed, Ugh, tonight feels so long. Afterwards Lin Feng turned his head to look at Wu Yue. Then he asked Wu Yue, What are your plans? Our next actions are a bit dangerous. Wu Yue stammered, repeating the word dangerous with confusion. Lin Feng quickly explained. We must deal with an ancestral spirit-level Ghost King. Black Mountain Ghost King, he added, reminding Wu Yue. It's very dangerous, he said. Wu Yue was still chewing her food. And slowly, with a puzzled expression, she said, My grandpa seemed to have mentioned the Black Mountain Ghost King. Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, You know him? Behind Wu Yue, her ancestors recognized him and spoke to each other. Isn't that the guy we sealed away hundreds of years ago? Another person in hedgehog form also said yes, yes, yes. It seems it was indeed the guy. There was a big battle back then. Wu Yue suddenly slammed her hand on the table. With a determined smile on her face, she loudly declared, "That's right, he's very famous in my hometown. He's an enemy of my ancestors. This time it's this Chuma Xian's turn. The Chuma Xian is here to act." At this point Wu Yue gave a thumbs up and said, "Indeed, Black Mountain. Ghost King is the evil spirit that was once sealed by the 5 immortals." Hearing this, Lin Feng asked in surprise, "It was sealed by you?" However, it was the ghost spirit fox who stepped forward and spoke on Huaya's behalf. It said Mom. To be precise, it was the 5 Chuma Xian who guarded Beiyuan back then, who sealed it together. Just as the ghost spirit fox finished speaking, Wu Yue immediately. Wu Yue hurriedly said, "But when I was little I only heard my grandpa mention it. What exactly happened?" Next everyone looked at the ghost spirit fox, waiting for its explanation. And the ghost spirit fox, seeing that everyone seemed very interested in the matter, it smiled and said, "That was hundreds of years ago. As everyone knows, the 5 immortals, we cannot easily come to this world. Therefore we allowed those in our families out who possess special spirit bodies among the Chuma Xian to borrow our power. At that time the world was undergoing changes unseen for 1,000 years. Wars and turmoil were frequent. The East could not escape the ravages of war, the devastation of war. Countless people died in the chaos. The nation was in disarray and demons rose everywhere. The ghosts of the East arising from all beings, and those malevolent ghosts and evil spirits were everywhere joining this frenzied carnival. At this moment a myriad of ghosts chuckled smugly and said, "Ha ha ha, the taste of Easterners is truly unique." Fortunately for this gathering of myriad ghosts, there were Eastern, from the East, evil spirits to lead the way. The accompanying ghost spirits also chimed in. "Splendid." And the Eastern evil spirits proudly replied, "Since you've come to our East, I will certainly treat you well." Afterwards the ghost spirit fox continued its tale. At this time in Beiyuan, among the Chuma Xian family's 5 individuals with potent spirit bodies emerged. First up is Fong Woyo, who contracted with a 13-year-old fox spirit. He once grandly declared that he would stir up Beiyuan. At this point, from Beiyuan's spirit riders, Fong Wufeng, who contracted with a 12-year-old yellow spirit, continued his words. They must be killed, however, after those evil spirits saw them. They didn't pay them any mind at all, so they carelessly asked, "What is this? Such dense ghostly energy?" But after a moment of observation, a fellow evil spirit said, "That's not right." No sooner had they spoken than they were swallowed by the ghostly spirits of Beiyuan's spirit riders. Direction swallowed into its mouth. Not only that, they were also struck by 10,000 golden rays of light released from the demon reflecting mirror, hitting them. At this moment they cried out in panic, "Someone's attacking us." Next they were entangled by the willow spirit. Afterward they were even suspended in the air. And what made them like this was none other than Beiyuan's spirit rider Fong Wuhu, who contracted with a 13-year-old willow spirit. Afterwards they were also confronted by Beiyuan's spirit rider Fong Wuming, who contracted with a 14-year-old tea spirit. After saying a single sentence, "You invite ghosts into your home without even bothering to find out whose territory Beiyuan is, and you expect to be reduced to ashes." Soon after, all 5 of them had gathered in one spot. Seeing this, the evil ghosts collectively said, "With a myriad of ghosts gathered, what can you humans do? What if you have some tricks up your sleeves? Well, kill you." Then Fong Wuyun, who contracted with a 13-year-old white spirit, smiled and pointed to the sky, saying, "Rise." And so, afterwards all 5 of them collectively used their abilities. A second later they all said in unison, "Summon the divine." No sooner had they spoken than a 5-headed evil spirit appeared, symbolizing 5 animals: tiger, fox, wolf, snake, and dog in the blink of an eye. This evil spirit had created a tornado engulfing the myriad ghosts. Afterwards the ghost spirit fox said again, "They borrow our power to eliminate those rogue evil spirits. In Beiyuan they are known as the 5 immortal envoys who guard Beiyuan's mountains." Hearing this, Lin Feng and Tong Tong both felt incredibly envious, crying out loudly, "Wow." A second later the ghost spirit fox continued speaking. Afterwards Fong Wuyo commanded Fong Wuyun. Wuyun used the white spirit's power to heal the survivors, and she agreed. In addition, Fong Wufeng, after observing the situation, furrowed his brow and said, "How can we never finish off these vengeful spirits? As soon as we clear one area, a whole bunch more emerge." Hearing this, Fong Wuhu also explained, "Such is the way of the world, with constant conflict in the human realm. How can the netherworld be peaceful? We can only do our best." Furthermore, Fong Wuming added, There will still be a day of peace in this world. In this world, that day is not far off. We must pave the way for those who come after us. After hearing Feng Wuming's explanation, Feng Wuwu smiled contentedly and replied, "You're still the best at summarizing, Master Ming." After finishing the story, the ghost spirit fox then said to Lin Feng and his companions, "These are the 5 spirit riders, and also the predecessors of Wu Yue." Just then, Xiao Rou had already taken out a pen and started recording. And she mumbled to herself while smiling, "I've got inspiration for a ghost era side story." At this moment, Wu Ling asked the ghost spirit fox again, "What about the Black Mountain Ghost King?" The ghost spirit fox replied, "His origins are extraordinary." Afterwards, the ghost spirit fox continued speaking. Black Mountain is an important place in Beiyuan. Back then, at the Black Mountain Grand Camp, the Black Mountain Ghost King at that time was a general in the human realm, guarding Beiyuan's Black Mountain. Everyone called him General Heishan. One day, a person known as a spirit emissary, carrying a statue, came to Beiyuan from Jialing Nation, requesting an audience with General Heishan. And that spirit emissary was an elderly woman. He was also clad in a white robe. As soon as he arrived, someone went to report. Reporting, "General, the spirit emissary has arrived." General Heishan also emerged from his tent. Then he said, "You measly wicked Goryeo, what do you want seeking an audience with me? Do you truly believe I can't strike you down?" Amidst the chaotic era, General Heishan defended Black Mountain. Was no ordinary mortal, but a unique spiritual medium who could manipulate ghost energy in battle. Furthermore, the ghost spirit fox added, "By current assessment standards, his power has reached the nightmare level." Hearing this, Lin Feng replied in utter astonishment. As expected, the strange and eerie have existed since ancient times, only to surge in modern times. Afterwards, the ghost spirit fox continued its narration. At this moment, to test the spirit emissary's strength, General Heishan unleashed his ghost energy and attacked the spirit emissary. However, she blocked it and replied, "I am a spirit emissary of the pure world Spirit Venerable. I am here to bestow upon the general a great opportunity." Hearing this, he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, an opportunity. My martial prowess is unmatched. I enjoy endless glory and wealth. Why would I need such an opportunity?" But she still strove to explain the opportunity to enable the general to transcend into sainthood and unify the East. However, he still didn't believe her, so he pointed at the spirit emissary's face and replied, "If you continue spouting nonsense, this general will turn you to dust." Just then, the cloth covering the Buddha statue was inadvertently blown aside by the wind, revealing half of the Buddha statue's face. The next second, it billowed high with the wind, revealing the entire Buddha statue. The moment he saw the Buddha statue, he cried out in terror, "This is..." Before he could finish, she interrupted, "All hail the pure world Spirit Venerable." Upon witnessing the statue's power of the pure world Spirit Venerable, General Heishan was horrified and asked, "Is this power divine?" The next second, all the soldiers of Black Mountain knelt down and said in unison, "Hail pure world Spirit Venerable." However, when the pure world Spirit Venerable sought to enlighten General Heishan, he used ghost energy to shield himself. Then he arrogantly declared, "You want to enlighten me? Ghost energy shield my body." At this, the spirit emissary, utterly enraged, crossed her arms and demanded, "Why do you not kneel before the Spirit Venerable?" Immediately after, the pure world Spirit Venerable also spoke the mantra, "Pure world Spirit Venerable, knowing all righteous and just, awaken my boundless heart, honor my true nature." Upon speaking, he was suppressed by the pure world Spirit Venerable's spiritual power and forced to his knees. Then the pure world Spirit Venerable also said, "Your ambition, I can sense it, even from 1,000 miles away. I specially dispatched a spirit emissary to enlighten you and bring you into my fold. The age of chaos has dawned. Do you not wish to enter the fray and contend for a position above billions of others?" Hearing this, General Heishan shouted aloud, "Of course I do. What must I do? What is the price?" The pure world Spirit Venerable then replied, "Sacrifice 10,000 living souls, and I will enlighten you to transcend into sainthood and unify the East. Once this is accomplished, this great doctrine will be widely propagated throughout the East, enlightening all mankind." At this, General Heishan immediately nodded and replied, "Your humble disciple obeys your decree." Then the spirit emissary also said, "We respectfully seek the general's guidance. We are all disciples of the pure world Spirit Venerable, and we hope that we may collectively propagate the Spirit Venerable's great doctrine widely throughout the East." Then, the moment he stood up, he ordered the drums beaten to summon all his generals. The 21 towns surrounding Black Mountain have all colluded with bandits intending rebellion. All officers and soldiers shall follow me, this general, to quell the rebellion. So the soldiers replied in unison, yes sir. A moment later all the soldiers had rushed to the battlefield. Afterwards they captured many prisoners of war. In addition they kept urging the prisoners of war to make sure to speed up, and urged, hurry, hurry. Many more people came to worship the statue of the Spirit Venerable of Purity. Besides that, no matter how they wailed, it's a mistake, we have no connection with the bandits. We're innocent, they were still executed. Furthermore, the executioner emotionlessly, when beheading them, said, execute. At this point bodies piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like a river. At this moment General Black Mountain stood before the Spirit Venerable of Purity, and proudly declared, Spirit Venerable, above all, your disciple offers tens of thousands of living souls here. Then the spirit emissary began to cast a spell. A second later the wrong souls also gathered. Moreover, these wrong souls continuously cried out, no, I want to be reborn. No, in the end, all the wrong souls had entered the statue of the Spirit Venerable of Purity. Seeing this, General Black Mountain smiled smugly and said, when this general's great task is complete, I will worship you forever. Next the Spirit Venerable of Purity also said, abide by the agreement. And I, this Venerable One, will bestow upon you the power to unify the East. As soon as the words fell he began to cast a spell and recite the purification heart method. Spirit Venerable, knowing righteousness and sentiment, awaken our hearts, revive our enlightened nature. Widely open all wondrous sounds of light, guiding us to the boundless Pure Land. Afterwards all the demonic chi had entered his body, making him roar in pain. Arg. Furthermore he had also drained the souls of all the soldiers who followed him. General Black Mountain then asked in surprise, is this the power to unify the world? Why do I feel invincible already? This general isn't. A moment later he transformed into a Ghost King, and proclaimed himself the Black Mountain Ghost King. In addition he also possessed an army of ghost soldiers, and commanded them to appear. Northern cavalry ghost soldiers emerge, and as soon as the ghost soldiers appeared, they all cheered in unison. Welcome, Black Mountain Ghost King. Speaking of this, the ghost spirit Fox said, this is the origin of the Black Mountain Ghost King. After hearing this, Lin Foam exclaimed in surprise, he actually, for his own ambition, framed and massacred innocent people. A moment later the ghost spirit Fox continued. At that time the spirit emissary also said to the Black Mountain Ghost King, my Lord Ghost King, with your power, leading these 100,000 ghost soldiers to break out of Mountain Ghost Pass, unifying the world will only be a matter of time. Afterwards he said smugly, this king will pacify the world and become the Ghost Emperor. Something unheard of for 1,000 years. At this moment, a Northern Plains Chuma master was also riding a fox to exterminate demons. As soon as he detected something amiss, Fong Wuyo said, demonic aura fills the sky, there's a powerful evil spirit ahead. Furthermore the Black Mountain Ghost King had also spotted them and angrily exclaimed, someone dares to obstruct this king. Northern Cavalry Ghost Army, heed my command. Knock your arrows. The Ghost Army, also following his command, knocked their arrows. And when he shouted loose arrows, tens of thousands of arrows shot towards them. However, they had already joined forces to deflect those arrows. Soon they had also approached the Ghost Army. Seeing this he nervously asked, oh, could you be the legendary 5 immortal emissaries of the Northern Plains Mountain Guardians? The legendary ones. The spirit emissary had also reminded him, my Lord Ghost King, be careful, I've heard their power comes from 5 powerful beings in the Northern Plains. Furthermore, as soon as he saw those corpses, Fong Wuyon loudly questioned, did you do this? Then he also said, using the White Immortal Pact, return to the cycle of nature. As soon as the words fell, Fong Wuyon used his ability to cast a spell on those corpses. The bodies lay scattered there. Thus the wrong souls here found salvation. Seeing this he arrogantly said, you are the Black Mountain Ghost King. All who achieve great feats do so by stepping over countless skeletons. However, no sooner had he finished speaking, Fong Wufeng struck him in the face with a staff. Then he said, achieve great feats, my ass. Take this. Furthermore, Fong Wufeng angrily declared, the 5 immortals, envoys of Jinshan Beiyuan, will send you to your death. That eerie power spread intensely, rushing into the sky. It formed a dazzling giant orb of light. Everyone united their efforts, casting spells to destroy it. The Black Mountain Ghost King manifested. His power enveloped his sharp claws. His face beamed with joy. No one can stop your great undertaking. A powerful whirlwind appeared. His hands were manipulating the power. A wicked smile played on his lips. Go forth. The power my soul grants you. Subsequently more began to appear. Fiery red eyes and sharp teeth. Blood aura clone. Flying aura clone. The crowd did not give up because of this. Everyone united to fight against him. A protective force seemed to surround the crowd. What's so great about clones? Qian destroy you yellow immortal incarnation. Then everyone dispersed in turn. They used their power to eliminate them and Black Mountain laughed heartily. Flying aura appear and stop your spells. Those blue wolves appeared. Fox immortal. Its spell was flying towards the zombies, frightening them into retreating. His red creatures also manifested, their eyes fixed on you. Blood aura art. All spiritual beings prepared to contend with each other. The battle grew fiercer. Wu Ming's gaze became more serious. He manipulated it with both hands to eliminate them. Hearing this, those fellows immediately froze, greatly surprised. That ghostly aura appeared. The nearby stones began to move more. They all moved together. Flying aura manifest. Wu Yo warned everyone aloud. Wen's escape technique has reached the predetermined range. Wu Yun confine the space. Wu Hu annihilate them. Wu Yun and Wu Hu replied in unison, alright. Wu Yun began to use his power. White immortal spatial confinement. The spell appeared, converging into a giant orb of light surrounding the three of them. Wu Hu also began to prepare a spell, then gradually enveloped the three individuals. Willow immortal annihilate all arts. Various ghostly auras began to manifest more. One of them began to draw their weapon. The Black Mountain Ghost King brandished his longsword. Ghost King's sword break. In the distance a mountain peak flew high into the air, affected by his power. Those fellows were still trying to break the orb of light. Wu Ming frowned and shouted, everyone do your best. Everyone acted in unison. They bit their fingers. Blood slowly oozing out. They all extended their hands forward. Symbolic spiritual beings also began to appear. They shouted in unison, 5 immortals unite. Subsequently the stream of spells they collectively created became even more turbulent surrounding them. Outside, those three fellows had already escaped. One of them spoke out, signaling to the other two, not good. Fei Gang utilized the Ghost King's instructions to perform an escape technique. Those fellows also began to charge forward. Space was confined once again. Then, a colossal creature suddenly appeared, letting out a deafening roar. A blue orb of light appeared from the mouth of one of them, frightening those fellows tremendously. That giant orb of light crashed violently downwards. The air current also caused those three fellows to howl in despair. The surroundings began to change. Someone suddenly appeared, causing the minions to scream loudly in fear. Lord Ghost King. The people below were also paying attention to what was happening above. Their bodies also began to sustain injuries. Wu Ming touched his shoulder in pain and said, finally it's dealt with. Now only these mere soldiers are left. A gigantic statue suddenly appeared. Then it violently plunged into a deep pit. Green currents of energy began to spread out. Only half a head is left, so it should be fine, right? But it suddenly reawakened. Its crimson eyes connected into red threads and began to fly towards the ground. It stood up on the ground as if it were another body. Disciple, thanks Spirit Venerable for your aid. That body began to become more complete. His gaze maliciously swept over everyone. Your great endeavor is not yet complete. How can you die? Lin Feng couldn't believe his eyes. Black Mountain. The Ghost King is actually this powerful. Gue Ling opened his mouth and explained to him. At that time, the Ghost Chi's recovery ability wasn't as strong as it is now. The 5 of them could only exert nightmare-level power. However, the Black Mountain Ghost King has already reached heroic spirit level thanks to the Ghost Buddha Spirit Venerables help. Lin Feng thought to himself. Is it all because of that Ghost Buddha statue? Perhaps it is the master that Fa Huizhu spoke of. Wu Hu became flustered. He was recovering. The Ghost King's body was gradually becoming complete. He looked at her. Not only will she not die, she will also unify the East. The source of power was gradually enveloping her. The Ghost King approached, looking at everyone. She will hold the East in her grasp for 1,000 years. 10,000 years. Upon seeing this, Wu Yu did not shrink back. Bah, you think you can? He became even more serious, beginning to unleash his magic. The surroundings also gradually manifested. How could I allow you to bring disaster upon the world? His voice became resolute. Feng Wu Yu. Today I will burn my life to summon the 5 immortals. Upon hearing this, everyone else also began to act. Feng Wu Feng, I will do the same. Today I will burn my life to summon the 5 immortals. Feng Wu Yun, I will do the same. Today I will burn my life to summon the 5 immortals. Feng Wu Ming, I will do the same. Today I will burn my life to summon the 5 immortals. Fang Wuhu, I will do the same today. I will burn my life to summon the five immortals. After everyone spoke with one accord, they collectively summoned the five immortals. Today we shall transform into the righteous energy of heaven and earth, paving the way for peace in the world. After everyone spoke with one accord, they collectively summoned the five immortals. Today we shall transform into the righteous energy of heaven and earth, paving the way for peace in this world. Each person seemed to represent a portion of their own power, combining their efforts to summon the five immortals to combat it. That beam of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the dim sky brightly. From below she looked up at the beam of light, roaring, "You are truly cruel. To actually use your own lives to summon the five immortals to descend. Even if your souls are scattered, you will still stop my great endeavor." A powerful beam of light surged towards the sky, and all five immortals manifested. The fox immortal spoke. "Alas, you poor children. Our power in this era cannot fully descend. Otherwise they wouldn't have used this forbidden technique." One of them charged forward fiercely. "We don't have much time. First suppress her, and completely eliminate her once the Ghost Chi recovers." The Black Mountain Ghost King, seeing this, did not feel afraid. She walked forward laughing furiously. "Ha ha ha, so what if it's the five immortals? Do you dare defy heaven and strike down immortals today?" All five immortals began to cast their spells, their own, to defend and fight against her. She also began to brandish her sword. Five immortals unite, power of the five immortals suppress. That power decisively swung down violently, splitting the mountain peak in two, catching her off guard. She screamed, falling into the valley. The power of that spell surrounded her body, and then that power began to throw the new recruits down. Along with her, however, Black Mountain suddenly burst into laughter. The sword in her hand plunged into the cave entrance, and she roared, "Don't even think about suppressing me." But before she could rejoice for long, she was thrown down by that power. Deep within Black Mountain, the Ghost King fell in despair. "Oh, your grand ambitions." He was gradually falling. Suddenly someone appeared. Lord Ghost King. Strange currents of chi appeared around them. The spirit venerable sitting beside him spoke. "Lord Ghost King, please recover your strength in Black Mountain first. The spirit venerable will find a way to help Lord Ghost King escape." Streaks of light began to appear within the mountain. The cracks on the mountaintop are a magic formation. The entire mountain was gradually sealed. One of the five immortals spoke. "With our seal, this Ghost King won't be able to cause trouble for hundreds of years." He looked at his hand and said, "Ultimately, the ones who summoned the five immortals were these children." That person turned around and said, "Use your escape technique to contact the Bridge of Oblivion, and ask Madame Mengpa if she can grant us five a favor." The five immortals sent the five children into an orb, into the air. This way they will be safe in their next lives. Afterwards the five immortals gradually faded away. "Our time is up." That power surrounded the five students. The system spoke. "This is precisely the strangeness experienced that year, which was never quelled. That year was not like now. We couldn't lend them any more power." Two girls embraced and cried, "Wow! I also want to protect Bo Yuan like the seniors did." "How touching." Wu Yue raised her hand, wiped away her tears, and turned to him. "Lin Feng, I want to go with you to deal with the Black Mountain Ghost King, to complete what the seniors couldn't. This time we're going to completely eradicate him," she said with a happy smile. "To deal with that Ghost King, you'll have to make a trip back to my old home. I'll respectfully invite the five immortals memorial tablets that my family has worshipped for generations. As long as I have the tablets, I'll be able to borrow the power of the five immortals simultaneously, unleashing heroic spirit level strength." She firmly patted his shoulder, startling him. "Lin Feng, come home with me." He could only reply, "Okay, okay." He thought to himself, the mission time is quite generous. After Wu Yue gets the tablets, we'll gain an heroic spirit level combatant this time. We're set. Alright, there's one more thing before we go back to your old home. The scene switches to Fengqing, a bustling city. At the Fengqing orphanage, a lady read aloud. "Please rest assured, Sir Madam Dispatcher, we will certainly take good care of this little girl." A girl said to little Alan, "Here, your older sister's Ghost Chi phone is for you. Be sure to call older sister often, okay?" Lin Feng extended his hand to bid Alan farewell. "Goodbye." A gust of wind swiftly rose into the air, overlooking the tall forest from above. He asked, "Are we almost at your hometown?" Lin Feng was even more excited than Wu Yue. "What's your hometown called?" Wu Yue smiled and looked up. "In the bustling ghost realm, it's Shangya Mountain." He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a unique name." She pointed happily in that direction. "Look, it's right there." Before them was a large mountain. Small clusters of flowers grew all around. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. It truly is Xianya Mountain. There's Tianqi village at the top of the mountain. We've always heard rumors of a water monster there. Wu Yue loudly announced village chief. Uncles, aunties, grandpas, grandmas, I'm back. I brought friends back to hurry and prepare a feast. In the forest, the voice continued to ring out. I'm back. The man heard the voice and couldn't help but be stunned. Is that why his voice? She's back so soon? That person was indeed the village chief of Shanya village. He raised his hand and whistled, looking at the mule. Honey, take me back to the village. The village chief gently extended his hand. The mule quickly ran over. Everyone in the village also appeared. He shouted, why is back? Everyone hurry back to the village. The little girl brought friends back to quickly prepare drinks and food. They said in unison from behind, let's feast. After the banquet they returned to their small village. She said, this is the ivory trading port of my hometown. Wu Yue smiled happily. The people behind them were all stunned. This place truly is special. The deer happily rushed forward. The village became very lively. Wu Yue raised her hand and called out to the village chief. Grandpa, I'm back. She stepped forward and hugged the elder tightly, startling him. She said happily, I ate so many delicious things this time when I was out. His face turned red, struggling to breathe. Let go of me, you silly girl. Wu Yue excitedly gestured to everyone, introducing them to him. These are the friends I met outside. You know, out in the world. The village chief looked at everyone. Cough, cough, you almost choked me to death. Everyone stood there startled, because they were surrounded by those ghost deer. They were getting more numerous and closer. Panting and puffing. The silly deer looked at them with wide round eyes. Puff, puff, crank, ghost deer. Linfeng looked at the animal and smiled happily. Silly ghost deer, so silly. On the other side, the village chief stood next to Wu Yue and whispered, Wu Yue, you're not a child anymore. Didn't you catch a handsome guy and bring him back? She thought of a certain someone's figure again. Although Linfeng was a girl thinking of this, her face turned beet red. Pushing him away, village chief, go away. Meanwhile the other few people were laughing happily, stroking and playing with the deer. He asked Wu Yue. These spirit deer are. One came over and licked her face. These are the silly ghost deer. They have lived with our village for generations. They are very intelligent. Linfeng was surprised to hear that, stroking its head. Intelligent. Everyone looked at the ghost deer with their big round eyes, and the people themselves laughed happily as they panted and puffed in front of them. They thought, we really want to believe it, but it's hard not to doubt. Yi Shuang stood solemnly, looking down at the ghost deer at her feet, making all the ghost deer tremble with extreme fear. Wu Yue immediately laughed. It seems Xiao Rou gets along with them very well. Someone raised a camera and took pictures of them, while Xiao Rou was teasing them. These ghost deer lazily went to tease everyone else. Wu Yue and the village chief both thought, it seems they have a lot in common. Everyone approached to look at them and all exclaimed, these are also little silly spirit deer. How cute they are. Wu Yue explained with a smile, that's right. Yes, they are little silly spirit deer. Those brown Baijid ghost deer were calling out Kawa. They are drank ghost deer. The village chief saw everyone was very happy. So he said, Wu Yue, this girl must have caused you quite a bit of trouble. Why don't we show you what we can do here in Ivory Mountain? Linfeng smiled and said, then we'll have to trouble you all. Scene change. Wu Yue led everyone to the place where the ancestral tablets were placed. She introduced. These are the ancestral tablets of the 5 great immortals enshrined by my family. Enshrined by our family. Passed down through generations, they possess an extremely special ghostly aura. With them, we can simultaneously use the power of the 5 great immortals. His heart was filled with surprise. The power contained within these 5 ancestral tablets felt no less powerful than the jade seal he had just obtained. Wu Yue said, Uncle Zhua, please put away the ancestral tablets first. Uncle Zhua gently replied, Mem. The ancestral tablets flew into the sphere one by one. She bumped his shoulder. Linfeng, hurry up and eat. Let me show you our village's craftsmanship. It's the best in Beiyuan. He answered with a happy smile. All right, the villagers had already set up the banquet. They were also busy preparing. The village chief raised his knife ready to cook hay. Xiao Rou was stunned, blurting out, what strong ghostly aura. Could it be something from legend? He flew up and began to process the pork. Everyone looked at him, unable to help but exclaim in admiration. A reclusive master. The village chief stared intently at the pig in front of him. The pig was so scared by his gaze that it broke out in a sweat. The sound of blades chopping rang out. The meat chunks were evenly portioned. The two couldn't help but feel surprised as they stood there. Xiao Rou said, this cooking method for processing these ingredients that fell from the sky not only preserved the original characteristics of the ingredients, but also combined with ghost chi allowing even spirits to consume it. She replied excitedly. This is truly unheard of. I never thought Ivory Mountain had such a master. The village chief was still diligently preparing the meat. It's all up to you now. Xiao Rou was stunned, pointing at another person who had appeared. He was meticulously handling the pile of ingredients. This is truly the soul of the northern plains. Lin Feng said, wide-eyed in awe. This person's ability to control ghost chi was no less than his own. She looked on happily and said, this village is truly full of hidden talents. He meticulously controlled the ghost chi for cooking and grilling. How can you not have an iron pot stew in the northern plains? Wu Yu raised her hand in agreement, saying happily, this is the god of cookery of our Ivory Mountain. He used ghost chi. And skewers of meat gradually appeared in the large pot. How can you be without roasted meat in the northern plains? Everyone present couldn't help but exclaim, looking at what appeared before their eyes. They were all amazed. He adjusted the large hot pot in front of him. A powerful glow burst forth. It's ready, the person invited, raising a hand. The northern plains pork stew is ready. On the village tables everything was laid out completely. Everyone, seeing that everything was ready, flocked over. Let's eat. The village chief walked over carrying a large wine jar on his shoulder. This is my Millennium Antler wine. Drinking it can enhance your strength. Today it's for our esteemed guests. Everyone began to eat together. Those meat skewers, they exclaimed, were too delicious. Wu Yu clinked glasses with him. She asked Lin Feng after coming here. Today we won't go home until we're drunk. They started drinking more and more. Both were very excited. The northern plains wine is really strong. Someone turned around and asked, Yi Shuang. It feels like we're always rushing to eat. It's been like this ever since we arrived in the northern plains, she said, holding the ghost deer in her arms. After all, delicious food is the soul of the northern plains. She stood nearby offering food to the ghost deer. There's truly so much delicious food in the east. A strong hand reached for the meat skewers on Xiao Rou's plate. She angrily shouted, my skewers, Lucifer. Wu Yu and Lin Feng were still drinking, arms slung around each other. Come on, Lin Feng. Let's have another round. All right. The two continued to say, another round. Another round. Wu Yu stepped forward and cupped Lin Feng's chin. She was a bit drunk. He propped himself up and turned his face to look at her. No, I can still drink more. The village chief came out to see the two of them back. She was helping Lin Feng. He replied, all right, you've had too much to drink. Go rest quickly. Young lady, you can sleep in Wu Yu's room. She hummed in acknowledgement. Good night, village chief. She peered through the door at him. This is my room. Both he and she collapsed onto the bed. Under the influence of alcohol, Lin Feng's face was flushed red, his breathing rapid. Phew, it's so hot. His clothes had already been taken off and thrown on the ground. Are you feeling better now, Lin Feng? Scene switches to the next day. Heavy snow covered the village. Inside the room, Wu Yu and Lin Feng were still fast asleep. Sleeping soundly. Her face was flushed. She mumbled, so hot, drink. Wu Yu walked over and hugged him. Lin Feng, blushing, let out a soft ow. And so it passed. A hand was pinching the white bear's face. She pinched its face and said, big white bear, so cute, good boy. Wu Yu frowned and mumbled, Ivory Mountain? When did we get such a cute white bear? Am I dreaming? Let's see. I drank too much last night. I wonder how Lin Feng is doing. Lin Feng uncomfortably felt a hand caressing him. In his dream, she happily raised her hand to bid farewell to the big white bear in front of her. Goodbye, big white bear. I'm going back. I'll dream of you next time. She closed her eyes and a glow began to appear on her forehead. Drank too much last night. I need to borrow Royal Uncle's power. Royal Uncle's power can break illusions. I'm sure it can also wake me from a dream. She touched Lin Feng's body. Her cheeks were still flushed. Royal Uncle's power. Lin Feng lay there, eyes slightly narrowed. Wu Yu was still leaning on him. The two of them fell back asleep. Mei Sha's aura dispelled. Everyone on the prairie, while feeding the spirit deer, seemed to remember something. First Order suddenly woke up. This is bad. Spirit immortal, oh no. Tong Tong was holding a carrot and walked over with the other two. Big brother Xiao Rou said upon hearing it. After drinking last night, she went with Wu Yu. First Order covered his face full of fear. Ah, it's over. This is bad. Don't know why Mei Sha's aura. Mine has malfunctioned. Everyone truly couldn't believe it. It really is bad. Wu Yu woke up from last night's drunkenness. Finally sober. My head hurts so much. Lin Feng looked at the person still sleeping in front of her. She asked Lin Feng, where's mine? She stared there. Lin Feng, what's going on? It's so flat. Wu Yu's eyes gradually narrowed, feeling very uncomfortable. Ah, am I still dreaming? She reached out and touched his chest. The sensation didn't feel like a dream. Wu Yu became horrified and suddenly shouted. Lin Feng was turned into a man by the deer antler wine. What do I do? It's all my fault for getting her drunk. How am I going to compensate? Everyone come out quickly. She shouted louder and louder. She pinched Lin Feng's chest hard and Lin Feng suddenly woke up. Ah, that hurts. What's going on? He was flustered. Wu Yushi was right in front of him. He was pulling up a corner of the blanket to cover his own chest. Wu Yu's crystalline eyes looked at him, her cheeks flushed. To this that. Lin Feng, you were turned into a man because I got you drunk. Although you have a great figure, I'll find a way to compensate you. He suddenly woke up looking panicked. He thought to himself, oh no. He sat up staring at his body. Mei Sha's aura has failed. Lin Feng smiled and explained, Wu Yu. I should have told you earlier. What he was actually thinking was, who cares if I don't say it now, I'm doomed. The door suddenly opened. Everyone rushed in and Yi Shang shouted. Drinking so much serves you right. A woman stood behind everyone. Wu Yu's special pancakes are ready. Hurry up. Everyone standing there was stunned. Sis, still holding the pancakes, looked inside. Get up quickly, there's a man and a woman in the bed. Wu Yu suddenly snapped back to reality. I didn't mean to. Lin Feng also became flustered. Everyone calm down and listen to me. He stepped out from under the blanket and a burst of smoke immediately erupted. The scene fell silent like that. Wu Yu was stunned, looking bewildered and unable to believe it. So that's how it is, Lin Feng. You are the legendary Eastern Wind Master. Lin Feng. To investigate the ghost casino, you hid your identity. And used the power of the demon spirit to disguise yourself as a female. Just now in my dream. I used Royal Uncle's power. That's how I removed your disguise. Tong Tong was bandaging him. He opened his mouth and said mum. Sorry, I never had a chance to tell you. Wu Yu was still wrapped in the blanket. Yi Shang turned around and whispered to everyone. Sorry Wu Yu, we were too emotional just now. She turned around and held her hand. Well, set things right for you. First Order also agreed firmly. Mum. Wu Yu sat there, closed her eyes and sighed. Phew, I thought it was something major. I even thought you turned into a man because of me. The five immortals nearby whispered to each other. Wu Yu's logic is always different from ordinary people. Yeah. Sis didn't let it go, her face full of anger. Wait, don't think this is over so easily. Your sis isn't done yet. This matter with your brother won't be settled so easily. The village chief, seeing this, also responded. A single man and a single woman alone in a room. What's going on? Spill it already. The surrounding villagers began to whisper amongst themselves. Wu Yu and he were both dumbfounded. Wu Yu started to ponder. If Lin Feng was a man to begin with, then. She grew flustered and panicked, recalling everything she had done to him. The village chief walked up to her. Wu Yu, you're not a child anymore. You must learn to take responsibility. Hearing this, she immediately froze. He stepped forward, putting an arm around each of their shoulders. Linwazi, don't you worry, from this day forward. You are the son-in-law of our Ivory Village. Well, take responsibility for you. He too was dumbfounded. All the villagers became excited. Wonderful, Ivory Village has a new couple. This outsider son-in-law is truly handsome. This calls for a grand celebration. Both were at a loss for words. Born of Ivory Village. Die as a ghost of Ivory Village. Everyone who had accompanied him was petrified. Xiaoyu meanwhile was happily taking notes. Tong Tong covered her face in astonishment. Didn't we say we were going to fight the Ghost King? Afterward, Wu Yu changed her clothes and turned to bid everyone farewell. Village chief, everyone, am off to fight the Ghost King now. Everyone waved to her. Have fun, but you must bring our son-in-law back safe and sound. The little deer spirits panted heavily. Lady Wu Yu, don't let our meal ticket get away. Tong Tong affectionately stroked the deer spirits. Don't be sad, we'll be back. The deer spirits looked at her with glistening eyes. The village chief said. Wu Yu, you're about to go into battle, why are you still wearing a flowery dress? Xiao Rou sighed. Old man, don't try to guess what's on a girl's mind. The group began to leave the village, heading forward. He looked at the paper in his hand. And began to assign tasks. The clamor reached Fengcheng. We're preparing to attend the Ghost King's wedding. She responded, my deceased husband. He thought to himself. The secret passage behind the city lord's manor. It has been marked on the map. System display. Ghost King's wedding 20. Progress 0 system box. The Ghost King's wedding will commence in 1 day. Participate in the marriage alliance. Lin Feng's blood boiled at the thought of that scene. They are about to face the Black Mountain Ghost King, whose power has been suppressed for several centuries. Several centuries. It seems the two individuals from Goryeo are the ones sent by that spirit venerable Buddha statue to help the Ghost King escape his predicament. And there's the Ghost King, the Buddha statue, and that man. Plus Wu Yu. Our strategy isn't the problem. What I'm more concerned about now is Whether that spirit emissary and the pure world spirit venerable will intervene. Hopefully he's too far away to provide support. Tauntaun's breakthrough can only last for 1 minute. Using Lucifer's power will cause one's heart to be corroded by backlash. If the situation changes, then we'll have no choice but to risk losing control and merging with Lucifer's spirit infant. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes. The scene shifts to the city lord's manor. In Fengqing, a woman is being forced by that person using their power closer to a gigantic hot pot. A strong man ran over shouting. Sister, seeing this, the mysterious person spoke. You Goryo people are truly useless. You can't even handle such a small task. He stepped forward, pulling his sister into his embrace. He roared, we were sent by the spirit venerable and you are still yelling like this. A surge of power pressed down on his shoulder. His collar tore open and his face filled with terror and panic. He stepped forward, extending a hand. If it weren't for the spirit venerable, do you think you Goryo people would still be alive today? Leaning on her brother, she spoke with difficulty. Although I cannot interfere with or control the special envoy, after extensive investigation, her strength is only at Heavenly Dipper level 1. Far inferior to yours. It's impossible for her to execute the plan. He revealed an evil smile, stepping closer to them. The auspicious hour is approaching. Tomorrow night all evil Ghost Masters will be summoned to the wedding venue. According to the Ghost King's schedule, getting ready for the bride reception. If that guy dares to go out, I'll personally eliminate him. The two sat there and replied yes. He revealed a sinister smile. As for that Vita ghost tamer, he has done quite a lot for me during this time. In the end, let them enjoy themselves a bit. The scene gradually fell into darkness. Thick smoke billowed from the chimney. Everyone walked over together. Everyone advanced together. Wu Yue spoke, we've arrived at Phoenix City. Then Lin Feng turned his head and spoke to the person next to him. Zhang Wei, activate concealment and lead us to the marked location. Hearing him say that, she immediately acted. Okay. Concealment activated. The scene switched elsewhere. One subordinate asked another. I heard that this marriage alliance will have us go together to Ghost City. This is a treatment we've never had before. That guy put his hands in his pockets and spoke to the person in front. Yeah, we've been tirelessly collecting so many brides in Northern Wilds for the Ghost King. I wonder what the Ghost King will reward us with. He simply replied calmly. Don't worry, the Ghost King is far more generous than the Ghost Tamer Alliance.